Feiyun glanced at the template person, feeling faint. Is it not enjoyable to be a quiet and carefree young master? To spend each day listening to music in the brothels, strolling with birds, and enjoying the pleasures of life? Deeply aware of the protagonist Long Aotian's presence, a woman who embodies the universal law that whoever encounters him meets their demise, Feiyun felt an overwhelming urge to escape. Yet the more he sought to flee, the more tormented he became. A throng of beauties clung to him like a mad adhesive, flocking around him. Princesses, county lords, and daughters of wealthy merchants. Hey, 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 why have you even taken off your brocade robe? Please, esteemed lady, have some decency. I can't believe it. How did you get up here? What a sin. Who says I can't have a taste? Long Aotian was enraged. Feiyun, how about we just bump into each other? Who says one cannot be the protagonist? Chapter 1. What? I have become the great villain? In the 26th year of the Long era of the Qin dynasty, Feiyun, you should give up this thought. Even if His Majesty consents, I would rather die than marry you. The woman's furious shout echoed like thunder in Feiyun's ears, causing a sharp pain in his head, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Where am I? Before him stood a stunning woman clad in a red silk gown, the hem cascading like rippling waves, adorned with a lifelike golden phoenix at the collar. Her skin was flawless, her beauty captivating, truly a royal attire. At this moment, her delicate brows furrowed in anger, her silver teeth clenched, her black hair swirling chaotically, her petite fists tightly balled, her body trembling with rage. Behind her, several palace maids, also beautiful, covered their mouths and stifled laughter, casting glances in their direction, clearly intrigued by the commotion. Feiyun glanced around in a panic. He was in the imperial palace. Two red lacquered pillars stood beside him. Beneath his feet was a large slab of blue stone, and in the distance, the magnificent glazed-roofed buildings loomed with the grand plaque at the main gate boldly proclaiming heaven and earth righteousness. Whoa, is this still the homeland? A wave of memories surged into his mind like a tide, almost overwhelming him. Wait, I remember now. At present, he had perished 98 times. This was his last chance. Otherwise, he would face annihilation and obliteration. Just the thought of it made Feiyun curse under his breath. He wished to drag that brain-dead author out and smack him with a keyboard to see if his brain was filled with mush. Could this plot possibly be conceived by carbon-based life forms? Every time he traversed, the scenarios were bizarre. The protagonists were either military kings or divine doctors, and there was even a dragon king of the East Sea, all with various perverse skills, clairvoyance, silver needles, and the 18 dragon-subduing palms, which were all considered normal. There was even a character who could cause another's eggs to explode within 24 hours just by touching them. Incredible! That time, Feiyun endured 3 months of excruciating pain. What kind of absurd plot is this? Let me see. As he pondered, he was astounded. Unbelievable. This time, he was the only son of the Minister of Revenue, a high-ranking official in a court, a scion of a noble family, from a prestigious lineage. The woman before him was the emperor's most favored 6th princess, Woah. The original character had fallen madly in love with her, pursuing her relentlessly, only to become a mere sycophant, unappreciated. He spared no effort in sending gifts, blocking her way, even climbing over the palace walls, risking death at the hands of the imperial guard, all just to meet Woah. To no avail, he took a devious new path. The original character wept and wailed, threatening to hang himself to marry the princess, prompting his father, the Minister of Revenue, to reluctantly agree, preparing to petition the emperor in court today. Upon hearing the news, the original character joyously ran to inform the princess, leading to the earlier scene. Feiyun felt numb. What kind of extraordinary sycophant was this? With such a family background, could he not simply enjoy life, smelling flowers and strolling with dogs, instead of becoming the emperor's son-in-law? One must remember, accompanying the emperor is akin to walking with a tiger. One could find oneself losing their head at any moment. Moreover, the most crucial point was, this time, the protagonist in the book was once again Long Aotian, who had learned a set of dual cultivation techniques from an unknown source, vowing to take all the beautiful women in the story into his harem. He absorbed their yin energy to strengthen himself, a practice commonly referred to as color supplementation. In desperate times, Even males could partake by gathering 999 women. One could achieve mastery of the technique, becoming supreme in heaven and earth. Whoa, how perverse! Feiyun was utterly shocked. What made him even more anxious was that at this moment, Long Aotian had approached Yun, becoming her personal guard, seeking opportunities to get close to the royal family. Soon after, his father would petition the emperor for marriage, infuriating Long Aotian, leading to his own tragic demise. Isn't this precisely the template for an overpowered protagonist? Was it worth it to engage in conflict with him? This would be a foolish endeavor. Feiyun was in a state of panic. Unexpectedly, as he looked up, the woman before him was already livid, her face flushed with rage. Why, Feiyun? What nonsense are you spouting? Yanyan's charming face turned red. Her voice low, yet furious, her expression bore a hint of confusion. Previously, she had distinctly heard Feiyun utter a string of absurdities regarding dual cultivation, color supplementation techniques, and 999. Beautiful women, how outrageous. He was indeed a bold lecher. He even mentioned Long Aotian. Wasn't he the one who saved her when she was attacked in a marketplace a few days prior, thus turning a crisis into safety? She had made him her guard. Did he actually intend to turn her into a medicinal pill to absorb her energy? What in the world was going on? However, throughout this lengthy discourse, Feiyun had not opened his mouth, merely glancing around, seemingly oblivious to everything else. What on earth? Feiyun was momentarily stunned, not understanding, and then suddenly, he spoke with great fervor. Princess Mu, I am pressed for time, and you are absolutely right, we must not marry. A worthless person like me, akin to mud that cannot be molded, marrying you would simply be disastrous. I don't have time to dally with this young lady. Where's my dear father? This Yun is a precious medicinal pill coveted by Long Aotian. What conditions could possibly allow me to contend with him? That would be absurd. Though this sixth princess is breathtakingly beautiful, it is not worth risking the lives of my entire family for a mere flower vase. What? What are you saying? Yun could hardly believe her ears, her face filled with astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. These were actually the words of Feiyun. In the past, he had clung to her like a tenacious adhesive, impossible to shake off. He had once traveled thousands of miles just to present her with a heavenly snow lotus, waiting for months outside her residence just to greet her. But now that Feiyun was actually saying they must never marry. And what was this about Long Aotian and the medicinal pill? What was even happening? Yun thought this might be yet another of Feiyun's tricks, and she was about to scold him. Do not attempt to, but was abruptly interrupted by Feiyun. I have no time to waste with you. Do whatever you wish, but understand this. We must not marry. Feiyun didn't even glance at her, frantically searching for his father, looking left and right. If I allow my father to seek a marriage with the emperor and become Long Aotian's target, would I not end up with no place to be buried, and my entire family annihilated? No, this young lady is nothing but a disaster. I must quickly sever ties. I am still young. I do not wish to die before my time. Mu Yanyan trembled with rage, her lovely face turning crimson. He actually said he had no time to waste with her? But how in such a short time had Feiyun transformed into a different person? She closed her mouth, blinking her beautiful eyes, her gaze fixed on Feiyun, pondering for a while. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the earlier words she had heard might not have been spoken by Feiyun, but rather his innermost thoughts. How intriguing. The other party seemed to be praising themselves, a classic case of beauty brings disaster. Oh wait, is that truly a compliment? Indeed, it is quite irksome, just as it has always been, provoking annoyance at first glance. However, this heartfelt expression and the flustered demeanor of Feiyun appear somewhat endearing. He does not seem as repulsive as before. Yet what is this Dragon Aotian? He is merely a subordinate. So what right does he have to demand that I concoct a grand elixir for him? And to suggest that we cultivate together? Ugh, how utterly revolting. Feiyun dared not linger, his gaze urgently scanning the assembly of officials for his father's familiar figure. According to the plot, his father was in discussion with colleagues, preparing to request a marriage proposal during the audience. Time was of the essence. Lives were at stake. Princess Mu, please do not relent. No matter the circumstances, I am but a worthless fellow. Consider me as nothing. Do you understand? Feiyun implored, anxiety palpable in his voice. The Dragon Aotian must also be present at the court soon. He would stand forth to uphold justice on behalf of his beloved during his father's proposal. I cannot concern myself with Mu Yenyun. The prospect of cultivating together is simply unmanageable. I must persuade her quickly. Mu Yenyun remained silent, her piercing gaze fixed upon him, an expression of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Do you remember my words? Feiyun urged, rising onto his toes to scan the crowd, and soon he spotted his rotund father amidst the throng of officials. Father! Before he could utter another word, the sharp voice of a eunuch pierced the air, accompanied by the jarring sound of a whip cracking. Summon all officials to enter the palace and pay respects to the emperor. The whip cracked like thunder. The officials, bustling with energy, gradually made their way into the grand and imposing golden throne hall. Time was slipping away. In the resplendent golden throne hall, the ministers knelt, their voices unified in a shout. Long live the emperor! All officials rise. The commanding voice resonated throughout the hall. The officials attired in court robes stood up. Feiyun, standing at the back of the line, was in a state of frantic anxiety, his eyes fixed on his father at the front. There he saw his father, stroking his beard, a cheerful expression on his face, radiating contentment. Feiyun felt a chill of despair. It was evident that his father had reached an agreement with his colleagues. He was resolutely determined to secure a marriage proposal for his son. This must be stopped. Feiyun lifted his gaze. Upon the dragon throne sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding an aura of majesty and authority. Dressed in a resplendent robe adorned with 9 dragons, he wore a golden crown. His brows were sharp, and his eyes sparkled like cold stars, deep and penetrating. His nose was straight, and his face commanded respect without even a hint of anger, emanating an intimidating presence. This was Mu Tianhao, the 4th emperor of the Qian dynasty. At this moment, Mu Yenyun gracefully approached, taking her seat beside Mu Tianhao on the dragon throne, a clear indication of her favoritism. Yet her beautiful gaze occasionally drifted toward Feiyun in the crowd, her expression curious. Unbeknownst to Feiyun, who was preoccupied with his search, he suddenly gasped, his heart racing. He spotted Dragon Aotian lurking in the corner. One could only wonder about the secret techniques he possessed that might lead to disaster. As Mu Yenyun's guard, he stood with his arms crossed, eyes narrowed, as if poised to unleash fury. Feiyun felt a tightening in his chest. This simply would not do. He had to devise a plan to intercept. Moments later, esteemed officials, what matters do you wish to present? Mu Tianhao inquired, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Dashan stepped forward. Feiyun's temples throbbed. This was it, they were doomed. Father, please remain calm. Mu Yenyun is Dragon Aotian's woman. If this continued, both their fates would be sealed. I beg you, father, please be quiet. To marry him, and he would be subjected to such indignity? What was this nonsense about marriage leading to certain doom? She was eager to see how that would unfold. Her beautiful eyes frequently flickered towards Feiyun, who seemed to sense her gaze. He felt as if they had reached a tacit understanding and discreetly signaled an okay gesture. The scene was quite comical. Yet, observing Feiyun's humorous antics, one could not help but feel that he was not as intolerable as he usually seemed. What is the matter? Mu Tianhao's authoritative voice rang out. Your Majesty, I dare to implore you to grant marriage to my son, Feiyun. He possesses good character, is well-read, and remains loyal to your Majesty. Yi Dashan spoke passionately. The 6th princess is of noble birth, gentle and virtuous. Should they unite, it would be a match made in heaven, bringing fortune to the royal family. I would offer my life in gratitude for your grace. Mu Tianhao's gaze sharpened, his eyebrows raising as he turned his attention to Feiyun, who was desperately trying to hide within the crowd. Do not see me, do not see me. You cannot see me, Mu Tianhao contemplated. Feiyun, the only son of the Minister of Revenue, had always acted recklessly, indulging in a life of debauchery and idleness. To betroth his daughter to him would be to ruin her entire life. However, given that Yi Dashan was the head of the 6 ministries, controlling the nation's finances, it would be unwise to outright refuse his request. Mu Tianhao spoke solemnly. Yenyun, what is your opinion on this matter? Feiyun secretly exhaled, thinking that they had reached a mutual understanding, she would surely refuse. According to the original storyline, after his father's request, Mu Yinyun would strongly oppose the marriage, and he would kneel in loyalty with his father and the ministers, applying pressure on the emperor to agree. Then would come Dragon Aotian's shining moment. Alone, he would step forth, professing hollow righteous words in the court, winning Mu Tianhao's favor. Yet, under the pressure of the ministers, Mu Tianhao would still betroth the sixth princess to him, and he would be grateful, only to become Dragon Aotian's primary target. Thereafter, once that girl refuses, I shall retreat like a turtle, seeking an opportunity to declare that the match is unsuitable. Even if the emperor wishes to grant the marriage, it will never come to fruition. Ha ha ha, I am indeed clever this way. I can enjoy leisure pursuits. While Yi Feiyun reveled in his scheming, he was caught off guard. Father, I am willing. Moments later, Mu Yinyun's enchanting eyes sparkled, her lips curving in a smile as she suddenly made a shocking declaration. What? Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in disbelief, panic coursing through him as he nearly collapsed to the ground. What? Wasn't it agreed upon beforehand? How did it suddenly change? You little vixen, why are you not crying and resisting the marriage? Shouldn't Dragon Aotian be the one to come forth and uphold justice? Quickly, go and flatter Dragon Aotian. Let him seize the throne. Mu Yinyun stifled a laugh, envisioning herself climbing walls, blocking palace gates, and reciting difficult love poems outside the midday gate. Each act was infuriating. As she watched Yi Feiyun's dismay, her spirits soared. Delightful. Ha ha ha. I agree to marriage. Let us see what tricks you have in store. Standing behind Mu Yinyun, Dragon Aotian suddenly opened his eyes, brimming with ambition. My master has sent me to the world to captivate all the beauties. The most favored sixth princess of the royal family shall be mine. It is my time to shine. He stepped forward, ready to take action, with all departments poised for the moment. Mu Tianhao was about to speak when a sudden, thunderous voice erupted. Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely out of the question. Chapter 3, Unexpected Developments. Long Aotian strode out from the crowd with an air of confidence, clasping his fists in salute, and declared, Your Majesty. How can the esteemed sixth princess be wed to such a wastrel? This man spends his days idling and committing wrongs, bringing harm to innocent maidens. If you bestow the sixth princess upon him, it is akin to pushing her into a pit of fire. On the high platform, Mu Tianhao was taken aback by Mu Yinyun's agreement to the marriage proposal and pondered how to respond. His gaze turned to the corner where an unexpected voice emerged, stirring irritation within him as he glared in that direction. It seemed as though this individual did not belong to the court, causing him to question, Who are you? Yi Feiyun felt as though he had spotted a savior. Goodness, is this not our beloved protagonist, the charming hero adored by all? Hurry and take the stage to uphold justice. Your lady is counting on you. Mu Yinyun's eyes were fixated on Yi Feiyun, her thoughts swirling. Indeed, as he had predicted, Long Aotian had emerged to champion justice during the imperial marriage proposal. In the past, she might have felt moved, but now, aware of Yi Feiyun's revelations, she found Long Aotian's intentions repugnant, as he sought to use her as a means to his own ends and usurp her father's throne. Most importantly, how dare he refer to her as his woman? This princess, a treasure of noble lineage, could never lower herself to marry a mere guard like Long Aotian. Her gaze towards Long Aotian grew increasingly frigid as she coldly commanded, Withdraw. This is no place for your words. Long Aotian was taken aback. This was not how the narrative was meant to unfold. Shouldn't the beauty be filled with gratitude and affection at this moment? Why was she telling him to leave? Mu Tianhao, perplexed, furrowed his brows and inquired again, Yinyun, who is this person? Mu Yinyun's tone turned icily dismissive, her regard for Long Aotian plummeting to zero, replaced by a surge of aversion. Father, this is a guard I previously recruited, and I summoned him to the court. Impudent! How dare you speak out of turn? You shall be punished. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianhao's fury ignited, and he bellowed, A mere guard, lacking any rank, dares to utter nonsense in the court? Seize him and execute him. Long Aotian stood frozen, bewildered. How could he be condemned for speaking in the court? Just then, several fully armored guards entered, seizing Long Aotian. He was utterly bewildered, questioning why he was being condemned instead of showcasing his prowess. He hastily glanced at Mu Yinyun, but she regarded him with frostiness. convinced he harbored ulterior motives and chose to observe coldly. Feiyun, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Goodness, this cannot be happening." He was astonished. By the laws of protagonists, this fellow is destined to survive. He will likely hold a grudge against me. If he escapes from the dungeon through some miraculous means, will he not keep a watchful eye on me? As Long Aotian's increasingly fierce gaze bore down on him, Feiyun hurriedly stepped out of the crowd and prostrated himself on the ground, pleading, "Your Majesty, this course of action is utterly unwise." To execute Long Aotian over the marriage proposal would surely invite his relentless pursuit. In the event that he becomes a target, how could he not seek revenge against me? The assembly was taken aback, and at the front, Dacian stroked his beard, astonished. His son had long pursued Muyenyan, and he had finally secured a marriage proposal that she had accepted. Just as the emperor was about to bestow the marriage, someone intervened, threatening to execute a man, and now his son was the first to oppose it. Was this truly his son? Dacian's plump face quivered, his expression strange. Meanwhile, Muyenyan, hearing his thoughts, clenched her teeth in frustration. "How dare you express discontent when I have agreed to marry you, fulfilling your long-held dream? You are aware that Long Aotian intends to use me for his own gain and to seize the Mu family's throne, yet you remain silent. This is truly deserving of punishment. The more you reject me, the more determined I become to thwart your desires." Feiyun knocked his head against the ground with fervor. "Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. Long Aotian is a man of extraordinary talents, a warrior unmatched, capable of wielding the might of heaven and earth. He is a once-in-a-millennium genius, a blessing for our Qian. How could he be slain? Your Majesty, this is utterly unacceptable." Feiyun was frantic. Mu Tianhao remained silent, scanning the room with a stern gaze. Just as the guards were about to drag Long Aotian away, he suddenly fell to his knees, declaring, "Your Majesty, spare my life. I possess strategies for dealing with the border incursions by the Xiongnu." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Mu Tianhao raised an eyebrow, deep in thought, and gestured for the guards to halt. Despite Qian's might, the internal structures of the court were infested with decay, and the persistent disturbances from the Xiongnu had become a source of great frustration for him. These nomadic tribes could not match the strength of the Qian army, yet they persisted like bothersome mosquitoes, returning time and again. It was unexpected that this mere Long Aotian would possess a solution. "Speak," commanded Mu Tianhao. Long Aotian seized his opportunity, speaking earnestly, "Your Majesty, the reason the Xiongnu dare to repeatedly harass the Qian is due to their ignorance of our strength and might. I am willing to serve as the leading general at the forefront, to march to the borders and eradicate these Xiongnu pests to quell the grasslands, and to demonstrate the might of the Qian, ensuring that they understand our power and eliminate any future threats." The fervor of his words, repeating the call to kill 7 times, stirred the hearts of all present. The officials were astonished, their faces filled with reverence. The Dacian dynasty had long been dominated by conservatives, lacking effective strategies to deal with the Xiongnu, often resorting to peace treaties, yet still failing to eradicate the problem. Long Aotian's proclamation ignited a fervent passion among the crowd, as if a divine strategist had appeared. Mu Tianhao was taken aback, pondering the potential of Long Aotian. Seeing the reaction of the audience, Long Aotian felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he had prepared for this moment. His rehearsed words had produced the desired impact. His previously hunched back straightened as he surveyed the surroundings with renewed vigor. "Your Majesty, Long Aotian is indeed a remarkable individual." Feiyun quickly chimed in, bowing deeply. "Long Aotian's words are nothing short of a salvation for the Qian, a blessing bestowed upon us by the heavens, the chosen one. To slay him would be akin to severing the lineage of dragons and destroying our foundation. It must not happen." Internally, he cursed. I wonder what those authors were thinking. How could the protagonist be so brainless? Is he only focused on his harem of women? This fool keeps shouting kill. But by the time he arrives on the vast plains stretching for thousands of kilometers, the Xiongnu will have vanished without a trace. How does he expect to hunt them down? Why do they invade our borders if not for the essentials of life, salt, iron, and grain? It is a simple matter of supply and demand. Your Majesty, I believe Long Aotian is inherently gifted, invincible, and I implore you to dispatch troops to the borders immediately to clear the Xiongnu. Feiyun continued to shout, "Hurry, hurry! The farther you go, the safer I will be. Brother, I have flattered you so much. You cannot still hold a grudge against me, can you? Where else would you find such a dedicated supporter? Unbeknownst to everyone, Mu Yunyun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Yi Feiyun, incredulous at his words. Supply and demand? The wisdom to ease conflicts rather than escalate them? Could it be that Yi Feiyun had merely been hiding his brilliance until now? At that moment, Mu Tianhao's authoritative gaze scrutinized Long Aotian, appearing somewhat shaken as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, he heard, Your Majesty, I believe there are significant flaws in this plan. Chapter 4 in a state of sweating anxiety. What do you mean by that? Mu Tianhao had always held a deep affection for the sixth princess. And at this moment, Mu Yunyun suddenly spoke, gently inquiring, could it be that you have a different perspective on the scourge of the Xiongnu? Ye Feiyun, standing below the stage, was utterly bewildered, his expression one of shock. Isn't this the usual procedure? What insight could you possibly have regarding a mere medicinal pill? You should hasten to appoint Long Aotian as the chief general and let him have his harem. What are you making a fuss about? Yet, the court was silent, rendering Yi Feiyun unable to voice his thoughts, leaving him in a state of anxious frustration. Humph! Upon catching the thoughts in Yi Feiyun's mind, Mu Yunyun let out a delicate huff, her beautiful eyes glaring at him fiercely. You wish to break off the engagement, did you? This princess shall not allow you to have your way. I shall reveal your innermost thoughts. If I conceal my talents, I shall simply refuse. Mu Yunyun then cast a cold glance at the complacent Long Aotian below, pausing momentarily before addressing the court with her melodious voice. I humbly report to Father. The vast grasslands stretch thousands of miles wide. By the time we reach the enemy's doorstep, they will have fled. Even if we manage to slay a few, they would merely be the old, the young, and the weak. Like wild grass, they are resilient. The flames of war cannot consume them entirely, and spring winds will bring forth new life. The marauders of the grasslands invade for tea, salt, grain, and iron. It is better to engage in trade than to block them. Therefore, what Long Aotian suggests is merely the ramblings of a brute and is utterly impossible. What? Mu Tianhao, upon hearing her words, began to comprehend the implications, his face paling in astonishment, his demeanor solemn as he muttered to himself, I have indeed overlooked this. Mu Yunyun's assertions were entirely valid. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, the nomads would vanish at the slightest hint of danger, although it was possible to kill some. It would never suffice, especially considering that the nomads relied on herding for survival and could not store food. Countless would perish from hunger during heavy snowfall. They lacked vegetables and fruits, and salt was scarce on the grasslands. Why should we not employ trade as a means to restrain and control the Xiongnu? This line of reasoning was novel. It was unexpected that the usually indifferent Mu Yunyun could perceive such a strategy, leaving him utterly taken aback. Mu Tianhao continued to ponder deeply, while below, Yi Feiyun seemed as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What? How could this girl know the principle of engaging in trade rather than confrontation? This is the invaluable experience painstakingly acquired by our ancestors over generations. Could it be that she also understands the establishment of a tea and horse bureau, the strict control of salt, iron, and cloth to facilitate trade with the nomads? This defies logic. No, this girl is somewhat extraordinary. Could it be that she even knows about the changes in symbols in different quadrants? This inner turmoil was fully grasped by Mu Yunyun, her beautiful eyes sparkling with realization. She firmly concluded that Yi Feiyun was undoubtedly concealing his talents. How foolish she had been to think that Long Aotian possessed some manly qualities. Now, comparing him to Yi Feiyun, the disparity was glaring. Aside from being somewhat reckless, Yi Feiyun was truly a great talent for the nation. The ministers, having heard her words, were equally astonished, their expressions animated as if they had received divine guidance. The sixth princess's discourse was nothing short of sage advice, one that the aged had never encountered before. Indeed, such a policy of appeasement can silence dissent and effectively manage the Xiongnu, ensuring the security of our borders. This is undoubtedly a strategy for the ages. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. The sixth princess is indeed our Dakian's blessing. The ministers praised endlessly, while Yi Feiyun's countenance darkened, cold sweat streaming down his face in torrents. This was not how events were supposed to unfold. Mu Yunyun's beautiful eyes swept over Yi Feiyun, who was in a state of utter shock, and she secretly laughed. You, Yi Feiyun, who conceals your talents. You, who torment me daily. I shall reveal all your thoughts, making you the center of attention in the court. And let us see how you will continue to feign ignorance. Just as the discussions among the crowd were underway, Mu Tianhao, well-versed in the classics, and having diligently studied the strategies of past dynasties in managing the Xiongnu, discerned a clue and exclaimed, "But if we fully engage in trade, would that not allow the Xiongnu to freely acquire iron and cloth from our Dacian, thereby strengthening their power and inviting danger?" Mu Yinyan paused at this remark, realizing that had she not heard Yi Feiyun's earlier thoughts, she would truly be at a loss for a response. However, at this moment, she confidently declared, "Rest assured, father, this plan is flawless. I guarantee that within a decade, the Xiongnu will bow to our Dacian." "How so?" Mu Tianhao was taken aback. "We can establish new official positions at the borders to oversee daily trade in essential goods. Simultaneously, we will strictly regulate the supply of salt, iron, and grain. Within 3 to 5 years, the Xiongnu will rely on the living necessities provided by our Dacian, and when necessary, we can restrict their supplies. At that time, will the Xiongnu not regard our Dacian as their foremost ally?" Upon hearing this, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. From the youngest officials to the venerable elders of 80 years, all were shaken, their bodies trembling with excitement. Mu Tianhao's expression turned grave as he leaned against the dragon throne, visibly moved. "Yinyan, this strategy, did you devise it?" He had just contemplated that if this plan were to be executed in less than a decade. No, in less than 5 years, the threat of the Xiongnu might very well dissipate entirely. By then, Dacian would simply gain another vassal state. Yi Feiyun, equally astonished, could only exclaim in disbelief, changing the oddities and constants, symbols viewed in quadrants. At that moment, Mu Yinyan smiled sweetly, pointing elegantly, "I humbly report to father. This excellent strategy was not conceived by me, but rather was shared with me in private by Yi Feiyun, the son of the Minister of Revenue." "What?" The gazes of all present turned in unison towards Yi Feiyun, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The only son of the Minister of Revenue, Yi Feiyun, who was thought to be merely a reckless youth, possessed such remarkable insight and strategy. Even Yi Dashan, who had been observing with a whiskered expression, couldn't he help but let his chubby face twitch, his hand frozen mid-air. This legendary strategy, crafted by his unremarkable son. Was there truly another Yi Feiyun in the court? "Blast it!" Yi Feiyun exclaimed, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "What? When did I tell you? I don't even know. You slander me. She slanders me. You mean to say the strategy was proposed by Yi Feiyun?" Mu Tianhao was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Yi Feiyun amidst the crowd. Chapter 5, The Grasp of Power. "Father, this is absolutely true," Mu Yinyan replied with a secret smile, her heart blooming with joy. "You, the wayward son, who conceals your brilliance. I will make sure to reveal all. I shall not allow you to break off the engagement, nor to hide your talents. Let us see how you will respond." Yi Feiyun, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, appeared utterly lost, sweat pouring down like rain. "This is the end. This is the end." Glancing back, he saw Long Aotian, flanked by guards, glaring at him with fiery eyes, as if he intended to swallow him whole. On the dragon throne, Mu Tianhao scrutinized Yi Feiyun with a profound gaze. How could he possess such a brilliant strategy for managing the Xiongnu, yet remain silent? Every word regarding the principles of supply and demand pierced directly into his heart. But why was Yi Feiyun concealing this? Previously, he had only heard that Yi Feiyun spent his days indulging in frivolity. Had he been hiding his true capabilities all along? The ministers were equally astonished, their shock palpable. Yi Dashan at the forefront initially paused in disbelief, then his small eyes sparkled as realization dawned upon him, his heart racing. Could it be that my son is a national treasure? Such a strategy, even if one were to search the entirety of Dacian, would be impossible to find another. Concealing talent. Absolutely concealing talent. My son possesses the potential to be a pillar of the nation. Ha ha ha. Yi Dashan's rotund figure straightened slightly, his expression filled with pride. Long Aotian was bewildered. The situation was far from what he had anticipated. He stepped forward and shouted, "Your Majesty." Mu Tianhao furrowed his brow at the sound. nearly forgetting the presence of this unruly and treasonous subject who disrupted the court. First, he disregarded the principles of ruler and minister, and then he spoke recklessly, showing utter contempt for the laws of Deqian. Guards, take this man away and throw him into the celestial prison. He shall be executed on a date to be determined. He bellowed, waving his hand. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I have something to say. Long Aotian cried out, but the armored soldiers seized him and dragged him away, his shouts echoing in the hall, lingering long after. His gaze, filled with murderous intent, landed on Feiyun. In a fit of rage, he cried, kill, 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 kill. This time, Long Aotian repeated the word kill 8 times, not as a limit to his vocabulary, but as a reflection of his rapid speech. Feiyun felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing the gaze of death upon him, he became paralyzed with fear and began to kneel, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, this cannot happen. Long Aotian is the pillar of Deqian, a harbinger of good fortune. We must not act in such a manner. However, Mu Tianhao appeared to be impervious to these pleas and continued speaking to the assembly. From this day forth, Feiyun shall be appointed as the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War, with a third-rank official title, responsible for the affairs concerning the Xiongnu. What? Feiyun was left dumbfounded, halting his actions. So, I have knelt for nothing? Is the emperor mad? What is he thinking? Immediately, Mu Tianhao spoke again, Minister Yi. Regarding your previous mention of a marriage proposal, I have granted it. In 1 month, you shall wed in the Baiwa garden of the capital, and this shall be proclaimed to the world. Previously, Mu Tianhao had looked down on Feiyun, only giving him a modicum of respect due to his father, the Minister of Revenue. But now, it was clear that Feiyun was far from the debauched youth of rumor. He even presented a national strategy. How could he be an ordinary man? Today, with Yi Dashan bringing forth a group of ministers, what reason would there be to refuse? Upon hearing these words, Yi Dashan's plump face trembled with excitement, his eyes shining with joy. Goodness, this is going so smoothly. My seemingly useless son has been hiding his talents all along, and now he has a third-rank title and has become the Deputy Minister of War? What a remarkable lad, truly the pride of the Yi family. Yi Dashan stroked his beard, grinning widely, his chubby face radiating joy. Double happiness is upon us. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Feiyun was flustered, attempting to explain, but it felt as if he were isolated from the world, ignored by all. A multitude of ministers passed by him, offering their congratulations, filling the hall with jubilant voices. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Ministeria. This is truly a match made in heaven, divine union. Instantly, the court was filled with a festive atmosphere, a cacophony of joy. After a moment, Feiyun regained his senses from the shock, his mouth twitching, his throat constricting, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Oh no, this is a calamity. He slapped his thigh in desperation. He felt he could still salvage the situation. There remained a glimmer of hope. He turned pleadingly toward Mu Yinyun, seated beside the dragon throne. Auntie, please cry. Resist this marriage with your life. But Mu Yinyun merely smiled gently, showing no intention of resisting the marriage. Instead, she waved her delicate hand toward him, her hands folded in a gesture of submission. The once captivating smile that could overshadow the world now felt more terrifying than a devil to Feiyun. Beside them, Mu Tianhao sat upon the dragon throne, casting a commanding gaze downwards, which even bore a hint of approval, his expression amiable. With a thud, Feiyun collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, staring into nothingness. The sky was falling. Chapter 6. What on earth is happening? In the Yi family estate, chaos reigned. This is it. We must leave at once. If we delay, we may end up without a complete corpse. Beside a grand bed made of golden silk nanmu, a hurried figure was hastily packing their belongings, preparing to flee. This person was Feiyun. Sweat poured down his face as he paled, clutching a dark cloth bag filled with a change of clothes, precious metals, silver notes, and jewelry. All piled high. Quickly, quickly. If we don't leave now, we might not make it. Feiyun's movements became increasingly rapid, almost a blur. Earlier in the court, not only had the Emperor Mu Tianhao promised to marry his daughter to him, but he had also imprisoned the main antagonist, Long Aotian. Father, why did you provoke Long Aotian for no reason? Feiyun sighed deeply, hastening his pace. Outside, 2 servants sat at the foot of the stone steps, their expressions odd. Behind them stood two towering stone lions, their fierce visages instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. At that moment, the heavy red door was tightly shut, with Yi Feiyun's mutterings echoing within, never fading. Do you think our young master has been muttering like this for a day and a night? It seems he has lost his mind. Could it be that he has encountered a ghost in broad daylight? One of them remarked. I don't know. Suddenly, a clear cough pierced the air, startling the two into silence as they looked up. Yi Dacian, now out of his court attire and dressed like a wealthy gentleman, stroked his beard as he observed them with a stern expression. What are you two whispering about? And nothing, my lord, they stammered in panic. Noticing their distracted demeanor, Yi Dacian did not pursue the matter further, but cast a curious glance at the tightly shut door. I ask you, since our young master entered the room, he has not come out. How strange. Yi Dacian stroked his beard, puzzled. His son should be overjoyed, shouting with friends to revel in celebration. Yet he remained locked away. This seemed quite odd. That will be all. You may leave. Yi Dacian waved his hand, and the two servants hurriedly exited, grateful for their escape. Now, Yi Dacian was even more perplexed. Woah! As he ascended the stone steps, the heavy door swung open, a gust of wind following in its wake. Suddenly, Yi Feiyun burst forth, laden with packages, colliding directly with Yi Dacian. The two stared at each other, wide-eyed, frozen in place. What are you doing? Yi Dacian was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. Father. Yi Feiyun sighed upon seeing his father, quickly saying, We must leave now. If we delay, it will be too late. At this moment, not only was the ruthless Long Aotian lurking like a predator, but the Yi family was also on the brink of disaster. According to the original text, after being nearly beaten to death by Long Aotian in the court, Yi Dacian, filled with rage and humiliation, would not rest until he avenged himself. But who was Long Aotian? He was the protagonist, invulnerable, and soon, through a twist of fate, would expose Yi Dacian's corruption on a grand scale. In recent years, Yi Dacian had sold positions and titles, focused solely on hoarding wealth, embezzling a staggering sum of 10 billion taels. What does that mean? It means it would be worth more than 10 of Yi Feiyun's heads. Yi Feiyun could only think to himself, Father, do not blame me for being ruthless. We are mere strangers now. Let's pack up and escape. When disaster strikes, we must each fend for ourselves. Of course, he could not voice these thoughts to Yi Dacian. The meaning must be understood without words. What do you mean? Yi Dacian stroked his beard, furrowing his brow in confusion, noticing his son making frantic gestures, which only fueled his irritation. Believing that Yi Feiyun was once again intent on indulging in frivolities, Yi Dacian bellowed, Stop. I have matters to discuss. His fury was palpable, for he was deeply agitated. Listen closely. Do not even think about wandering off. Your father has endured immense pressure to secure your marriage proposal. If you jeopardize this, just wait and see how I shall deal with you. What? Yi Feiyun was taken aback. Do not feign ignorance. Yi Dacian was acutely aware of his son's character. Despite Yi Feiyun's eloquence in court, he was nothing more than a slothful idler. As his father, how could Yi Dacian not see through him? Enough of this nonsense. Bring me someone to keep watch over the young master. He is not to leave Yi Manor under any circumstances without my command. Yes, outside the manor, a group of resolute servants soon entered, clad in black attire, their formidable physiques reminiscent of mighty beasts. The leader, a towering man resembling a bear, stood like a mountain. Yi Feiyun shuddered in fear. What the hell? My apologies, young master. Yi Ding, bowing respectfully, cast a sympathetic glance at Yi Feiyun. The servants behind him exchanged helpless glances. What is happening? Make haste and escort the young master inside. Yes. Yi Ding nodded earnestly. Before Yi Feiyun could react, he was hoisted by the burly men and carried into the house. The scene descended into chaos. What are you doing? Let go of me. Yi Feiyun cried desperately. I am sorry, young master. Move him. Lock the door. Use the largest one. Chapter 7. Keep a close watch. Ensure the young master does not escape. Understood? Yi Dacian observed his son being forcibly dragged inside, a sly smile gracing his features. The Yi family had risen to prominence in the Dacian dynasty, having caught the emperor's favor, culminating in the promise of the precious sixth princess marrying into the family. Henceforth, the Yi family would wield unparalleled power in the court. Yi Dacian had not anticipated the marriage proposal would be secured so smoothly. Thus, he could not allow Yi Feiyun to ruin everything. Yi Feiyun's nature was well known to his father. He was a man who spent his days indulging in leisure and abusing his privilege. If left unchecked for 3 days, he would undoubtedly cause chaos. The most prudent course of action was to confine Feiyun within the house. Feiyun, on the verge of tears, sought to explain but found no opportunity, as his father was resolutely dismissive. "What am I to do? Let me go! Let me go!" he shouted in desperation. Yiding merely exchanged a knowing glance with him. "Young master, do not blame us. This is the old master's explicit command. We dare not disobey." Feiyun felt an overwhelming surge of frustration as he flailed helplessly, knowing that the original owner of this body was a mere wastrel, drained by indulgence. He stood no chance against these servants, who were as strong as barrels, and he was utterly powerless. In no time, he found himself bound and confined to a room, with the wealth that had been removed now tossed aside carelessly. "Father, father, please do not cause a scene. Something terrible is about to happen." His cries echoed, but Yi Dashin appeared oblivious. Adjusting his beard, he reiterated, "Listen well, keep a close watch on him. Did you hear me?" "Yes." The servants outside replied in unison, forming an imposing line. Satisfied, Yi Dashin exited the room. At this moment, Feiyun was bound to the bed, thrashing about wildly, entangled in the splendid crimson bedding, resembling a wriggling maggot. The scene was somewhat comical. "Cease your shouting, young master. If you continue, I may have to gag you," Yiding said, his expression one of distress. "Curse you dare try," Feiyun retorted vehemently. Yiding, splattered with saliva, remained silent, discreetly signaling to the other servants to depart. "Hurry! Hurry!" The other servants, spooked, scrambled away. Yiding was capable of handling Feiyun, but they were not so fortunate. Yiding was the chief enforcer of the Yi family, bestowed with the family name, and he was Feiyun's most loyal subordinate, adhering to his commands without question. Even if Feiyun ordered him to harm his own family, he would do so without hesitation. Currently, only Yiding had the audacity to bind Feiyun. Any other servant attempting to do so would find themselves severely punished once Feiyun regained his composure. With a mournful expression, Yiding said, "Young master, do not hold it against me. This is the old master's direct order, and I cannot refuse. Please bear with it. I will release you by dawn." After hastily delivering his message, fearing retribution from Feiyun, he swiftly exited the room. Left alone, Feiyun continued to shout in fury, his curses growing increasingly vile. "You wretched fools, do you know how to spell disaster?" As he watched the door close slowly, a chill enveloped his heart. He felt as if Long Aotian was lurking somewhere in the shadows, observing him, akin to a beast stalking its prey in the wilderness, sending shivers down his spine. Feiyun seeking resignation, despite kiripinin. It was evident that Long Aotian was lying in wait, potentially stirring up a scandal involving the Minister of Revenue. That man, if implicated, could very well lose not only his own head, but also Yi Dashin's. 10 billion taels, what a staggering sum. He could hardly fathom how his father had amassed such wealth. Perhaps he simply spent his days scheming to hoard riches. Feiyun, filled with helplessness, ruminated on potential solutions. Outside, the sun blazed, while the melodious chirping of birds echoed from the nearby locust tree. Yiding and several servants sat nearby, their faces etched with concern. "What do you suppose has happened to the young master? I heard the 6th princess was to marry him, yet he seems so discontent," one servant lamented. When Feiyun was brought in, he had put up a considerable struggle, even delivering a couple of kicks to the abdomen of Yiding, who still felt the pain. Yiding furrowed his brow, a predatory glint in his eye. "I've heard whispers of a certain Long Aotian in court, a fool who dares to confront our young master, accusing him of bullying and brawling. Surely, this must be the source of the young master's ire. Is our young master truly that kind of person? Isn't this a blatant attempt to frame and slander him?" Upon finishing his thought, he noticed his companions had fallen silent, regarding him with peculiar expressions. They were likely pondering whether Feiyun truly deserved such a reputation. His notorious nature was well known. Even the stallions in their manner had better reputations than he. Realizing his companion's demeanor, Yiding's temper flared, and he unleashed a fierce aura that caused the others to tremble. They hastily waved their hands. "No, no, Yiga was merely jesting. We meant no offense." With a cold snort, Yiding dismissed their concerns. Though he lacked intellect and strategy, his unwavering loyalty to Feiyun was beyond question. He could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. Thus, he proposed, if the young master has been wronged, we cannot sit idly by. Now tell me, what should we do to avenge him? Several servants exchanged glances with one another and exclaimed, let's go for it. Yes, let's take him down. Yiding shouted with great fervor. Go, gather everyone except for the housekeeper. I intend to see just how formidable this Long Aotian truly is. Chapter 8. Rising up, a young man, seemingly emerging from nowhere, dared to challenge our Yi family. He is still quite inexperienced. Yiding's voice boomed as he shouted outside. Meanwhile, Yi Feiyun, bound hand and foot, lay on the bed, hearing every word clearly, cold sweat dripping down and soaking the crimson bedding beneath him. He was on the verge of tears. Goodness, is this not a clear invitation to death? Long Aotian has yet to come knocking, and his chief lackey is already seeking trouble with him. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Long Aotian, if not approached, would undoubtedly seek to make an example of him. If one were to actively provoke him, wouldn't that merely invite ruin upon oneself? Yi Feiyun could evidently envision the unfolding of events, and the more he pondered, the more dread filled him. His back soaked in perspiration. This group of cannon fodder would likely be dispatched with a single punch from Long Aotian. If he did not intervene, it would spell disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feiyun quickly bit through the ropes binding him. Fortunately, the restraints had not been tightly secured due to the servant's trepidation. In no time, he freed himself from his bindings. Just as he rushed toward the door, peering through the gap between the door and its frame, the sight before him startled him greatly. Yiding stood on the steps like a military drill instructor, wielding a stick as thick as 5 or 6 fingers. Brandishing it in the air with a resounding crack, his voice fierce and imposing. Before him stood a throng of servants, numbering 20 or 30, exuding an overwhelming aura. Clad in black attire, they appeared akin to a band of delinquents. Yiding bellowed, I ask you, what shall we do if our young master is bullied? How shall we retaliate? We shall strike until he questions his very existence. That's right, attack. Yiding's voice rang out with fervor. To dare lay a hand on his young master was tantamount to courting death. In their history, only the Yi family had ever bullied others who dared to challenge them. Was this not a reversal of the heavens? Bound within the room, Yi Feiyun felt the cold sweat pouring down, his heart racing to his throat. Desperate to stop them. Do not seek death in my name. You have no idea who Long Aotian is. He is a most sinister individual. One misstep and it could be disastrous. This is not a matter to be trifled with. The fate of his future happiness hung in the balance. Yi Feiyun did not dare to gamble on whether this ultimate move had any contagious effects. In a frenzy, he began kicking the door, each kick echoing with a resounding thud. However, Yidishan had specifically instructed that the largest lock be used. With his slender limbs, Yi Feiyun could only create noise, but was unable to inflict any damage on the door itself. The exquisite gilded lock on the door clanged loudly, the sound of his kicks reverberating through the wood. Yiding attempted to reason with him. Young master, do not kick. This is the largest lock as per the master's orders. You cannot break it. Casting a sidelong glance, Yiding noted that the lock was nearly the size of his own head. He doubted even he could manage to open it. Yi Feiyun shouted from within. You all stop. Do not bring trouble upon me. I beg you. His voice was hoarse, filled with desperation, fearing that if this continued, even his head might not be spared, and his tone carried a tinge of sorrow. Yiding raised his voice, gesturing for the throng to move outside. Yi Feiyun, nearly in tears, wished he could muster all his strength to crash against the door, but alas, that copper lock remained steadfast, as immovable as a godly pillar. Yi Feiyun was frantic, cursing under his breath. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the staircase. Yiding and the group hurriedly turned to see a young man in luxurious garments striding in, dressed in fine silk and brocade. With a jade pendant worth a fortune hanging at his waist, he fanned himself lightly, his complexion pale, adorned with a gilded necklace across his forehead. Unmistakably the mark of a wealthy young master. Yet he appeared somewhat gaunt, as if he had overindulged. Yiding was taken aback. Young Master Wang? The individual was none other than Wang Hu, a loyal ally of Yi Feiyun. Their backgrounds were nearly identical, both indulging in pleasure and engaging in nefarious deeds. His father held the position of captain of the Imperial Bodyguards, a third-rank official. Although his rank was modest, his actual power was significant. Not to mention, the palace interacted daily with high-ranking ministers, which elucidated the underlying dynamics. This was precisely why Wang Hu could associate with Feiyun. Their tastes aligned, and their status was comparable. Wang Hu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Where are you off to?" "Young Master Wang, we plan to avenge young Master Feiyun today." In the court, a fellow named Long Aotian had the audacity to insult our young master. Is that not deserving of a beating? Thus, we brothers are prepared to stand up for him. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Count me in." "What? Young Master Wang, you wish to join us?" Yiding asked incredulously. "Of course," Wang Hu declared, thumping his chest with enthusiasm, brimming with confidence. "I came today to find Feiyun precisely for this reason. How dare he bully our young master? Have you not heard of the 13 young masters of the capital?" Wang Hu held no official rank nor real power in the household, and thus lacked the standing to attend court. Yet upon hearing that his good friend Feiyun had been insulted as a wastrel, he could not contain himself, having skipped lunch in his haste to arrive. To his surprise, he stumbled upon Yiding preparing to act on behalf of Feiyun. How could he remain passive? Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to join the fray. "Stop this instant!" Feiyun's anguished voice echoed from within the estate. He was on the brink of madness. Chapter 9, Revenge. Feiyun was utterly distraught, with only Yiding causing him a headache, now Wang Hu had appeared, pushing him further onto a path of despair. From their exchanges, it seemed they intended to seek trouble with Long Aotian. At this rate, not only would Feiyun's life be in jeopardy, but even Yidashan's plump head, along with the heads of everyone in the Yi household, would likely be at risk, leaving them all in a precarious situation. Feiyun, in a fit of panic, kicked the door, shouting, "Let me out! Release me!" Yiding wore a troubled expression, responding, "Young master, do not fret. We shall return shortly. Once we subdue Long Aotian, we will present his head to you as an apology." Wang Hu added, thumping his chest, "Brother, rest assured, I am here for you. Today, whether it be Long Aotian or anyone else, they will kneel and beg for forgiveness. I have brought dozens of brothers with me. Long Aotian will not stand chance." Wang Hu spoke with unwavering conviction, his excitement palpable. They had long been accustomed to dominating the capital. A mere Long Aotian was not worthy of their regard. Feiyun, witnessing the chaos, felt as if his head might explode and quickly shouted, "Open the door for me. Enough with the nonsense." At that moment, the enormous copper lock, as large as a grinding wheel, on the door trembled violently, shaking incessantly. Wang Hu and Yiding stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Feiyun had acquired such immense strength. The lock was nearly dislodged by Feiyun's forceful impact. As he spoke, Yiding grasped Wang Hu's arm, preparing to exit. Meanwhile, Feiyun was engulfed in a frenzy. Was this Dragon Aotian someone they could provoke? He was undoubtedly the protagonist of this tale. Feiyun barely had time to evade trouble, yet this pack of sycophants was eager to confront him. It was in this moment that Feiyun finally grasped how the antagonists surrounding protagonists often met their demise, perpetually beset by a legion of dim-witted followers. Gritting his teeth, he dared not dwell further on it, and, with a resounding thud, hurled himself against the door with all his might. The lock shattered, and with a loud crash, Feiyun tumbled to the ground along with the two doors, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yiding and Wang Hu, witnessing the spectacle, were left dumbfounded, and they couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Young master, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to break open the door." Without uttering another word, Feiyun pounced on Yiding, pinning him to the ground and covering his mouth with his hand. "Brother, I beseech you, please do not seek vengeance against Dragon Aotian." The household servants and Wang Hu observed Feiyun's behavior in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. According to Feiyun's understanding, His Majesty had publicly promised to wed Mu Yinyan to him at court. It was already surprising that Feiyun had refrained from confronting Dragon Aotian. Now, he was actively preventing Yiding from avenging him. Given Feiyun's usual demeanor, he would typically rally the household servants to confront Dragon Aotian in the prison. This situation seemed incongruous with reality. Wang Hu tugged at Feiyun, urging, "Hurry, my brother, calm down." Without a moment's hesitation, Feiyun shoved Wang Hu aside and earnestly implored Yiding, "Brother, I beg you, please do not pursue Dragon Aotian. You're my dear brother." Yiding was overcome with emotion, his eyes reddening as if he might burst into tears, evoking a sense of pathos. Despite being the foremost lackey of the Yi family for many years, Yi Ding had never been addressed as a brother by Yi Feiyun, let alone receive such heartfelt words. Even a man of Yi Ding's stature could not help but be moved. As long as you refrain from seeking trouble with Dragon Aotian, I would consider you not merely a brother, but a dear elder. Yi Feiyun, in a state of desperation, clutched Yi Ding's collar, tears in his eyes. Yi Ding stood there, scratching his head awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Wang Hu looked on in shock, perplexed by Yi Feiyun's intentions. What do you mean? Yi Feiyun replied earnestly. I simply mean you must not go. It was then that Yi Feiyun suddenly recognized Wang, who was a potential source of trouble. He was not one to be trifled with, having been accustomed to dominating the capital. Yi Feiyun feared that if Wang Hu unwittingly sought out Dragon Aotian, the entire Yi family would be at risk. Dragon Aotian might be lurking in a corner, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Walking right into his trap would be tantamount to delivering oneself into his embrace. Wang Hu, still confused, remained rooted in place. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, and it was Yi Dacian returning. Observing the chaotic scene, Yi Dacian furrowed his brows. Yi Feiyun, what on earth are you doing? Father, please let us go. Yi Feiyun pleaded as he fell at Yi Dacian's feet, overwhelmed with emotion. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, their incredulous gazes fixed on Yi Feiyun. Could it be that the young master was so overwhelmed with joy at his majesty's betrothal that he was rendered speechless? How could he even utter such words? Kneeling at Yi Dacian's feet, while urging him not to leave? What madness was this? A look of incredulity crossed Yi Dacian's plump face as he regarded Yi Feiyun's desperate demeanor, stroking his beard in contemplation. What is the matter, Yi Feiyun? This is not like you at all. Yi Dacian scrutinized his son with a frown, sensing that he was somewhat unfamiliar. Normally at this hour, he would be as debauched as ever. How could he now be pleading with his father not to leave? Yi Dacian's gaze shifted, landing on Wang Hu standing in the courtyard, prompting him to scowl. Wang Hu, why are you back at the Yi residence? Wang Hu awkwardly chuckled. Lord Yi, I came to find Yi Feiyun. Oomph. Yi Dacian snorted, but refrained from further comment. Wang Hu was indeed a significant figure in Yi Feiyun's reckless escapades, and the two had caused no shortage of trouble together in the capital. Chapter 10. The Eighth Prince. Now, with Wang Hu's arrival, Yi Dacian was naturally displeased. After all, His Majesty had personally promised to marry the esteemed sixth princess to Yi Feiyun. If any disturbances arose at this critical juncture, the Yi family might lose an opportunity for ascendance. With a stern expression, he declared, I do not care what you intend to do. Yi Feiyun, you must not cause any trouble. Come, we are going to the prince's residence. The prince? Yi Feiyun's mind reeled in disbelief. You don't remember? He is your godfather. Yi Dacian bellowed, giving Yi Feiyun a light smack on the head, his anger still simmering. As Yi Feiyun's memory briefly flickered to life, he recalled that he indeed had a godfather of immense status, the eighth prince, renowned for his hereditary lineage. The eighth prince held Yi Feiyun in high regard, aiding him multiple times throughout the narrative. Eventually, however, due to Yi Feiyun's lack of ambition and his fixation on ingratiating himself with Mu Yangyun, the eighth prince, Mu Tiansheng, grew profoundly disappointed in him, ultimately supporting Dragon Aotian's rise to prominence within the Duchian dynasty. Yi Feiyun sought to explain, but Yi Dacian was unyielding, firmly grasping Yi Feiyun's ear as he dragged him outside. Wang Hu and Yi Ding stood in place, utterly bewildered. Stop with the stuttering. Come with me at once. Yi Dacian's booming voice echoed. As the father and son duo stumbled out of sight, Wang Hu and Yi Ding exchanged confused glances, entirely at a loss regarding the current situation. Suddenly, a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed from outside, growing fainter by the moment. Wang Hu, Yi Ding, my brothers, please do not go to the prison. Upon hearing Yi Feiyun's plea as he was dragged away by Yi Dacian, Wang Hu and Yi Ding became even more perplexed about what had transpired. Was there some hidden truth regarding Dragon Aotian that they were unaware of? Otherwise, why would Yi Feiyun exhibit such fear of him, even in such dire circumstances, while still worrying about them seeking trouble with Dragon Aotian? Wang Hu's expression darkened as he questioned, What do you think we should do? Yi Ding's face flushed with anger as he retorted, The young master must have been intimidated. That scoundrel, Dragon Aotian, dares to bully our young master. I shall see how formidable he truly is. Let us deal with him. Wang Hu slammed his thigh, and the two shared a look of indignation. With a swift gesture, Yi Ding commanded the household servants to line up, radiating an imposing presence. Let us go and avenge our young master. Charge! Avenge our young master. Teach Dragon Aotian a lesson he will never forget. As Yi Feiyun sat on the carriage with a mournful expression, he was being observed by Yi Dashan. The carriage swayed as it took them towards the residence of the 8th prince. Mu Tiansheng, whose health was frail, was being attended to by his youngest daughter, Mu Fenfang, who was tirelessly searching for renowned doctors to cure his ailment. In the original storyline, it was Long Aotian, with his extraordinary acupuncture skills, who miraculously healed Mu Tiansheng, subsequently earning the affection of Mu Fenfang, which led to a significant rift between him and Yi Feiyun. Notably, Mu Fenfang was also one of Long Aotian's consorts. Yi Feiyun pondered this silently. In the front, Yi Dashan sat, holding his breath and concentrating, his plump face quivering with the movements of the carriage. He then opened his eyes slightly and looked at Yi Feiyun. Yin'er, I must remind you, once we arrive at the 8th prince's residence, you must behave yourself. His Majesty has already agreed to marry Mu Yinyun to you, and if anything goes awry, HM. The weight of his warning was palpable. A chill ran down Yi Feiyun's spine. He had been seeking a moment to slip away, but Yi Dashan was relentlessly watching him. It seemed even a trip to the restroom was out of the question. He would be lucky if he was allowed to leave the carriage at all. Even when Yi Feiyun complained of stomachache, Yi Dashan insisted he resolve it in the carriage. Realizing there was no escape this time, Yi Feiyun resigned himself to accompany Yi Dashan to the 8th prince's residence. He inwardly lamented, hoping fervently not to encounter that Long Aotian. Surely, Long Aotian remained imprisoned, right? It couldn't be that sinister, could it? Yi Feiyun silently put it. After a half-hour of jostling, the carriage finally came to a halt. Yi Dashan heaved his bulky frame and lifted the luxurious curtain, revealing a grand and imposing princely residence. 2 large red pillars flanked the entrance, with the plaque above inscribed with the words Mu Wangfu in a flamboyant script. 2 attendants and an elderly steward stood at the entrance. The steward quickly approached with a warm smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Ah, it is Lord Yi. Yi Dashan smiled faintly, replying, I am honored by the 8th prince's kindness. I have brought my son to pay a visit. The steward, still smiling, glanced towards the carriage. You are most welcome. Please follow me. He gestured invitingly, leading Yi Dashan and Yi Feiyun inside. As Yi Feiyun passed through the garden like Mu Wangfu, he was struck by its magnificence. The lavish decor must have cost a fortune, indicating the wealth behind Mu Wangfu. Guided by the steward, he was soon led to a garden. In the distance, a serene lake adorned with blooming lotus flowers captured his attention. The air was filled with the sweet songs of birds amid the fragrant blossoms. An elderly gentleman, supported by several maidens, was slowly walking along the lake, accompanied by a graceful woman adorned with a delicate hairpin and dressed in a pink embroidered gown, exuding an ethereal charm. Her bright eyes sparkled as she assisted the 8th prince, Mu Tiansheng, along the lakeside. Father, how have you been feeling lately? Mu Fenfang inquired. Mu Tiansheng coughed lightly, his voice frail and his complexion weary as he replied, Not too bad. Concern flickered across Mu Fenfang's face. Do not worry, father. I have summoned a renowned physician for you. At that moment, Mu Tiansheng noticed Yi Feiyun and Yi Dashan standing in the corner. Oh, Yin'er has arrived. Come over. Mu Tiansheng beckoned eagerly. Yi Dashan exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Feiyun and quickly guided him forward. Chapter 11. The Ungrateful Wolf with a Pale Face. Yi Feiyun trudged behind Yi Dashan's stout form, arriving quickly before Mu Tiansheng. He inwardly lamented, Please don't notice me. Please don't notice me. You old man, if you're going to die, just do it quietly and don't think of me. He anxiously thought, just don't get involved with Long Aotian. I am genuinely terrified. As Mu Tiansheng gazed at Yi Feiyun, his murky old eyes shone with affection. Yi Feiyun had always regarded Mu Tiansheng as a godfather, and Mu Tiansheng had cherished him dearly, despite the trouble Yi Feiyun had caused in the capital. On numerous occasions, Mu Tiansheng had intervened on his behalf, pleading with Mu Tianhao to spare him. Otherwise, Yi Feiyun's head would have likely been forfeit by now. However, according to the original tale, Yi Feiyun showed no gratitude. Instead, he relentlessly pursued Mu Yinyun, harming Mu Tiansheng's interests repeatedly, even nearly sending him to the brink of death. It was only then that Mu Tiansheng finally lost all hope in Yi Feiyun, opting to support Long Aotian instead. At this moment, Mu Tianxing regarded Yi Feiyun with the fondness one would show a beloved son, expressing his joy. Feiyun, I heard that today in court. His Majesty has betrothed the sixth princess to you. Why do you not mention this to your godfather? Yi Feiyun internally muttered, Oh, what on earth is this? What is Mu Tianhao thinking? I have no idea what he is plotting, to marry his sixth princess to me. Isn't this akin to pushing me towards danger? Long Aotian might still be locked up, but who knows when he might reappear. He thought desperately, I barely have time to think of dying. And now you bring me here. I must quickly devise a plan to escape. I cannot afford to linger with this old man. Meanwhile, Mu Fenfong, supporting Mu Tianxing, wore a peculiar expression. How could she hear Yi Feiyun speaking when his lips hadn't moved? Frowning, she scrutinized him closely, trying to discern what was happening. Yi Feiyun respectfully replied, Godfather, I was just about to visit you with my father to share this good news. He spoke with utmost respect, even as he mentally cursed Long Aotian and Mu Tianxing 180 times, not daring to show any disrespect. After all, if he couldn't escape the capital, Mu Tianxing was his only lifeline. Mu Tianxing still held some sway before His Majesty. Mu Tianhao. Many influential officials treated his father with respect because of the eighth prince. Had Mu Tianxing not been in such poor health, he might have even ascended to the throne of the Qin dynasty. Before such a venerable elder, Yi Feiyun dared not display even a hint of disrespect. Yi Feiyun thought to himself, who would have thought this old man's health is quite stable? Despite his trembling speech, according to the original records, he could easily live another decade or so. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Fenfong, standing beside Mu Tianxing, was staring at him with an odd look. Although Yi Feiyun had not spoken, she somehow heard his words, which puzzled her. After a moment, her clever mind pieced together the mystery. It seemed she could hear Yi Feiyun's inner thoughts. With a glint in her eye, she focused intently on him, intrigued by what this wayward son might be contemplating. Meanwhile, Yi Feiyun, noticing her gaze, thought to himself, why does she keep looking at me? Doesn't she realize she belongs to Long Aotian? Please clarify your positioning. You are merely part of Long Aotian's harem. As a member of the harem, one must possess the awareness that comes with the role. What are you thinking about each day? Yi Feiyun continually reminded himself of the first law of web literature. The protagonist's women must not be touched, for doing so would lead to certain death, regardless of one's power. Even if the emperor of the Qin dynasty, Mu Tianhao, were to appear, he would still fall victim to this law, likely meeting a grisly end at the hands of the protagonist. Upon hearing this, Mu Fenfong's face flushed with anger. What nonsense! Who considers herself part of anyone's harem? Meanwhile, Yi Feiyun glanced around anxiously, fearing that Long Aotian might emerge from some corner. According to the original narrative, Long Aotian was supposed to appear at the Mu Wang Fu, using his extraordinary medical skills to cure Mu Tianxing's ailment, subsequently gaining his favor and thereby elevating his status once more. However, the previous events had deviated from the script, leaving Yi Feiyun uncertain of Long Aotian's whereabouts. Was he perhaps being subjected to torturous treatment? At that moment, Mu Tianxing suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, his skeletal frame resembling a leaf in the wind, as though he might cough up a lung. Yi Feiyun was taken aback. How had Mu Tianxing's condition deteriorated so severely? This sudden commotion caused the servants nearby to panic, and even Mu Fenfong hurried to support her father, anxiously inquiring, Father, are you all right? I'm fine, just my old ailment, Mu Tianxing replied, blood staining the corner of his lips, his murky old eyes glinting with a flicker of light, his body hunched over, clearly suffering. He beckoned, Yenair, come here, let me have another look at you. A wave of emotion washed over Yi Feiyun. It felt as if the original owner's sentiments were melding with his own. Mu Tianxing had indeed treated the original owner well. Even in his current state, he still thought of Yi Feiyun. Thus, Yi Feiyun hastened over to stand before Mu Tianxing. The elder extended a hand, rough as a fan, and rested it against Yi Feiyun's face. Yun, I can't believe how much you've grown. It has been over a decade. You should come visit your godfather more often. Yi Feiyun remained silent, merely gazing at Mu Tianxing's aged visage, feeling a stirring in his heart. Chapter 12. Why is it Long Aotian again? Meanwhile, Yi Deshan observed this interaction with discontent and promptly kicked Yi Feiyun in the rear to instill a lesson. Did you hear that? You should visit your godfather more often. Where is your filial piety? Surprisingly, Mu Tiancheng defended Yi Feiyun, saying, "It's all right, he's just a child." They all behave this way. Yi Feiyun felt a deeper sense of unease. After all, Mu Tiancheng regarded him as a son, always prioritizing his welfare, even protecting him from dire consequences on several occasions. Yet, the original owner remained ungrateful, fixated solely on winning over Mu Yinyun, to the extent of betraying his godfather Mu Tiancheng without hesitation. Yi Feiyun pondered, "This old man is kind-hearted, yet his mind is not sharp. Soon, his daughter will be deceived by Long Aotian and taken into his harem. At that point, not only will he fail to protect his fortune, but everything he has worked for in his life will be lost to that scoundrel." Mu Fengfang's brows furrowed. Long Aotian, what does that mean? Just yesterday, she had engaged a divine physician named Long Aotian. However, upon further reflection, their names bore a striking resemblance. Could there be a connection? At that moment, Mu Tiancheng coughed violently again, the commotion escalating. Mu Fengfang, disregarding her thoughts, rushed to support her father, speaking excitedly. "Father, I've found a divine physician. I'll have him take a look at you right away." A divine physician? Mu Tiancheng's expression softened. "This is an old ailment I've suffered for many years. No divine physician can cure me." "Father," Mu Fengfang implored urgently. Eventually, Mu Tiancheng relented. "Very well, let him come." With a peculiar expression, Mu Fengfang glanced at Yi Feiyun before hastily exiting. Yi Feiyun couldn't shake the ominous feeling creeping into his heart. It felt as though he had stepped into a den of tigers and dragons. Surely this so-called divine physician is not Long Aotian himself, is it? Long Aotian had already been imprisoned. He couldn't possibly escape so soon, could he? Nervousness coursed through Yi Feiyun. Watching his son, Yi Dashan grew agitated and kicked him again. "Why aren't you supporting your godfather?" Yi Feiyun hurriedly complied, not daring to argue, and swiftly assisted Mu Tiancheng. The elder bore no resentment towards Yi Feiyun. Instead, he looked at him with fondness. "Yin heir, if you marry the sixth princess, you must treat her well, as it will greatly benefit both you and the Yi family." A warm current swept through Yi Feiyun's heart. Even at such a time, Mu Tiancheng still cared for him. How could the original owner be such a scoundrel, capable of such betrayal? Moments later, what transpired next left Yi Feiyun gaping in disbelief, his jaw nearly on the floor. Mu Fengfang entered, leading a figure clad in a dark robe, the face obscured by its shadow, appearing eerily under the sunlight. The figure moved swiftly, and Yi Feiyun almost stumbled back in shock. That face, even if reduced to ashes, he would recognize it anywhere. This person was none other than Long Aotian, who had been imprisoned. Beneath the disguise, Long Aotian was cursing inwardly. He had intended to impress the court and showcase his talents before Mu Tianhao, but instead found himself thrown into prison. His plans to take Mu Yinyun into his harem had crumbled, and now he had only just escaped from confinement. As he descended from the mountain, his first plan had failed miserably, filling Long Aotian with frustration, and he had been fixated on Yi Feiyun since. If not for Yi Feiyun, he would not have faced this misfortune. If he caught him, he would surely make him pay. Just then, Long Aotian's gaze met that of the terrified Yi Feiyun, and they both froze in place. Long Aotian's expression shifted. What a coincidence! How is he here? Yi Feiyun was drenched in cold sweat, too frightened to speak, his body trembling uncontrollably. Long Aotian, although having altered his appearance slightly, was still recognizable to Yi Feiyun. Even if his face had changed, he could never forget. This extraordinary individual can come and go as he pleases from the heavily guarded prison. Is he even human? "Father." Mu Fengfang was completely oblivious as she hurriedly called out and approached Mu Tiancheng. "This is the renowned physician I invited for you, Long Aotian, who will assist in your examination." Long Aotian, brimming with confidence, removed his cloak, having already altered his appearance. He was certain that Yi Dashan and Yi Feiyun would not recognize him. As the protagonist, his confidence was indeed overwhelming. Meanwhile, Yi Feiyun was filled with dread, his voice trembling as he internally berated the situation, contemplating a course of action. This pathetic creature, how could he truly be Long Aotian? Mu Fengfang, have you lost your mind? Why do you bring such people home? I had painstakingly ensured that Long Aotian was imprisoned. This is disastrous. Mu Fanfong is surely destined to be captured into his harem. Yi Feiyun's words reached Mu Fanfong's ears, causing her delicate brows to furrow in concern. What was Yi Feiyun muttering about? Constantly referring to Long Aotian. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Wasn't it true that earlier in the court, His Majesty had personally imprisoned a guard named Long Aotian? Yet this physician was Long Aotian. What connection could there be? Chapter 13. Long Aotian? Could it be that they were one and the same? Mu Fanfong had heard of the events that transpired in the court, including the man's escape, and the wanted posters plastered throughout the city. She had seen those posters, and Long Aotian was certainly not the man depicted on them. Furthermore, this individual was named Long Aotian and bore no resemblance to the person in the wanted image. Each person's thoughts diverged significantly. Long Aotian cast a cold glance at Yi Dacian and Yi Feiyun, akin to viewing corpses. Previously, Yi Feiyun had thwarted his plans, and now he had come to the Mu residence, determined to claim Mu Fanfong. After all, the 8th prince was the most powerful ally in the Qian dynasty, second only to Mu Tianhao. Having already offended Mu Tianhao, he was uncertain of the latter's thoughts, especially after being thrown into the dungeon without a word. Wasn't that absurd? If he could earn Mu Tianqing's favor, reinvent himself, and adopt the name Long Aotian, he could once again wield power in the Qian dynasty. What a brilliant scheme. A sinister smile crept upon Long Aotian's lips as he cast a calculating glance at Yi Dacian and Yi Feiyun. He had already devised plans to deal with Yi Feiyun for previously sabotaging his endeavors. Yi Feiyun felt a chill as he met Long Aotian's gaze, which seemed to strip him of his skin. This detestable protagonist seemed to shadow him wherever he went. He had known that visiting the Mu residence would bring nothing but trouble, yet he was drawn toward it like a moth to a flame. At that moment, neither heaven nor earth responded to his cries. There was no point in being entangled any further. Just then, Mu Tiansheng coughed violently, spitting blood. Mu Fanfong, in a state of panic, lost all focus on Yi Feiyun's thoughts and cried out in alarm. The servants hurriedly lifted Mu Tiansheng and began to carry him into the room. Yi Feiyun contemplated escaping, but before he could move, Yi Dacian seized his shoulder. Yi Feiyun offered an awkward smile, turning away. "Father, perhaps I should take my leave? You ungrateful wretch. Your godfather cares for you so deeply. How can you even think of leaving when he is gravely ill?" Yi Dacian was furious. Although he had amassed wealth in the Qian dynasty, he was acutely aware of right and wrong in such matters. How could his son be disloyal and unfilial? He huffed and puffed, ready to reprimand Yi Feiyun. Yielding, Yi Feiyun widened his eyes and obediently replied, "Very well, I shall listen to you, father." In a grand, antique room, 2 bronze cranes exuded a faint, fragrant smoke, filling the air with a subtle aroma. Beside a red pillar adorned with golden lacquer, a magnificent mural depicted a 4-clawed python coiling majestically. Mu Tiansheng lay on the sickbed, his face pale and weak. Mu Fanfong knelt beside him, her delicate features streaked with tears of worry. "Father, please do not frighten me." She wept, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Mu Tiansheng gently patted Mu Fanfong's hand. "Fonger, do not worry. This is just an old ailment of mine. I shall recover in a few days." Standing nearby, Yi Feiyun observed Mu Tianqing's sickly visage and felt an odd unease. According to the records, Mu Tiansheng indeed suffered from a peculiar illness, one resembling tuberculosis, causing him to cough incessantly since the age of 20. Yet, decades had passed without improvement. Yi Feiyun could not discern the nature of Mu Tiansheng's ailment. The man had appeared quite robust when speaking to him earlier, only to suddenly succumb to a fit of coughing. Something felt amiss. Long Aotian clasped his hands together and addressed Mu Fanfong. "My lady, may I examine the prince's condition?" He was eager to showcase his abilities. The longer this situation dragged on, the more distant his aspirations of wielding power in the Qian dynasty seemed. Thus, he professed his loyalty. "Perhaps I possess a solution?" Mu Fanfong lifted her gaze to Long Aotian and sighed in relief. "Please, help my father. I beg of you." Divine physician Long understood. "I shall do my utmost." Long Aotian hurried to Mu Tianqing's side. The latter scrutinized him silently, revealing no emotion. Long Aotian, with an air of nonchalance, swiftly sat down and placed his hand like lightning upon Mu Tianqing's frail wrist, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sage, almost ethereal. Mu Fengfeng's expression shifted, recalling her previous encounter with Long Aotian, as he had saved a life. The individual had been on the brink of death, yet Long Aotian, with merely 3 needles, had restored him to vitality. His medical prowess was undoubtedly impressive. Observing Mu Fengfeng's admiration, Feiyun inwardly scoffed. This foolish girl truly is oblivious. Ensnared in a trap without realizing it. Mu Fengfeng frowned at him, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Feiyun's insensitivity was infuriating. Her father lay on the brink of death, and the only hope for his salvation was Long Aotian. Yet, he was muttering slander against the very person who could save him. Though doubts about Long Aotian's identity as the wanted Long Aotian began to surface, she prioritized her father's recovery over all else. She shot a furious glare at Feiyun, preparing to unleash her wrath. Meanwhile, Feiyun raged internally. This accursed Long Aotian. If only you knew the extent of his misdeeds. Alas, this girl is too naive. She easily fell into Long Aotian's schemes. That so-called lifeless being is merely a hired actor. How could she not see through it? No wonder she would be deceived into joining his harem. She truly is the epitome of foolishness. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengfeng swayed, her face paling in horror as memories of their previous encounter with Long Aotian flashed through her mind. Chapter 14. How could one consume poison daily? Upon deeper contemplation, what initially seemed innocuous suddenly revealed itself as suspicious through Feiyun's subtle hints. How could an individual collapse on the ground, frothing at the mouth, teetering on the brink of death? Yet, Long Aotian appeared almost instantaneously, employing 3 silver needles to miraculously save the man's life. It all seemed to unfold like a meticulously orchestrated play. Had Feiyun not pointed out earlier, she might have remained oblivious, but now, his reminder stirred an unsettling awareness within her, suggesting something was indeed amiss. She instinctively cast a look of astonishment towards Long Aotian. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Tiansheng erupted in a violent fit of coughs, blood spewing onto the crimson bedspread, the vivid red of his blood starkly contrasting against the pink fabric, evoking a sense of desolation. Mu Fengfeng grew increasingly anxious. Quickly, bring in the medicinal pills my father usually takes. Yes. In a moment, Feiyun glanced over in surprise. Shortly after, a servant girl rushed in, clutching a blue medicinal pill that exuded a faint, pungent aroma. Upon its emergence, Feiyun instinctively covered her mouth and nose. What is this? She inquired in astonishment. After all, Mu Tiansheng had been relatively kind to the original owner, and Feiyun harbored a nagging suspicion that this medicine might not be beneficial. Step aside. This is my father's medicine, Mu Fengfeng exclaimed, her face etched with urgency, instinctively trying to push Feiyun aside. In her eyes, Feiyun was more a hindrance than a help, and her frustration boiled over at such a critical moment. Feiyun shifted her gaze toward the exquisitely boxed pill in the servant's hands. She covered her mouth and nose, her brow furrowing. Something is definitely off. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. Nearby, Dashin stroked his beard while observing Feiyun, inquiring, Yunner, what is wrong with this medicine? Feiyun immediately glanced back, noticing Long Aotian staring intently at her with an implied menace in his expression. She finally grasped the nature of Mu Tiansheng's peculiar ailment, which had persisted for so many years. What is this pill? It is clearly a deadly poison. Feiyun muset quickly. Just then, Mu Fengfeng, poised to deliver the pill to her ailing father, froze, her delicate features betraying her surprise as her eyes turned towards Feiyun. What is this boy mumbling about? Oblivious to her scrutiny, Feiyun continued her inner lament. This concoction is supposed to heal. That it has sustained him for so long is a testament to the old man's robust constitution. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. If it weren't for Long Aotian's presence, I would truly wish for the old man to survive. But if I speak up now, won't Long Aotian set his sights on me? This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. Fine, if you wish to feed him, then be it. With a grimace, Feiyun shrank behind Dashin, falling silent. Mu Fengfeng, who had been about to administer the pill, suddenly halted, her mind racing. What? This medicine is actually poisonous? No. It was prescribed by the imperial physician. How could it be toxic? The mention of lead poisoning, what does that signify? She instinctively glanced at the pill in her hand. her steps faltering as hesitation gripped her, unsure whether to present it. At that moment, Mu Tiansheng coughed violently again, his frail body staggering as he clutched the bed. Agony etched across his face. Accompanied by a violent expulsion of blood, the room was instantly filled with the acrid scent of iron. Long Aotian's gaze flickered as he swiftly retrieved his silver needles, determined to proceed with the treatment. No matter what, he must heal the 8th prince today. Witnessing this scene, Ye Feiyun sikhit internally. This is it. It is utterly finished. Long Aotian claims to save lives, but he is, in truth, endangering them. The 3 acupoints he intends to pierce are unequivocally fatal. Previously, Mu Tiansheng might have lived another decade, but with these 3 needles, he is forcibly draining the essence of his life. Though he appears more robust, it is merely a fade, a prelude to his demise. Alas, the old man could have lived another decade, but after this needle, he may only have 3 years left. Ye Feiyun shook her head vigorously. It is clearly lead poisoning. A simple increase in chives would suffice, yet they complicate matters so. But she dared not voice her concerns, especially with Long Aotian present. Fearing his retribution, this man had escaped from the dungeons. If he held a grudge, who knows the trouble he might conjure for her. Cowering behind Yi Dashan, Ye Feiyun remained silent. Yi Dashan, equally anxious, turned to comfort Mu Tiansheng. Your Highness, please take this medicine with peace of mind. At that moment, Mu Fengfang, who had absorbed Ye Feiyun's thoughts in their entirety, was taken aback, glancing at the pill in her hand, her heart racing with alarm. What? Has the medicine administered to my father all these years been poison? Lead poisoning? Chives? Upon hearing this, Mu Fengfang instinctively called out to Long Aotian, wait. What is it? Long Aotian, poised with 3 gleaming silver needles, turned in surprise. Princess, what is the matter? Mu Fengfang's expression shifted, her words faltering, unsure how to proceed. After all, she had summoned Long Aotian to treat her father. To suddenly halt now seemed peculiar. Moreover, she pondered Ye Feiyun's claims about chives curing lead poisoning. Realizing he must be unaware, she could hear him. However, the notion that chives could heal the prince's ailment was utterly bizarre. More critically, why did Ye Feiyun appear so fearful of Long Aotian, lingering in the shadows? Despite possessing a remedy, he refrained from speaking up. How could he remain so secretive when her father had treated him with such kindness? Seething with indignation, Mu Fengfang glared at the cowering Ye Feiyun, who was hiding behind Yi Dashan. In the meantime, Ye Feiyun muttered to herself, what is this girl doing? Even in this dire situation, why is she fixated on me? Chapter 15. Do not gaze any longer. Long Aotian is about to take you into his harem. If you keep staring at me, I may very well be dismembered. Please, dear girl, avert your gaze. Upon hearing Ye Feiyun's thoughts, Mu Fengfang let out a cold huff, her annoyance deepening. She then shifted her gaze, sweetly declaring, Father, I previously received guidance from a wise person who indicated that your condition is serious and that you cannot continue to take this pill. Thus, I have sought an alternative remedy for you. Long Aotian, eager to respond, was about to speak when Mu Fengfang's cold gaze fell upon him. Laced with a hint of frost, you should step back. What? Long Aotian was reluctant, having awaited this opportunity to showcase his abilities, only to be interrupted. Do not say another word. Mu Fengfang abruptly raised her hand, silencing him, then waved him away. Reluctantly, Long Aotian stepped aside, his mind racing with confusion. What is happening now? Is this all due to Ye Feiyun? How could he disrupt this long-awaited chance? Mu Fengfang's attention turned back to Ye Feiyun. Ye Feiyun stepped forward. Caught off guard while hiding behind Yi Dashan, Ye Feiyun felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. This young lady, why is she staring at me again? Could she possibly be unwell? Long Aotian is still here watching. Why not let him show his skills? His infamous 13 needles are quite formidable. Why not let him use a few on the old master? Ye Feiyun tentatively poked his head out and inquired, What is it, Your Highness? Mu Fengfang turned her gaze towards him. Every thought that had previously crossed Ye Feiyun's mind had come to fruition. When Long Aotian prepared to insert 3 silver needles into Mu Tiansheng, she immediately recognized them as targeting 3 significant acupuncture points on the human body. Had it not been for her urgent desire to save her father, she might not have noticed, but Ye Feiyun's words prompted her to be vigilant. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that Long Aotian could indeed be the one who escaped from the celestial prison. Yet why did Ye Feiyun appear to harbor such fear of him? Mu Fengfang was filled with curiosity. Nevertheless, She had discerned that Long Aotian's method of treating her father was a reckless extension of life, and she could not allow him to proceed with such treatment. She promptly gestured, and a servant rushed over. "Your Highness, what are your orders?" "Have the kitchen prepare a few plates of scrambled eggs with chives." "What?" The servant, somewhat incredulous, repeated, "Did you say scrambled eggs with chives?" "I instructed you to make scrambled eggs with chives. Do you understand?" Mu Fengfang said sharply. The servant trembled in fear, hastily nodded, and bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Highness. I understand." With that, the servant hurriedly departed, their demeanor frantic and anxious. The onlookers appeared unable to believe their ears, especially Yi Dashan, whose round eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Mu Fengfang. "Your Highness, you must be mistaken. At this moment, the prince is gravely ill, and you send someone to make scrambled eggs with chives. What does that mean?" Long Aotian stood nearby, his expression darkening. This was incomprehensible even to him. What game was Mu Fengfang playing? Yet, the most shocked of all was Yi Feiyun, whose heart raced with a foreboding sense of dread. Did Mu Fengfang somehow know that he feared Long Aotian, and that she could use chives to dispel poison? Could it be that she was aware her father was suffering from lead poisoning? This was exceedingly strange. "You should be obediently managing the harem." Mu Fengfang turned her gaze to Yi Feiyun, clearly reading his thoughts. Indeed, these chives could remedy her father's affliction, but she did not wish to reveal this just yet. She wanted to see what tricks Yi Feiyun was up to. Moreover, he had spoken repeatedly of wanting to serve Long Aotian in the harem. What was Long Aotian? Merely an idle individual. She was a noble princess. Did he think himself worthy? In the past, Mu Fengfang had always disdained Yi Feiyun's extravagant behavior, and now she intended to confront him directly. Meanwhile, Mu Tiansheng clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face. Coughing as he spoke, his wrinkles trembling like tree bark, his eyes dimmed and voice filled with agony. "Feiyun, come near, Yunir." Yi Feiyun turned to look, and Yi Dashan promptly kicked him in the rear. "Go and see. Your godfather is calling for you." "Oh dear." Yi Feiyun, flustered and hurried, stumbled over and sat beside Mu Tiansheng's bed. "Godfather, what do you need from me?" he asked, while keeping a wary eye on Long Aotian, who was watching him intently. This was disastrous. First Mu Fengfang had drawn attention to him, and now Mu Tiansheng was urgently calling for him. This could not end well. If the two of them could not find a reason later, who knew how Long Aotian would deal with him? Yi Feiyun's sole desire was to escape quickly. He must not linger here. Long Aotian's eyes seemed ablaze with fury as he glared at Yi Feiyun, silently cursing, "Damn it. Why must this troublesome fellow keep ruining my plans?" "Just wait." At that moment, Yi Feiyun had been placed on Long Aotian's list of targets, his animosity reaching a boiling point of 99. Before long, a servant rushed in carrying a basin of appetizing scrambled eggs with chives, their green hues tantalizing to the eye. Beads of sweat rolling down the servant's pale skin. The servant, visibly flustered, did not understand why their mistress had suddenly requested this dish. "Miss, the dish you ordered has arrived." Mu Fengfang quickly took it. "Father." "What is it?" "Father, try this and see if it helps," she said, while Yi Feiyun stood wide-eyed beside the bed, unable to believe Mu Fengfang seemed to know everything. Yet Mu Tiansheng was equally bewildered, not grasping the situation. Why do you want me to eat this?" He hesitated, and everyone present fell silent, watching Mu Fengfang and Mu Tiansheng intently. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Tiansheng finally opened his mouth. Mu Fengfang, seeing this, quickly picked up a piece of egg and gently fed it to him. "Father, take your time." The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances at this absurd scene. However, after a brief moment, the basin of scrambled eggs with chives had been completely devoured. After finishing, Mu Tiansheng's complexion had indeed improved slightly. "Father, how do you feel?" Mu Fengfang asked. "It feels much more comfortable," Mu Tiansheng replied, a look of astonishment on his face as he touched his chest. He had suffered from this ailment for over a decade. Yet now a simple plate of scrambled eggs with chives had brought him relief. This was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Yi Feiyun stood by, his temples throbbing. This was surely problematic. Scrambled eggs with chives could counteract lead poisoning, a conclusion drawn in later times. How could Mu Fengfang know this? Was this not absurd? If the imperial physicians were aware of this, they would not have allowed the 8th prince's condition to deteriorate for so long. This was sheer nonsense. Yi Feiyun pondered quietly. Meanwhile, Long Aotian was deeply displeased. He had finally infiltrated the Mu Wangfu and had yet to make his mark, only to have his plans disrupted by a plate of scrambled eggs with chives. Long Aotian immediately clasped his hands and said, "Your Highness, this is entirely inappropriate. The eighth prince is in a frail state. Relying solely on a bowl of scrambled eggs with chives will not cure his illness. This merely fills the stomach and offers some comfort. We should have a proper examination." Mu Fengfang, now aware of Long Aotian's intentions, turned cold. "What is wrong with that? Leave?" Long Aotian was bewildered, completely lost as to what had transpired. Why had her attitude shifted so dramatically? When he was invited into the estate, she had been courteous, yet now before he could demonstrate his medical skills, she turned cold towards him. More importantly, he had committed no offense. Long Aotian could not fathom. After a brief moment, Mu Tiansheng cautiously moved about and suddenly said, "I truly feel much better. My body feels warm, and the excruciating pain has vanished." Upon hearing this, Mu Fengfang's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Really, father?" She had not expected Yi Feiyun's method to be effective, and she looked at him in disbelief. Mu Tiansheng quickly grasped Mu Fengfang's hand, pressing her urgently. "Who told you this? Which physician?" Mu Fengfang then lowered her eyelids, feigning shyness. I actually learned this from Yi Feiyun." Yi Feiyun had been reluctant to speak earlier, but now she wanted to see what would ensue from revealing his name. The very events he wished to avoid were precisely what she was determined to bring to fruition. Yi Feiyun stood beside, utterly astonished. "What did I ever say that? I'm completely unaware. Oh my, little girl, do not bring ruin upon us." The moment these words were uttered, the crowd gasped in shock. Yi Dashan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He had no inkling that his son possessed the ability to heal and save lives. Meanwhile, Long Aotian seethed with rage. Indeed, it was once again Yi Feiyun who thwarted his plans. However, in the presence of so many witnesses, he restrained his fury. Yi Feiyun stole another glance, only to find Long Aotian's gaze piercing through him as if he were to be devoured. He felt utterly unwilling to remain in this place for even a second longer, sensing that this girl was distinctly peculiar and undoubtedly troublesome. Mu Tiansheng immediately displayed a hint of heartfelt emotion, beckoning Yi Feiyun closer. "Yinner, come here." Yi Feiyun dared not defy him. Casting a glance at Yi Dashan, who had been fixated on him, he obediently approached Mu Tiansheng's bedside. "Godfather, do you have something to instruct me?" Mu Tiansheng trembled as he extended his hand, shakily placing it upon Yi Feiyun's forehead. "Feiyun, you truly are a splendid godson. Had it not been for you, I might not have survived today." As he spoke, tears welled in his murky old eyes, his expression deeply touched. "What?" Yi Feiyun's heart raced as if a fawn were leaping wildly within. "When did I ever tell her that? How could I not know?" "Sir, old man, please do not act this way. The more you cry, the closer I draw to death. Do you realize?" Yi Feiyun covertly glanced sideways, observing Long Aotian's fury boiling over. His body trembling, his eyes fixed upon Yi Feiyun with a murderous intensity. Anxiety gripped Yi Feiyun as he felt his heart pounding uncontrollably. Then, Mu Tiansheng uttered words that left Yi Feiyun trembling with fear. "Feiyun, look at you. You are not so young anymore. You are on the verge of marrying the sixth princess. As a man, one must be open and upright, standing tall. Furthermore, as men, we ought to consider taking multiple wives. Though you have wed Princess Mu Yinyun, my little daughter Mu Fengfang is also 18 now. If the two of you find mutual affection, I believe this matter is worth contemplating." Yi Feiyun hastily interrupted. "Godfather, I am not ready to consider this at the moment." "What nonsense is this? Has your mind gone awry? Are you really bringing up such matters now? I am already marked as Long Aotian's primary target. And now you wish to discuss marriage with Mu Fengfang? Is this not akin to setting up camp beside a cesspool? Am I not already facing enough trouble? First, I offend Long Aotian at the court. Then you wish to betroth me to his daughter, Mu Yinyun, and now you want to arrange for Mu Fengfang as well. Both of them are part of Long Aotian's harem. What are you thinking? Why is everyone so eager to introduce me to potential partners? Is matchmaking some kind of addiction?" Yi Feiyun raged internally, yet he dared not voice a single word. Meanwhile, Mu Fengfang overheard his silent thoughts and trembled with indignation. "Goodness, so I'm not worthy of being his match. Always referring to me as part of Long Aotian's harem. I'm curious to see just how capable Long Aotian truly is." I shall not allow you to have it easy. Yi Feiyun, do you still look down upon me? Have you forgotten how you teased me incessantly in our youth? Now you wish to brush it all aside as if it never happened? Not a chance. At this moment, Mu Fengfang herself was in a state of confusion. Previously, she had harbored an immense disdain for Yi Feiyun. His every action had repulsed her. Yet now, upon hearing his thoughts, her sense of indignation only grew stronger. Chapter 17, indignant Mu Fengfang. What was it that made her inferior to Mu Yinyun? He constantly revolved around Mu Yinyun, neglecting her while occasionally teasing her. Now, her father intended to betroth her to him, and Yi Feiyun was still unwilling. Suddenly, Mu Fengfang's expression softened, resembling flowing water. Father, I understand that brother Feiyun has his own thoughts. Let us not pressure him. Perhaps fate will reveal itself in due time, and we shall see what is meant to be. She feigned a shy demeanor. Mu Tiancheng gazed deeply at Yi Feiyun. Yi Dashan quickly interjected to mediate. Ha ha ha, Your Highness. This matter is of great significance. Let the two young ones decide for themselves. At this moment, Mu Tianhao had already betrothed his daughter Mu Yinyun to Yi Feiyun. And if the daughter of the 8th prince, Mu Fengfang, were also promised to him, the Yi family would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the Dacian dynasty. They would wield immense power, capable of calling forth storms and covering the skies. Yi Feiyun felt as though he might burst into tears. Did you not see Long Aotian's murderous glare? With Mu Yinyun and Mu Fengfang, do you not think this is already enough trouble? Yi Feiyun dared not linger, hastily saying, Godfather, since you are recovering, let us deliberate on this matter further at a later date. I must take my leave. I have urgent matters to attend to. Please take care of yourself. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed outside, heedless of Yi Dashan's calls, rushing into the courtyard. Finally escaping outdoors, Yi Feiyun leaned against a pillar, his heart racing. This is it. I am utterly finished. Long Aotian will undoubtedly find some horrific way to torment me. After bidding farewell to Yi Dashan and Mu Tiansheng, he followed Mu Fengfang and Long Aotian outside. Upon seeing Yi Feiyun in such a disheveled state, Yi Dashan immediately scolded, Yin'er, your behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous. Your godfather had not finished speaking, and you ran off alone. Mu Fengfang, however, appeared concerned. Uncle Yi, do not blame Brother Feiyun. Perhaps he truly has his own struggles. Brother Feiyun must have his considerations. Clearly, Mu Fengfang had discerned Yi Feiyun's fear of the situation, and she spoke so intentionally. She was eager to see what tricks he might devise. Yi Feiyun stared at her in disbelief. He recalled that in the original story, Mu Fengfang was not like this. She had once loathed him to the core, finding his every move disgusting. Why was she now defending him? Did she not realize that this would only invite Long Aotian's wrath? Long Aotian would surely kill him. Upon glancing back, he saw Long Aotian's face pale, his gaze fixed upon Yi Feiyun as if he were a corpse. Yi Feiyun felt his heart nearly leap from his throat as he quickly addressed Mu Fengfang. Princess Mu, I must take my leave now. We shall meet again in the future, if that is agreeable. Consumed by anger and trembling all over, he yearned to flee as swiftly as possible. Yet, Mu Fengfang suddenly called out to him, Brother Feiyun, what now? Yi Feiyun responded, started, forcing a smile as he turned around. Did you not say that you would embrace me every time you departed? How could you forget now? Mu Fengfang secretly reveled in her triumph. She had come to fully understand that Yi Feiyun was attempting to evade her while fearing Long Aotian. She was curious to see how he would react when she initiated an affectionate gesture. Oh no! Yi Feiyun felt as though he had been electrocuted, abruptly pushing Mu Fengfang away. I must inform you, I can indulge in a chaotic meal, but I cannot speak carelessly. What did I ever say? I wanted an embrace. Meanwhile, Long Aotian raged, kill, 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 kill. At this moment, Yi Feiyun dared not delay any longer. He fled, escaping as swiftly as he could. At this moment, Yi Dashan stroked his beard, witnessing the close interaction between his son and the daughter of the 8th prince, Mu Fengfang. His heart blossomed with joy. He thought to himself, with such a union, the Yi family would surely sail smoothly through the days to come in the Qin dynasty. Such a meteoric rise to prominence was not just a distant dream. Was this not the very scenario he had yearned for? Indeed, it was his son who possessed the spirit to capture the hearts of the capital's renowned beauties, reminiscent of his own past glory. Yi Feiyun, oblivious to all else, eagerly pulled Yi Dashan and dashed outside. Long Aotian, observing their departure, felt compelled to speak, but before he could utter a word, Mu Fengfang shot him a sharp glance and inquired, "What are you still doing here?" Long Aotian seemed to have something to say. "Your Highness, I shall take my leave." Mu Fengfang instantly regained her frosty demeanor, her icy beauty fully on display. Her temperament bore a striking resemblance to that of Mu Yinyun. She treated those she disliked with an unyielding chill. Long Aotian's expression twisted in frustration as he opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately grumbled, "Fine, Your Highness. I shall take my leave." With that, he cast a resentful glance at the door, seething with anger. Upon exiting the Mu Prince's residence, Yi Feiyun felt an overwhelming chill in his heart, as if it had turned to ice. Yi Dacian urged him to board the carriage multiple times before he finally snapped out of his trance and hurriedly climbed inside. "All right, my lord," the jovial coachman responded promptly. With the sharp crack of the whip, the carriage began to move slowly forward. Sitting at the front, Yi Dacian pinched his own plump cheeks and stroked his beard, unable to contain his secret delight. How comfortable, truly comfortable. With this development, who would dare to provoke the Yi family in the Dacian dynasty? To say they would rise to greatness was an understatement. If his son could wed Mu Yinyun and also take Mu Fengfang in the family, the future was beyond his wildest dreams, a true glory for the Yi lineage. At this moment, Yi Dacian could not help but cast an approving glance at Yi Feiyun. Yet, under the scrutiny of his father's seemingly unfriendly gaze, Yi Feiyun felt a sudden shiver, inwardly murmuring, "Father, please do not look at me like that. Both our heads are on the line now. You know nothing, and yet you're so blissfully unaware. If this continues, we are finished." Chapter 18, Revenge. Yet, these words remained unspoken, for even if he did voice them, Yi Dacian would likely not believe them. Anxiously, Yi Feiyun finally reached the gates of the Yi residence. Yi Dacian pulled back the carriage curtain, and Yi Feiyun quickly hopped out. Just as he wiped his face and was about to head into the courtyard, he suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Father, where are you going?" "Me? Why do you care?" With that, Yi Dacian abruptly pulled the carriage curtain shut, and the coachman immediately cracked the whip and set off. Yi Feiyun watched the lavishly adorned carriage wheels roll slowly over the stone-paved road towards the bustling city of the capital. He spat in disdain, always siphoning off so much silver, and now who knows where he's off to indulge himself. Yi Feiyun shook his head in resignation, letting out a sigh. The original owner's arrogant nature was not of his own making. A corrupt upper beam leads to a crooked lower beam. Yi Dacian had certainly pocketed his fair share of silver, which likely ended up squandered in the brothels and pleasure districts. As Yi Feiyun made his way into the courtyard, he suddenly heard a cacophony of shouts. "Kill! Kill! Let us avenge Long Aotian! For the young master's honor! For the young master's pride! What has the young master done for us? Good! Shall we seek vengeance? Yes! Let us destroy him!" The voices rose and fell, and Yi Feiyun felt his scalp tingle in dread. What was going on now? He hurried into the courtyard, only to find the expansive yard filled with black-clad aides stomping on the stone bricks, their fists raised in a frenzy, exuding an overwhelming and formidable aura akin to a valiant army preparing for battle, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Goodness, well, have I ever seen you all so fierce? How is it that you're so eager to march towards destruction with no thought of turning back? Did my warnings fall on deaf ears? At the forefront stood Wang Hu and Yi Ding, both visibly furious and appearing as close as brothers. Where's Long Aotian gone? I don't know. I just inquired through a friend in the Ministry of Justice, but he's nowhere to be found. Evidently, these two had rushed to the ministry right after Yi Feiyun left, intending to teach that reckless Long Aotian a lesson. Wang Hu slammed his thigh in frustration, declaring, "I refuse to believe he can escape the capital. It's impossible. The city is now a tightly woven net, with orders from the emperor for a city-wide manhunt. Even if he grew wings, I don't believe he could slip away. When I find him, I'll make him regret it." The two were perfectly in sync, sharing a camaraderie that blossomed in their shared resentment. Yi Ding gazed at Wang Hu with admiration. "My young master is truly fortunate to have a brother like you." "What nonsense! We're brothers. No need for such formalities." Wang Hu feigned modesty. Yi Feiyun watched this exchange, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could swallow the two whole. While he was doing everything in his power to avoid Long Aotian, these two seemed intent on seeking their own doom. Was it so difficult to remain calm? Could they not just stay at home? Yi Feiyun racked his brains, unable to fathom how these two could be so oblivious. So reckless. At that moment, Wang, who casually glanced over and spotted Yi Feiyun standing at the doorway, his eyes lighting up. He approached and threw an arm around Yi Feiyun's shoulder. Where did your father take you? Surely he didn't take you to the pleasure districts just because you're about to get married. I recently discovered a place that is simply top-notch. Yi Dashan's reputation was not far off from Yi Feiyun's, and with their close friendship, Wang, who spoke without restraint. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Yi Feiyun, his expression suggesting something untoward. Blind fool, Yi Feiyun had no time for idle banter and pushed him away, anxiously insisting. Tell me the truth. What were you doing just now? Please don't tell me you went to the ministry to find Long Aotian. Yi Feiyun's heart raced. He had already encountered Long Aotian at the Mu residence and feared these two would stir up trouble, leading to conflict. He hoped they wouldn't invoke his name. After all, Long Aotian was formidable, capable of slipping in and out of the heavily guarded dungeons at will, and he could be hiding in some corner, plotting against him. As these thoughts rushed through his mind, Yi Feiyun anxiously scanned his surroundings, eyeing the roof beside him and the gate behind him, fearful that Long Aotian might spring out at any moment and unleash a devastating attack. Such a turn of events would spell disaster for him. After all, he had barely enjoyed a few peaceful days and could not afford for these two to jeopardize his safety. Throughout the journey, Yi Feiyun remained on edge, relieved when they finally arrived home without incident. Yi Ding, noticing Yi Feiyun's unease, quickly asked, Young master, what's the matter? You look so flustered. We didn't go looking for Long Aotian. He was already gone when we arrived. That's good. Yi Feiyun exhaled in relief. This was the best news he had heard all day. At least he had not provoked Long Aotian, and his current level of enmity with him was not too high. He had given enough face. Surely he wouldn't press the issue. Yi Feiyun pondered quietly. At this moment, Yi Feiyun spoke with a serious demeanor, saying, Wang Hu, Yi Ding, listen closely. No matter what, you must not provoke Long Aotian again. Do you understand? Do you comprehend? Fearing they might not grasp his meaning, he repeated himself 3 or 4 times. Ultimately, concerned that the two would let his words go in one ear and out the other, he earnestly reiterated his point. He resembled an incessantly gossiping old woman, repeating a simple statement 8 times. Wang Hu and Yi Ding exchanged confused glances, scratching their heads. Young master, why do you say that? We don't quite understand. This isn't like you at all. Indeed, should we simply endure this attitude? Yi Feiyun nearly fainted, his vision darkening as his blood pressure surged. Had he truly spoken in vain? Can you not comprehend my words? What did I just say? Wang Hu and Yi Ding stared blankly at one another. After a moment, they hesitantly replied, to seek revenge on Long Aotian. Yi Feiyun slapped his thigh in exasperation, realizing he had indeed wasted his breath. Just as he was about to vent his frustration, seeing the two men's oblivious expressions prompted him to change his approach, adopting a cheerful demeanor instead. Wang Hu and Yi Ding exchanged puzzled glances, sensing something was amiss. What is wrong with Yi Feiyun lately? He seems rather peculiar, Yi Ding remarked nervously, his heart racing as he observed his master intently. After a brief moment, Yi Feiyun suddenly wrapped an arm around Yi Ding's shoulders, gently patting his chest, and sincerely asked, Yi Ding, tell me honestly, how do I treat you? Upon hearing Yi Feiyun refer to him as a brother, Yi Ding was momentarily taken aback, nearly moved to tears. Brother, you're the best to me in this household. The former master had been temperamental, often resorting to violence against the servants at the slightest inconvenience. However, as Yi Feiyun's primary attendant, Yi Ding was not only well compensated each month, but also frequently taken to enjoy leisure activities. This treatment was indeed beyond reproach. Now, with Yi Feiyun addressing him as a brother, Yi Ding felt deeply touched, nearly kneeling before him had there not been so many witnesses. Excellent. Yi Feiyun sighed deeply, saying, How would you feel if I were to assign you a beautiful position? A beautiful position? Yi Ding's eyes lit up with anticipation as he gazed at Yi Feiyun. Yi Feiyun suddenly took a step back, his expression solemn, declaring, from today onwards, you shall be the chief steward of the Yi residence, responsible for all affairs, both inside and out. However, you must promise me one thing. What? Yi Ding zayes vidinet, fikatet on Yi Feiyun. You are absolutely forbidden from stepping outside this door. If you dare to leave, I'll have you dealt with. Do you understand? At that moment, Yi Feiyun had unleashed his ultimate measure. Both Yi Ding and Wang, who seemed bewitched, intent on seeking revenge against Long Aotian, failing to consider whether they were capable of provoking such a figure. Feiyun found it incomprehensible, and thus he resolved to take this course of action. Upon hearing this, Yi Ding's expression changed drastically, nearly kneeling before Feiyun. "Young master, you are too kind to me." He wept uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that after years of hard work in the Yi residence, such an unexpected promotion would come to him. Happiness had arrived so directly. Feiyun seeked in resignation. Were it not for the fervent determination of these two to avenge themselves against Long Aotian, he would never have resorted to such measures. Yet at this moment, it was indeed the best course of action. "Go forth. I shall provide you with 10 taels of silver each month." Feiyun waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you, young master." Yi Ding patted his chest, straightening his back as he made his way towards the door. From this day forth, he was the chief steward of the Yi residence. Feiyun watched as Yi Ding stumbled out, resembling a mountain, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer had to live in constant fear. He found it curious what charm Long Aotian possessed. After all, he was a man, and yet these two grown men were fixated on him. It seemed there was a hidden rivalry at play. Wang Hu stared wide-eyed, utterly baffled by Feiyun's recent behavior. He tilted his head and asked, "Brother, what are you up to? Why did you suddenly make Yi Ding the steward?" Wang Hu and Feiyun had been close friends since childhood, and their bond was unbreakable. Naturally, Wang Hu understood Yi Ding, who was rather illiterate. Assigning him as the steward was sheer folly, was it not? "Feiyun, have you forgotten that Yi Ding seems to be illiterate?" Wang Hu cautiously reminded him. Scrutinizing Feiyun from head to toe, worried that perhaps he had been bewitched by Mu Tianhao's marriage proposal and had lost his mind. Who would make such an absurd decision to appoint an illiterate as a steward? That was utterly ridiculous, even if they were reckless. Wang Hu couldn't fathom such a notion. Was the sun rising in the west, or was there something amiss with Feiyun's mind? He pondered over it all night, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Not because he understood, but because dawn had arrived. Feiyun seeked. He truly did not wish to explain the matter, as merely contemplating it left him feeling exhausted. Every time he thought of these two fools, his head ached. After finally dispatching one rival, another remained. What was he to do? Feiyun looked up, adopting a serious expression as he regarded Wang Hu. Wang Hu felt uncomfortable under Feiyun's gaze, instinctively taking a step back, his demeanor filled with caution. "What do you want?" As Feiyun stepped forward, Wang Hu retreated once more. A group of black-clad attendants stood neatly at attention, their eyes fixed on the two, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Feiyun surveyed the crowd of attendants, now numbering in the dozens, and waved his hand. "You all may leave." The black-clad individuals promptly filed out without hesitation. In an instant, the courtyard became desolate, leaving only Feiyun and Wang Hu. Wang Hu felt a chill run down his spine, and under Feiyun's eager gaze. He swallowed hard, feeling a tremor of fear. "Feiyun, please don't joke with me. We've known each other for so many years. You've never shown any inclination towards men." Wang Hu cautiously sought clarification. Feiyun grinned widely, "Of course not." He then enthusiastically draped an arm around Wang Hu's shoulder. Wang Hu shivered, forcing a smile while glancing at Feiyun's hand resting on him, feeling like a chicken caught by the neck, rendered speechless. What do you want? Just tell me." "Don't do this. I'm scared." Wang Hu appeared despondent, fearing that Feiyun had been traumatized. Feiyun cleared his throat and earnestly stated, Wang Hu, how do you view our brotherhood? Aren't we quite close?" Wang Hu looked bewildered. Feiyun continued, "Then why don't you agree to do me a favor?" He could dismiss Yi Ding, but he could not control Wang Hu. The latter might rush out seeking vengeance as soon as he left. The best choice he had at present was to sever ties with him completely, ensuring they would no longer associate with one another, thereby placing the blame for any consequences on Long Aotian. Even if you are the protagonist, one cannot be so unreasonable, can one? It is unthinkable to barge into someone's residence and inflict harm upon oneself without cause. Every grievance has its origin, every debt its debtor. I have severed ties with him. How can you still seek me out? This is Feiyun, the best solution I can conceive at this moment. However, unexpectedly, upon hearing Feiyun's words, Wang Hu's countenance changed dramatically. He violently shook off Feiyun's hand and stood up in a furious manner. "What do you mean? Do you take me for a fool? You wish to sever our friendship?" Wang Hu exclaimed in disbelief. Feiyun and he had grown up together, sharing countless adventures from climbing trees to swim in rivers. even sneaking peeks at palace maids while bathing. They had done everything together. Now, he was suddenly declaring a break in their friendship. Wang Hu began to doubt his own hearing. Observing his good friend's astonishment, Feiyun sighed and shook his head. It is not as you think. The emperor has betrothed the sixth princess to me, and I am truly at a loss. If we maintain close ties, it could tarnish your reputation and arouse the emperor's suspicions. What then shall I do? Wang Hu furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. Earlier, he had been ready to confront Long Aotian for bullying Feiyun, but now Feiyun had completely altered his stance, which left him quite unsettled. Feiyun, after all these years of knowing each other, you choose to say this to me now? Wang Hu spoke with gravity. At that moment, his eyes widened, seemingly spewing fire, with veins bulging on his forehead, fixating intensely on Feiyun. His body swayed slightly from anger, his head shaking unconsciously, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. You actually wish to sever ties with me? Wang Hu and Feiyun have been inseparable since childhood. Whether peeking at palace maids, climbing trees, or visiting courtesans, they were renowned as a notorious duo in the capital. Now, with Feiyun suddenly proposing a break, how could he contain his fury? He could not help but begin to question him, feeling as if his conscience had been betrayed. What a waste. Feiyun quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, casting a swift glance at Wang Hu, his eyes darting around, urgently stating, "It is not like that. Let me explain, it is not as it seems." While speaking, he cautiously observed Wang Hu's expression, calculating his next move. What do you mean? Clarify it for me. I refuse to believe that our brotherhood could simply dissolve like this. Wang Hu's indignation was evidently not yet quelled. His eyes bulged, hands planted firmly on his hips. He took a bold step forward, speaking with fierce determination. Seeing this, Feiyun appeared to have a sudden epiphany, sighing helplessly, shaking his head slowly, and spoke in a low tone. Feiyun's acting was nothing short of exceptional. If placed in a future era, he would undoubtedly be an award-winning actor. His current demeanor, caught between a rock and a hard place, intrigued Wang Hu. Wang Hu raised an eyebrow and anxiously inquired, "Brother, what is the matter? You seem like a different person today. Have you suffered some grievance?" Although Wang Hu was typically a reckless ruffian, often engaging in unscrupulous deeds, taking advantage of his father's influence to bully the common folk, there was one thing he valued above all else: loyalty. Otherwise, he would not have formed such a close bond with Feiyun. Witnessing Feiyun's troubled expression, he could not help but grow concerned. If you have any issues, share them with me, and I will surely help you resolve them. Feiyun felt a rush of relief. The bait had been taken. He bit his lip and, with a serious expression, said, "Since you are so sincere, let me speak plainly." His gaze remained fixed on Wang Hu, fearful of any unexpected reactions. Wang Hu frowned, confusion evident in his eyes. Lowering his voice slightly, he asked, "What is it? Speak to me." He perked up his ears, ready to listen. Feiyun scratched his head, a hint of bitterness crossing his face, and said, "Consider this, my brother. The emperor has betrothed the sixth princess to me. If I maintain close ties with you, would that not invite great trouble?" As he spoke, he feigned annoyance by kicking a pebble and striking the stone table with his hand, appearing visibly frustrated. Wang Hu was bewildered, asking, "What trouble? Is this reason enough to sever ties?" He could not comprehend Feiyun's logic. Think about it. Whenever a princess is married, the royal family conducts thorough background checks for 3 generations. Reflect on the escapades we've had over the years. If you are constantly seen with me, we would both be in dire straits. Feiyun realized that the only way to dissuade Wang Hu was to resort to such tactics. After all, Wang Hu was singularly focused on seeking revenge, and he could not simply send him away like Yi Ding had done. The best course of action was to distance himself from Wang Hu. He knew Wang Hu was rather stubborn. If he directly stated that it was due to Long Aotian wanting to cut ties, Wang Hu might very well rally his cronies to seek vengeance, placing Feiyun in a precarious situation. He absolutely could not allow such a scenario to unfold, so the most prudent approach was to sever their friendship. This way, even if Long Aotian sought revenge, he would need a justification. Even as the protagonist, one must adhere to a sense of reason, right? In this world, one must navigate with a modicum of logic, would one not? If he had already severed ties, even if Wang Hu sought trouble with Long Aotian, it would not involve him, would it? Right? In this chaotic life, one must at the very least uphold some principles, mustn't one? Feiyun halted, feigning profundity as he patted Wang Hu's shoulder. his gaze sincere and resolute, stating, "Thus, let us maintain some distance for now. If our affairs come to light, it would not bode well for you. At the very least, this ensures your safety." Chapter 21. The great embezzlement case. Feiyun spoke with such heartfelt eloquence that listeners felt sorrowful, and witnesses were moved to tears, leaving Wang Hu overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of weeping. "Brother." After hearing Feiyun's words, Wang Hu stood in shock for a moment, his lips trembling. A moment later, he suddenly raised his fist and struck Feiyun's chest forcefully, his voice hoarse as he proclaimed, "Good brother." He was profoundly touched. Initially, he had thought Feiyun was marrying the sixth princess and looking down upon their ragtag group, but after hearing Feiyun's explanation, he realized he had misjudged him. He felt a swell of gratitude, recognizing that he had indeed not erred in choosing this brother, for they were truly bound for life. He had not misjudged him. With a broader perspective, he was still thinking of him. Such a brother is indeed rare to find. Seeing that Wang, who had completely taken the bait, Feiyun finally felt relieved. This fellow, like the original, was quite stubborn, and it was surprising how easily he had been swayed. Feiyun then sincerely stated, "So, brother, do you think the best course of action now is to sever ties? From henceforth, you walk your path, and I shall walk mine. My friend, I assure you, should anything arise in the future, your name will never be mentioned." Feiyun spoke with unwavering conviction, his expression one of indignation. Wang Hu paused, contemplating, and after a moment of silence, Feiyun gazed at him expectantly. Then Wang Hu stood up, his figure strikingly tall against the backdrop of the setting sun. He slowly walked toward the door, while Feiyun could only watch in a daze. Just as Wang Hu was about to exit, Feiyun breathed a sigh of relief, finally settling down on the stone bench. A resolute voice rang out, "Brother, let's not speak of anything else. We shall be brothers for a lifetime. If you keep me in your heart, I shall never abandon you. From this moment forth, you are the best brother I shall ever have. Our bond is stronger than gold." Feiyun. His face was a canvas of confusion. Is this even a person? Did everything I just say fall on deaf ears? I have repeated myself countless times, yet you remain impervious. Wait, if you insist on this, then we must engage in a serious discussion, for one cannot be so obstinate. "Oh, no. Feiyun hastily rose, eager to explain. However, Wang Hu strode confidently towards the door, his impassioned voice echoing from beyond. "Brother, rest assured, from now on, anyone who offends you shall be my enemy, Wang Hu's adversary. From this day forth, our brotherhood is as steadfast as the heavens. Nothing can stand in our way. Kill. Go forth, Long Aotian." Feiyun was in a frenzy, sprinting out the door, but by then, no figure was in sight. "What have I done?" Moment passed. "Kill." Wang Hu's furious voice echoed from an unknown direction. With a thud, Feiyun plopped down on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down. "It's ruined, utterly ruined. Oh, my dear mother." At that moment, the evening sun cast a serene glow over the Yi residence, the atmosphere eerily tranquil. Beside a beautifully crafted wooden table adorned with exquisite glazed tiles, Feiyun held a teacup, sipping the bitter brew with a pained expression. The young and bitter tea barely touched his lips when he resignedly set the cup down, smacking his lips while gazing at the golden rays filtering through the doorway. The sunlight illuminated his face, revealing a profound melancholy. What transgressions have I committed? He had pondered for 2 whole hours, yet could not fathom Wang Hu's reasoning. Despite his clear and concise explanations, the other party remained oblivious. "What must I do to earn your mercy?" Feiyun could not help but pound his chest in despair, lamenting heavenward. At this moment, he was engulfed in desperation. He could only imagine the household servants stirring up trouble for Long Aotian throughout the capital. Feiyun shook his head in resignation, downing the remaining tea in one gulp. "It's over, completely over." The monumental corruption case in the Ministry of Revenue was on the verge of surfacing, and his father was about to face accountability. Meanwhile, Wang Hu was off causing chaos for Long Aotian. What could he possibly do? Just then, a panicked voice broke through. "Young master, it's terrible. A grave matter has arisen." Feiyun turned in alarm to see his servant, breathless and trembling, kneeling before him. "Do not panic. Speak swiftly," he urged, attempting to maintain his composure. After hearing the news, Feiyun was momentarily stunned, his eyes blinking in disbelief. "It's over. This time it's truly finished." He had previously thought that by obstructing Long Aotian in the court, perhaps the narrative would shift. After all, Long Aotian was supposed to have been defeated after a fierce battle with his father, the unseeing old man, who had taken nearly half a month to be subdued. Yet, how could such a grave matter arise in such a short span? Feiyun wiped his brow, feigning calmness. Enough, you may leave. The servant hurriedly exited. As Feiyun sat on the wooden chair, he instinctively reached for the teapot to pour himself more tea, only to find it empty. No water, he exclaimed, slamming the teapot onto the table, leaping to his feet. This will not do. I must devise a plan. The corruption scandal in the Ministry of Revenue is bound to shake the entire court. Sometimes he marveled at his father's audacity. It was an astronomical sum. A staggering 10 billion taels. That was equivalent to 2 years' worth of the great Qian dynasty's treasury revenue. Such a colossal amount was indeed staggering and unprecedented. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was to resolve this situation swiftly. No, I must make a trip to the Ministry of Justice. With urgency in his voice, Feiyun hastily exited through the door, his steps unsteady. Chapter 22. What a character. Half an hour later, the anxious Feiyun arrived at the Ministry of Justice in a hurry, where security was tight, surrounded by ancient architecture steeped in history. At the foot of the blue stone steps, 2 imposing stone lions stood guard, their ferocity palpable. As soon as Feiyun's carriage came to a halt, the guards at the entrance stiffened and instinctively barked. Who dares to park recklessly in front of the Ministry of Justice? Are you seeking death? Leave. They brandished their weapons threateningly, but their mouths were swiftly covered. The coachman was bewildered. After all, the Yi family's carriage was not one to be parked before the Ministry of Justice. Typically, it would stop at the palace gates. How can mere guards speak so presumptuously? The coachman stammered in confusion, and upon recognizing the hand covering his mouth, his face turned pale. Feiyun whispered, "Shoo, brother. Do not speak. What is going on?" Under normal circumstances, my master would be unleashing a torrent of curses, then have these guards thrashed and kneeling before him in submission. Why does he seem like a different person now, even stopping me? The coachman was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Feiyun leaned out of the carriage and bowed to the 2 guards, saying, "Gentlemen, I am Feiyun of the Yi family. May I trouble you for a favor?" Upon recognizing Feiyun's face, the guards nearly fell to their knees in excitement. "Good heavens! Young Master Yi, we are utterly at fault. Please forgive us." They were drenched in sweat. At that moment, Feiyun was a figure of great renown in the great Qian dynasty. Not only was his father the Minister of Revenue, Yi, but he was also the sole heir. Furthermore, today, the emperor had betrothed the 6th princess to him. Before long, Feiyun would become a prominent figure in the court. With the royal backing and a father holding a high-ranking position, Feiyun was indeed a force to be reckoned with in the great Qian dynasty. The 2 guards, mere sentinels, could not hope to compare. The disparity was at least 18 tiers. "I apologize. I was unaware that young Master Yi had graced us with his presence. My sincere apologies." The guards hastily knelt, trembling in fear, their posture submissive, and beads of sweat dripped down their brows. Feiyun, known for his notorious reputation, had caused quite the stir in the capital. Previously, a 3rd-rank official had been thrashed for failing to yield his carriage promptly, resulting in a month-long absence from court. The outraged official had publicly reported Feiyun for his tyrannical behavior, yet the emperor, favoring Yi, had dismissed the official from his post, sending him into exile. If even a 3rd-rank official faced such consequences, what audacity did these guards possess? The guards merely cast furtive glances at Feiyun, praying fervently that he would not target them. Yet, Feiyun wore a benign expression, swiftly disembarking from the carriage, clasping his hands together, and smiling warmly. "My sincere apologies. There's no need for such formality. Please rise, please rise." As he walked into the courtyard with a smile, he added, "I will just take a quick look inside and be out shortly." The guards dared not utter a word, remaining on their knees, continuously assuring, "Young master, please take your time." Feiyun's decision to refrain from causing trouble for them was already a stroke of good fortune. With a smile, he responded, and then, raising his eyebrows, he glared fiercely at his coachman, commanding, "What are you doing? Why are you still lingering at the entrance? Move aside. What if you crush some little birds or grass? Can you bear the responsibility?" After a barrage of scolding, the coachman widened his eyes in surprise. Yet, faced with his young master's orders, he dared not hesitate. He swiftly cracked the whip, and with a sharp sound, the chestnut horse lifted its hooves, and the carriage wheels began to roll, veering toward a narrow side road. "As you command, young master." The coachman was perplexed as to why his young master seemed like a different person within a single day, yet he did not dare to inquire further. Meanwhile, two guards, kneeling on the ground, watched Feiyun hurriedly make his way into the Ministry of Justice. Once he had departed, the two exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. "Is this really Feiyun? I remember the young master of the Yi family being quite different. Could it be that he has changed his character?" They murmured softly. Unbeknownst to Feiyun, who was completely unaware of their conversation, he lifted the hem of his gown and stepped briskly on the cobblestone path, scanning his surroundings for a target. Many people caught sight of Feiyun and immediately opted to circumvent him via the nearby side path. Feiyun was known as the most notorious libertine of the Qian dynasty, with an unpredictable temperament and quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. No one wished to provoke his ire at such a moment. Feiyun's expression twitched as he instinctively recognized the prevailing atmosphere, inwardly cursing. Just how detestable must the original owner have been for others to avoid him like this? Previously, he had heard from his household servants that the Ministry of Justice was conducting a thorough investigation into a massive embezzlement case, a matter surely known by everyone within the ministry. But who was leading the inquiry? Feiyun had not clarified that point, and now he needed to seek answers. With a flick of his gaze, Feiyun quickly seized a government official clad in court attire, whispering, "Excuse me, brother. May I inquire if there is a case currently underway at our Ministry of Justice?" "Oh, no. The man shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum, and without daring to meet Feiyun's gaze, he hurriedly dashed out the door, disappearing in an instant. Feiyun stood there, fuming with irritation. What sins has the original owner committed that I cannot even find someone to ask? With no clear path or means of inquiry, Feiyun was left to wander through the vast Ministry of Justice, which housed hundreds of rooms. Yet, wherever he went, officials would scatter like mice fleeing a cat upon seeing him, offering the most bizarre excuses. Some claimed their wives were giving birth, others said their homes were on fire, and one even absurdly stated that he needed to return home quickly to prevent the chicken soup from burning. Feiyun was exasperated, wanting to curse but feeling utterly powerless. Ultimately, he found himself fixated on a heavily guarded residence, where two sword-wielding guards clad in golden armor stood imposing. Feiyun recognized at once that these guards were not from the Ministry of Justice, but rather from the palace. After all, Wang Hu, as Feiyun's close confidant, had often led him into the palace grounds. Consequently, Feiyun was quite familiar with the palace guards. However, what were the palace guards doing in front of the Ministry of Justice? Something was undoubtedly amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, Feiyun strode forward, but before he could approach, the two guards suddenly drew their swords, the cold glint of steel flashing as they blocked his path. Feiyun's eyes widened in surprise, and he instinctively took a step back, feeling a chill at his neck. "Gentlemen, I am Feiyun and wish to enter for a look." The guards exchanged glances, a flicker of apprehension crossing their minds, yet recalling their orders. One of them said in a low voice, "I am sorry, but the palace guards are conducting an investigation. There are orders from above that no one may approach. Otherwise, it will be met with lethal force." Feiyun raised an eyebrow and instinctively reached into his sleeve pocket, thinking to offer a bribe. "How about a little leniency?" he proposed, revealing two shiny silver ingots, cradled in his palm with a beaming smile. However, the guards glanced at the silver momentarily, their eyes briefly igniting with interest, only for that spark to vanish as their expressions returned to their former coldness. "I am sorry, young Master Yi. This matter is under strict orders from above. No one may approach," they reiterated. How stubborn they are, no matter how he attempted to offer the silver. The guards remained resolute in their refusal. Finding himself at a loss, Feiyun could only stomp away in frustration, shaking his sleeves as he hastily departed. Upon reaching the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, he noticed that the earlier coachman had already parked the carriage and was waiting there, wearing a smug expression. Feiyun immediately raised his brow and scolded. "Did you not hear what I told you earlier? Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Did I not instruct you to move aside?" The coachman looked aggrieved, having intended to impress Feiyun upon his exit, only to be met with a barrage of scolding in the span of mere moments. "Young master, I simply wanted to be closer to you." "Nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Stop dawdling." Feiyun, seething with anger, scolded the coachman before climbing into the carriage. The coachman, feeling immensely wronged, scratched his head, perplexed about what he had done wrong. "Yes, my lord," he quickly replied, not daring to be negligent. With a whip crack, the chestnut horse pulled the lavishly adorned carriage forward at a leisurely pace. As the carriage gradually departed down the cobblestone path, becoming increasingly distant until it vanished from sight, the two guards were left utterly bewildered. "Have you ever heard of Yi Feiyun being so polite?" one asked. "I have not," the other replied, adjusting his helmet. "I heard that our previous guards who blocked Yi Feiyun were beaten so severely they could barely care for themselves, and they now have a grave mound 2 zhang high." Strange indeed. The two whispered to each other, their voices filled with curiosity. Inside the swaying carriage, Yi Feiyun sat on the soft golden silk bed, cradling his head and rubbing his temples. He pondered deeply about his recent visit to the Ministry of Justice, where an investigation into the embezzlement of military funds was underway. However, he could not discern who was in charge of the inquiry. The presence of palace guards at the ministry raised an alarming question. Could it be Mu Tianhao? Yi Feiyun felt a tightening in his chest. According to the original narrative, it was during the fierce conflict between Yi Dacian and Long Aotian that Long Aotian leveraged the embezzlement case to bring Yi Dacian down completely. Yet now, Long Aotian had been thrown into the dungeons and was a notorious fugitive in the capital. He should not be the one in control. Was there perhaps another reason for the shift in the storyline? Yi Feiyun's mind was in turmoil, unable to untangle his thoughts. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, calming himself. Regardless, the most pressing matter was to preserve his life. Now that he had become a prince consort, escape was out of the question. In this vast capital, there must be countless eyes watching him. Even if he wished to flee to another land, he would likely find himself trapped. Thus, the best course of action was to resolve the issue of the embezzlement of military funds and distance himself as far as possible from that damned Long Aotian. Yi Feiyun resolved to focus his thoughts, having devised a plan to salvage Yi Dacian's embezzlement of 10 billion taels of silver. The only way forward was to exhaust his family's fortune, demonstrating loyalty to Mu Tianhao. After all, even if Mu Tianhao pursued accountability as the Minister of Revenue, Yi Dacian was responsible for the nation's finances and would need to provide some explanation. At the very least, he could argue that the funds were meant for the treasury, prepared to generously aid the people and serve the nation. This way, he might avoid a death sentence. Having reached this conclusion, Yi Feiyun slapped his thigh and urged, "Hurry. Have we not arrived yet?" From beyond the carriage curtain, the coachman's timid voice responded, "Young master, it will take just another incense stick's worth of time." Faster. Outside the carriage, the coachman swayed on his seat, his head drooping in contemplation. He had been pondering the situation throughout the journey, yet he found himself utterly perplexed. Was this truly his master? With just a few words exchanged, he had been met with a torrent of scolding, and despite his earnest efforts to demonstrate good behavior, the other party remained ungrateful. Now, they were heading towards a soup kitchen. Was this truly where his master ought to be? However, the coachman dared not inquire further. The fierce countenance of Yi Feiyun haunted his thoughts, filling him with trepidation. If he were to speak out of turn again, would he not be courting another reprimand? Frustrated, he could only vent his anger upon the reins, striking them sharply, eliciting a prolonged whinny from the horse, which hastened its pace towards the outskirts of the city. To the west of the capital, the area lay several miles away from the bustling heart of the city, characterized by dilapidated thatched cottages and uneven, muddy roads. All around, ragged refugees wandered aimlessly, many clutching worn wooden sticks, their faces caked with dirt, showing signs of emaciation. Disturbingly, some lifeless bodies of those who had succumbed to hunger lay by the roadside, a sight that was truly harrowing. In the distance, a long line of refugees stood clustered at a storefront, patiently awaiting their turn to receive relief rations. The individual distributing the porridge was none other than Mu Fengfang, who had previously crossed paths with Yi Feiyun at the residence of the 8th prince. Today, she donned a flowing pink dress adorned with glass-like embellishments, her hair elegantly styled and secured with a golden hairpin, exuding the grace of a noble lady. At the forefront of the queue, she diligently served the waiting refugees with a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety in her actions. Instead, she engaged with them warmly and courteously. "Here, let me add another bowl for you, sir," she said, deftly ladling steaming porridge from a large vat into the battered bowl of a refugee. "Thank you, thank you," the old man exclaimed, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks, overwhelmed with gratitude as he accepted the bowl of warmth. "All right, sir, called out a servant nearby. Next. The recently served refugee hurried away, while those behind him eagerly stepped forward. Amidst what appeared to be chaotic activity, there was an underlying sense of order. Despite the throngs of people and the clamor, an indescribable harmony prevailed. Beside Mu Fengfang stood a maid, though her attire was typical for a servant. Her graceful figure lent her an enchanting quality. Both women were engrossed in their tasks, beads of perspiration glistening like pearls on their foreheads, yet their enthusiasm remained undiminished. At that moment, the maid lifted her gaze, as if struck by an astonishing revelation, and lightly nudged Mu Fengfang's arm, whispering, "Miss, is that not the carriage from the Yi residence?" "The Yi residence?" Mu Fengfang replied, her focus unwavering as she continued to stir the thick porridge in front of her, distributing it to the destitute who stood before her, clad in rags and ravenous with hunger. She did not raise her head. How could it be? The Yi residence's carriage would not come here. Do you truly expect Yi Feiyun to appear at such a place to distribute porridge? Mu Fengfang's mention of Yi Feiyun was laced with disdain. Given the influx of refugees into the capital, officials of all ranks were compelled to gather resources for disaster relief, and the esteemed Yi Dashan, head of the Ministry of Revenue, could hardly remain uninvolved. However, the so-called distribution of porridge by the Yi residents was laughable. The watery slop they referred to as porridge was so insipid that one could easily dismiss it as mere water, which was even cleaner. After hastily distributing 2 vats of this nearly transparent gruel, the servants had scurried away. What kind of assistance was that? Distributing porridge? How could Yi Feiyun deign to come here? Mu Fengfang scoffed, dismissing the notion. She shook her head in disbelief. Previously, during her encounter with Yi Feiyun at the Mu residence, he had displayed a silver tongue. Yet his behavior had been nothing short of outrageous. Even if the heavens themselves were to collapse, Mu Fengfang could not fathom Yi Feiyun appearing at this soup kitchen. It was utterly preposterous. Just then, a sharp, urgent shout pierced the air. Where are the people from the Yi residence distributing the porridge? Get out here! Mu Fengfang looked up in astonishment, instantly recognizing the voice as that of Yi Feiyun. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief as she gazed into the distance, where several servants, who had previously been dozing, now stood meekly before a lavishly dressed man, Yi Feiyun himself, who was berating them vehemently. Is this what you call distributing porridge? Have you all lost your minds? This is not porridge, it's water. Even water is cleaner than this. His face darkened as he surveyed the scene. The supposed porridge was nothing more than clear liquid, incapable of satisfying hunger. Yi Feiyun's fury was palpable, and the servants, previously tasked with the distribution, stood like wilted plants, heads bowed in submission, stammering, "Young Master Yi, this was all at your instruction." The coachman, who had approached Yi Feiyun's side, discreetly tugged at his sleeve, conveying a silent message with his eyes. Yi Feiyun appeared bewildered, instinctively cursing. Which fool is responsible for this? Yet, in that fleeting moment, comprehension dawned upon him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, could this truly be my doing? But I did not order this. What the hell? Yi Feiyun trembled with rage. Meanwhile, Mu Fengfang, diligently attending to her duties, overheard his inner turmoil and furrowed her brow in suspicion as she gazed at him. Initially, she had thought Yi Feiyun was well aware of the Yi residence's distribution efforts, but his current demeanor suggested otherwise, leaving her utterly perplexed. How could the servants dare to be so audacious as to cut rations without his directive? Mu Fengfang's brow knitted tightly in silence, while her maid seemed poised to speak, only to be silenced by Mu Fengfang's gesture, signaling her to remain patient and observant. Yi Feiyun, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, scanned the surroundings and caught sight of Mu Fengfang, her beauty striking. Good heavens, he thought, this is not good at all. This is not how things are supposed to unfold. He recalled their previous encounter at the Mu residence, where he had garnered fame for his miraculous medical skills by healing the ailing Mu Tian, which had led to a bitter rivalry with Mu Fengfang, who now seemed to wish to avoid him entirely. As Mu Fengfang continued her frenzied work, she suddenly felt the weight of Yi Feiyun's gaze upon her. What does this mean? She pondered. He seems reluctant to be entangled with me. What could be the reason? He had humbly sought favor from Mu Yanyan. By lineage, I hail from a prestigious royal family, equal to Mu Yanyan. Why then does he so desperately avoid me? Mu Fengfang's frustration boiled over, and with a swift motion, she let the ladle slip into the rice vat and rose, striding purposefully towards the exit. Yi Feiyun, she called out, causing those nearby, to turn their heads in surprise. The maid, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly followed, cautiously trailing behind her mistress. Two women gracefully approached, their garments fluttering, creating a fragrant breeze as they arrived before Feiyun. Feiyun's expression changed abruptly, his gaze darting left and right as he sought the figure of Long Aotian. Wherever the female protagonist appeared, Long Aotian was sure to follow. He fervently hoped that Long Aotian would not set his sights on him. At this moment, Feiyun felt on the verge of collapse. The more he feared something, the more it seemed to confront him. The more he tried to evade Long Aotian, the more the latter shadowed him, like an inescapable nightmare. Chapter 25. Sincere intentions. He wished to avoid Mu Yinyun and Mu Fenfang, one steadfastly refusing to break off their engagement, the other even insisting on a public embrace. What was this? It was as if he sought to avoid trouble, only to be driven to a dead end. Feiyun longed to let out a howl to the heavens, but dared not show his true feelings. Mu Fenfang raised an eyebrow and coldly inquired, Feiyun, what brings you here? Inwardly, she pondered that if she could make Mu Fenfang aware that this situation was not orchestrated by him, perhaps her impression of him might improve. However, if she became entangled with him thereafter, it would spell utter trouble. The protagonist women must not be trifled with. Feiyun, shifting his thoughts, replied with a cold smile, what's wrong? I merely came to see when this lot of refugees would pass away. Is that not permissible? He deliberately adopted the demeanor of a debauched young master, arms spread wide, exuding arrogance. Mu Fenfang, perceiving his true intentions, changed her expression. What was happening? He feigned indifference while harboring concern for the common folk. Mu Fenfang frowned, scrutinizing Feiyun as if trying to see through him. Feiyun felt a surge of panic. What was she trying to do? Why was she examining him so thoroughly? Though he considered himself handsome and charming, such scrutiny was unwarranted, especially from the woman of Long Aotian. Feiyun frowned and disdainfully remarked, only someone like you would come to this soup kitchen, surrounded by these ragged refugees without a care for their filth. Feiyun continued to utter harsh words, and Mu Fenfang absorbed every word. He spoke of himself as part of Long Aotian's harem, questioning whether someone of her noble lineage should associate with a mere idle figure like Long Aotian. Mu Fenfang couldn't grasp why Feiyun seemed so apprehensive, as if he was certain of a connection between her and Long Aotian. Determined not to let Feiyun off easily, she coldly stated, Feiyun, what is your true purpose for being here? Feiyun's heart sank as he raised his gaze. The sight of the refugees was disheartening. The area was strewn with the starving and emaciated, some even resorting to cannibalism. Under such dire circumstances, if Yi Dashin, who had embezzled 10 billion taels, did not present some genuine intent, it would surely lead to calamity. Feeling increasingly guilty, Feiyun looked at the multitude of starving refugees, his heart growing colder. These wretched officials had created so many refugees, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Feiyun abandoned his earlier facade of chastising his subordinates and, feigning frivolity, lifted the large ladle used for serving porridge and dramatically scooped some up, the watery gruel splattering everywhere. Alas, this porridge seems a tad too thick, he coldly reprimanded. Did you hear that? This white porridge is overly viscous. Make it thinner immediately. If the refugees eat too much and suffer an upset stomach, what then? The servant quickly nodded. Yes, I understand. Mu Fenfang's expression darkened. She had heard Feiyun's intentions clearly, but could not fathom why he was acting this way. Nonetheless, she knew he was merely putting on a show, so she coldly replied, Oh, I did not expect you to think so, young Master Yi. Then perhaps the Yi residents should close this soup kitchen. If the porridge is too thick, my Mu royal residents will also find it unsatisfactory and will have all these soup kitchens dismantled. The maid, overhearing, was horrified and whispered, Miss, we cannot possibly close it. With so many refugees, if we shut down the soup kitchens, it will surely lead to disaster if the emperor lays blame upon us. Mu Fenfang raised an eyebrow, and the maid quickly fell silent, too afraid to speak further. Although she did not understand her mistress's motives, she felt compelled to comply. Feiyun widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Mu Fenfang. Was this truly the Mu Fenfang he knew? She was supposed to be kind-hearted, always prioritizing the starving refugees, unable to sleep if even one person went hungry. Yet now, she seemed to have transformed into someone unrecognizable. Feiyun exclaimed, Are you certain you know what you're saying? Mu Fengfang raised an eyebrow and casually covered her mouth and nose with a delicate handkerchief, saying, "Of course I know. With so many refugees here, they might carry unsanitary diseases. What if I were to contract one of those ailments? So, young Master Yi, you are correct. We should indeed close the soup kitchen." Yi Feiyun was taken aback, feeling as though Mu Fengfang could read his thoughts. What was happening? He could hardly believe his ears and raised his voice to reiterate. "Listen closely. I said we must close all the soup kitchens here. Those refugees will starve to death. Do you understand? There are over 100,000 refugees in this capital. They will all perish." Yi Feiyun spoke passionately, concerned that Mu Fengfang would not grasp the gravity of the situation. He repeated himself 3 or 4 times. Yet, Mu Fengfang remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Yes, I know they will starve to death, but they are refugees. What does that have to do with us?" Yi Feiyun was stunned, his lips trembling, rendered speechless. Chapter 26. What madness is this? Yi Feiyun widened his eyes, desperately painting a picture of the severe consequences that would arise from closing the soup kitchens. "Listen closely. I am saying we must shut down all the soup kitchens here. If we do, the refugees will be doomed, and the consequences will be unimaginable." Yi Feiyun's expression was urgent, leaving those nearby speechless. "Look at those 4 or 5-year-old children. If we close these soup kitchens, they will surely starve to death. Their parents might even sell those little girls to unsavory places to serve those filthy, greasy men." He recounted the dire fates that awaited the refugees should they lose the government's relief porridge, speaking eloquently, while Mu Fengfang merely smiled, arms crossed, watching Yi Feiyun's performance with indifference. She had long understood Yi Feiyun's intentions. Though she did not comprehend his motivations, she remained silent, curious to see what he would do next. Yi Feiyun spoke at length, his throat dry. He had exaggerated the consequences to the utmost, even invoking divine retribution, and finally sighed in relief. "So, do you think we can still close these soup kitchens?" Feeling he had sufficiently swayed her, he suddenly asked. Mu Fengfang nodded. "Of course we should close them. If we continue giving all this precious grain to the refugees, what will we eat in the future? They are refugees. What does it have to do with us? Shouldn't we indulge ourselves?" Yi Feiyun stood in stunned silence, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in disbelief. The coachman and the maidservant of Mu Fengfang beside him also gazed wide-eyed. Could it be that this was the kind-hearted Mu Fengfang, renowned throughout the entire Qin dynasty for her benevolence? Everyone knew of her compassionate nature, tirelessly seeking to help others in hopes of restoring her ailing father's health. Yet now, she uttered such heartless words. Was this truly the same Mu Fengfang? It was simply inconceivable. At that moment, Mu Fengfang waved her small hand, flourishing a fragrant handkerchief in the air. "Quickly, shut down all the disaster relief stations here. Not a grain of rice is to be left for these refugees." The maidservant, upon hearing this, slightly moved but dared not act. Mu Fengfang raised an eyebrow and called out, "What? Do you not hear my words? Or must I personally demonstrate my displeasure?" The maidservant, no longer hesitating, quickly nodded. "Yes, miss. I shall attend to it at once." Just as the maidservant was about to turn away, a loud shout rang out. "Stop!" Everyone present turned to stare in astonishment at Yi Feiyun, the one who had just shouted. With a dark expression, Yi Feiyun lowered his voice and said, "How cruel, Mu Fengfang. You are truly heartless. Although I cannot fathom your thoughts, if you truly shut down all the relief stations, it would not be an exaggeration to say that we would witness corpses lying in heaps, with refugees starving to death in droves. Over 100,000 disaster victims would perish in an instant. These are living souls." Yi Feiyun remained silent, seizing the collar of the nearby coachman. "Listen well. No matter who has withheld the relief grain from the Yi residents, they must return it all immediately. Whether it is the lady of the heavenly king or the wife of the lord of the underworld, if anyone dares to consume even a single grain today, Yi Feiyun, will split them open." He then ordered, "Allocate 30 million taels of silver for disaster relief. If even one refugee dies of starvation today, I will hold you accountable." The coachman, thoroughly taken aback by Yi Feiyun's fierce reprimand, stammered, "Young master, shouldn't we report this to the master?" "Report what nonsense?" Yi Feiyun shouted. "That blind old fool of father of mine is likely indulging in revelry somewhere, oblivious to the situation. By the time you inform him, it will be too late. Who knows how many will die from hunger before then?" Yi Feiyun panted heavily. "Hurry and get to it. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Upon receiving Yi Feiyun's command, the coachman dared not delay and quickly rushed off to carry out the task. In a short while, the previously withheld grain was transported from the granary, with teams of officials dressed in uniform hauling it away. The aroma of the grain wafted through the air, causing the eyes of the refugees to light up as they pounced upon it like hungry wolves. Many officials were present to maintain order, calling out one by one, "Come forward." Yi Feiyun's words had reached the ears of the refugees, who understood that the grain they received was a gift from him. Many bowed deeply, crying out, "Oh, great Lord, you are our savior. We would serve you like beasts in gratitude." Numerous young and beautiful women gazed at Yi Feiyun with starry eyes, seemingly eager to bear his children. After completing this task, Yi Feiyun felt his legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground, oblivious to the words around him. Fixated only on Mu Fengfang, he felt as though she understood his thoughts completely and had him firmly in her grasp. Knowing he would never dare to close down the relief stations, as if she had him ensnared, it was over. He had failed to become the villain and instead led the effort to distribute grain in the capital. What if Long Aotian found out? Wouldn't he become the ultimate experience package? Mu Fengfang merely smiled coyly and waved her hand. "All right, let us go. It's time to distribute the porridge." Meanwhile, Yi Feiyun's mind was in turmoil, feeling as if everything had gone awry since his arrival, as if these people were deliberately outsmarting him. At that moment, the coachman, not daring to slacken his pace, was utterly bewildered by Yi Feiyun's erratic behavior, and simply cracked the whip. With a loud crack, the horse neighed, and the ornate carriage rolled forward swiftly towards the inner city. As the carriage gradually receded, Mu Fengfang, while distributing porridge, looked up, beads of fragrant sweat forming on her forehead, a playful smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Chapter 27, Alliance Young Master. We have arrived at the Yi residence. A luxurious carriage slowly approached, coming to a halt in front of the heavily guarded Yi residence. The coachman wore a frown, having pondered the entire journey without understanding what he had done wrong, receiving 2 slaps from the young master for no reason. It felt as though his efforts had been in vain. More importantly, it seemed as if his young master had transformed into a different person. Something was amiss. "All right." Yi Feiyun lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage, noticing the coachman's terrified gaze fixed upon him, as if he were a monster. "What are you staring at?" "In nothing." The coachman, fearing another reprimand, quickly explained. Yi Feiyun frowned and instructed, "If you cause trouble, don't associate it with my name." "Do you understand?" "Yes, yes." The coachman replied repeatedly. Feeling he had spoken too harshly, Yi Feiyun, as he ascended the stone steps, turned back. "Oh, and be careful not to trample the flowers and plants when you park. We must maintain ecological harmony." "Yes," the coachman exclaimed, overly excited. Once Yi Feiyun had given all his instructions, he felt reassured as he entered the residence. The guards on duty immediately bowed in respect. "Young Master Yi." As Yi Feiyun stepped through the grand entrance of the Yi residence, he suddenly spotted a dark shadow darting towards him with incredible speed. "Oh no!" Yi Feiyun's heart raced, instinctively thinking of Long Aotian. This person was indeed making a move. In the blink of an eye, the shadow charged straight towards him. How cunning! Attempting to strike at such a vulnerable point. Just as Yi Feiyun was about to shout assassin, he froze upon seeing the figure before him, utterly bewildered. "Yi Ding?" "Young master." The massive figure of Yi Ding, towering over 8 feet tall, knelt before Yi Feiyun, clinging to his leg and weeping profusely. "What's wrong with you?" Yi Feiyun stared in astonishment. A burly man, clinging to his leg and crying with such apparent sorrow, was indeed an unusual sight. What could have caused such a remarkable grievance? "What are you doing? Stop crying and get up." Yi Feiyun urgit, bejidirit. Hadn't he sent Yi Ding to manage the Yi residence? And yet, within just a couple of days, he was reduced to this state? Had he been coerced? No. He recalled that there was no one in the Yi residence with such peculiar tastes, especially not someone as robust as him. What kind of preference would that entail? "Young master," Yi Ding sobbed, "I've been thinking of you day and night. I do not wish to be the steward of the Yi residence. I only want to serve you faithfully." As he cried, Yi Ding wiped his tears, resembling a 30-year-old child weeping as if he were a heartbroken youth. Yi Feiyun's heart softened. Although Yi Ding has committed numerous and scrupulous deeds, he has displayed unwavering loyalty to the original master, adhering to his commands with steadfast resolve. At this moment, even Yi Feiyun is moved by a heartfelt declaration. However, upon reflection, he thinks, no, despite his loyalty, this individual lacks discernment, and keeping him around will inevitably lead to trouble. With a determined heart, Feiyun is about to firmly refuse, but upon glancing down, he sees Yi Ding's tear-streaked face, and the words catch in his throat. Fine, stay by my side. After saying this, Feiyun strides over the threshold into the Yi residence, inwardly scolding himself for his soft-heartedness. How could he be so easily swayed by a muscular man? It is utterly disgraceful. Well, at least he is a loyal subject. Having him nearby may prevent him from causing trouble. Meanwhile, Yi Ding kneels at the door, weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, his large eyes glistening with emotion. He is immensely touched and quickly begins to formulate a plan. Creak! Feiyun forcefully pushes open the door to his chamber, sunlight flooding in. He casts a sidelong glance and sees someone seated in the center, upon an exquisite Wang chair. What the hell? Feiyun exclaims, nearly shouting, but upon recognizing the individual, he cannot help but curse. Wang Hu, are you out of your mind? Come here. I have good news for you. What good news? Speak here and don't get handsy. Feiyun thinks it prudent to maintain some distance. This fellow is cut from the same cloth as Yi Ding and seems to lack common sense. Being too close to them might attract unnecessary trouble. Hey! Wang Hu smacks his lips, feigning mystery. What do you mean by that? When we were growing up together, you never said such things. Wang Hu flashes a knowing smile, walks around Feiyun, and carefully shuts the door with a creak. Inside, the light dims, and the atmosphere grows intimate. Feiyun feels a chill run down his spine. What is it? Speak while standing there. He gestures, maintaining his distance. Hey hey hey. Wang Hu's laughter is lewd, making Feiyun's heart race. Convinced he is up to no good, Wang Hu pulls out a scroll from his sleeve and unfurls it before Feiyun. Upon seeing it, Feiyun nearly falls to the ground, his eyes wide and sweat pouring down as he exclaims, "The Dragon Aotian Alliance?" Indeed, Wang Hu declares with righteous fervor, "I have gathered all my brothers. Their fathers are all above third-rank officials, including but not limited to Li De and Yang Biao." Chapter 28. You intend to annihilate the capital's rascals? Wang Hu, with a face full of excitement, recounts the names as if listing treasures, counting on his fingers with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Feiyun listens, his scalp tingling, eyes bulging, and jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Good heavens! He had gone to great lengths to prevent them from seeking trouble with Dragon Aotian. First, Yi Ding had rallied dozens of servants to cause chaos in the capital. And now Wang Hu, whom he thought would settle down for a few days after his heartfelt advice, had gathered all the rascals of the capital. The individuals Wang Hu mentioned were notorious in the capital, infamous for their bullying and misdeeds. The thought of them being gathered by Wang Hu was alarming, especially since none of those rascals could compare to him. They were mere fodder. If these young lords knew that Wang Hu intended to lead them to a massacre at the hands of Dragon Aotian, they would surely unleash a torrent of curses. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Feiyun hurriedly stopped Wang Hu. "Brother, stop talking. Calm down." "What do you mean?" Wang Hu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Feiyun. "We just want to avenge you. Don't you want to release this pent-up anger? I know you have feelings for Mu Yangyun, and the Emperor has promised her to you. How can you not seek retribution? We men must stand tall and firm, but we cannot allow others to covet our wives. I tell you, Dragon Aotian definitely has designs on your wife." Wang Hu, fully aware of the prior court matters, spoke with excitement. However, before he could finish, someone suddenly covered his mouth. He looked at Feiyun in horror, who was gripping his mouth tightly, preventing any sound from escaping. Feiyun was glancing around nervously, afraid of being overheard. What the hell? Is this something to joke about? Two men hiding in the shadows, privately discussing the protagonist's harem, is a surefire way to court disaster. This must not be taken lightly. In just a brief exchange, Feiyun felt as if his health points were dwindling. "Brother, what are you doing?" Wang Hu mumbled as he struggled to break free from Feiyun's grasp, complaining of an unpleasant odor. Feiyun immediately gestured for silence, his face pale with fear. "Brother, stop talking. If you keep this up, we're finished." "What? Why are you acting like a mouse afraid of cat?" Wang Hu was baffled, not understanding why Feiyun was so intent on avoiding trouble with Dragon Aotian. Wang Hu, not lacking in wit, was intrigued by Feiyun's reaction. Feiyun sighed and explained that he himself was not entirely certain. He had worked hard to alter the plot slightly, and now both Mu Yinyun and Mu Fengfang seemed to have some interest in him. Meanwhile, Wang Hu and Yi Ding were zealously seeking out danger, and he could not afford to get entangled with them any further. Wang Hu suddenly fixed his gaze on Yi Feiyun with an intensity that made Yi Feiyun uneasy. Yi Feiyun immediately looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? What are you planning? He feared Wang Hu would concoct yet another scheme. Wang Hu paused and said, Brother, tell me honestly, have you been too long without release and are feeling a bit pent up? As he spoke, he made a rather flamboyant gesture with his hands. Yi Feiyun did not grasp the implication. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyun suddenly understood. The original master, before his arrival, often accompanied Wang Hu to the capital's brothels and engaged in unsavory activities. Now, seeing Yi Feiyun's unusual demeanor, Wang Hu instinctively assumed he had needs in that regard. Yi Feiyun was about to refuse, but then reconsidered. Actually, it might not be such a bad idea. How about we go take a look? Wang Hu, pleased with Yi Feiyun's willingness, responded, All right, brother, you've made progress. You used to say you wanted to please Mu Yinyun and would never accompany me. Yet now you're unafraid? Wang Hu chuckled. This is how it should be. After all, which man doesn't he have a few tricks up his sleeve? Haha, I've always told you not to hang around one tree. Even if it's a royal tree, it won't confine us brothers. Let us go. Wang Hu was ecstatic, believing Yi Feiyun had finally come around. Yi Feiyun, however, was plotting a different strategy. All right, brother, let us go and take a look. The two quickly reached an understanding and, supporting each other, pushed open the door. Sunlight streamed in, causing Yi Feiyun to squint as he strode outside, contemplating that since Wang Hu would not heed his warnings, it would be best to toss him into the world of brothels to expend some energy. Once he was exhausted, surely he would no longer be preoccupied with Dragon Aotian. As the two reached the front of the gate, they turned to see a servant squatting at the entrance. Acting suspiciously, Wang Hu immediately chuckled. Oh, isn't this Yi Ding, my dear brother? I thought you had gone to Yi Fu to be a steward. What brings you here now? Upon hearing Wang Hu's voice, Yi Ding looked up, and, upon seeing Yi Feiyun, his face radiated loyalty and excitement. Young Master Yi, where are you headed? Yi Feiyun slapped his forehead, realizing he had inadvertently opened a can of worms. After managing to send Wang Hu away, he had almost forgotten about Yi Ding. If he left, Yi Ding might impulsively gather the household servants to confront Long Aotian. Thus, he decided to take Yi Ding along as well. With a swift mental shift, Yi Feiyun whispered, Yi Ding, come along. The young master will take you for some fun. Yi Ding rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with excitement. Really? Why would I lie? Yi Feiyun shot him a glance and waved his hand dismissively. Yi Ding simile brocadenit, and he quickly followed suit. Wang Hu looked at Yi Feiyun with admiration, beaming, You have truly transformed since His Majesty betrothed Mu Yinyun to you. It brings me great joy. Yi Feiyun inwardly cursed the foolishness of it all. The coachman, who had parked the carriage earlier, quickly approached upon seeing Yi Feiyun ready to depart. The horse neighed loudly, shaking its chestnut body as it pulled the wheels forward, stopping before Yi Feiyun. Wang was still being polite. Why not ride in my carriage? Yi Feiyun waved his hand. No, we shall take my carriage. It feels more reliable. After some back and forth, Wang Hu was eventually pulled into the carriage by Yi Feiyun. Naturally, Yi Ding was not spared either and was soon on board. With these two troubles now in the carriage, Yi Feiyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as they were by his side, he no longer had to worry. He dreaded the thought of them losing their heads and seeking trouble with Long Aotian. Yi Feiyun, thinking ahead, swiftly drew back the curtain on the side of the carriage, peering cautiously outside, stretching his head out to survey the bustling street. Numerous vendors were calling out, selling tonghalu and wontons, while many young women dressed beautifully, exuding the charm of a charming bride. Thankfully, Long Aotian was not in sight. Yi Feiyun sighed in relief, fearful that Long Aotian might be lurking in some corner, plotting against him. Suddenly, he felt a wave of warmth beside him. Yi Feiyun turned to see Wang Hu's face alarmingly close. What on earth are you doing? He exclaimed, pushing back in annoyance, glaring at Wang Hu. After all, the original text did not depict Wang Hu displaying such behavior toward the protagonist. Even in the protagonist's downfall, Wang Hu had supported Yi Feiyun from behind. He feared that Wang Hu might harbor unspeakable feelings for the protagonist, which would spell disaster. Wang Hu, following Yi Feiyun's gaze, appeared contemplative. Brother, you aren't eyeing some young lady, are you? It's been ages since we enjoyed the company of such simple girls. Yi Feiyun felt a wave of exasperation. Wang Hu's mind was filled with lewd thoughts. However, he deemed it inappropriate to elaborate too much, so he casually made an excuse. Half an hour later, at the most prominent entertainment district in the capital, the streets were alive with vibrantly dressed women eagerly beckoning patrons. At the entrance, a plump woman in her 40s, clad in a pink gown with a ghastly white face and hair piled high, sported a large, unsightly mole known as the matchmaker's mole. She animatedly called out to passers-by, "Sir, come play. Come on in." As soon as Yi Feiyun's carriage came to a halt, the madam initially scowled, annoyed that the carriage was parked at the entrance of the Long Aotian. However, upon recognizing the visitors, her chubby eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh, isn't this the carriage of young Master Yi? Gome. Our ladies of Long Aotian are here to greet you." The madam's voice rose sharply, and the elegantly dressed women behind her immediately flocked forward, eager to surround Yi Feiyun's carriage, each vying for attention, fearing they might miss the opportunity. Yi Feiyun lifted the carriage curtain, and upon witnessing the scene, Yi Ding gasped in awe. "Young master, is this truly such a grand occasion? My family has never seen anything like it." Wang Hu, equally excited, patted Yi Feiyun on the back. "Brother, look how popular you are." Even before entering, these ladies are already overjoyed. Yi Feiyun gazed at the overly adorned women, sighing. Yet considering his current task, he had to keep Wang Hu and Yi Ding occupied and prevent them from causing chaos. With a firm resolve, he declared, "Enough chatter. Let us go inside and take a look." The madam, seemingly aware of Wang Hu and Yi Ding's backgrounds, treated them with utmost courtesy, summoning all the ladies from Long Aotian to come forth. The entrance was soon filled with a throng of beautifully dressed women, each casting flirtatious glances at Yi Feiyun, their eyes practically shimmering. Yi Feiyun lowered his head, unable to meet their gaze, feeling overwhelmed by the wickedness of society. How terrifying it was. However, the extravagant lifestyle of the capital's young rakes greatly exceeded Yi Feiyun's expectations. He had initially thought that the renowned Long Aotian was famous merely for its crowds. But as Wang Hu led him to the largest private room, Yi Feiyun's eyes were opened to a new world. A grand golden silk bed adorned with intricate designs lay before him, and as he sat down, the softness of the mattress left him utterly astonished. Yi Ding, accustomed to combat, was wide-eyed with excitement, eagerly touching everything around him, completely oblivious to the sophistication. Wang Hu observed the scene, chuckling silently as he sat beside Yi Feiyun, giving his shoulder a meaningful pat. Yi Feiyun lowered his eyelids, thinking how Wang Hu could elevate a night of revelry to such grandiose heights, when in reality, they were merely dealing with superficial distractions. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Hu clapped his hands, and suddenly, the glass door of the private room creaked open. The madam, her corpulent figure leading the way, swayed her hips, eliciting a wave of revulsion from Yi Feiyun. However, the sight that followed nearly made his eyes pop out. 3 to 4 dozen gorgeously dressed ladies, giggling and flirting, entered the room. Among them, several stood at least 7 meters tall, their delicate features radiating beauty even with minimal makeup, resembling fresh water lotuses. Their glances sent Yi Feiyun's heart racing. Goodness, it could be like this? Those legs. And the walls are so pristine. Yi Feiyun's eyes widened, his astonishment rendering him nearly speechless. Wang Hu patted Yi Feiyun on the shoulder. "Brother, just follow my lead. Enjoy yourself to the fullest. All expenses will be covered by me, young Master Wang." Upon hearing this, the madam quickly waved her handkerchief, hastening toward them. "Today, our young Master Yi and young Master Wang are rare guests at Long Aotian. Ladies, come greet them." The chorus of sweet voices greeting them sent chills down Yi Feiyun's spine. He inwardly condemned the depravity of society. How could he allow himself to sink so low? Absolutely not. Yet, soon after, he found himself pointing at 4 or 5 tall, graceful ladies. Wang Hu, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Don't steal my pick. I want some too." Before long, all the ladies in the room were claimed by Wang Hu, as Yi Feiyun and Wang Hu exchanged cups. Enjoying the food and drink before them, they engaged in thoughtful conversation. "Brother, why do you have such an affinity for that girl, Yin?" Wang Hu took a sip of his drink, his face slightly flushed from the alcohol, as he began to speak with a hint of inebriation. As Yi Feiyun's heart tightened, he was fortunate to still possess a good tolerance for alcohol, remaining sober at this moment. He ran his fingers through his hair, shook his head to clear his thoughts, and earnestly remarked, "Let's not speak of that. Do you truly spend all your days indulging in this realm of pleasure? Feiyun was taken aback. The opulence and clamor of this place far exceeded his expectations, leaving him utterly astonished. Beside him, a young lady leaned in closer, exuding a delicate fragrance that sent Feiyun's heart racing. However, he reminded himself to maintain control, for losing himself in folly could easily lead to being treated as mere fodder for the protagonist's growth. Thus, he strove to restrain his impulses, as his years of debauchery were not easily cast aside. The thought of causing a ruckus while intoxicated, only to be swiftly dealt with by Long Aotian, was simply too unprofitable. More pressing was the presence of two troublesome individuals. He needed to remain vigilant. Wang Hu, with a face clouded by intoxication, jested, "We are out to have fun, yet you remain so reserved. This is not like you." As he spoke, he reached out, pulling two beautifully adorned ladies into his embrace, eliciting their squeals. "Pour us some drinks." Feiyun, witnessing this spectacle, was left dumbfounded, inwardly cursing the lecherous rogue. In the next moment, Wang Hu waved his hand, gathering 5 young women into his arms, laughing heartily. I wanted to. The vibrant atmosphere of the Yuan was filled with music and laughter. As the joyous clinking of cups echoed, the room illuminated by the glow of lanterns and the sounds of revelry resounded within. From the outside, it appeared to be a place of intoxicating allure. In the capital, within the grand and opulent Dacian imperial palace, the heavy redwood doors stood ajar, intricately carved with exquisite floral and avian designs, as a gentle breeze wafted in. The spacious foyer was adorned with soft carpets, flanked by ornately carved chairs. At the center of the bedroom lay an enormous redwood bed, its frame embellished with lifelike dragon and phoenix motifs, and draped in silk curtains embroidered with vibrant flowers. Dazzling to behold. In this moment, Feiyun languidly reclined upon the bed, a plate of fragrant, dewy grapes before her, their mere sight enough to whet the appetite. Kneeling on either side of the bed were several neatly attired maidservants, their heads bowed, not daring to meet Feiyun's gaze. However, her expression was not one of contentment. She absently picked a vibrant grape and placed it in her mouth, the glistening juice flowing between her delicate lips, vanishing in an instant as her tongue flicked out. "What has Feiyun been up to lately?" Feiyun inquired, prompting the maidservants to exchange fearful glances, hesitant to respond. Feiyun turned slowly, her brows knitting with a hint of ire. Raising her voice, "I am asking you a question. Are your ears deaf? Can you not hear me?" The maidservants stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts. Feiyun's brows furrowed deeper. Ever since her father had betrothed her to Feiyun in the court, her heart had been conflicted. There was no affection, merely a desire to toy with him. Yet for several days, the one settler Feiyun had recited love poems outside her palace daily, turning the entire imperial court into a spectacle. She had sought to evade this clingy Feiyun, but since the engagement, he had not approached her once, even after she had left the palace several times. "Speak, what has Feiyun been doing?" Feiyun demanded, her tone sharp. The two maidservants, sensing her growing anger, prostrated themselves, trembling as they replied, "Your Highness, Feiyun has recently been in the capital with Wang Hu." "What are they doing in the capital?" Feiyun pressed further. The maidservants exchanged anxious glances, reluctant to divulge the truth. They had been instructed to monitor Feiyun, but the nature of his activities was not something they dared to disclose. After all, if they revealed where he had gone, they might face her wrath. "Speak." Feiyun's voice rose again, striking the bedspread with her delicate hand, producing a muffled thud. Her brows knitted tighter. She had merely inquired. Yet these maidservants were trembling with fear. When they failed to provide an answer, her frustration grew. Seeing her fury, the maidservants finally relented. "Young Master Yi and young Master Wang have gone to the Yuan." Initially, Feiyun did not grasp the implication, but after a moment, her brows shot up in realization. "What? Yuan?" Enraged, her teeth clenched and her body trembled slightly. Just days after being betrothed to Feiyun, he dared to venture to such a place. How could that den of frivolity compare to her? Her complexion darkened as she abruptly rose from the bed, her bare feet pressing against the soft carpet. "Your Highness, put on your shoes." The maidservants pleaded, hurriedly offering her embroidered slippers. But Feiyun ignored them, striding forward, her face as cold as ice, as if it could freeze the air around her. "Prepare the carriage." The maidservants, taken aback, exchanged alarmed glances, their faces paling. "Your Highness." Where are we going? Mu Yinyun's expression was grim as she spat through clenched teeth to Yi Hong Yuan. Meanwhile, at Yi Hong Yuan, Yi Feiyun had cast aside all previous concerns. With roasted meat in his mouth and fine wine in hand, his face glistened with grease, his eyes glazed over with excitement. All these lovely ladies, they are wonderful, he exclaimed, reveling in the pleasures around him. Wang Hu, equally intoxicated, half-naked, poured fragrant liquor down his throat. The liquid cascading down his cheeks. Feiyun, what do you think of this place? Isn't it fantastic? Absolutely, Yi Feiyun replied, giving a thumbs up, his words somewhat slurred. He had not anticipated that the world of debauchery could be so exhilarating. If given another 800 chances, he would never venture into chaos with Long Aotian. Why not indulge in this life of revelry? He needed to devise a plan to rid himself of the troubles posed by Mu Yinyun and Mu Fenfang, resolve his father's issues with the corrupt Ministry of Revenue, and then live a carefree life as a dandy. The mere thought of such a life brought him immense joy. Nearby, Yi Ding was lost in ecstasy, sprawled across a lavish golden bed, while the beautifully dressed ladies attended to him, massaging his shoulders and legs, truly living in bliss. My dear lady, bring me another jug of liquor. Certainly, my lord, came the cheerful response as she swiftly poured the fragrant, exquisite drink into his mouth. Yi Ding was exceedingly exhilarated, excitedly exclaiming, Young master, this place is absolutely delightful. Can we come again next time? Of course, we can return. Yi Feiyun suddenly stood up. Everyone silence. At once, the crowd turned to gaze at him, bewildered. Yi Feiyun stomped one foot onto the table, holding a wine jug in one hand and a savory drumstick close to his mouth, appearing as if he were about to sing. Now, allow me to perform a song for everyone. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door, filled with the plaintive and urgent cries of an old courtesan. Princess, princess, you absolutely must not enter. Get away. A cacophony ensued outside, accompanied by shoving and pushing. Then a flurry of footsteps echoed. The individuals inside the room instinctively turned their gazes towards the commotion. Yi Feiyun furrowed his brow, blinking his eyes in surprise. Why does that voice sound somewhat familiar? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the glass door of the private room was thrust open. Standing outside was a figure radiating fury. Mu Yinyun had her hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes glaring like round beads. Yi Feiyun, get down here. Upon seeing Mu Yinyun storm in, Yi Ding and Wang Hu, who had been reveling moments ago, instantly froze, their pupils dilating in fear, the effects of alcohol fading rapidly. The wine jug in Yi Ding's hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Wang Hu felt a wave of panic wash over him, realizing they were doomed. Yi Feiyun had been bestowed a marriage by his majesty, and now he was, after all, the son-in-law of the capital. Bringing him to such a place, only to be caught by the princess, could lead to dire consequences. Wang Hu's face turned pale as he slowly began to back away, as if hoping to vanish in a thin air. Yi Ding, perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, showed no signs of fear. Yet, the princess was indifferent to Yi Feiyun, publicly declaring him as unwanted and likening him to a persistent pest. How could Yi Ding allow his master to enjoy himself for a few days without interference? He stood up, his face flushed with anger, glaring at Mu Yinyun. Yi Feiyun felt cold sweat trickling down his back, standing rigidly on the table, paralyzed with fear as his mind raced with potential strategies. Observing Yi Ding's thoughtless inclination to charge forward, Yi Feiyun swiftly hurled a wine jug at him. Stay calm. With a resounding crack, the jug struck Yi Ding, instantly jolting him back to his senses. The icy liquid cascaded down his head, restoring his composure as he scratched his head in confusion. Upon finally recognizing Mu Yinyun, he was immediately subdued by her regal presence and knelt tremblingly, offering his respects to the sixth princess. The previously lively atmosphere in the private room descended into chaos, with the once jovial crowd now in disarray, clamoring loudly. Upon realizing that the elegant figure outside was indeed the sixth princess of the current dynasty, they all dropped to their knees, exclaiming in unison, Sixth princess! Sixth princess! Yi Feiyun's mind raced as he contemplated the dire situation. This was troublesome indeed. If the sixth princess exposed his escapades in the Yi Hong Yuan to his majesty, the repercussions could be dire, potentially leading to his entire family facing annihilation. Yet, Mu Yinyun immediately thundered, Yi Feiyun, what are you doing here? Should he admit that he was searching for Yi Feiyun? That would be too humiliating. Thus he shifted the dilemma back to Feiyun. With a quick flick of his eyes, Feiyun initially sought to plead for mercy, but then realized the absurdity of it. He had previously done everything possible to persuade Mu Yinyun to annul their engagement, yet she remained resolute. So, why not provoke her further? In her anger, she might just take the matter to the emperor, effectively annulling their engagement. Then he would no longer have to endure the torment of Long Aotian. Brilliant! Why not employ a strategy of counteraction, openly irritating her? Feiyun straightened his neck and boldly asked, "What do you think I'm doing here? Can't you see there's so many lovely ladies?" He flicked his head dismissively, adopting a rogue demeanor, his gestures carefree. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyun trembled with rage, her slender fingers quivering in the air as she struggled to articulate her response. Feiyun's thoughts had been clearly overheard by her. He was deliberately trying to infuriate her to force her to annul the engagement. This scoundrel. He had not been like this before. Every time, she recalled how he had recited love poems like a dogged pest before the palace. And now he evaded her while trying to provoke her into breaking their engagement. Was she so unworthy? More importantly, what was this obsession with Long Aotian? Could she ever find him appealing? Mu Yinyun was on the verge of exploding, yet she managed to suppress her anger and questioned, Feiyun, do you realize what would happen if father found out you were in a place like this? The moment those words left her lips, Feiyun felt a tightening in his chest. This girl was attempting to shift the blame onto him. But thinking of his future happiness, he steeled himself, gritting his teeth, and replied defiantly, "So what? In the great Qian dynasty, which man does not have multiple wives and concubines? Even if I marry you, it will be of your own volition. What is wrong with me seeking a bit of amusement? Let me tell you, even after we marry, I will still come here every day to enjoy myself." As he spoke, he nervously observed Mu Yinyun's expression, his heart racing like a bucket of water being drawn up unevenly. At that moment, he was solely focused on being insufferably obstinate, hoping to dispatch this living burden as quickly as possible. Ideally, Mu Yinyun would be so incensed that she would directly report to the emperor, allowing him to be free again. That way, he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. However, just as Mu Yinyun was about to explode, she unexpectedly caught wind of Feiyun's true intentions. Instantly, her expression darkened, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Feiyun's incessant mentions of Long Aotian piqued her curiosity. She wanted to uncover what tricks he was playing. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Mu Yinyun found herself confused about her own feelings. Initially, she had been utterly vexed by Feiyun's incessant pursuit, but now that he was ignoring her, she felt oddly uneasy. Mu Yinyun swiftly approached Feiyun, softly inquiring, "What is wrong?" Yet Feiyun appeared utterly baffled, failing to grasp her intentions. Without hesitation, Mu Yinyun plopped down beside him, waving her hand. "What are you all standing around for? Everyone rise." Wang Hu and Yi Ding exchanged puzzled glances, their hearts filled with uncertainty. This situation seemed amiss. According to their expectations, Mu Yinyun should be furious, threatening to demolish the Yihong Yuan. However, the current scenario was entirely different from their imaginings. Had Mu Yinyun undergone some sort of transformation? This was strange. Wang Hu felt even more anxious. Feiyun was no ordinary person. He was the son-in-law of the great Qian dynasty. If it were discovered that he was indulging in pleasures at the Yihong Yuan, not only would he suffer the consequences, but both Wang Hu and Yi Ding could also lose their heads. At that moment, the crowd exchanged glances, each person bewildered by what Mu Yinyun, the sixth princess of the great Qian dynasty, was up to. This was not right. According to rumors in the capital, Mu Yinyun despised Feiyun immensely. Seeing him in such a place should have incited her fury, yet here she was, sitting down with a seemingly pleasant demeanor. Even the old courtesan at the door was left dumbfounded, her matchmaking mole trembling in the air as she stared incredulously at Mu Yinyun, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Most astonished of all was Feiyun, who gazed at Mu Yinyun in disbelief, utterly perplexed by her intentions. At this moment, should one not be glaring with rage, leaping in fury, and turning the Yihong Yuan upside down? Why then is one seated? What are you doing? Feiyun asked in astonishment. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyun slightly raised her charming face, gently waving her delicate hand. What? It is permissible for you men to indulge in merriment at Yihong Yuan, yet I cannot indulge myself as well? Upon her words, the crowd was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. The matron at the entrance, with her corpulent figure, trembled slightly, seemingly doubting her own hearing. However, Mu Yinyun then fixed her gaze upon the matron and inquired, "What is it? My words do not carry weight, do they? Go summon all the ladies inside." The matron, initially momentarily dazed, quickly regained her composure and respectfully replied, "Yes, yes, of course. I shall bring in all the ladies who have stepped out right away." The matron finally breathed a sigh of relief, having thought her Hong Yuan would not survive the day, yet the current circumstances far exceeded her expectations. Feiyun and Wang, who exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by Mu Yinyun's intentions. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyun sat gracefully, her movements exceedingly adept, as she lifted a cup of white liquor and filled it from the jug. "What is the matter? Care for a drink? This is not right." Feiyun was astounded, while Mu Yinyun secretly chuckled at his thoughts. Feiyun was intent on dismissing her, and she was curious to see what he truly intended. She then stated, "Not drinking, is it? Very well, I shall proceed to toast in respect." With a flick of her hand, her snowy fingers danced in the air, and the liquid in the cup was swiftly consumed in one gulp, her delicate neck trembling slightly as her elegant robe cascaded to the floor, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful painting. Wang, whose eyes widened as he approached Feiyun, tugging at his sleeve. "Feiyun, why didn't you mention this situation earlier?" Wang, who, well acquainted with Feiyun, knew that his good friend was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of Mu Yinyun, who had previously ignored him, even sending eunuchs and maidservants to drive him away. Yet now, witnessing Mu Yinyun drinking in the Hong Yuan without a hint of anger, even inviting him to join, left him utterly astonished. Feiyun's brow twitched violently. If Long Aotian were to find out he was drinking with his harem's mistress, would he not be devoured alive? No, no, he must devise a plan to send her away. However, upon seeing Mu Yinyun's determination not to relent until he joined her, Feiyun's mind raced, contemplating his strategy. Soon, the atmosphere in the private room grew lively once more. Wang Hu and Yi Ding, initially somewhat restrained, began glancing toward Feiyun. They soon noticed that Mu Yinyun appeared unfazed, seated earnestly at the table, her charming face calm and devoid of any signs of anger. Could it be that she has truly changed? With their spirits lifted from their earlier drinks, Wang Hu and Yi Ding became emboldened, reveling even more, as the private space returned to a scene of merriment and celebration. Feiyun slumped on the golden silk bed, feeling restless and uneasy, as if a needle were pricking his back. He could not fathom what was transpiring, only sensing that the current narrative was decidedly amiss, and he needed to find a way to hasten her departure. Mu Yinyun raised her brows slightly, her lips curving into a playful smile. Chapter 33, Drink. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, and Feiyun stared at her, his heart filled with disbelief. Mu Yinyun glided gracefully, swiftly arriving at Feiyun's side. "What is it?" Feiyun asked, eyes wide, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Mu Yinyun responded, "What is wrong? Now that I have arrived, are you not happy? Let us drink." In her left hand, she held a pure silver-glazed jade jug adorned with exquisite carvings, and in her right, a green-glazed wine cup swayed gently. Feiyun felt as though his ears must be malfunctioning. Surely, Mu Yinyun could not be mad. Yet he steeled himself. "Very well, I sense this young lady is deliberately trying to ensnare me. If that is the case, then why not proceed unabated and let her drink? Then let us drink." Feiyun declared, "I shall drink as much as you do. Is that agreeable?" He had resolved that this young lady would surely back down, and at that moment, he could find an opportunity to send her away. A perfect plan. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Yinyun heard his thoughts clearly. She arched her brow slightly. "Very well. That is what you have said." Feiyun, determined, grasped a large jar of liquor, exerting great effort to place it upon the table. "Shall we drink from this?" Mu Yinyun raised an eyebrow, surprised by Feiyun's audacity, yet recalling her earlier words, a flush crept across her face. If she were to concede now, would it not imply that she feared him? Observing her indecisive demeanor, Feiyun finally felt a sense of relief. This young lady would surely not dare to drink. With that, he might swiftly leave Hong Yuan. Should Long Aotian happen upon him drinking with her, his fate would be sealed. He could not afford to lose his life so soon, nor could he bear the thought of being thrust into another world, his spirit scattering. Feiyun was filled with tension, while Mu Yinyun, her brow furrowed, declared, "Let's drink." She could not comprehend why Feiyun so despised her. Yet faced with his continuous provocations, she felt a surge of anger. Taking a bold step forward, she seized a large jar of liquor and poured it down her throat. The crystal-clear liquid cascaded down her small hand, flowing directly into her mouth. With her lips slightly parted, the liquor swirled within her mouth. And in the blink of an eye, she had consumed 4 or 5 tails. Feiyun's eyes widened, his body bristling with alarm, internally exclaiming, "What in the world? This girl must truly be mad." At that moment, Wang Hu and Yi Ding turned their gazes, and upon witnessing Mu Yinyun robustly drinking from the large jar, they stood in shock, dropping Yi Ding's cup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The array of elegantly dressed young women present turned their heads, witnessing this astonishing scene. Frozen in place, unable to move forward or retreat. How unbelievable it was. The 6th princess of the Qin dynasty boldly quenching her thirst in Ihong Yuan. Who would believe such a tale? Yet it was occurring right before their eyes. Yi Feiyun felt increasingly unsettled, watching Mu Yinyun continue to drink, his composure faltering. With a swift motion, he snatched the jar from her grasp. At this moment, Mu Yinyun's face flushed, her body swaying precariously, nearly unable to stand. "What are you doing? Let me drink." Yi Feiyun's expression darkened as he slammed the jar onto the table with a resounding thud. "Enough, stop drinking." "No, I want to drink, I want to drink." Mu Yinyun seemed intoxicated, her body staggering, her cheeks blooming like the evening clouds, reaching for the jar again, only to be stopped by Yi Feiyun. In an instant, her soft frame toppled into Yi Feiyun's embrace, a fragrant aroma enveloping him, filling his senses. The uniquely blended scent caused Yi Feiyun's nerves to tense, his body quivering, as he struggled to maintain control. Meanwhile, Wang Hu and Yi Ding seemed to have sensed something, hastily waving their hands, urging everyone to continue with their own affairs, to play and not to gaze in that direction. The women in the establishment were all astute individuals, having navigated the intricacies of this Ihong courtyard for quite some time. They immediately immersed themselves in their own merriment, as if granting Yi Feiyun and his companions a secluded space, a veritable sanctuary they dared not approach. Observing the hazy-eyed Mu Yinyun, Yi Feiyun felt a pang of sympathy, promptly assisting her to a nearby golden silk bed. "What do you truly intend to do?" He pondered silently as Mu Yinyun, with her lips slightly parted, collapsed onto the bed, her hands flailing aimlessly in the air, her intoxicated gaze unfocused. Her delicate, snowy legs were exposed, resembling pure jade, long and proportionate without an ounce of excess flesh. The fair and rosy skin was irresistibly enticing. Yi Feiyun's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, but he quickly averted his eyes, internally admonishing himself. "This is utterly unacceptable. It is far too perilous." He had yet to resolve his prior predicaments, and could not afford to succumb to drunkenness or be clouded by momentary lust. Lest Long Aotian would surely enact dire consequences upon him. Yi Feiyun attempted to push Mu Yinyun away, but at that moment, she softly murmured, her words slurred. "Do you truly dislike me so much?" Yi Feiyun's ears perked up, astonished that Mu Yinyun could utter such a thing. "What are you saying?" he replied, his brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyun seemed to exert herself to poke him, yet her feeble attempts felt more like playful banter. Yi Feiyun shuddered, thinking to himself, "This is completely catastrophic. What on earth is happening?" Suddenly, Mu Yinyun tilted her body, swiftly turning over, and with a delicate hand propped against the bed, she began to retch. Yi Feiyun, feeling a swell of compassion, supported her and gently patted her back. "What are you doing? I told you not to drink so much, yet you insisted." Wang Hu and Yi Ding, witnessing the scene, exchanged glances and beckoned discreetly. The maidservants nearby quietly pushed open a side door and, in an instant, dispersed like startled birds, vanishing without a trace. Wang Hu and Yi Ding, resembling thieves, stealthily exited the private room. Yi Feiyun, observing Mu Yinyun in her drunken stupor, realized she was utterly oblivious. Swaying precariously, he instinctively stood up, the gravity of the situation hitting him. Chapter 34. I want Yi Feiyun to escort me. Goodness. Are they pushing me into a fire pit? Yi Feiyun thought, overwhelmed with shock. If Long Aotian were to witness this predicament, he would be thoroughly doomed. A solitary man and woman alone in a room, especially with his reputation being barely better than that of stray dog, was a scandal waiting to unfold. Glancing at Mu Yinyun, who was inebriated beyond reason, her long, fair legs exposed, accentuating a mesmerizing silhouette, the atmosphere was palpably charged with ambiguity, stirring unwelcome thoughts. This simply could not continue. As anxiety gripped him, a chill surged from his heels to the crown of his head. Yi Feiyun mentally cursed Wang Hu and Yi Ding for their lack of loyalty, abandoning him in such a scenario. What was he to do? Leaving Mu Yinyun here unattended was unthinkable. After all, she was a member of Long Aotian's harem. Should anything untoward occur, he would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. Without a moment's hesitation, he steadied the inebriated Mu Yinyun and stumbled towards the door. Upon opening it, he found Wang Hu and Yi Ding had already vanished. What a joke! Yi Feiyun exclaimed, startling the matron who dared not utter a word. Wang Hu, abandoning me in a crisis? Just wait until I find you. Sighing, Yi Feiyun contemplated where to take her. Although the original text suggested this woman harbored a profound disdain for the protagonist, his first-hand observations suggested otherwise. Mu Yinyun, while possessing a fiery temperament, was not inherently malicious. Otherwise, she would not have so brazenly indulged in alcohol before him. This very trait was oddly endearing to him. No, no. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shuddered, vigorously shaking his head to dispel the dreadful notion. Long Aotian could be lurking nearby, and entertaining such thoughts was tantamount to courting disaster. The two maidservants, clad in embroidered robes, watched Yi Feiyun apprehensively, glancing at their mistress. Recognizing them as Mu Yinyun's personal attendants, Yi Feiyun felt a surge of relief and instinctively attempted to push Mu Yinyun towards them. The maidservants reached out to assist, but Mu Yinyun clung to Yi Feiyun like a kangaroo, refusing to let go, mumbling insistently, "No, I want you to take me. You must take me." "What?" Yi Feiyun exclaimed, taken aback, uncertain whether this young lady was genuinely intoxicated or merely taking advantage of the situation. Regardless, he needed to maintain a safe distance. The two maidservants stood frozen, as if turned to stone, unsure of how to proceed. What were they to do? They wondered if Mu Yinyun had genuinely developed feelings for Yi Feiyun, given her reckless venture into the Yihong courtyard, a notorious den of iniquity. As a princess of the Qian dynasty, her presence in such a place was scandalous. Yi Feiyun quickly covered her mouth, grimacing, "Be careful, don't vomit on me." As he regarded the utterly inebriated Mu Yinyun, he thought that perhaps it wouldn't be such a catastrophe after all. If she were to encounter trouble on the way, Long Aotian would certainly hold him accountable. Moreover, this predicament was a result of his own actions, and he could not simply abandon her. Mu Yinyun, in her haze, let out a soft grunt, her cheeks flushed. The two maidservants, alarmed at the unfolding scenario, found themselves at a loss. If Mu Yinyun were taken by Yi Feiyun while intoxicated, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Should their mistress remain unwed and her purity tarnished, the consequences would be dire. Yet, they remained silent, as Mu Yinyun had openly declared her desire for Yi Feiyun's company. The atmosphere grew tense as they stood rooted in place. As Yi Feiyun helped Mu Yinyun towards the exit, he spotted Yi Ding waiting by a luxurious carriage. The opulent vehicle stood out amidst the vibrant streets of the Qian dynasty, bustling even at this late hour, with vendors calling out and lively crowds milling about. The Yihong courtyard was particularly lively, and despite this, Yi Feiyun's grand carriage drew numerous curious glances as passers-by speculated about the identity of this young nobleman. Chapter 35. Time to act. As Yi Feiyun emerged, supporting the oblivious Mu Yinyun, Yi Ding's eyes brightened at the sight. "Young master, this is great." Yi Ding was exhilarated. He was well aware of his young master's persistent pursuit of Mu Yinyun. Now, at long last, his master had successfully won her heart, and without much effort. He felt genuinely happy for his lord. Get lost. Yi Feiyun had no time for his chatter, scolding him and giving him a kick in the rear, before hastily helping Mu Yinyun into the carriage. With a quick flick of the curtain, the two slipped inside. Yi Ding, sitting in front of the curtain, was unfazed, rubbing his sore backside, feeling as if he had just tasted honey. To him, this reprimand was a sign of affection. His master was showing care for him. "Be quiet." A furious voice came from within the carriage. "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up, or I'll smack you." Yi Ding reluctantly closed his mouth, a playful smirk on his face, and begrudgingly raised the whip. With a crack, the chestnut horse began to move slowly through the vibrant night market. Meanwhile, Yi Ding felt aggrieved, but suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something extraordinary. I know. Is young master planning to go to the palace for business? How thrilling." Inside the carriage, Yi Feiyun remained oblivious to Yi Ding's wild fantasies. The carriage rocked gently, and a slightly inebriated Mu Yin Yun lay half-reclined on the golden silk bed, her body slightly curved, with one delicate foot resting on the bed, completely exposed. Her toes, as pink as pearls, radiated a captivating sheen, resembling uncut pearls, clear and translucent. Feiyun couldn't help but gaze upon her. Mu Yin Yun's beautiful face flushed. It must be said that although she could sometimes be quite irritating, her looks and features were undeniably exceptional. Her long eyelashes, perfectly tinted lips, high nose bridge, and large, pond-like eyes, all were exquisitely detailed as if crafted by an artist's hand. Feiyun couldn't help but ponder. Mu Tian, how doesn't seem remarkable? How did he father such a captivating daughter? It was no wonder the original owner was utterly devoted to Mu Yin Yun, willingly playing the role of a loyal admirer. Feiyun Sikit. At that moment, Mu Yin Yun suddenly appeared uncomfortable, her body swaying as she sat up abruptly, grasping Feiyun tightly. What are you doing? Feiyun's heart raced, his body tensing as he warily watched Mu Yin Yun. What do you want? Feiyun spoke urgently. Knowing this was no matter to be trifled with, he would rather follow Long Aotian to his doom. Mu Yin Yun kept mumbling his name, leaving Feiyun bewildered. What is wrong with her? Why is she calling my name while drunk? Then, Mu Yin Yun spat out 3 words, bastard. Feiyun froze, realizing she was scolding him. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. The carriage swayed unsteadily as Feiyun supported Mu Yin Yun, their positions becoming somewhat intimate. Yet, Feiyun was at a loss. Every time he pushed her away, she clung back like a shadow. After several attempts, he had no choice but to surrender. He truly felt powerless against her. Unexpectedly, Feiyun's eyes brightened as if he had remembered something, and he hastily asked Yiding, "Where's Wang Hu? That scoundrel just left me here." Feiyun hadn't yet settled the score with him. Outside the carriage, Yiding was waving the whip, the carriage swaying. "Good news?" Feiyun muttered before realizing the implications and burst out. "What good news? You both just left me here alone. Is that appropriate?" Yiding scratched his head, grinning but remaining silent. After all, they had just provided Feiyun with a chance for some private time. How had it turned into a scolding instead? Nevertheless, as long as his master could handle the situation, it didn't matter how things turned out. Yiding grinned mischievously, giving a thumbs up. "Young master, your plan is brilliant. Going to the palace for business. Who could possibly find fault with that? Even if someone tries to nitpick, they won't be able to pin it on you." "Nonsense!" Feiyun shouted angrily, suddenly flinging open the curtain, his furious face emerging as he glared at Yiding. Seated in the carriage, Yiding shrank back, staring at Feiyun in fright. "Young master, what's wrong?" Feiyun, his face a mask of rage, spoke each word with emphasis. "Let me make this clear. Do not speak nonsense. I have nothing to do with Mu Yin Yun. Right now, your only task is to take me to the palace. Understood?" Yiding blinked, completely baffled by his young master's intentions. Was he serious or jesting? However, he dared not disobey. After all, his loyalty to Feiyun was unwavering. Whatever his master commanded, he would follow without question. "Yes, young master, I understand." But just as they moved a few steps, the carriage jolted suddenly, causing Feiyun to nearly stumble. Thankfully, he caught Mu Yin Yun, who was still sound asleep, completely unaware of the commotion outside. Feiyun's anger flared as he cursed. "What's going on? You can't even drive a carriage properly." Suddenly, Yiding's furious voice rang out. "Who dares to block the carriage of the young master of the Yi family? Do you wish to die?" At that moment, a servant's trembling voice came from outside. "And no, it's bad. It's bad. There's a problem with the disaster relief grain from the Yi residence." Feiyun, who had been seething with anger, suddenly felt a chill run through him. A problem? Chapter 36. Entangled within, Feiyun hurriedly lifted the carriage curtain to peek outside. A servant, dressed in livery, was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat falling from his forehead as he frantically exclaimed, Young Master Yi, you must come quickly. Our disaster relief grain has caused deaths. People are dying." Feiyun's heart sank, his grip faltering as he nearly fell. Just moments ago, he had ordered the Yi residents to open the granaries to feed the starving refugees, and now, only a short time later, people were dead? What was going on? Feiyun pressed urgently. "What happened?" The servant shook his head vigorously. I don't know. I really don't know. I just heard that some refugees died after eating, and then one after another, people started foaming at the mouth. It seems they're nearing death. Princess Mu from a Mu family is still at the porridge shop helping the refugees. You should hurry and check it out. This matter is escalating. The servant was terrified, speaking in a confused rush. Yi Ding paused, realizing that his young master might have intended to take Mu Yun to handle matters. But what did a few deaths matter to the powerful Yi family? With a mere flick of their fingers, they could suppress the issue. Yi Ding was about to angrily dismiss the matter when Feiyun interrupted him, shooting him a fierce glare. Yi Ding felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had received a stern warning from Feiyun, and promptly closed his mouth, not daring to utter another word. Yi Ding widened his eyes in disbelief. Then, young master, what about Princess Mu? The servant on the ground was exasperated, wondering why the princess was being dragged into this. It was common knowledge that young Master Yi was infatuated with Mu Yun, a true sycophant. And now, Mu Yun was in Feiyun's carriage? Hadn't that ruined everything? The servant felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, fearing that Feiyun might vent his anger on him. Just the thought made the servant tremble. But unexpectedly, Feiyun retorted, "What does a mere princess matter? We need to rush to the disaster relief station. Those are living lives." Huh? Yi Ding appeared to doubt the functionality of his ears, his mouth agape in astonishment. What on earth? Hurry and depart. Feiyun's voice erupted with indignation once more. The carriage began to move slowly, swiftly heading towards the disaster relief station outside the city. Meanwhile, the servants kneeling on the ground were left astounded. Was this truly their young master? Not only had he refrained from expressing anger towards them, but he also seemed to embody a spirit of compassion for the suffering populace. This was indeed a considerable surprise to them. The servants blinked rapidly, shaking their heads, as the scene felt surreal, akin to a dream. The disaster relief station beyond the city was shrouded in night, the stars glimmering like the moon. Over 100 officials and soldiers brandished torches, their flames illuminating the surrounding paths. At this moment, a mountain of refugees had gathered, clamoring for answers. Let the people from the Yi residence come out. What are we to do now that people have perished? We shall report this to the court. At this juncture, Mu Fengfeng stood in a corner, her complexion ashen. A maid beside her whispered, "Miss, this is a matter for the Yi family. Why should we involve ourselves?" Mu Fengfeng lifted her delicate face, retorting, "What do you mean a matter of the Yi family? Are we not the ones running the porridge station? Are these people not common folk? Is this not the relief grain provided by our government? Must we wait for Feiyun to arrive? How many lives could be lost by then?" At present, Mu Fengfeng's disdain for Feiyun had only intensified. Previously, she had believed he had a change of heart and was generously distributing grain from the granary to the starving refugees. However, she was taken aback to discover that the grain distributed by the Yi residents was tainted. It contained not only sand and gravel, but also many bags of rice that were expired and moldy. Numerous refugees who consumed it suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea, with the elderly and weak succumbing on the spot. How could this not infuriate Mu Fengfeng? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a luxurious carriage approached, the sound of its wheels thundering over the uneven ground. A chestnut stallion, cracking its whip, galloped rapidly towards the bustling relief station. Yi Ding led the way, his eyes wide with intensity, gripping the reins tightly as he urged the carriage forward. "Make way. The Yi residence is here." The officials and soldiers present, well aware of Feiyun's carriage, promptly cleared a path. Earlier, someone in the capital had collided with Feiyun's carriage, and although that individual was a third-rank official, he had been severely beaten. Those powerless officials and soldiers knew they were beneath Feiyun's notice. It was likely they would be crushed to pulp if they dared obstruct his way. As the carriage came to a halt, Feiyun's countenance darkened as he threw open the curtain and stepped down. Before him lay the lifeless bodies of several refugees, their faces pale and bodies mottled, dressed in tattered clothing that hung loosely, presenting a ghastly sight. A steward responsible for distributing the Yi residence's relief grain quickly approached, speaking in hushed tones, "Young master, these individuals consumed our grain and then encountered problems." The steward, unable to conceal the truth any longer, added, "Young master, you can see for yourself." Feiyun's expression grew more somber. Soon, the two stewards who had previously spoken to him arrived, carrying a large pot filled with congee. Although it appeared plentiful from a distance, upon nearing Feiyun, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The kanji emitted a foul odor, and maggots could be seen writhing within. With a flick of his hand, Feiyun sent a portion of the kanji spilling apart, revealing that it was made from old rice, mixed with sand and gravel. Appearing ashen and unappetizing. "Is this fit for human consumption?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in a fit of rage. "I instructed you to open the granary and distribute grain, and this is the service you provide me?" Feiyun's fury reached a boiling point. His intention in opening the granary was to garner goodwill for his disreputable father, preparing an excuse for when the Ministry of Revenue's embezzlement scandal was exposed. Yet, despite his best efforts, he had not secured even a modicum of reputation for Yi Dashin, and instead, a calamity had befallen them. How could he possibly extricate himself from his predicament? Not only had he failed to gain a favorable reputation, but he was also facing the ire of the populace. Among the onlookers, Mu Fengfang's brows furrowed in disbelief as she focused intently on Feiyun. She had clearly overheard his thoughts and wondered if she had misjudged him. This matter was not his decision. Initially, she had assumed he was feigning concern, orchestrating the distribution of spoiled grain. However, hearing Feiyun's thoughts now made her reconsider. Perhaps there was someone else manipulating the situation. As many refugees began to writhe in distress, clutching their stomachs in agony, some began to shout vehemently, "Ye residents, you must give us an explanation. Are the lives of the refugees not valuable? If we die like this, I will take you to court." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, each clamoring for attention. Feiyun's expression grew darker still. He had only wished to perform a good deed, yet he was being cursed to the ends of the earth. He bellowed, "Ye residents, step forward. I wish to see which scoundrel is responsible for this." Yi Ding's face twitched as he hesitantly replied, "Young master." "That would be Yi Beibiao." "What of it?" Feiyun retorted curtly, "Who is Yi Beibiao?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, a memory flashed in his mind. Yi Beibiao was a name he had conferred upon a particularly odious servant who had ingratiated himself with Feiyun by offering dubious suggestions. In his moment of enjoyment, Feiyun had even granted him the Yi surname and assigned him to manage the granary's most lucrative responsibilities. The grain distributed during this disaster relief had passed through his hands. Feiyun slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing he had completely forgotten about this individual. Had he known it was this man distributing the grain, he would have insisted on observing the process himself. Now, the situation had escalated. "Enragit," Feiyun shouted. "Bring Yi Beibiao to me. Where's that scoundrel now?" At that moment, several stewards trembled and replied, "Young master, Yi Beibiao is currently enjoying tea at a nearby tea house, claiming he cannot be disturbed unless it is urgent." Feiyun's temper flared, wishing he could consume Yi Beibiao whole. While he was being berated, this man was leisurely sipping tea. Who gave him such audacity? Feiyun roared, "Yi Ding." "Here, Yi Ding," replied. Feiyun's expression turned icy. "Go and fetch that Yi Beibiao before me. If he is not here within the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks, I shall deal with you as well." Feiyun's voice thundered. Yi Ding trembled, quickly assuring, "Young master, do not worry. I will ensure he is here within the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense." "Hurry," Feiyun commanded. Yi Ding scurried away, employing all his strength as he mounted a tall horse, galloping westward while stirring up a cloud of dust. Feiyun's countenance was ashen as he beheld the crowd of discontented refugees. He immediately spoke up to reassure them, gesturing for silence. "Esteemed guests, I, Feiyun, shall certainly provide an explanation for today's events. Please rest assured." In the midst of the crowd, Mu Fengfang observed quietly, her brows slightly raised. She could not help but acknowledge that Feiyun's method of handling the situation surpassed her previous impressions of him. He was seasoned and composed, capable of calming the populace. In the past, the impetuous Feiyun would likely have resorted to violence against these refugees, tossing them in a prison without a second thought, disregarding any public outrage. Yet now, his approach was meticulous, leaving no room for criticism, even from her. Beside her, a maid blinked in confusion, seemingly unable to decipher Feiyun's actions. She nudged Mu Fengfang's arm and inquired, "Miss Mu, is young master Yi merely putting on an act?" Mu Fengfang furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with curiosity. "I am unsure, but let's observe further." To be honest, she felt somewhat uncertain. Yet, she could sense Feiyun's true intentions and surmised that this matter had little to do with him. However, She pondered when Yi Feiyun had become so benevolent. What could possibly be the reason behind this change? Such thoughts perplexed her. Yi Feiyun had merely pulled up a chair, positioning himself before the heap of the refugees' remains. His expression darkening further, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Here he was, generously offering food, while Yi Beibiao was creating such a scandalous situation for him. Yi Feiyun's face grew increasingly grim as he remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, resembling a volcano poised to erupt, promising havoc and calamity. Before long, the sound of galloping hooves accompanied by a cloud of dust broke the silence, along with Yi Ding's booming voice. "Young Master Yi, the people have arrived." Yi Feiyun raised his gaze, only to witness a figure being unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Yi Ding. Upon closer inspection, he saw a young man clad in a resplendent robe, appearing to be in his 20s, with a sharp face and shifty eyes, resembling a rat. His face was grimy, and the scent of alcohol wafted from him. He looked bewildered, not comprehending the unfolding events. Moments ago, he had been leisurely sipping wine in a tea house, and now he found himself unceremoniously captured. Instinctively, he prepared to curse, "Which scoundrel dares to lay hands on me? Do you not know I am Yi Beibiao of the Yi residence?" His voice boomed, but he soon noticed the sympathetic gazes directed at him from the surrounding crowd. Accustomed to his privileged position, Yi Beibiao could hardly bear this humiliation. He dusted off his sleeves and continued to shout, "Who are you cursing at?" Yi Feiyun's icy voice interrupted, "Yi Beibiao, do you not recognize who I am?" Yi Beibiao's face drained of color, his spirit frightened out of him. He instinctively closed his mouth, raising his hands to slap his own face with resounding force. Within moments, his cheeks bore bright crimson handprints, a shocking sight. "Young Master Yi, I am utterly guilty, blind to my own folly. I beseech your mercy, do not hold this against me." Yi Feiyun's expression remained stormy. He recognized that Yi Beibiao was a cunning and opportunistic individual. Despite Yi Feiyun's restrained demeanor, he had already begun to inflict self-punishment, slapping his face until it was nearly bruised. "Enough," Yi Feiyun said coldly. At those words, Yi Beibiao's countenance brightened. "Young master, I truly deserve punishment. Please, do not be angry." He scrambled to Yi Feiyun's side, eager to offer his services. "Young master, if you have any commands, please let me know. I will ensure they are carried out flawlessly." Yi Beibiao was well aware of Yi Feiyun's disposition. In the Yi residence, mishaps during disaster relief or food shortages were hardly a grave matter. As long as he could appease Yi Feiyun, any problem could be resolved. "Younger master, which lady has caught your eye? Had you mentioned it to me, I would ensure she is brought to the residence within 3 days," Yi Beibiao flattered. However, this time, Yi Feiyun did not respond as anticipated, merely offering a cold smile. "What are you saying?" Yi Feiyun's tone was frigid, catching Yi Beibiao off guard. He blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend Yi Feiyun's meaning. In the past, he had been favored in the Yi residence, which had secured him his position. Yet now, Yi Feiyun showed no signs of calming down, seemingly harboring intentions to punish him, which felt unsettling to Yi Beibiao. With a sense of foreboding, he scrutinized Yi Feiyun, feeling an odd unfamiliarity. Meanwhile, Yi Beibiao continued to feign ignorance. Yi Feiyun's anger surged. This scoundrel had initially received orders to open the grain storage for disaster relief. Yet he had replaced all the grain with stale rice mixed with dirt. Yi Feiyun was not naive. The market price of rice had plummeted, and it was clear that the profits had lined Yi Beibiao's pockets. Yi Beibiao's face darkened as he realized Yi Feiyun had seen through him. He scratched his head and leaned closer to whisper, but Yi Feiyun's frosty snort interrupted him. "Get away from me." Yi Ding, who had been waiting nearby, swiftly yanked Yi Beibiao away several paces. "Listen here, you will speak plainly. Take another step closer, and I shall ensure your end." Yi Beibiao was that. Fully aware of Yi Ding's notorious reputation, he was known as Yi Feiyun's most loyal lackey, merciless in his dealings. Yi Beibiao dared not utter a word, stammering, "Young master, I was merely adhering to your usual style, withholding funds to save for your future indulgence." His confidence waned with each word. However, to Yi Feiyun, these words were akin to a death sentence. He internally scoffed at the audacity of this rogue, who still attempted to deceive him at such a juncture. Yi Feiyun recalled how this rascal had always exploited his name to line his own pockets, embezzling funds under the guise of helping him woo women. Yet according to the original owner's memories, All the money had gone into Yi Beibiao's own coffers, leaving Yi Feiyun with nothing but infamy. The good fortune had all been seized by him, while the blame fell squarely on Yi Feiyun's shoulders. How could the original owner, with his Na'vi disposition, have been so easily duped? The current Yi Feiyun would not fall for such tricks. Even now, you dare to speak of this? Yi Feiyun declared, waving his hand dismissively. Yi Beibiao appeared bewildered, shaking his head, utterly clueless about what would transpire next. Young master, what are you doing? The onlookers widened their eyes, utterly perplexed by Yi Feiyun's intentions. In the distance, beneath the thatched roof of the Mu residence's stone table, Mu Funfang and her maid also stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. Then, with a commanding voice, Yi Feiyun ordered, "Bring forth the esteemed Yi de Zhongwan. Let us investigate where the grain has truly gone." "Understood, sir," Yi Ding responded, as he hoisted Yi Beibiao into the air as effortlessly as one would lift a chick. Yi Beibiao, terrified and disoriented, flailed his arms and legs in the air. "What are you doing? Young master, please do not. Let us first resolve the matter of the grain." As Yi Beibiao's words left his lips, Yi Feiyun felt a chill run through his heart. How dare this scoundrel cast mud upon his name? Yi Ding immediately let out a cold snort, seizing one of Yi Beibiao's arms and twisting it with force. A sharp crack reverberated through the air. With a pained grimace, Yi Beibiao fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, sweat streaming down his pale face. The excruciating agony rendered him nearly incapable of speech. "Young master, I truly did not deceive you," he pleaded. "Continue." Yi Feiyun responded with another cold snort. Moments later, Yi Beibiao begged, "Young master Yi, I genuinely do not comprehend your intentions." Yi Feiyun's expression grew even frostier as he commanded, "Continue. I wish to see when he will finally speak the truth." Yi Ding showed no mercy, unleashing a relentless onslaught upon Yi Beibiao. Before long, the echoes of Yi Beibiao's cries filled the night sky, shattering the oppressive darkness. Yet, knowing that this man was the villain responsible for embezzling their disaster relief supplies brought a sense of satisfaction to the group, some even harboring a desire to applaud. What relief this was! After Yi Ding had broken Yi Beibiao's other leg, the wretch could no longer endure, exclaiming, "Young master Yi, I will tell you. I will tell you." Yi Feiyun could not help but smirk internally, wondering why he had not spoken sooner. Indeed, only through such ruthless measures could these individuals be made to yield. "Tell me, where have the disaster relief supplies from the Yi estate gone?" Yi Beibiao, kneeling on the ground, appeared as pale as a ghost, his face and mouth smeared with dirt and grime, resembling a stray dog. "Young master, I embezzled those supplies. They have been dealt with at the granary on the eastern side of the city, totaling 1,200 taels. I still have 800 taels in my pocket." Yi Feiyun was furious upon hearing this. However, glancing at Mu Funfang beside him, he sensed something was amiss. Wasn't this the archetype of a web novel protagonist? If he were to resolve this situation with Yi Beibiao here, wouldn't he be overshadowing the Long Aotian? What if Mu Funfang took a liking to him afterward? No, he could not play the role of the good guy. He needed Mu Funfang to come up with a solution. With a quick shift in thought, Yi Feiyun was unaware that Mu Funfang had heard every word clearly. Mu Funfang raised an eyebrow. "So, you think so little of me, Yi Feiyun?" She mused. Despite her efforts, she suspected he feared her affections. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Yi Feiyun's demeanor as he stood up for the people seemed quite dashing. His profile and prominent nose possessed a certain charm. Mu Funfang felt a secret joy, yet maintained her icy facade. A nearby maid nudged Mu Funfang's arm, whispering, "Miss, it seems young master Yi is glancing this way." Mu Funfang replied softly, "Ignore him." Yi Feiyun pretended to be frivolous, his tone dripping with disdain. His words were clearly an invitation for Mu Funfang to spare Yi Beibiao. It was precisely for this reason that she harbored ill feelings toward him. He believed that the righteous Mu Funfang would not comply, perhaps even leading to Yi Beibiao's demise. In this way, he could achieve a satisfactory outcome without lifting a finger, an ideal scenario. Yi Feiyun chuckled inwardly, feeling elated, even tapping his foot on the ground. Mu Funfang smiled slightly, her graceful steps accompanied by the gentle swaying of her lithe figure and trailing skirts, exuding an enticing fragrance. Her maid followed closely behind, displaying utmost respect. As Mu Funfang approached, Yi Feiyun awaited her words. Should she suggest tossing Yi Beibiao into a pig pen or dismembering him, he would merely feign resistance and then acquiesce. perfectly aligning with her wishes. Yi Feiyun's mind was racing with calculations. Yi Feiyun widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Please repeat that? You intend to let him go?" Upon hearing this, Yi Beibiao's face lit up with joy. Surely, his young master still cared for him. Despite receiving a beating, the underlying message was one of protection. He had not misjudged his master. Though he had endured physical pain, it was worth it for all the unsavory deeds he had done for Yi Feiyun. What a good person. Mu Fengfang replied calmly. Of course, how could I casually deal with someone from the Yi estate? After all, he merely harmed a few refugees. What does that matter? Yi Feiyun's eyes widened as he repeated, raising his voice, I must emphasize that this man has embezzled supplies, leading to the deaths of several refugees. These are disaster relief provisions. Indeed, the severity of the issue is apparent. He is one of your Yi estate's people. How can he be dealt with so casually? Mu Fengfang feigned shock. Yi Feiyun gritted his teeth, feeling the frustration boil within him. It seemed this young woman had a firm grasp on his thoughts, as if she could read his mind. Yi Ding hesitated, and with Yi Feiyun remaining silent, he found himself at a loss. He pondered. If young master truly wished to let Yi Beibiao off the hook, why would he have instructed him to be so severe? Meanwhile, Yi Feiyun's expression grew increasingly grim, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. What trickery was Mu Fengfang up to? Enough of this. Let us not waste time. Gather your things and head back to the Yi estate. Mu Fengfang commanded, waving her hand to send Yi Ding off with Yi Beibiao. As she spoke, she discreetly observed Yi Feiyun, uncertain of his intentions, but relishing in his discomfort. With his disheartened expression, she felt an immense satisfaction. Yi Feiyun's countenance was dark and furious. His teeth clenched tightly, rendering him speechless. Under Mu Fengfang's directives, Yi Ding found himself equally helpless. After all, Mu Fengfang was the daughter of a prince, holding a status far superior to Yi Ding's. Although he had just dealt a harsh blow to Yi Beibiao, the latter was now somewhat recovered, aside from his broken legs, and could still speak without much trouble. Faced with Yi Beibiao's provocation, Yi Ding let out a cold snort, causing Yi Beibiao to tremble in fear, instantly silenced. Yi Feiyun remained silent, while Mu Fengfang gestured for urgency, urging, "Why are you not taking him away? If you injure young master Ye's attendant, I wonder how you will take responsibility for that." Yi Ding remained quiet, supporting Yi Beibiao as they moved toward the exit. Just as they were about to assist Yi Beibiao onto the carriage, a sudden voice rang out, "Wait." Yi Feiyun was filled with frustration, casting a fierce glare at Mu Fengfang, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "You've got some nerve." Mu Fengfang chuckled silently, covering her mouth. Yi Feiyun turned his head abruptly, fixing his gaze on Yi Beibiao, and shouted at Yi Ding, "Drag this scoundrel down." Yi Beibiao looked utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "Young master, what do you mean? Drag him down." Yi Feiyun bellowed once more. Yi Ding, well aware of Yi Feiyun's temper, understood that the ruckus was clearly directed at Yi Beibiao. He had always harbored disdain for Yi Beibiao, and had it not been for Yi Feiyun, he would have long since dealt him a severe beating. Now, with Yi Feiyun's ire focused on Yi Beibiao, Yi Ding did not hold back, swiftly tossing Yi Beibiao to the ground. With a thud, dust was kicked up. Yi Beibiao, writhing in pain, curled up on the ground, gritting his teeth, groaning in agony. Yi Feiyun's face was ashen as he approached Yi Beibiao, looming over him with a glint of menace in his eyes. Yi Beibiao, completely oblivious to the situation, glanced around at the hostile gazes of the onlookers and felt a chill run down his spine. In a hushed voice, he pleaded, "Young master, you're venting your anger. But it can't be this severe with so many witnesses." "Shut your mouth," Yi Feiyun retorted, delivering a kick to Yi Beibiao's face, leaving a distinct shoe print behind. Yi Beibiao cried out in pain, howling like a pig. Yi Feiyun coldly stated, "You all heard what I just said, right?" Several family attendants of the Yi clan, shivering in response, murmured, "Young master, we heard it, we heard it." After casting a warning glance, he flicked the curtain aside, as if in a fit of anger, and climbed into the carriage. Meanwhile, Mu Fengfang stood with a smile, thinking to herself that Yi Feiyun was quite intriguing. His display of justice was rather dashing. A hint of suppressed laughter appeared on her exquisitely crafted face as she watched the opulent carriage of the Yi residents slowly depart, restoring tranquility to the area. Yi Beibiao lay in terror on the ground, and the few fierce-looking attendants immediately surrounded him, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. Terrified, Yi Beibiao stammered, wait. Please let me go. His frightened cries pierced the air, punctuated by occasional pained wails. Those refugees who had suffered from the relief food and those who had lost family members received considerable compensation, enough to settle in the capital. Observing the scene, Mu Fengfang revealed a satisfied smile and slowly made her way to the relief station at the Mu Wangfu. An attendant hurriedly followed, jogging to catch up and softly inquired, Miss, shall we keep the relief station open? What'd you say? The attendant hesitated. Miss, didn't you just say we should close all the relief stations? Nonsense. Mu Fengfang rolled her eyes and stated, if you don't understand, then don't pretend you didn't hear. Now, continue distributing porridge. The attendant looked bewildered. At that moment, Mu Fengfang had already entered the porridge station, observing the long line of refugees and systematically distributing the white porridge. The attendant, too intimidated to speak, quickly followed her inside. Chapter 41. Winning hearts, the two busily worked with fervor, and an enigmatic smile graced Mu Fengfang's face. Meanwhile, a lavishly adorned carriage was making its way along the rugged path outside the city, slowly advancing towards the inner city. At the front of the carriage, Yi Ding cracked the whip with enthusiasm. Under the moonlight, his robust and resolute face revealed a hint of delight. Unable to contain himself, he called out from behind the carriage curtain, Young Master Yi, your strategy is truly remarkable. I didn't even realize you were winning hearts just now. Yi Ding's tone was filled with excitement. He felt that Yi Feiyun's public reprimand of Yi Beibiao, followed by Mu Fengfang's involvement in the decision, and ultimately demanding that Yi Beibiao return every single penny he had embezzled, was a masterstroke in garnering public support. Such actions would undoubtedly establish a high reputation for the Yi residents among the refugees in the capital. It was an astute move that even he had not anticipated. Indeed, his young master's way of navigating social dynamics was impeccable, leaving him in awe. However, within the carriage, Yi Feiyun crossed his arms, his expression dark. He sensed that Mu Fengfang seemed to know what he was plotting. His mood soured further as he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Not only did Mu Fengfang harbor no animosity towards him, but she was also increasingly kind. He had expected to be a frivolous young master, indifferent to the plight of these refugees. Yet now, he found himself in a position of notoriety. If Long Aotian were to discover this, wouldn't that spell disaster for him? Yi Feiyun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his brows furrowing deeply. Without a second thought, he grabbed the wine flask that was always kept in the carriage and began drinking heartily. Let's talk. Let us hurry back to the Yi residence. Every second counts. Hearing Yi Feiyun's slightly tipsy voice, Yi Ding shivered and dared not utter another word. With a flick of the whip, the carriage sped up, and the sound of a neigh echoed through the night. Yi Ding dared not let his mind wander. He felt increasingly perplexed by his young master. Although he couldn't fully grasp the situation, he felt a sense of security in following Yi Feiyun. After all, wherever the young master pointed, he would charge ahead without question. A predatory Long Aotian loomed, ready to strike, and Mu Fengfang and Mu Yinyan were like hot potatoes he couldn't discard. Furthermore, with his father's embezzlement scandal drawing near, he anticipated nothing but catastrophe. Yi Feiyun dared not dwell on these matters, feeling overwhelmed. Yet being young, with a hearty appetite and robust health, he soon fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already the next morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, piercing through Yi Feiyun's dreams and abruptly rousing him. He lazily turned over, instinctively reaching out. What is this? He murmured, feeling something soft. Then he inhaled deeply. It seems to have a fragrance. What is this scent? As he fought off sleep and opened his eyes, he was jolted upright, nearly leaping from the bed in shock. Before him lay a stunning beauty with an enchanting figure and exquisite features. Though her attire remained intact, her exposed fair arms and shapely thighs were unmistakably visible. The beauty appeared to be in a deep slumber, her lovely eyes fluttering. Yi Feiyun's mind went blank, his legs trembling, nearly causing him to collapse. The person before him was none other than Mu Yinyan. What of the world? Yi Feiyun's mind raced, instinctively covering his mouth to suppress any sound. If Mu Yinyan were to discover that they had shared a bed last night, he would surely be devoured alive. If Long Aotian learned that he had laid hands on his woman, his life would be forfeit. He probably wouldn't survive past 3 episodes. Yi Feiyun calculated the dire consequences, scanning his own attire for reassurance. Thankfully, everything was intact. He was fully clothed and unharmed. It appears that nothing transpired between Mu Yinyun and Yi Feiyun last night. Otherwise, he would find himself irreparably stained, even if he were to plunge into the Yellow River to cleanse himself. May the Buddha bless him. He must not be discovered. It suddenly dawned on him that after leaving the disaster relief office yesterday, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Mu Funfeng publicly mocking him. Coupled with the copious amounts of wine he consumed on the carriage and the reckless drinking with Wang Hu at the Yihong courtyard, he had, in a fit of drunkenness, completely forgotten that Mu Yinyun was still in the carriage. Although he was uncertain how Mu Yinyun had followed him into this room, now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to devise a means to escape this quagmire before it spiraled into catastrophe. Yi Feiyun cautiously rose from the bed. Tiptoeing in trepidation, he swallowed hard, his heart racing, and stealthily made his way toward the door as if he were a thief. At that moment, a commanding voice pierced through the air. "Stop!" Yi Feiyun froze, panic setting in. "Oh no, it's over." He managed to force a smile and turned his head. "Princess Mu, I assure you, nothing happened last night. Do you believe me?" The smile on Yi Feiyun's face was more akin to a grimace, as he thought to himself that anyone with a semblance of sanity would conclude that he had taken advantage of Mu Yinyun while intoxicated. If this were to spread, his reputation would be utterly ruined. The wedding had not yet commenced, and he had brought Mu Yinyun into the Yi residence, leaving them alone together for an entire night. If word got out that nothing had occurred, few would believe it. More critically, if Mu Yinyun were to cling to him or claim he had tarnished her purity, it would be disastrous. What would Long Aotian do to him then? Yi Feiyun's heart raced wildly as Mu Yinyun, her delicate features shifting slightly, sat up on the bed. She glanced at her attire, finding everything intact, with no signs of violation. She had heard Yi Feiyun's inner turmoil loud and clear. Watching him in a state of frantic disarray, she could not help but find amusement in the situation. Yet, she feigned a serious demeanor, saying, "I swear, I truly did not do anything, Princess Mu. I must tell you, I went to the disaster relief office last night and resolved matters concerning the refugees." After that, Yi Feiyun, with fervor, recounted the events of the previous night succinctly, pouring out his heart in his animated explanation. The most pressing concern was not allowing Mu Yinyun to think he had taken advantage of her, nor to misconstrue his intentions towards her, lest Long Aotian pursue him relentlessly. Yi Feiyun, feeling as frantic as an ant on a hot stove, continued his desperate explanations, while Mu Yinyun maintained a peculiar smile, her gaze fixed on him. Previously unnoticed, Yi Feiyun's anxiousness appeared somewhat charming. Moreover, upon awakening, she had realized her clothing was perfectly intact, confirming that he had done nothing untoward. Observing his flustered attempts to explain added a touch of intrigue to the moment. However, Mu Yinyun retained her frosty demeanor and coldly remarked, "All right, I understand. You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyun felt as though he had glimpsed a beacon of hope, grasping onto this last thread of salvation. He repeatedly expressed gratitude and bowed respectfully. "Of course, Princess Mu, rest easy. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." He hurriedly exited the bedroom, as if fleeing for his life. The fresh air hit him as he stepped outside, and the radiant sunlight warmed his face. His heart raced like a tumultuous bucket being drawn from a well, his thoughts scattered. He regretted bringing Mu Yinyun on the carriage and leading her to the Yi residence. Surely, Long Aotian was still unaware of this predicament. As Mu Yinyun sat in her bedroom, she gazed at the closed door, a faint smile gracing her lips, her expression revealing a hint of mischief. "Oh, you wish to evade me? I shall see what tricks you're up to." Mu Yinyun found herself puzzled by her own thoughts, feeling an inexplicable curiosity about Yi Feiyun, who seemed intent on avoiding her. The more he dodged, the deeper her intrigue grew regarding his true intentions. With that, she dismissed her musings, adjusted her attire slightly, and approached the vanity to freshen her appearance. As soon as Yi Feiyun entered the courtyard, he heard a reprimanding voice from behind. "Yi Feiyun, where do you think you're sneaking off to?" He turned to see Dashan, his rotund figure stroking his beard while observing him with a knowing smile. A sense of relief washed over Yi Feiyun. It was fortunate that it was not Long Aotian who had discovered him, as he had feared that the situation had been exposed and that Long Aotian was now at his doorstep. Seeing his father, Yi Feiyun felt a weight lift from his shoulders and muttered, "Father, what brings you to my door at such an early hour?" Yi Dashan, increasingly pleased with his son, mused to himself about the audacity of Yi Feiyun. It was quite commendable that he had brought a woman into the house before their marriage. He couldn't help but wonder if the two young people had indeed shared more than mere words in the confines of the room. Yi Dashin secretly reveled in this thought. However, upon seeing his father's expression, Yi Feiyun understood the implications and exclaimed, "Father, please do not entertain such nonsensical notions. I am on the brink of ruin. Do you not see?" "What?" Yi Dashin's face darkened as he scolded. "What nonsense are you spouting? Enough of your rambling. Your mother and I have prepared breakfast, and we expect you to bring the sixth princess to join us. Do you understand?" Yi Feiyun attempted to interject once more, but Yi Dashin dismissed him with a wave of his hand, turning his ample form toward the main hall. Yi Feiyun, now more agitated, stomped his foot in frustration, muttering to himself about the gravity of the situation, while his father remained oblivious to the impending consequences. Upon entering the main hall, Yi Feiyun found a richly adorned woman seated at the table, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, exuding an aura of affluence. Time had left its mark on her face, yet her exquisite features and well-maintained skin revealed that she had once been a stunning beauty. This woman was none other than Yi Feiyun's mother. Upon seeing her son, she expressed her concern. "Yun'er, you're finally out. Did you rest well last night?" Meanwhile, Yi Dashin, stroking his beard with a satisfied grin, sat down in silence. Yi Feiyun, sensing the atmosphere, surmised that his parents had concocted a plan, expecting him to have had some intimate encounter with Mu Yinyun. As he surveyed the breakfast spread before him, it was an extravagant feast, far beyond a mere morning meal. Fish, meat, and an array of dishes adorned the table, totaling 18 plates of sumptuous delicacies, with 36 side dishes to complement them. This was no ordinary breakfast. Who eats a grand feast of pig knuckle for breakfast? Yi Feiyun felt a surge of frustration, yet he reluctantly took a seat. Meanwhile, Yi Dashin slammed his hand on the table, creating a resounding clatter as the bowls and chopsticks rattled. Yi Feiyun instinctively shrank his neck, turning in surprise to gaze at Yi Dashin, who sternly reprimanded him. "How is it that you, my child, are becoming increasingly lackluster and unreasonable? I just instructed you to bring the sixth princess along, yet here you are alone. Is there even a place for you in this household?" Yi Feiyun was on the verge of tears, but before he could retort, a delicate voice wafted in from behind. "Lord Yi, Lady Yi, Mu Yinyun is here to pay her respects." The sight of Mu Yinyun, dressed elegantly and bowing slightly, filled the room with an air of respect as she greeted the elderly couple. Yi Dashin and his wife beamed with delight upon seeing the understanding and obedient Mu Yinyun, their hearts swelling with joy. Such a virtuous daughter-in-law, reasonable and of noble birth, was a rare find indeed. However, upon witnessing Yi Feiyun's continued aimlessness, Yi Dashin's frustration grew, and he barked, "Yun'er, what are you doing? Hurry and assist the sixth princess to join us for the meal." "All right," Yi Feiyun replied weakly, quickly rising to approach Mu Yinyun, whispering, "Sixth princess, you are going to be the death of me." Mu Yinyun merely smiled, responding sweetly, "What are you saying? I am merely here to dine, after all." Yi Feiyun clenched his teeth in irritation, feeling as though she was deliberately provoking him. Mu Yinyun seated herself at the dining table beside Yi Feiyun. He mechanically pushed food into his mouth, his mind elsewhere, while she engaged in lively conversation with Yi Dashin and his wife, appearing every bit the dutiful daughter-in-law. Yi Feiyun thought to himself that this was not how the story was supposed to unfold. Wasn't she supposed to be eager to call off the engagement? How was she so cheerful in his home, more so than in the royal palace? Surely she was mistaken. Mu Yinyun, overhearing Yi Feiyun's thoughts, felt a surge of delight. "I intend to vex you. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The more you resist our engagement, the more I shall oppose it." They spent 2 full hours at breakfast, during which Yi Feiyun's spirits sank further. His father's delight in Mu Yinyun was nearly overflowing. It was as if he wished to invite her to live with them permanently. After a prolonged period of polite refusals, the meal concluded. Yi Feiyun assisted Mu Yinyun into the carriage. Before they departed, Yi Dashin and his wife stood at the entrance, bidding her farewell. "Sixth princess, feel free to visit the Yi residence anytime. If our Yun'er dares to mistreat you, just let me know, and I shall ensure he pays dearly." "Thank you, Lord Yi," Mu Yinyun replied with a radiant smile, gracefully stepping into the carriage. Observing Yi Feiyun still dazed at the doorway, his parents scolded, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry along." "Yes." Yi Feiyun hurriedly climbed into the carriage. In the front, Yi Ding was practically brimming with excitement, contemplating that with the sixth princess joining their family, their influence in the court would be unmatched. Yi Ding relished the thought, cracking the whip to set the carriage in motion. Yimu echoed his sentiments, indeed. What a fine young lady. Our Yuner is truly fortunate. They exchanged praises for Mu Yin, their satisfaction palpable. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Yi Feiyun wore a face as grim as if he had swallowed two flies, casting a steely glare at Mu Yin. Sixth princess, what exactly is your game? Feeling disheartened, Yi Feiyun decided to confront her directly. No matter how he tried to express his desire to cancel the engagement, she seemed oblivious. Why had Mu Yin suddenly become so eager? Yi Feiyun felt on the brink of collapse. Feigning innocence, Mu Yin raised an eyebrow. Isn't this what you desired? Did you not persistently recite love poems before me in the palace, pleading for me to become your wife? I agreed then, so why the change of heart now? Yi Feiyun gritted his teeth in frustration, nearly grinding them to dust. Yet, confronted with Mu Yin's teasing demeanor, he found himself powerless. After all, she was the esteemed sixth princess. He could hardly strike her or admit his fear of Long Aotian, wishing instead for her to join the harem. After a prolonged silence, he managed to squeeze out, "Fine, you are indeed ruthless." Mu Yin beamed at his discomfort, her heart reveling in his predicament. She decided to continue this playful game with him. Yi Ding, halt the carriage. What? Yi Ding, startled, quickly pulled on the reins, causing the horse to whinny as the carriage came to a jarring stop, nearly throwing them both to the ground. Mu Yin, fuming, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yi Feiyun, irate, found himself at a loss with Mu Yin. Given the circumstances, he resolved to see just how thick-skinned she could be. Hearing his intention, Mu Yin trembled with anger, but she soon realized Yi Feiyun was deliberately trying to provoke her. Yi Feiyun, sitting in the carriage, lifted the curtain, his handsome face etched with disbelief. Was this truly the Mu Yin he knew? This was utterly absurd. How could she remain unperturbed? Surely, she had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Though puzzled, Yi Feiyun understood that he had to maintain the act. He yanked the curtain aside and bellowed, "Yi Ding, let us go." Yes, Yi Ding, aware of the impropriety, yet respectful of Yi Feiyun's command, shot a regretful glance at Mu Yin before cracking the whip and setting the carriage in motion. As the carriage rolled away, rather than slowing down, Yi Feiyun urged the horse to pick up speed. Standing by the roadside, Mu Yin trembled with fury. "You wait, Yi Feiyun. We may not cross paths today, but I will settle the score later." Her indignant cries echoed as they drove off. Chapter 44. Selling oneself to bury a father inside the carriage. Yi Feiyun's agitation mounted as he rubbed his disheveled hair, worry etched across his features. He felt as if Mu Yin was intentionally opposing him. Moreover, it seemed she could foresee each of his plans. At this rate, Long Aotian would undoubtedly not let him off easily. If Long Aotian were to discover that Mu Yin not only stayed out all night, but also spent the night at his residence, it would be akin to planting a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Yi Feiyun furrowed his brow, his thoughts in disarray. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to a halt, accompanied by a sharp sound. Following that, Yi Ding's furious voice erupted. "Who dares to be so audacious as to block the carriage of the Yi family? Do they seek death?" Next, a distressed female voice cried out, "Sir, my father has passed away unexpectedly, and I have no funds for burial. I am willing to sell myself, seeking just 10 taels of silver to become a maid for you." "Step aside. Our Yi family is not in need of maids," Yi Ding bellowed. Yi Feiyun, seated inside the carriage, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The original owner had taken note of her beauty and hastily invited her into the Yi family, treating her with disrespect and frivolity. Eventually, this woman became one of Long Aotian's concubines, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Yi Feiyun. The thought tightened his chest. Upon lifting the curtain of the carriage, my gaze fell upon a young woman kneeling in the middle of the road, seemingly aged around 17 or 18. With an oval face framed by graceful willow-like brows, her large, glistening eyes seemed capable of shedding tears at any moment. Her skin was as pure as freshly fallen snow, exuding an aura of delicate fragility. Despite her coarse clothing and the smudges of dirt on her face, her beauty was unmistakable. A beauty mark beneath her eye appeared to be the finishing touch to her exquisite features. Was this not young Cui, one of the favored consorts of the renowned Long Aotian from the novels? A pang of anxiety gripped Feiyun's heart. He was about to dismiss her when a sudden realization struck him. If he were to send Yang Cui away without assistance for her father's burial, she might harbor resentment towards him. If she were to become one of Long Aotian's consorts, she would undoubtedly seek revenge on him. A chill ran down Feiyun's spine. Currently, managing just Mu Yinyun and Mu Fenfong was already overwhelming. Offending Yang Cui as well would spell disaster. At that moment, Yang Cui, tearfully raising her head, pleaded with Feiyun, "Master Yi, I know you are the son of the Yi family. I beseech you to grant me 10 taels of silver. I am willing to serve you for life, to toil as your humble servant." Yi Ding, standing nearby, also took in Yang Cui's appearance, his eyes lighting up. What a charming young lady. Master would surely take a liking to her. Thus, Yi Ding fell silent, retreating to the side to observe Feiyun's expression. If Feiyun merely nodded, he would promptly usher the girl into the Yi residence. After all, he knew all too well that his master was a man who could hardly resist the allure of a beautiful woman. Feiyun pondered internally. Would it be better to simply give her money to leave? But that seemed unwise. Although he had entertained the thought of driving her away, would she not resent him for it? Yet, if he simply handed her a sum of money, what if she developed feelings for him? Feiyun was not blindly confident. He possessed both lineage and looks, not to mention a striking appearance that could rival any hero. Were it not for the original owner's stubbornness, he would not have been reduced to servitude for Mu Yinyun. However, he found himself in a predicament. He could neither offend Yang Cui nor allow her to develop too fond of him. What should he do? A brilliant idea suddenly struck Feiyun. Why not invite her into the Yi residence, to care for her adequately? This way, he could avoid conflict while maintaining a respectful distance. Eventually, he could send her to Long Aotian. It would be a suitable arrangement. After all, he had not wronged her in any way, and surely Long Aotian would not seek retribution against him for it. Unbeknownst to Feiyun, Yang Cui was observing him intently, her brows furrowing in curiosity. It seemed she could hear his innermost thoughts, which was quite peculiar, for he had not spoken a word aloud. Yet, a stream of words seemed to leap forth from his mind. Meanwhile, Yi Ding appeared oblivious to the exchange, as if he had heard nothing. Yang Cui did not ponder this phenomenon for long. She simply held her silence, contemplating. This Xiao Yi was unlike the rumors she had heard. He harbored no lewd intentions towards her and seemed inclined to care for her before sending her away. However, it appeared he was fearful of someone named Long Aotian. Yang Cui recalled her recent encounter with Long Aotian, who had performed a miraculous acupuncture technique on her father, resulting in his recovery. Yet, she had not anticipated her father's sudden demise soon after. In her despair, she had resolved to seek out the most notorious young master in the capital, Feiyun, to offer herself in exchange for a proper burial for her father. Nearby lay the rolled-up mat that had once belonged to her father. As her thoughts raced, Feiyun, sensing the moment was right, retreated hastily into the carriage. Yi Ding cast a quick glance at Yang Cui, who was weeping like a rain-soaked flower, and grinned, saying, "Little girl, you are fortunate. Entering our Yi residence means you will enjoy a life of luxury and abundance." "Thank you, Master Yi," Yang Cui exclaimed, prostrating herself in gratitude, her thoughts still muddled. Thank you, kind master," she repeated fervently. Yi Ding, disgusted, glanced at the rolled-up mat before cracking the whip, prompting the carriage to move forward. Kneeling beside the mat, Yang Cui expressed her profound gratitude, bowing repeatedly in the direction the carriage had departed. "Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you for your kindness." Feiyun mused about their likely indulgences, dismissing the matter from his mind. Now, having arranged for her father's burial, Yang Cui appeared at Feiyun's chamber, properly groomed and dressed in the ordinary attire of a servant from the Yi residence. Standing at a height of about 5 feet 7 inches, her face, now cleansed, was adorned with a floral hairpin, exuding an unexpected charm despite the simplicity of her garb. Her captivating features, enhanced by the beauty mark and a delicate demeanor reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, stirred something within Feiyun, who secretly marveled at her beauty. Long Aotian certainly had an eye for exquisite women. His harem was filled with stunning beauties. Yang Cui, visibly anxious, stood to the side, her hands fidgeting as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Feiyun's eyes. Having heard tales of his debauchery, she felt, as though she were a sheep entering the den of a tiger. For her father's sake, she felt compelled to endure this ordeal. Yet the thought of submitting to this lecherous rogue filled her with trepidation. Feiyun, sensing her discomfort, shook his head to dispel the unsettling thoughts. This girl was a consort of Long Aotian. He must not provoke her, lest he face dire consequences. Managing Mu Funfeng and Mu Yinyun was already a considerable burden. Adding Yang Chui to the mix would surely invite Long Aotian's wrath. Above all, he must ensure she did not suffer any indignities at his hands. Upon hearing Feiyun's thoughts, Yang Chui looked up in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Did this young master truly harbor no ulterior motives? Instead, he seemed intent on providing for her before sending her away. Yang Chui found this unexpected, as Feiyun was quite different from the rumors that circulated in the capital. Clearing his throat, Feiyun awkwardly inquired, "Now that you are at the Yi residence, do you find it to your liking?" Observing her fearful demeanor, he furrowed his brow, perplexed by her apparent fright. After a moment, he asked with genuine concern, "By the way, have you taken care of your father's affairs?" At this, Yang Chui's expression softened with gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yi. Had it not been for you, my father's body would have languished unburied. You are truly my savior," she said, her emotions overwhelming her as she attempted to kneel in thanks. The fragility of her form alarmed Feiyun, who quickly rose to assist her, exclaiming, "No need for that. I only acted out of respect for your filial piety. You need not feel so indebted to me." He thought to himself. It was imperative that Yang Chui did not develop any fondness for him. Suddenly, Feiyun realized something was amiss. He glanced down to find his hand tightly grasping Yang Chui's soft, delicate hand, which felt like a gentle, water-soaked sponge, exquisite to the touch. Alarmed, he quickly released her hand, scratching his head as he awkwardly stammered, "Miss Yang, I did not mean it that way. Please do not misunderstand." Yang Chui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, her lovely face tinged with embarrassment. Feiyun was in a state of great anxiety. Should Yang Cui misunderstand the situation, it would spell disaster. He hastily sought to dismiss her. "Yang Cui, since you are working in the manor, I will ensure they treat you fairly. You shall receive 10 taels of silver each month. Come to the storeroom to collect it on schedule. If it is insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. Do you understand? Is what you say true, young master?" Yang Cui raised her head in fear, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazed at Feiyun. Ever since her father's untimely demise, she had been homeless. To her surprise, upon entering Yi's manor, Feiyun proved to be unlike the rumors. He had not taken advantage of her, but instead arranged for her work, allowing her to live decently. He was indeed a gentleman of virtue. Could he be lying? Feiyun quickly averted his gaze, for the young lady was excessively enchanting, and he feared that should he steal another glance, he might lose his composure. Yang Cui felt a profound sense of shame, realizing she had misjudged the virtuous Feiyun. Clearing his throat, Feiyun said, "All right, if you require anything, feel free to seek me out. You may leave now." "Thank you, young Master Yi." Yang Cui wiped away her tears, bowed, and exited the room. As the door swung shut behind her, Feiyun finally exhaled in relief. He leaned back in his chair, feeling utterly drained, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Ah, that was close. I narrowly escaped yet another crisis." Presently, the series of events was becoming overwhelming, suffocating him with their magnitude. Yet he remained uncertain about how to handle the massive embezzlement case within the Ministry of Revenue, as it was of utmost importance. If mishandled, it could spell doom for the entire Yi household, with hundreds of lives at stake. "What are you doing?" Feiyun was startled, his irritation flaring. "Are you ill? Why are you lurking here?" "Master Yi, you are quite quick today," Yi Ding replied with a mischievous grin. In an instant, Feiyun understood that Yi Ding assumed he had been alone with Yang Cui. "Stop your nonsense. Do you hear me? From now on, you're to keep a close watch on Yang Cui while she is in the manor. Do not offend her, understood?" Yi Ding looked bewildered, his expression peculiar. "Huh?" He sniffed the air and glanced toward Feiyun's room, realizing that Yang Cui was indeed absent. Could it be that the young master truly had not done anything to her? Feiyun interrupted his thoughts. "Do you hear me? I'm speaking to you." "Ah, yes. Yes, I understand," Yi Ding hastily replied, casting a few more curious glances at Feiyun, pondering how he had changed so much. How is it that the young master, confronted with such a charming girl, has not acted upon it? Yi Feiyun, aware of Yi Ding's thoughts, swiftly slapped the back of his head, the sound resonating sharply. Listen closely. From today onward, if anything happens to Yang Tsue in this manner, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand? Yi Ding shivered in fright, observing Yi Feiyun's fierce demeanor. Although he could not fathom Yi Feiyun's intentions, he promptly assured, "Yes, young master. I guarantee that Yang Tsue will not face any harm while in our manor. Get out." Of course. Chapter 46. The Autumn Hunt. Watching Yi Ding's towering figure scurry away, Yi Feiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned against the doorframe, hand resting upon his forehead, a frown etched upon his face. He could not fathom where Long Aotian had vanished to. Why were all the women from the harem flocking to him one after another? Long Aotian, do something productive. He was overwhelmed with tasks. Yet Long Aotian seemed to be nowhere in sight. With the matters concerning Mu Yinyun and Mu Fengfeng unresolved, the emergence of Yang Tsue felt like a ticking time bomb. Were it not for her connection to Long Aotian's harem, he would not have dared to let her remain in the manor, nor would he have wanted to invite this trouble into his life. Yet, with the situation as it was, he had no choice but to silently pray for Long Aotian to intervene swiftly and take his harem away, allowing him to indulge in a leisurely life of a young master. As Yi Feiyun contemplated these matters, he suddenly noticed the weather was splendid, the sun shining brightly, and a gentle breeze wafting through, creating a sense of tranquility. The sounds of people shouting and horses neighing echoed from outside, followed by the rhythmic clattering of hooves approaching. Yi Feiyun's brais tiktinit. Yi Ding, master. Yi Ding rushed in from the back courtyard, his large figure resembling a bear, completely casting Yi Feiyun's shadow. Yi Feiyun scrutinized him for a moment, musing on how this fellow had grown so tall. What is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? And why are there so many people? After a moment of thought, Yi Ding reported, "Master, do you not know? Today is the day of the autumn hunt. Many royal nobles from the palace are heading to the outskirts for the hunt. I heard that Liu Bing, the son of the Minister of War, will also be attending." Liu Bing? Yi Feiyun felt a jolt of alarm, his mind racing as the plot unfolded in his thoughts, quickly piecing together the implications. Liu Bing was one of the antagonists who, during the autumn hunt, intended to commit nefarious acts against Mu Yinyun, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate at the hands of Long Aotian. But where was Long Aotian now? Yi Feiyun slapped his forehead, realizing, oh no, this could lead to a significant problem. Without a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "By the way, do you know where Long Aotian has been lately?" He had previously tasked Yi Ding and Wang with tracking Long Aotian's whereabouts. Yi Ding, with fervor, replied, "I'm on it, master." Yi Feiyun's head spun, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. "Oh no, Long Aotian is imprisoned in the celestial prison because of me, and he holds a grudge against me. If anything happens to his women, it will undoubtedly fall on my shoulders." Yi Feiyun smacked his thigh in frustration. "Quick, go outside and stop them." Yi Ding was bewildered, but Yi Feiyun swiftly slapped his forehead, urging, "What are you doing? Did you not understand what I just said? Right away." Yi Ding hastily gathered clothes for Yi Feiyun to change into. Yi Feiyun donned a long robe of shimmering purple, exuding an aura of elegance, with a jade pendant of considerable value hanging at his waist. His hair was neatly tied up with a jade hairpin, presenting the image of an extraordinary young master. Indeed, Yi Feiyun's attire lent him a strikingly handsome demeanor. Yi Ding stared in awe, his eyes wide. "What are you doing? Why are you staring?" Yi Feiyun scolded. "Nothing. Just thought you looked exceptionally handsome, young master," Yi Ding replied dreamily. "Get lost," Yi Feiyun shouted, hastily making his way towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yi Manor, he beheld a procession of numerous chestnut-colored steeds, all armored soldiers clad in resplendent gear, their swords gleaming under the sun, exuding an air of solemnity and power. At that moment, Mu Yinyun appeared, striking a dashing figure in her clean, simple attire. A large bow made of xiaomu slung across her back, making her truly stand out. Yi Feiyun's heart sank. This is terrible. Mu Yinyun is undoubtedly heading to the autumn hunt. If she encounters Liu Bing, it could lead to dire consequences. Liu Bing is bound to attempt something nefarious. At that instant, Mu Yinyun, who had been preparing to pass by the Yi Manor and was observing, caught sight of Yi Feiyun. Hearing his thoughts, she raised an eyebrow, pondering what he was thinking. Does Liu Bing dare to lay a hand on me? At this moment, Observing Yi Feiyun's anxious demeanor, Mu Yinyun feigned ignorance. She tightly squeezed her long legs against the horse's back, causing the steed to emit a loud neigh before hastily moving forward a few paces. Yi Feiyun quickly approached Mu Yinyun's horse, standing on tiptoe as he whispered, "Princess Mu, where are you headed?" He posed his question knowingly, and Mu Yinyun shot him a disdainful glance. With Yi Feiyun persistently trailing behind her, she immediately offered him a frosty reception. "What is wrong? I merely intend to participate in the autumn hunt to clear my mind. What is it to you?" Yi Feiyun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why was Mu Yinyun so impervious? Earlier that morning at the Yi residence, they had exchanged pleasantries, yet within mere hours, she had transformed entirely. He could not allow her to partake in the autumn hunt. Otherwise, the son of the Minister of War, Liu Bing, was no virtuous character. Should he devise any schemes against Mu Yinyun, the consequences would inevitably fall upon him. Yi Feiyun's thoughts were laid bare before Mu Yinyun. Could it be that he truly knew something? Would Liu Bing dare to harm her? Was there truth in his warnings? Yet upon seeing Yi Feiyun, her anger flared. If he insisted she not go, she would be all the more determined to do so. With a playful smile, Mu Yinyun retorted, "What of it? I'm going to the autumn hunt, and why should you care? I am not yet married to you. Do you think you can restrict my freedom?" Mu Yinyun exclaimed with a hint of defiance. Yi Feiyun's teeth clenched in frustration, yet he dared not voice his anger. Instead, he forced a smile and suggested, "How about this, Princess Mu? I shall accompany you to the autumn hunt." Chapter 47. Has Long Aotian been captured? With a dismissive huff, Mu Yinyun ignored his words. She tightened her grip on the horse's belly, and the chestnut steed surged forward, leaving Yi Feiyun standing in a daze. The palace maids accompanying Mu Yinyun stifled their laughter, their giggles filling the air. At that moment, Yi Ding emerged, burdened with a multitude of items, clattering as he rushed to Yi Feiyun's side, perplexed. "Young master, what should we do?" Yi Feiyun's expression darkened. "What should we do?" "Prepare the horses and head to the eastern outskirts for the hunt." "Are we joining the autumn hunt too?" Yi Ding exclaimed, slapping his forehead, but quickly seemed to grasp the situation. He had seen the list of participants for the autumn hunt, and Mu Yinyun was indeed listed. Young master must be looking for a chance to get close to her. He broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "All right, young master, give me a few minutes, half a stick of incense, and I'll have everything ready for us to head to the eastern outskirts." Yi Feiyun's expression remained grim. "Also call in more people. Gather every capable servant we have to accompany us to the eastern outskirts." Yi Ding paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet, since it was Yi Feiyun's command, he dared not ask further and nodded obediently. Understood. After a short while, Yi Feiyun mounted a robust brown steed, standing proudly at the entrance of the Yi residence. His sword poised, his handsome visage contrasted against the striking horse, resembling a captivating painting that evoked admiration. Yet, Yi Feiyun's countenance was stormy. Accompanied by Yi Ding and a throng of armed servants clad in armor, exuding an aura of intimidation. Bystanders cast wary glances, hearts pounding. Yi Feiyun had a notorious reputation in the capital, and few dared to challenge him. Witnessing his grand display and the gathering of his fierce retainers, many speculated which young lady might soon fall victim to his wrath. The crowd hurriedly turned their heads, hastening their steps, unwilling to linger. Yi Ding, fully prepared, announced, "Young master, everything you instructed has been arranged. Not only do we have these dozens of capable fighters, but more are on their way. Shall we depart now?" Yi Feiyun glanced at the sky. The sun had risen significantly, and time was of the essence. "Let us go." With that, he urged his horse forward, the neighing echoing as they galloped towards the eastern outskirts. Along the way, Yi Feiyun unexpectedly encountered Wang Hu, who was also on his way to the autumn hunt. Wang Hu, with his shifty eyes and a few attendants, riding a chestnut steed, appeared rather unsavory. Upon spotting Yi Feiyun at the intersection, he shouted, "Feiyun, over here!" Yi Feiyun, in a foul mood, turned to see Wang Hu approaching. He anticipated this encounter. Wang Hu quickly adjusted his stirrups, aligning his horse beside Yi Feiyun's towering steed. With a sly grin, he remarked, "Hey, I didn't expect you to join the autumn hunt. Did you know Long Aotian has been captured?" Yi Feiyun's heart raced, and he looked seriously at Wang Hu. "What do you mean? Don't tell me you were the one who captured Long Aotian?" Wang Hu pounded his chest in pride. "Of course. He dared to boast in the court, and we couldn't just let that slide. You've forgotten what our group does?" Yi Feiyun's mind raced. Wang Hu's father was the captain of the palace guards, with the Jinyui under his command, making it feasible to capture Long Aotian. Yet, Wang Hu's revelation only added fuel to the fire. If Long Aotian learned of this, he would surely despise him. Feiyun felt on the verge of tears, but Wang Hu remained oblivious to his distress, cheerfully assuring him, "Don't worry, brother. We're in this together. Just treat me to a drink later, and I'll be satisfied." Suppressing his frustration, Feiyun replied, "All right, let us hurry to the autumn hunt." He knew he could not afford to delay any further. After all, during the hunt, Lu Bing would feign a reason to accompany Mu Yinyan. He would have already arranged for a deer to be released in the hunting grounds, leading Mu Yinyan to pursue it and, unfortunately, fall. Lu Bing would then play the hero, administering a drug to her, intending to take advantage of her. At that moment, Long Aotian, wrongfully imprisoned and suffering in the celestial prison due to Feiyun's actions, would emerge only to find Mu Yinyan sullied, leading to his wrath directed at Feiyun. With urgency coursing through him, Feiyun urged his steed, "Quickly, let us go to the eastern outskirts." The chestnut horse galloped swiftly under his command, raising a cloud of dust as they sped along. Wang Hu and Yi Ding exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the unfolding situation. Yet witnessing Feiyun's desperation, they pressed on, determined to keep pace. Remarkably, what should have taken an hour was accomplished in half that time, due to Feiyun's haste. The sun blazed overhead, parching Feiyun's throat as he sweated profusely. Upon arrival, the eastern outskirts were already teeming with nobles from the palace. Yi Yinyun, mounted on a magnificent steed, her exquisite features accentuated by her fitted robe, stood out amidst the crowd. Feiyun spotted her immediately. Beside her was a handsome young man in his 20s, donned in a brown robe, adorned with a jade pendant, eagerly conversing with Mu Yinyan. "Princess Mu, I've heard that today, as autumn hunt is particularly bountiful with deer, surely you'll catch a few." Mu Yinyan regarded him coldly. This man was Lu Bing. Her impression of him was not entirely negative, as he had always presented himself as a refined gentleman compared to the infamous Feiyun. However, recalling Feiyun's warning about Lu Bing's intentions, Mu Yinyan dismissed him curtly. "We want. If there is nothing important, please step aside." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Amidst the tension, Lu Bing stood motionless, his expression darkening. "Humph, little girl, I shall let you play your part, but soon I will make you yearn for ecstasy, unable to resist." Observing this, Feiyun hastily approached, eager to engage her in conversation. However, Mu Yinyan dismissed him with a few curt remarks, insisting, "Young Master Yi, I believe it is best we maintain our distance for now. After all, we are not yet wed." Feiyun's anger boiled, rendering him trembling in place. Chapter 48. Schemes. At that moment, Wang Hu sauntered over to Feiyun, inquiring, "What troubles you?" "Just the other day, at the Yihong courtyard, Princess Mu seemed quite taken with you. What has changed in such a short time?" Wang Hu blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend the dynamics between Feiyun and Mu Yinyan. Meanwhile, Feiyun's face darkened, his thoughts consumed with how to deal with Lu Bing. While Mu Yinyan refused to even speak to him, he fervently hoped she was not falling for any tricks. As thoughts raced through Feiyun's mind, he ignored Wang Hu's questions. Not far away, Mu Yinyan was attentively listening to the turmoil within Feiyun's heart. Could it be true? Was Lu Bing truly plotting against her? Yet, how much could be trusted in Feiyun's words? She pondered inwardly. Before long, a figure resembling a eunuch emerged, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the eastern suburb hunting grounds. His Majesty has decreed that whoever captures the most game today shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver." The eunuch's clear voice rang out. The noblemen and officials present stirred with excitement, eager to participate. Feiyun's countenance remained grim as he kept a watchful eye on Mu Yinyan. Fortunately, she had not shown Lu Bing any favor, and he had not engaged her further. This small comfort steadied Feiyun's heart slightly. With the eunuch's command, many had already mounted their steeds, accompanied by servants, scouring the mountains for traces of game. Mu Yinyan, with bow drawn and arrow ready, spurred her horse forward, leading the charge. Not far behind, Lu Bing hastened to follow suit. Feiyun's expression darkened further. "Quick, let us follow. What's going on?" Wang Hu, trailing closely behind, could not contain his curiosity. Feiyun remained silent, focusing solely on advancing swiftly on horseback. Wang Hu stared in disbelief, puzzled by Feiyun's odd behavior. One moment he was silent beside Mu Yinyun, and the next he seemed to rush forward with determination. This sudden change left Wang Hu anxious, wondering what turmoil had ensued. Yi Ding, indifferent to the commotion, donned hunting gear complete with a large blade and bow, riding a chestnut steed as though a loyal guardian at Yi Feiyun's side, eager for the hunt. Yi Feiyun's complexion darkened. He longed to strangle Wang Hu for complicating matters. After finally distancing himself from Long Aotian, Wang Hu had instead summoned a group of Jin Wei to imprison him. How would the plot unfold from here? Long Aotian, wielding his fan, would uphold justice and vanquish evildoers in the Qin dynasty. How could he claim the heroines for his harem otherwise? If they were not brought into his fold, would he not be under constant scrutiny as the primary antagonist? You've locked him away in a heavily guarded prison, treating him with cayenne pepper and a small whip. You've tarnished my name. Yi Feiyun's face was ashen. He needed to devise a plan to rescue Long Aotian from the prison. Yet, the most pressing concern remained protecting these heroines. None must come to harm. As Mu Yinyun galloped ahead, she fortuitously caught wind of Yi Feiyun's inner turmoil, her brows furrowing in frustration. Previously, he had pursued her relentlessly, reciting nauseating poetry outside the palace gates. Now that she had finally shown him a modicum of kindness, he seemed to reject her, incessantly mentioning Long Aotian. She had heard whispers of Long Aotian's imprisonment, yet Yi Feiyun wished to rescue him, so she could serve as part of his harem? Very well. If that is how you wish to play, I shall not yield to your desires. However, a second thought crossed her mind, prompting her to shake her head and dismiss the notions. Bah, that wretched Yi Feiyun, she cursed inwardly, with a swift tug of the reins and a firm kick. Her horse neighed loudly, kicking up dust as she dashed forward. Behind her, Liu Bing trailed with a throng of servants, fervently wielding his whip to keep pace. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Why was she galloping so fast, as if racing against fate? Yi Feiyun hastily followed on his spirited steed. The three groups entered the mountains in succession. Wang Hu, desperate to catch up and clarify matters, found Yi Feiyun galloping as if driven by urgency, and despite his efforts, he could not close the gap. Wang Hu, drenched in sweat, wiped his brow and anxiously turned to Yi Ding, asking, "Brother Yi, what is going on with Yi Feiyun? Has he confided in you? What is he up to? Is this a hunt or a pursuit of Mu Yinyun?" Yi Ding also appeared perplexed, shaking his round head in confusion. "I have no idea. Whatever young Master Yi says goes. Just follow along." Wang Hu, taken aback, rolled his eyes in defeat. It seemed his inquiry was in vain. Yi Ding akardli chakrit. At the forefront, Yi Feiyun's expression was grim, his whip cracking sharply as the wind whipped against his face, nearly blinding him. His gaze was fixed intently on the figure ahead, draped in a brown robe, Liu Bing. What incongruous scenario. Who would think of drugging someone during a hunting expedition? Was this the kind of plot a carbon-based being could conceive? Yet, it was not the opportune moment to confront the author. The priority was to ensure Mu Yinyun's safety. It was vital to remember that even amidst the narrative, Mu Yinyun stood out as a paramount heroine, greatly valued by Long Aotian, serving as his most formidable ally in the Qin dynasty. Should anything befall her, how would the storyline proceed? Chapter 49. Mu Yinyun's Dilemma. Yi Feiyun dared not imagine the consequences. It would surely lead to the annihilation of his entire family at Long Aotian's hands. The paramount task was to prevent Liu Bing from tarnishing Mu Yinyun. Long Aotian may be absent, but I am here. Meanwhile, Liu Bing, riding ahead, remained oblivious to Yi Feiyun's internal strife. His gaze ardently fixed on the slender figure in the distance, exuding grace and poise. He licked his dry lips, desire blazing in his eyes, barely able to contain himself. Within his grasp lay a pouch of 7 emotions and 6 desires powder, a gift from a renowned master. Merely inhaling its scent would ensure one yearned for ecstasy and become utterly entranced. Given the opportunity to be alone with Mu Yinyun, he believed he could surely win her over. Mu Gongzhu, despite being of noble birth, should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, I could always seek Emperor to mediate. And perhaps you might end up becoming my wife. At that moment, Yi Feiyun would be nothing. It would be the Liu family reigning supreme in this capital. Liu Bing's face flushed with excitement, and without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the reins, urging his steed to gallop forward. 3 groups ventured deeper into the mountains. Above, the scorching sun blazed, yet within the mountains, The temperature was refreshingly cool, with a gentle breeze caressing Mu Yinyun's delicate, pearl-like visage, causing her to slightly narrow her enchanting peach blossom eyes. As her gaze swept across the lush greenery, dense forest concealed the rolling mountains. Seated majestically on her steed, Mu Yinyun pulled on the reins, prompting her horse to let out a long neigh and come to a halt. She mused to herself. Previously, Father had mentioned that whoever captures the most game would receive a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. Scanning the surroundings, she sought her quarry. The sturdy Xiaomu bow already drawn in her hands, her slender fingers poised on the bowstring. Beside her, her maid gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Miss, look! There's a spotted deer." Mu Yinyun immediately turned her head in response, spotting a spotted deer, its coat a striking mix of white and black, drinking from a stream several hundred feet away. "Excellent." A smile lit up Mu Yinyun's face as she raised her whip and exclaimed, "All right. Once I capture this spotted deer, I'll reward you handsomely." The servants behind her whispered urgently, "Miss, be careful. The path is narrow. Don't lose your footing." The rugged terrain posed a risk, and should anything go awry, Mu Yinyun, being of noble lineage, would be in grave danger, leading to dire consequences for them all. Thus, they became increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Lu Bing, lagging behind, observed the spotted deer and the galloping Mu Yinyun with joy. Fortune had favored him. After all this time, this young lady had finally taken the bait. Lu Bing's heart raced with excitement as he urged his horse onward, commanding everyone to hasten after her. The throng of servants responded in unison, kicking up dust as they rushed towards Mu Yinyun's direction. Feiyun, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Bing was indeed bold, having coaxed a deer here to entice Mu Yinyun. He growled fiercely, "Yi Ding, when the time comes, strike whoever I command, understood?" Yi Ding thumped his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, young master, just say the word, and I wouldn't hesitate even against the emperor himself." Wang Hu rolled his eyes in exasperation, cautioning, "Brother, mind your words." Yet Yi Ding remained unfazed. In his eyes, nothing surpassed Yi Feiyun's authority, and he would follow his commands without question. Without further thought, Yi Feiyun spurred his horse onward. At the forefront, Mu Yinyun was racing towards the spotted deer, drawing ever closer when suddenly, the deer, startled, turned and dashed down a narrow mountain path, quickly disappearing from sight. Anxiously, Mu Yinyun knew she had to impress her father, and letting this deer escape was not an option. She swiftly cracked her whip and galloped in pursuit. Lu Bing, watching this unfold, felt a surge of triumph. Everything was progressing according to plan. He remained unperturbed, knowing precisely where the deer would flee. As long as the servants lagged behind, success was assured. After half an hour of pursuit, Mu Yinyun finally drew near the deer. Suddenly, her steed let out a long neigh and stumbled, throwing her to the ground. With a thud, her delicate body hit the earth, her garments becoming soiled. Just as she staggered to her feet, a frantic voice called out, "Mu Gongzhu, are you all right?" As Mu Yinyun prepared to rise, she recalled Yi Feiyun's earlier warning that Lu Bing was scheming to approach her with ill intentions. Her brows furrowed in concern. Looking around, she realized she was alone in the desolate mountains, her entourage having dispersed. Anxiety gripped her heart, and a chill crept across her fair face. Stepping back cautiously, she regarded Lu Bing with suspicion, demanding, "Lu Bing, what are you doing here?" Lu Bing, having just arrived on horseback, dismounted with an eager smile. "Mu Gongzhu, I was merely concerned for your safety since you were in pursuit of game." As he spoke, he edged closer to her with a sinister intent. "What do you want?" Mu Yinyun's expression turned icy as she instinctively retreated, her voice cold. Lu Bing paused, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face, quickly replaced by a forced smile. "What are you doing, Mu Gongzhu? I'm simply showing concern. There's no need to overreact." Had these words been spoken in another context, they might have seemed innocuous, but in this moment, they carried a different weight. After all, Yi Feiyun had warned her of Lu Bing's ulterior motives, and now, having fallen from her horse, Lu Bing's timely appearance was all too convenient. Moreover, none of Lu Bing's servants were in sight. How could Mu Yinyun not feel wary? "Mu Gongzhu, please don't be afraid. I only wish to assist you." Lu Bing chuckled, inching closer to her, a glint of something in his wrist as he advanced. "Don't come any closer." Mu Yinyun retreated step by step. The mountain breeze was chilling, accentuating her solitude, rendering her small and vulnerable. Stay back. Yes, you. I mean you no harm. Lu Bing smirked coldly as he pressed forward. If you take another step, I will scream. What will you scream? I am merely trying to help. Just then, a loud shout erupted from the valley behind them. Lu Bing, are you seeking death? Both Lu Bing and Mu Yinyun turned to see a group of horsemen approaching, led by a furious Yi Feiyun, his expression a mix of rage and determination. Following him was Yi Ding, ready for a fight, and the rest of the servants, fully armed, thundering towards them, raising a cloud of dust. Yi Feiyun. Mu Yinyun's face lit up with joy. An unexpected wave of security enveloped her. Had this been a different time, she might have treated Yi Feiyun with indifference. But now, he appeared as her savior. How'd he come here? Lu Bing's expression darkened, his frustration boiling over. He had finally found an opportunity, and now Yi Feiyun's sudden arrival threatened to ruin his plans. Yi Feiyun was a well-known admirer of Mu Yinyun, and it was common knowledge. There was a chance he would stubbornly linger here. In that case, Lu Bing's intentions towards Mu Yinyun would be thwarted. Young Master Yi, your intentions are? Despite his inner turmoil, Lu Bing maintained a facade of politeness. What do you mean by my intentions? Yi Feiyun rode forth, not pausing until he was directly before Lu Bing, his horse rearing up, casting a shadow over him. Young Master Yi? Lu Bing's pupils dilated, his hands instinctively raised before him in a display of fear. Just as Yi Feiyun was about to crush Lu Bing beneath his feet, he tugged the reins, causing his steed to veer sharply, narrowly missing Lu Bing's head. Startled, Lu Bing shuddered, a flicker of anger igniting within him as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Although the Yi family wielded immense power in the Qin dynasty, with his father being the head of the 6 ministries, Lu Bing was no ordinary man. He had an elder sister who served as a favored concubine in the imperial court. He was not someone to be easily manipulated by Yi Feiyun. Before Lu Bing could finish his retort, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending him spinning a full 360 degrees. Clutching his face as he fell to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Yi Feiyun, all present were left dumbfounded, utterly incredulous. Particularly Mu Yinyun, whose delicate brows knit together, a look of shock clearly etched on her face, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. It was known that even if Yi Feiyun was a notorious rogue, he had never acted with such audacity against someone of Lu Bing's standing, especially given the connections within the palace. How could he deliver such a slap without a second thought? Wasn't this an open affront to Lu Guifei? However, after a brief moment of hesitation among the onlookers, a voice broke the silence. Good. Yi Ding was the first to applaud, exclaiming, "Young master has struck well." That slap was both visually and audibly satisfying. Truly, he is the illustrious young Master Yi. Whatever decision Yi Feiyun made, he would support unconditionally, even if it meant turning against his own father without a flicker of hesitation. Good. Teach him a lesson. Though uncertain of Yi Feiyun's motives, Yi Ding wholeheartedly supported whatever Yi Feiyun wished to accomplish, declaring his loyalty as a brother. You, Yi Feiyun, have quite the audacity to strike me, Lu Bing exclaimed, clutching his head, the imprint of the slap glaringly visible on his face. He stared in disbelief at Yi Feiyun, whose actions had silenced him before he could finish speaking. Lu Bing, despite being known as a debauched figure in the capital, could not tolerate such insult. He growled menacingly, "Yi Feiyun, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, do you know the consequences?" Yi Feiyun merely snorted in response before shifting his gaze to Mu Yinyun, inquiring, "Are you all right, little girl?" Mu Yinyun furrowed her brows slightly but nodded, silently acknowledging Yi Feiyun's concern, despite her reservations about his demeanor. She sensed his urgency to rescue her, which stirred a flicker of gratitude within her, especially after witnessing Yi Feiyun's boldness in confronting Lu Bing. Once assured that Mu Yinyun was unharmed, Yi Feiyun surveyed her from head to toe, finally feeling a sense of relief. He understood that if Long Aotian were to remain imprisoned, any misfortune that befell Mu Yinyun during that time would result in Long Aotian's wrath directed at him, holding him accountable for any repercussions. "Lu Bing, you scoundrel, do you wish to frame me?" The more Yi Feiyun pondered, the angrier he became. He slammed his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "Beat him until he questions his existence." "What?" Lu Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. You big-headed fool," he retorted, but his protest was cut short as Yi Feiyun commanded loudly once more. Upon hearing the order, Yi Ding charged forward like a raging bull, sending Lu Bing scrambling in terror. Before Lu Bing could finish his sentence, a chorus of agonized cries filled the air. The henchman Lu Bing had brought, upon hearing Yi Feiyun's command, showed no mercy, raining down blows upon him like a torrential storm, leaving Lu Bing wailing in despair. Wang Hu, watching in astonishment, rushed to Yi Feiyun's side, his voice laced with urgency. Yi Feiyun, have you lost your mind? Do you know who Lu Bing is? His eyes widened in disbelief. How can you still strike him? Why not? Today, he shall perish. Yi Feiyun cursed vehemently. Wang Hu, taken aback, hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and charging toward Lu Bing, his expression filled with indignation, ready to join the fray. Yi Feiyun immediately restrained him, questioning, "What are you doing? Why do you want to hit him?" Wang Hu, with wide eyes, declared, "Though I may not understand your reasons, as your brother, I will support you wholeheartedly. Whatever you wish to do, I will stand by your side." Yi Feiyun scrutinized Wang Hu, causing the latter to feel uneasy. Wang Hu quickly dismissed his concern, saying, "What? Are you plotting against me? Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Feiyun felt a swell of emotion. Despite Wang Hu's questionable motives and seemingly absurd actions, his unwavering loyalty as a brother was undeniable. Yi Feiyun understood the gravity of their situation. Lu Bing, though a villain in the narrative, had connections that posed significant risks. Yet, Wang Hu exhibited no fear of potential repercussions and was resolute in his willingness to assist. How could Yi Feiyun not be moved by such loyalty? Nevertheless, Yi Feiyun was acutely aware of the principle that one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Therefore, he firmly grabbed Wang Hu, stating, "Enough, just watch from the sidelines. Do not wade into these murky waters." Wang Hu's face reflected frustration, seemingly reluctant to comply. But upon seeing Yi Feiyun's serious demeanor, he reluctantly acquiesced, muttering, "Humph, that scoundrel is fortunate today. Otherwise, we would have ensured his demise." Muyangyun, having grasped Yi Feiyun's intentions, understood why he had confronted Lu Bing. A cold expression crossed her delicate features as she prepared to voice her thoughts. Although Lu Bing was a notorious rogue, he had previously left his henchmen outside when attempting to ensnare Muyangyun. His indulgence and debauchery had rendered him incapable of matching the strength of Yi Ding and his robust companions. Within moments, he was reduced to a pitiful state, sporting darkened eyes and a swollen face, crouching on the ground as he wept and pleaded, "Young Master Yi, please stop. I beg you, do not strike me anymore." At that moment, Yi Ding turned to Yi Feiyun, one hand gripping Lu Bing's collar while the other raised an inquiry. "Young Master, shall we continue?" Wang Hu, seeing the crowd's enthusiasm for the beating, could no longer contain himself and delivered two swift kicks, causing Lu Bing to cough and sputter. His indignation spilling forth as he shouted, "You will all face retribution for this." Lu Bing could not fathom why Yi Feiyun had suddenly chosen to unleash such violence upon him. After all, in their previous encounters within the court, they had merely exchanged pleasantries. Never had he witnessed Yi Feiyun resort to such cruelty. With a frigid expression, Yi Feiyun approached Lu Bing, hands clasped behind his back, and coldly asked, "Do you understand what you did wrong?" Lu Bing shook his head vigorously, resembling a wind-up toy. "I do not know." "Do not know?" Without hesitation, Yi Feiyun delivered another resounding slap, striking Lu Bing's face, which now resembled a grotesque caricature, swollen and grotesque, drool escaping from his mouth, evoking pity. Muyangyun, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a laugh, her smile radiating warmth. Lu Bing turned to follow her gaze, captivated by her charming visage, his face flushing with heat. Indeed, she was a beautiful girl, but alas, if only Yi Feiyun had not intervened. Yet, Yi Feiyun, fully aware of Lu Bing's thoughts, delivered another kick, exclaiming, "What? You still have not had enough? Continue the beating." "Stop, please," Lu Bing pleaded, but the throng of henchmen that Yi Ding had brought showed no signs of mercy. In an instant, a furious onslaught was unleashed upon Lu Bing, akin to a tempestuous storm. After a considerable time, Lu Bing lay on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog. His eyes rolled back and mumbling, "Stop, stop hitting me. If I can swiftly deal with Long Aotian, I could finally indulge in the life of a true libertine without a care in the world. As long as I handle Long Aotian, I could leverage my father's esteemed position as the head of the 6 ministries to do as I please. I must resolve these 2 major issues at once. Just imagine the freedom I would have." The mere thought brought an uncontrollable smile to Yi Feiyun's face, his heart sweeter than honey. Meanwhile, Muyangyun stood nearby, her expression impassive, absorbing the scene completely. Earlier, Feiyun had rushed to save her, which had instilled in her a modicum of fondness for him. However, upon hearing his thoughts, her frosty demeanor swiftly transformed, her eyes coldly scrutinizing Feiyun in silence. When their gazes met, Feiyun scratched his head in confusion. Before he could speak, Mu Yinyan let out a cold huff and turned to leave. Swiftly mounting a chestnut steed, she urged it forward with a nudge of her heels. The horse whinnied loudly and kicked up a cloud of dust, galloping towards the previous camp. At that moment, Wang Hu slyly approached Feiyun, his eyes fixated on Mu Yinyan's departing figure, and remarked, "Brother, see? You rushed to aid Mu Yinyan, and not only did she ignore you, but she also left just like that. Aren't you stuck between a rock and a hard place?" As he spoke, he cast a sympathetic glance at the now unconscious Lu Bing on the ground and inquired, "What shall we do with this fellow?" Feiyun furrowed his brow and waved dismissively. "Leave him be. Someone will undoubtedly come to clean up this mess." As the son of the Vice Minister of War, even if Lu Bing were to be beaten to a pulp, aid would surely arrive to assist him. Feiyun felt a rush of exhilaration. It was fortunate that Mu Yinyan had not been harmed by Lu Bing, and he had indulged in the thrill of being a libertine for a moment. Chapter 52. Summoning more people. As Feiyun pondered this, an indescribable sense of elation surged within him, as if the very air around him had turned exquisitely sweet. With his arms crossed, he stood tall, his chin held high. Witnessing this, Wang Hu was left dumbfounded, unable to contain his curiosity as he leaned closer to Feiyun. "Feiyun, don't scare me," Wang Hu said earnestly. Feiyun turned his head, his eyes wide with surprise. "What do you mean? Why such a question?" "Feiyun, I mean no harm, but your transformation has been so profound that it makes me uneasy," Wang Hu confessed. Realizing the gravity of his words, Feiyun understood. After all, in such a short time, he had gone from fawning over Mu Yinyan to delivering a beating to Lu Bing. It was only natural for Wang Hu to sense something amiss. All right, Feiyun reassured him, patting his shoulder. "You needn't worry about this matter. I've got it under control." "Really?" Wang Hu asked, still unconvinced. "Nonsense," Feiyun replied with confidence, looking directly into Wang Hu's eyes. "When have I ever let you down?" Reluctantly, Wang Hu nodded, acknowledging that Feiyun was as clever as a monkey, and it was unlikely anyone could outsmart him. Wang Hu, with a serious expression, glanced at Feiyun before turning away. He nearly turned back to Feiyun, but instead focused on the excited henchmen who had just beaten Lu Bing and were now eagerly cracking their knuckles. In a hushed tone, Wang Hu cautioned, "Brother, it's not that I don't support you, but the trouble you've stirred is serious. Lu Bing is not to be trifled with. His sister is the Emperor's favored consort, Lu Guofei. Now that you've offended him, you can expect no good to come of it." Wang Hu sighed, imparting this warning sincerely. Feiyun took a deep breath, fully aware that the order to beat Lu Bing had been his. If trouble arose, he could not be oblivious to the implications. However, he felt compelled to act. Had he not dealt with Lu Bing, Mu Yinyan might have been victimized by him. How could he stand idly by while Long Aotian's harem descended into chaos? After all, Long Aotian was still imprisoned, enduring daily torment at the hands of a fiery temptress wielding a whip. If he were to escape and discover that Mu Yinyan had suffered due to Lu Bing, Feiyun would surely face dire consequences. Above all, he had to protect Mu Yinyan. Wang Hu said no more, merely casting a concerned glance at Feiyun as he earnestly advised, "All right, Feiyun, don't overthink it. Just stay alert." He patted Feiyun on the shoulder and departed with a knowing look, swiftly mounting a tall steed before disappearing from view. Yizing, the stout and sturdy companion, rushed to Feiyun's side, hanging his head inquiringly. "What shall we do now, young master?" Feiyun glanced at the stout Yiding. Though not particularly bright, it was evident he was fiercely loyal to the original owner. When instructed to confront Lu Bing, he had not hesitated, delivering a fierce beating without a second thought. The ferocity of his punches had even startled Feiyun. With such a loyal henchman, it was no wonder the original owner had developed such a brazen personality. However, now that he had offended Lu Bing, Feiyun felt no fear. At worst, they would have a brawl. His family in the capital was also notorious for their libertine reputation. He had no reason to fear Lu Bing. With a scoff of disdain, Feiyun swiftly turned his gaze toward the autumn hunting camp. "Forget everything else. Gather more people, understood?" Yiding stared wide-eyed at Feiyun, seemingly puzzled by his request. Frustrated, Feiyun smacked Yi Ding's forehead, exclaiming, "Are you that dim? I'm telling you to gather more people in case Liu Bing decides to retaliate." Feiyun was fully prepared. Liu Bing struck him as someone who would not easily back down. Should the adversary seek revenge, he and Yi Ding must be ready for a confrontation. After all, Wang, who was astute enough to recognize Liu Bing's discontent, and Feiyun could see it too. If that were to happen, he would need to ascertain whether Liu Bing had undergone a transformation. At this moment, Feiyun hurriedly approached his previous steed, mounting with deftness. The sunlight streamed down his prominent nose, illuminating his resolute gaze and profound eyes. Yi Ding and the others wasted no time, swiftly mounting their horses. Their expressions were urgent as they set forth. "Let us go," Yi Ding commanded, and the group began to advance towards the autumn hunting camp. Covered in mud, with injuries visible on their arms and necks, this scene was quickly noted by a maidservant. She immediately approached with a concerned expression, softly asking, "Miss, are you all right?" Mu Yinyan glanced down at her arm, noticing some redness and a few conspicuous wounds. Not one to be delicate, she waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." Yet the maidservant was unconvinced, her face etched with worry as she insisted. "Then, miss, shall I fetch some medicine for you?" Everyone turned to look. In the corner, Liu Bing, covered in blood and bearing bruises that made him resemble a grotesque clown, hid there with a sullen gaze directed at the eunuch. At that moment, Feiyun rode a magnificent steed, strutting confidently at the forefront, followed closely by a group of his wicked subordinates, Yi Ding and his gang, who were panting heavily. Coincidentally, Feiyun glanced over, and his gaze collided with Liu Bing's for the first time. Liu Bing's eyes widened in shock, instinctively narrowing his pupils, too intimidated to meet Feiyun's stare. After all, Yi Ding had just dealt him a brutal beating that left him questioning his very existence. Liu Bing had never been so mercilessly assaulted throughout his life, and he couldn't fathom why Feiyun had chosen to turn his aggression towards him. It simply defied logic. Feiyun, riding high on his horse, led a procession past Liu Bing, seemingly oblivious to his presence. A maid beside Mu Yinyan lowered her voice and remarked, "Oh dear, Feiyun has grown increasingly audacious. He doesn't even acknowledge Liu Bing now." The maid furrowed her brows, stealing a glance towards Feiyun. After all, among the dandy crowd in the capital, there were only a handful of individuals, and although Feiyun had previously been a wastrel, he had always treated Liu Bing, who was his equal in power, with respect. Yet, now he simply rode past him, leaving everyone astonished. Could it be that Feiyun had genuinely changed? Mu Yinyan immediately turned and scolded, "Silence." The maid, disheartened, complied and fell silent. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyan's gaze remained fixed on Feiyun, contemplating the consequences of his actions. She pondered how he might extricate himself from this predicament. As Mu Yinyan remained silent, Feiyun continued to ride past Liu Bing, who sat frozen, cradling his knees, too terrified to utter a word. Noticing Liu Bing's utter subjugation, Feiyun let out a cold snort and proceeded towards the Qiushu camp, seemingly ignoring Mu Yinyan, his eyes shifting away. Mu Yinyan's expression darkened with anger as she thought to herself, "You, Feiyun, just moments ago were shamelessly trying to rescue me, yet now that you see me, you won't utter a single word. Truly, you are not a good person." Unbeknownst to Feiyun, Mu Yinyan's thoughts were far from his awareness. He simply urged his magnificent steed onward. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, reverberating throughout the Qiushu camp. Mu Yinyan's brows knitted together as she looked into the distance. There, at the mountain pass, a woman rode a tall horse, her shimmering long dress obscuring her legs. Standing over 7 meters tall, her exquisite beauty rivaled that of Mu Yinyan, each possessing their own unique allure. While Mu Yinyan exuded a cool grace, this woman radiated a spirited energy, her pronounced eyebrows giving her an air of nobility that could make even the most ordinary man feel inferior. As the woman approached, her impressive figure swayed with the rhythm of her steed, drawing the attention of all. Feiyun's expression soured drastically, his face contorting into a grimace that was more distressing than tears. He slowly turned his head to see Wang Dafeng, his unfortunate brother, following closely behind, nervously glancing at Feiyun. Feiyun was startled, while Yi Ding appeared equally dumbfounded, his imposing frame rendered speechless. A wave of dread washed over Feiyun. The woman was none other than Wang Dafeng, the elder sister of his dear friend Wang Hu, known for her exceptional beauty and talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Not long ago, rumors had circulated about her and Yi Feiyun, who had momentarily been involved with her while fixated on Mu Yangyun, after which they had ceased all contact. Why had she now appeared? Yi Feiyun's heart clenched as he recalled that in a later plot twist, this woman had been taken into the harem of Long Aotian and, harboring resentment towards him, had actively opposed him as the ultimate antagonist. Yi Feiyun's expression faltered as he tentatively raised his hand in greeting. Hello? What? Hello? What nonsense? Wang Dafang's furious voice rang out, her lovely face contorted with anger. Yi Feiyun's lips twitched. That scoundrel had just abandoned him, slipping away with ease. Now, with his sister approaching, he found himself unable to utter a word. What was he to do? Yi Feiyun's expression shifted, and without daring to linger, he pulled on the reins, urging his horse swiftly towards Wang Dafang. Despite their previous unpleasantness, it was essential to avoid an encounter akin to foes. Wang Dafang, what seems to be the issue? He inquired, forcing a smile. Wang Dafang's expression darkened as she glanced at Wang Hu, then back at Yi Feiyun, before demanding, Did you just commit an offense? An offense? Yi Feiyun blinked in confusion, struggling to comprehend. Before he could respond, Wang Dafang abruptly drew a gleaming blade, its sharp edge pressed against Yi Feiyun's chest. I ask you, did you just assault a court official? Good heavens! Yi Feiyun's forehead to a bit. He had not anticipated Wang Dafang would accuse him of such a grave transgression. Assaulting a court official was a severe crime, and besides, Liu Bing hardly qualified as one. As Yi Feiyun attempted to explain, Wang Dafang, seemingly venting her pent-up frustration, thrust the hilt of the blade forward, the sharp edge inching closer to him. Not daring to linger, Yi Feiyun stumbled backward, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, panic etched across his face. Wang Dafang, please don't be rash. If you harm me, it won't end well for you either. Wang Dafang's face turned cold, her lips curling into a smirk. You mean nothing. I will inform you. Your assault on a court official means you must accompany me. The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Only Liu Bing, lurking in the corner with a grim countenance, suddenly erupted into laughter, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Moments ago, he had contemplated reporting the incident, having endured an unwarranted beating from Yi Feiyun, and knowing his temperament, he would not let it slide. He certainly did not expect Wang Dafang to arrive at this moment. With renewed resolve, he quickly stood up and addressed Wang Dafang. Miss Wang, you must advocate for me. Before he could finish, Wang Hu and Yi Ding cast fierce glares in his direction, their brows furrowed and eyes bloodshot, as if issuing a warning. After all, Wang Hu's father is a well-known blade-wielding guard in the imperial palace, overseeing the safety of the capital. Wang Dafang, his reputation surpassing that of his father, is known for her decisive actions in handling cases. It is said that a tiger's son is not a dog, yet Wang Hu indulges in nefarious deeds, while Wang Dafang never hesitates to take action when it comes to justice. Previously, she had dealt with 3 of the 4 major cases in the capital. Faced with the threats from both individuals, Liu Bing felt his lips twitch at a loss for words. He dared not offend Yi Feiyun, yet he feared disobeying Wang Dafang's wishes. What was he to do? Stop dawdling. What are you waiting for? Wang Dafang, her temper flaring, kicked Liu Bing. With a thud, he fell to the ground, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, clasping his hands and pleading, Please, just let me go. I truly haven't done anything wrong. Why must you treat me this way? Liu Bing was on the verge of tears, having been unjustly beaten by Yi Feiyun and now facing Wang Dafang's pressure. Who could swallow this humiliation? Liu Bing, a man of status himself, could not bear such treatment. The weight of authority was suffocating him, and he felt tears welling up in anger. Mu Yangyun, witnessing this scene, could not help but find it amusing. She had not anticipated Liu Bing's fear of Yi Feiyun would reach such extremes. It was a waste to disregard such beauty. At that moment, Wang Dafang suddenly turned her gaze towards Yi Feiyun, her eyes cold as she spoke softly. What did you just say? The original owner of this body was perplexed. Wang Dafang, though fiery in temperament, possessed an appealing appearance. If only one could appreciate such features. Upon hearing this, Wang Dafang's face flushed with anger as she pressed her blade closer to Yi Feiyun's neck, causing Liu Bing to shrink back in fear, his lips trembling. Young lady, please do not lose focus. Wang Dafeng coldly warned Lu Bing before softening her gaze towards Yi Feiyun. I never thought you could utter such words. Why were you not this attentive during our courtship? However, Yi Feiyun sensed something was amiss with Wang Dafeng's peculiar expression. What? To the yamen? Panic seized him. He had not committed any heinous acts, and more importantly, Lu Bing had said nothing to warrant such drastic measures. Just as he was about to explain, Wang Dafeng kicked Lu Bing, raising her hand, twisting her wrist, and pressing the blade against Yi Feiyun's throat. I'll tell you, if you do not accompany me to the yamen, do you understand the consequences of resisting arrest? Wang Dafeng's icy gaze bore into Yi Feiyun. Her beautiful eyes filled with warnings, as if she would apprehend him should he dare to refuse. Yi Feiyun's lips twitched. He finally understood why the original owner dismissed Wang Dafeng. It was her explosive temper. What did you say? Wang Dafeng's eyes sharpened, adding a layer of warning. She had heard Yi Feiyun's words clearly. He dared to imply she had a short temper. Did he? Meanwhile, Wang Hu anxiously paced behind them. He could see that Wang Dafeng was confronting Yi Feiyun out of a desire for revenge. After he mentioned how Yi Feiyun had beaten Lu Bing, Wang Dafeng rushed over to confront him. Wang Hu felt torn. On one hand, there was his good friend Yi Feiyun, and on the other, his sister Wang Dafeng. He was caught between them, wanting to help yet unsure how. He merely wished to speak to Wang Dafeng about resolving the matter with Yi Feiyun. Yet now she was intent on arresting him. Unable to contain himself, he approached Wang Dafeng and said in a low voice, Sister, perhaps we could get lost. What business is it of yours? Wang Dafeng snapped, raising her brows at Lu Bing. She knew all too well what her brother was like, always getting into trouble. Associating with Yi Feiyun could only lead to mischief. While her intentions to retaliate against Yi Feiyun were evident, witnessing him in distress brought her a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Mu Yinyun could no longer stand by. Yi Feiyun was soon to become the esteemed son-in-law of the Qian dynasty, and this incident would not reflect well on him. She elegantly stepped forward, her maid closely following. They moved swiftly to stand before Wang Dafeng. Upon seeing Mu Yinyun, Wang Dafeng's brows furrowed. An odd tension filled the air between the two women, both of whom had ties to Yi Feiyun, making them rivals of a sort. Greetings, Princess Mu. Wang Dafeng, though reluctant, acknowledged her presence, her tone laced with resentment. At ease, Mu Yinyun replied, a hint of triumph in her smile. Yi Feiyun had not committed any grave offense. Why should he be apprehended without cause? Earlier, Yi Feiyun had contemplated how Wang Dafeng seemed to hear him, but now, with Mu Yinyun coming to his defense, he was overwhelmed with anxiety. Yi Feiyun knew very well the stakes at play. As he observed the two women vying for his attention, his anxiety peaked, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Ladies, you are both favored in the realm of Dragon Aotian's court. Why must you compete over me? If word of this reaches that insufferable Dragon Aotian, he might think I'm stealing his women and have me executed. In desperation, Yi Feiyun devised a plan. Before him, Mu Yinyun stood with her hands behind her back. Her cheeks flushed, confronting Wang Dafeng and professing her intent to protect him. Yi Feiyun snorted in mock indignation, a mischievous glint in his eye. What is this, sixth princess? You wish to intervene as I am led to the yamen? Are you truly concerned for my well-being? If you do not harbor feelings for me, why speak up on my behalf? Mu Yinyun turned to glare at Yi Feiyun, infuriated by his insolence. Earlier, she had seen him strike Lu Bing for her sake, and now, as he faced arrest, she stepped in to help. Yet, instead of gratitude, he provoked her further. What do you mean, Yi Feiyun? She thought, fuming internally. Yi Feiyun, aware of her turmoil, mused, Princess Mu, why do you gaze at me so? Hurry, persuade Wang Dafeng to take me away. I would rather endure the Yamen's discomfort than suffer your scrutiny. The Yamen may be unpleasant, but at least I won't lose my life. That Dragon Aotian is capable of murder. Feigning helplessness, Yi Feiyun made a distasteful gesture, licking his lips in a way that was utterly off-putting. Mu Yinyun's brows knitted together in disbelief as she regarded him. Yet, upon hearing his inner thoughts, her anger flared. You would choose to be imprisoned rather than have me as your beloved? Am I truly that unworthy? Yi Feiyun, you were not this way when you were so eager to please me. Mu Yinyun seethed internally, yet she dared not show it. After all, Yi Feiyun had always presented himself as a devoted admirer. If she were to show him kindness, what would that say about her? Silent. Her face fluctuated between shades of green and white in her frustration. At this moment, Wang Dafeng, observing the situation beside her, could not help but smile faintly at Feiyun's unspoken thoughts. However, the latter ultimately cast aside her affections, wholeheartedly devoting himself to Mu Yanyan, causing their relationship to become the talk of the capital. Meanwhile, Wang Dafang's own feelings for Feiyun had become a widely known affair. She had never looked favorably upon Mu Yanyan, and now, witnessing Feiyun's willingness to accompany her to the yamen instead of allowing Mu Yanyan to assist him, she felt a surge of satisfaction, quietly observing the commotion between them with a smile. Nevertheless, Feiyun was not one to relent easily. Upon noticing that Mu Yanyan had yet to respond, he became anxious. This matter could not be delayed. Could she possibly misunderstand his intentions? He had confronted Liu Bing solely out of concern that Long Aotian would trouble him, not out of affection. He thought to himself, I cannot allow this misunderstanding to fester. I must act decisively. With that resolve, Feiyun approached Mu Yanyan, hands on his hips, wearing a roguish expression, and said, Mu Yanyan, since you don't want me to be taken away by the yamen, does that mean you have feelings for me? If you do, then grant me a kiss. Internally, Feiyun felt quite nervous. After all, the prospect of imprisonment meant little to him, being the son of Yi Dashan, the minister of the Six Ministries. Even if he stirred up considerable trouble in the capital, his father could likely smooth it over. More importantly, he was currently a royal relative, bestowed by the emperor, and a prospective prince consort of the Qian dynasty. The very notion of being confined in the yamen, or even in the perilous confines of the criminal ministry, held no fear for him. What truly frightened him was the prospect of Mu Yanyan harboring feelings for him. Therefore, regardless of the means, he aimed to provoke her into disappointment, thereby severing any ties between them. If they were no longer connected, it mattered little if Liu Bing caused her distress, even if she were to be taken by bandits. As Feiyun inched closer, he leaned in, playfully urging, Come on, let me have that kiss, be the good girl. Meanwhile, upon hearing Feiyun's thoughts, Mu Yanyan's brows furrowed in anger, her cheeks flushed, and her entire being trembled involuntarily. The maid beside her, witnessing this, gasped and softly inquired, Miss, are you all right? I am fine, Mu Yanyan retorted sharply, raising her hand to silence the maid, her face burning with fury as she glared at Feiyun. She felt as if she were a cat gazing at fish, unable to indulge. In the past, Feiyun had serenaded her daily at the palace gates with nauseating love poems. Yet now, he had not shown up for days, and she had sought him out at the Yihong courtyard. Strangely, even if he sought to exploit her, a part of her longed to be closer to Feiyun. Thus, when he moved in with that infuriating grin, she found herself not retreating but rather slowly closing her eyes and lips, her long eyelashes fluttering gently in anticipation. Her small hands clenched tightly, pondering, does he truly wish to kiss me? If he does that imply he has feelings for me? Her thoughts spiraled in a whirlpool of hope for a decisive answer from Feiyun. Feiyun, edging closer to Mu Yanyan, widened his eyes in disbelief. Wait a moment. What is going on? Shouldn't she be slapping me and telling me to get lost? Why is she closing her eyes and seemingly savoring the moment? As Feiyun's rosy lips inched toward Mu Yanyan's delicate visage, everyone present was left aghast, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the unfolding scene. It was well known that Mu Yanyan maintained an image of purity and aloofness within the Qian dynasty. Chapter 56. Hurry and arrest me. Not only was Feiyun an unrelenting pursuer, but he also had admirers lining up from the east gate to the west. Yet, Mu Yanyan had never acknowledged any of them, not even uttering a word to those similar to Feiyun. Now, as he openly flirted, she neither resisted nor protested, instead closing her eyes and wait. What was happening? Was this some sort of dream? Wang Dafang stood nearby, confusion evident on her forehead, unable to grasp the current state of affairs. She had overheard Feiyun's thoughts and wondered if this shameless suitor had changed his ways. Previously, he had made a scene while trying to win Mu Yanyan's affection, bringing shame to the Yi family, prompting Yi Dashan to chastise him repeatedly for his disgraceful antics. Wang Dafang observed Feiyun's peculiar behavior and pondered whether he was not concerned about angering Mu Yanyan, fearing she would no longer pay him any mind. As she watched him inch closer to Mu Yanyan, her eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Mu Yanyan had fully shut her eyes, silent as if awaiting something. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Those present scarcely dared to breathe, as though even the sound of a pin dropping would shatter the silence. All eyes remained transfixed on the scene, aware that this was a momentous occasion. The son of the minister of the six ministries, Yi Dashan, was about to kiss the sixth princess of the Qin dynasty. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly be sensational news. As Feiyun drew nearer to Mu Yinyun, who remained unresisting with her eyes closed, he felt a jolt of realization. This girl must be out of her mind. Do you not comprehend that I wish to kiss you? How can you not see that? Suddenly, he recoiled, feigning arrogance as he declared, You want me to kiss you? I wouldn't dream of it. Bah! Internally, however, he felt quite the opposite. Was this truly the same prominent woman I once knew? I am nearly kissing her, and instead of pushing me away, she is inviting me to do so. What on earth is happening? Yi Feiyun shook his head in disdain, proclaiming, Others may treat you like a treasure, but to me, you are nothing more than refuse. Do you understand? Though he spoke thus, he was utterly astonished within. This situation had escalated beyond his expectations. He had anticipated a slap from Mu Yinyun, followed by being locked up by Wang Dafeng, affording him an opportunity to flee. Yet, here she was, silent and seemingly awaiting his kiss. This was spiraling out of control, and he only hoped that Long Aotian would not catch wind of this affair. The sky was indeed falling. Mu Yinyun felt tears welling in her eyes, utterly aggrieved. This rascal, after all her mental preparation, had repeatedly insisted on kissing her, only to humiliate her publicly instead. How dare you, Yi Feiyun? Are you playing with me? There are so many witnesses here. Mu Yinyun fumed, her heart ablaze, while tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Yi Feiyun, notijin her distres, panichkit. This has nothing to do with me. What are you doing? He felt as though the world had turned upside down. The heroine was not acting like a heroine, but rather, it seemed, one after another, they were presenting themselves to him. What sort of madness is this? Yi Feiyun, in a fluster, pulled at his hair in frustration, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Glancing desperately for help at Wang Dafeng, who stood nearby, her sword glinting ominously in the sunlight. The pupils of her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she glanced back and forth between Yfiyn and Mynyn. Clearly, she too was taken aback by the scene before her. Although she had her disagreements with Mynyn, she indeed relished the prospect of witnessing Mynyn's embarrassment. Yet, the behavior of both individuals surpassed her wildest expectations. Mynyn had developed feelings for Yfiyn, while Yfiyn appeared to be dismissive of Mynyn. What was happening? Wing remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze upon Yfiyn. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Yfiyn grew anxious, exclaiming, Wing, are you daft? Didn't you say you would take me to the courthouse? Stop dawdling and take me away. This girl has lost her mind, and you must be losing yours too. Yfiyn was in a state of distress. Since clarity eluded him, he had no desire to comprehend the absurdity of the world around him, where even a mouse could become a bridesmaid to a cat. One person insisted on imprisoning him for a thorough interrogation, while the other publicly ignored his plight. Yfiyn was baffled and yearned to escape this troublesome place, fearing that lingering any longer would only lead to further complications. Despite Yfiyn's harsh words, Wing remained silent, alternating her gaze between Mynyn and Yfiyn. This situation had become increasingly perplexing, and she felt an urge to observe further before acting. Noticing the distress in Mynyn's eyes, which were on the verge of tears, and a multitude of eyes fixated upon him, Yfiyn felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He realized that if this dragged on, it would inevitably lead to chaos. With a sudden inspiration, his gaze settled upon Wing, who was clad in a smartly tailored constable's uniform. Despite her masculine demeanor, her figure was undeniably captivating. A natural beauty, unadorned by makeup, radiated a unique charm that many found appealing. She was becoming increasingly alluring in his eyes. In that moment, he could no longer afford to be cautious and, with a mocking tone, remarked, Oh, Wing, just a moment ago you threatened to arrest me, and now you hesitate. Could it be that you harbor feelings for me? Knowing from the original owner's memories that she had a fierce temperament, one that could not tolerate perceived injustices, he understood that a little provocation would likely ignite her wrath, compelling her to take action. Sure enough, As soon as he spoke, WDF Ng's expression shifted dramatically. Her face hardened like ice as she glared at him. What did you just say? She never anticipated Feiyun would be so audacious, provoking Myn in front of so many witnesses, and now daring to challenge her. Though she could sense his underlying sentiments, her anger flared, igniting a burning fury within her. As one of the 4 renowned constables of the capital, her reputation was formidable. Even the 10 most wanted criminals would submit to her authority. Yet, here was Feiyun audaciously taunting her. When he saw her silence, believing his words insufficiently impactful, he pouted and feigned a flirtatious demeanor, saying, "Then how about a kiss from you, my dear?" Moi. He leaned in grotesquely, but before he could get close, a sharp crack echoed. Feiyun felt darkness enveloping him, followed by a shower of stars before his eyes. It was as if he glimpsed the galaxy, stars swirling around him. Suddenly, his head throbbed with excruciating pain, as if it might explode. Clutching his head, he slumped to the ground, grimacing as he said, "You actually hit me." WDF coldly commanded, "Take him away." Before Feiyun could process the situation, a group of constables swiftly surrounded him, whispering, "Young Master Y, our apologies, but orders have come from above." When he looked up, he saw several constables from the courthouse approaching him with forced smiles, producing cold handcuffs that were promptly secured around his arms. A sense of relief washed over Feiyun. Finally, he was being taken away, and he no longer had to remain in this precarious situation. "Take him away." WDF let out another cold snort. The constables, not daring to hesitate, began to drag Feiyun aside. As he was being escorted to the carriage, WH and YD, who were watching in astonishment, exchanged whispered admiration for Feiyun, giving him a thumbs up and murmuring, "Impressive, Brother Yn." Feiyun rolled his eyes in exasperation at the two. In the next moment, he was thrust into the carriage. WH and YD remained behind, fully aware that WDF was notorious in the capital as a fierce woman. Not only would she apprehend Feiyun, but she would also dare to take a prince to the dungeons for interrogation. The audacity of Feiyun to propose a kiss in front of so many was bewildering. For a brief moment, WH wondered if Feiyun had lost his sanity, for such an outrageous act was unthinkable. WH, too apprehensive to contemplate further, stood pitifully with YD, watching Myn and WDF depart. The air was thick with tension, as if an explosion was imminent. Myn cast a cold glance at Feiyun being led away, snorting disdainfully before turning on her heel and leaving without uttering a word. After Feiyun had humiliated her before so many, she could not afford to speak up on his behalf. She had her own reputation as the 6th princess of the Dichi dynasty to uphold. The two graceful figures quickly disappeared from view. WDF stood rooted, watching Myn storm away, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. In the next moment, Feiyun's mocking words echoed in her mind, and she felt a warm flush creeping across her fair complexion, an unusual heat enveloping her. This Feiyun, after such a long separation, still spoke so irreverently. However, WDF dismissed the thought, resolutely turning and striding towards the carriage that was transporting Feiyun back to the capital. As she passed WH and YD, she cast a sidelong glance at them, her gaze frosty. WH instinctively stepped behind YD, fully aware of his sister's ferocity. Anyone who attracted her attention was bound to face trouble. Despite his usual bravado, WH was humbled in her presence, lowering his head and refraining from uttering a word. "Humph!" WDF scoffed, swiftly boarding the carriage. YD stood in place, scratching his head, contemplative as he watched the carriage disappear into the distance. He pondered that it was not fear of WDF that kept him from acting, but rather the understanding that Feiyun had not issued any commands. Given the circumstances, it seemed as though he was destined for imprisonment. Uncertain of his master's thoughts, YD could only watch helplessly. "Young master, if you feel wronged, please do not hesitate to tell me," he said, his eyes filled with concern. Just then, Lu Biying, her face battered and bruised, hurriedly approached the carriage. Wing sensed movement behind her and turned to see Liu Biying, looking ghastly. Stepping back instinctively, she coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Liu Biying pleaded, "You just captured Feiyun, and it was because of my affair. You can't deny me a chance to cooperate? Get lost." Wing replied without a second thought, kicking Liu Biying to the ground. Liu Biying cried out in pain as she fell, clutching her stomach and gazing up at Wing with a pitiful expression. "What part of this concerns you? Hurry and scram." After finishing his words, he turned and chased after the carriage, no longer paying attention to Liu Bing. Liu Bing sat on the ground, on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged. What was this? First, Feiyun had beaten her without a word, and now Wang Dafeng had kicked her again. Was this for her sake or not? Liu Bing was overwhelmed with grievance, having no outlet for her anger, and could only crouch there, weeping like a stray dog. 3 hours later, within a dignified government office, 2 tall red pillars stood prominently. Wang Dafeng stood at a distance, her expression stern. At the desk in front of her sat a man resembling a county magistrate, in his 50s or 60s, adorned with an official hat and robe, his face amiable. Observing Feiyun, who was lounging comfortably in the hall with his legs crossed, the magistrate smiled broadly. "Senti this young master Yi? What brings you here captured?" "Wang Dafeng, you are becoming increasingly reckless. How can the people of Ye's household be apprehended so casually?" The magistrate was well aware of Feiyun's identity. The son of Yi Dashan, the head of the 6 ministries, and soon to be the future prince consort of the Qian dynasty. What authority did a mere county magistrate have over him? In the capital, even a discarded brick could hit a few third-ranking officials. What was he? Wang Dafeng, her face pale with anger, said, "Magistrate, Feiyun assaulted a court official in public. Can we just let this go? We must act according to the law." Chapter 58. Do not overstep. Feiyun lounged back, relaxed, tossing the shell of a sunflower seed to the ground carelessly. Moments ago, the magistrate had hurriedly left the scene, his demeanor revealing his fear of offending Feiyun. Witnessing Feiyun's brazen and indifferent attitude, Wang Dafeng's face twitched with anger, nearly exploding. "Feiyun, do not think you can escape my grasp. This is a court of law, and you cannot act with such impunity," she shouted. Upon hearing her, Feiyun chuckled lightly, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. "What? This is a court? Had you not mentioned it? I would have thought I was in my own home." Feiyun slapped his thigh, the corners of his mouth curling upward. This action incited Wang Dafeng's fury further, her anger boiling over. Wang Dafeng was all too familiar with Feiyun's reckless behavior. Since childhood, Wang Hu and Feiyun had been inseparable, and as Wang Hu's elder sister, Wang Dafeng knew this notorious scion of the capital all too well. In essence, by bringing Feiyun here, Wang Dafeng sought to take advantage of the court setting to exact her revenge. Feiyun sighed, clapping his hands and scattering the remaining sunflower seed shells on the ground. He then stood up, brushed off his clothing, and helplessly said, "Hey, Lady Wang, have you caused enough trouble? Why not just let me go? What is the point of keeping me here? Look, even a magistrate has fled." At this moment, Feiyun acutely felt the overwhelming influence of being a scion in the capital. He had never heard of a court session where the magistrate fled in fear before the trial even began. However, this was hardly surprising, as he was indeed the son of Yi Dashan, the head of the Ministry of Revenue. Moreover, just days prior, the esteemed Mu Tianhao had betrothed the 6th princess, Mu Yinyun, to him, making him the future prince consort of the Qian dynasty. Wherever he went, who would not give him some respect? The disparity between the magistrate and Feiyun was vast. A mere breath from Feiyun could leave the magistrate sleepless with fear, let alone daring to judge him. Wasn't this sheer absurdity? Seeing Feiyun's brazen demeanor, Wang Dafeng's cheeks puffed with anger, her eyes round. Yet, she found herself powerless. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Bring them to me." A few court officers responded promptly, albeit weakly, casting nervous glances at Feiyun. Wang Dafeng continued, "Give him 20 strikes with the punishment rod to quell his arrogance." The officers immediately displayed hesitation, clearly afraid to act. After all, Feiyun was the prince consort. Who would dare to strike him without facing dire consequences? They shuffled about, reluctant to approach, when Wang Dafeng shot them a fierce glare, huffing, "What are you waiting for? Move!" The officers exchanged glances, hesitant and fearful, unwilling to confront Yi Feiyun. It was evident that this was a personal vendetta between Wang Dafeng and Yi Feiyun. With the magistrate's absence, what storm could they possibly stir? Just then, one officer clutched his head while another held his abdomen, both seeking excuses. Lady Wang, I suddenly have a stomach ache. I need to relieve myself. Miss Wang, my wife is about to give birth. In a flurry, they concocted ridiculous excuses and hurriedly fled the scene. Upon realizing Wang Dafeng was serious, Yi Feiyun's expression hardened. So, you intend to torture me? I am now the prince consort of the Qian dynasty. Think carefully. Wang Dafeng coldly snorted, biting back her words. And if I do? You assaulted a court official in public. Should you not be punished? Yi Feiyun scrutinized Wang Dafeng as she vented her anger, furrowing his brow. He sensed that she might still harbor some feelings for the original owner of his body. Having lived 2 lives, if he could not see this, it would indeed be a waste. She was clearly a scorned woman throwing a tantrum. The original owner had toyed with her feelings, and now Wang Dafeng's actions were understandable. But please do not harm me, my lady, Yi Feiyun mused silently, his eyes darting around. This Long Aotian was to be brought into the harem. If she had feelings for him now, wouldn't that be a burden? No, he needed to devise a plan to leave a negative impression on her. Given the original owner's notorious behavior, if she could still develop feelings for him, he needed to up the ante. Wang Dafeng, observing Yi Feiyun's thoughts, gazed intently at him. Who exactly is this Long Aotian? I do not recall seeing him before. Wait, I believe I have some recollection. Is he not the one who was imprisoned in the Tian prison, causing a stir at court with the emperor and Princess Mu? Wang Dafeng frowned, her eyes flickering. Suddenly, Yi Feiyun raised his voice dramatically. Oh dear, someone is abusing their authority here. Help! The prince consort of the Qian dynasty is not being treated with respect. She intends to use private punishment against me. Wang Dafeng was furious, her temper reaching its peak. Watching Yi Feiyun act in such a petulant manner, memories of their past interactions surged forth. Yet, she found herself at a loss against him. If she intended to punish him, the magistrate and the officers had been scared out of their wits, with the magistrate outright refusing to enter the court. If it fell to her to act, it would feel awkward. With a cold smile, she replied, Very well, Yi Feiyun, you have some courage. I will not strike you. Come with me to another place. Yi Feiyun widened his eyes, puzzled. What do you mean? A hint of wariness crept into his heart. Do not rush. Just follow me, she said. Yi Feiyun attempted to resist, but Wang Dafeng suddenly lunged forward, seizing his arm and pulling him forcefully. Ouch! Be gentle. That hurts. Yi Feiyun exclaimed. Wang Dafeng, however, showed no mercy, tightening her grip further. You know pain, do you? I thought you were tough as nails, impervious to heat. Yi Feiyun's teeth clenched in anger. Watching him struggle, Wang Dafeng finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Ever since encountering Yi Feiyun, she had felt utterly powerless. Now, witnessing him unable to gain the upper hand, a smirk of triumph appeared on her face. Yi Feiyun, however, furrowed his brow, glancing at Wang Dafeng's resolute expression, which indeed possessed a certain charm. Alas, the original owner was truly blind. How could one not like such a beautiful woman, preferring instead to pursue Mu Yinyin? What a pity. Wang Dafeng listened to these words, her brow furrowing involuntarily. To be frank, she found Yi Feiyun rather peculiar. When they first encountered one another, he praised her beauty, and now he referred to her as a great beauty, yet he continued to avoid her. This conundrum left her perplexed. However, upon witnessing Yi Feiyun's brazen demeanor, her frustration mounted, and she coldly huffed, Come with me. Yi Feiyun was dragged away from the public hall by Wang Dafeng and soon found himself in a cell within the county office. The atmosphere was dank and humid, with moss covering the walls and the floor overrun with tangled weeds, emitting a foul stench. A group of filthy, ragged prisoners, marked by the character for prisoner, huddled in the corners. Some appeared disheveled, their faces obscured by unkempt hair. The oppressive air in the cell was palpable. With a loud crash, Wang Dafeng kicked the door open. The outside light flooded in, instantly dispersing the musty aroma within, which caused Yi Feiyun to cough violently. What are you doing? He spluttered. Wang Dafeng, with a mocking smile, forcefully shoved him inside. Yi Feiyun raised his eyes and saw several prisoners emanating a strong aura of menace, their presence seemingly capable of devouring him whole. The men raised their eyes, their murky gazes fixated on Yi Feiyun like starving wolves eyeing fresh meat. One even licked his parched lips, a sinister grin creeping across his face. "Ah, a little fresh meat has arrived," he rasped, sending chills down Yi Feiyun's spine. He inhaled sharply, glancing at Wang Dafeng with a twitching mouth. "You must be joking, Wang Dafeng," he stammered. Yet Wang Dafeng disregarded his protests and coldly declared, "Listen up. These gentlemen are infamous bandits of the realm. They kill without a second thought and devour their victims whole. Murder and robbery are mere trifles for them, and their hands are stained with blood." After saying this, she gave Yi Feiyun a pitying look. Yi Feiyun's heart sank as he began to grasp Wang Dafeng's intentions. Wang Dafeng then clapped her hands and shouted into the cell, "Gentlemen, treat this young master well, loosen his muscles and tend to him. I shall return to inspect. If you do well, this lady shall reward you." At her command, the prisoners erupted in excitement, cheering and pressing against the bars, their fervent eyes fixed on Yi Feiyun. "Do not worry. With me here, we will surely attend to this young master splendidly. Indeed, we must ensure this young master is well taken care of. It has been ages since we've seen such tender flesh." One particular prisoner, flamboyant and effeminate, delicately waved his fingers and gazed at Yi Feiyun with a seductive demeanor. Striking a provocative pose. Yi Feiyun felt a surge of panic and instinctively covered his backside, inwardly lamenting, "Goodness, are there truly such perverts in the Deqian dynasty? I cannot let this happen. If I encounter such individuals again, my reputation will be irreparably tarnished." Yi Feiyun turned to flee, but Wang Dafeng seized the opportunity, forcefully pushing him into the cell. "Enjoy yourself," she exclaimed, slamming the door with a resounding clang. Moments later, Yi Feiyun's terrified screams echoed from within. "Wang Dafeng, you scoundrel. You are inhuman." Several hours later, Wang Dafeng, having taken a brief rest, returned to the cell door. The silence within caused her to furrow her brow, her expression growing stern as a hint of worry flickered across her features. Could something have gone awry? She felt a pang of regret for impulsively bringing Yi Feiyun here. He had truly provoked her. Yet now, hearing the unsettling quiet, she began to fear that perhaps she had gone too far. What if something happened to Yi Feiyun? Wang Dafeng's heart softened as she nervously pinched her nail into her delicate fingertip, drawing blood. Her breath quickened as she abruptly pushed the small door open. What she beheld left her utterly astonished. Yi Feiyun lay comfortably on the sole wooden table in the cell, a blade of dogtail grass clutched between his lips, leisurely reclining with his legs crossed. The previously fearsome prisoners were now beside him, some massaging his shoulders while others attended to his legs. Even more absurdly, Yi Feiyun puffed on a cigarette, releasing wisps of smoke into the air, exuding an air of utmost relaxation. The flamboyant prisoner, who had boasted of attending to Yi Feiyun, was now kneeling at his feet, praising, "Oh, young Master Yi, your salts are truly exquisite. In all my travels, I have never encountered such beautiful feet. Yi Feiyun, ekasperatet." Kick him away, yet the flamboyant one merely shifted positions, cheerfully continuing, "Ah, even your kicking style is so dashing. You truly are young Master Yi." The other prisoners eagerly chimed in, their compliments unabashed, leaving Wang Dafeng speechless. Yi Feiyun, enjoying the attention, glanced sideways and noticed Wang Dafeng entering. "Ah, Miss Wang, you arrived rather swiftly. I was hoping to indulge a while longer." Wang Dafeng was infuriated, her earlier concern for Yi Feiyun replaced by exasperation at his apparent comfort. But then she reconsidered. Wasn't he her intention to let these men teach Yi Feiyun a lesson? She shouted, "What are you all doing? Yi Feiyun, dismissiveli mumbling, repliet. What does it look like? These are just young men striving for their future." Wang Dafeng trembled with rage, her delicate hands clenched into fists, quivering in the air. This was infuriating. She had intended for these men to discipline Yi Feiyun, yet he was reveling in luxury instead. Yi Feiyun sidled a glance at her, internally muttering, "It's best to maintain some distance from this girl. Our entanglement is already complicated, and if Long Aotian finds out, it could spell trouble." He resolved that he could not allow her to develop any feelings for him. He needed to act even more outrageous. Meanwhile, Wang Dafeng, sensing Yi Feiyun's thoughts, remained silent. A mist of tears began to cloud her enchanting peach blossom eyes, her expression that of a wronged young girl. Her nose twitched, as if tears were on the brink of spilling. She could not fathom why Yi Feiyun detested her so. After all, they had shared experiences. How could he treat her this way? Wang Dafeng felt utterly wronged, imagining the astonishment of those who deemed her the foremost among the four great captains of the capital. Should they witness a man causing her to shed tears? The notorious criminals she had sent to their demise would surely rise from their graves in outrage. Yi Feiyun, witnessing Wang Dafeng's distress, was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, "What on earth are you crying for? Is this not malicious?" Before he could voice his thoughts, an urgent shout echoed from outside. "Captain Wang! Captain Wang!" In hurried fashion, a constable rushed in, his movements frantic, dashing toward the county office. Upon reaching the cell door and catching sight of Yi Feiyun unscathed within, he breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Wang Dafeng spoke in a rather brusque tone, inquiring, "What is happening?" After this, the individual bowed his head, clasping his hands in front of him, and addressed Wang Dafeng. "Captain Wang, Princess Mu has arrived." "Princess Mu?" Wang Dafeng murmured, her brows knitting together as if a realization struck her. Before she could utter another word, she waved her hand, commanding, "Ensure that the prison door is secured tightly. He must not escape." "Understood," the servant replied. And Wang Dafeng swiftly flicked her sleeves before hastening towards the front courtyard. Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyun immediately sat up, his complexion shifting dramatically. "This is the end. It's over. Why has Mu come? Is she here to bail me out? After causing such a commotion and declaring my intentions in front of so many people, how could she not be furious? Mu Yanyan, do you possess any semblance of temper? After all that has transpired, you still approach?" Anxiety coursed through Yi Feiyun. Yet the servant stood at the door, softly apologizing. "Young Master Yi, I am truly sorry." Subsequently, he cautiously shut the wooden door. At this moment, Wang Dafeng rushed into the front courtyard. From a distance, she spotted the dignified Mu Yanyan seated elegantly at a wooden table, exuding a regal air. Two exquisitely dressed maidservants stood respectfully behind her. Meanwhile, the previously absent county magistrate reappeared, seated before Mu Yanyan, wearing a sycophantic grin, his demeanor almost obsequious. "Princess, your presence truly graces my humble abode. It is an honor." Wang Dafeng entered with a grim expression and soon noticed, standing behind the maidservants, another individual clad in a splendid robe, clearly a government official from the Qian dynasty. The insignia embroidered on his attire depicted a white crane soaring gracefully. Wang Dafeng's heart jolted as she recognized him as a third-rank official from the Ministry of Justice, responsible for judicial matters. She pondered why he had been summoned as well. The official raised his eyebrows upon seeing Wang Dafeng and subtly shook his head, seemingly conveying something. He too wore an expression of confusion, having been summoned by Mu Yanyan shortly after commencing his duties. It was common knowledge that Yi Feiyun was the son of Yi Dashan under normal circumstances. It would be absurd for him to intervene in such a scandal. Yet, it intrigued him that Mu Yanyan sought his assistance in rescuing Yi Feiyun. After all, Mu Yanyan was the highly favored sixth princess of the current dynasty. How could he dare to defy her wishes? As Wang Dafeng and Mu Yanyan exchanged glances, the memory of Yi Feiyun's previous escapades in the capital lingered in the air, leading the official to harbor a vague suspicion, as if he had begun to fathom the underlying situation. The atmosphere grew oppressively silent, thick with tension. Mu Yanyan then lifted her gaze, casually stirring her tea, taking a delicate sip before softly stating, "Captain Wang, your reputation is formidable. You have apprehended the prince of the Qian dynasty. Pray tell, what were the charges against him?" Wang Dafeng's expression shifted slightly, her features twitching as she regarded Mu Yanyan's haughty demeanor, her displeasure evident. She could not fathom what Yi Feiyun saw in this woman. What was so appealing about her? It was already a feat that she spoke without veiled threats. Yet she perpetually wore a facade of aloofness. Who was she trying to impress? More importantly, Wang Dafeng's initial intention in capturing Yi Feiyun was merely to vex him, to settle the score for his past transgressions. But now, she remained silent, her icy gaze fixed on Mu Yanyan. The tension between the two women escalated dramatically. The county magistrate, observing the brewing conflict, quickly stood up, plastering a smile on his face as he approached Wang Dafeng. He lowered his voice, saying this, "It would be best to release Yi Feiyun. This small place cannot accommodate both of your formidable presences. If you choose to quarrel, kindly do so elsewhere. I would rather not have my establishment turned upside down." The county magistrate, anxious and pacing, was met with a dismissive cold snort from Wang Dafeng, causing him to shudder in fear, silencing him instantly. Wang Dafeng, glancing at Mu Yinyun's arrogant stance, realized she was indeed at a disadvantage today. Her expression darkened as she cast a sidelong glance at the county magistrate, who looked at her with a pitiful expression, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. Wang Dafeng huffed. Oomph. Seeing Wang Dafeng's tone soften slightly, the county magistrate seized the opportunity to lower his voice further. Miss Wang, it is time to cease this commotion. The princess has come with a retinue. We have neither evidence nor witnesses. Holding her here would not reflect well. Wang Dafeng recognized the truth in his words. Yet she could not tolerate Mu Yinyun's condescending attitude. Realizing she had no solid ground to stand on, Wang Dafeng relented, stating, "Very well, I have interrogated him, and it is not a grave matter. Let him be brought out." Hearing this, a slight smile graced Mu Yinyun's lips as she rose from her seat. The two maidservants promptly assisted her, whispering, "Princess, please walk slowly." With the aid of her attendants, Mu Yinyun glided past Wang Dafeng, not sparing her glance. In that moment, Mu Yinyun seemed to tower over Wang Dafeng, her chin raised defiantly, thinking to herself, "You are no match for me." Wang Dafeng, witnessing Mu Yinyun's haughty demeanor, felt a surge of indignation, her displeasure palpable as she coldly remarked, "Princess Mu, you might be misinterpreting the situation. Yi Feiyun does not seem to welcome your presence." At this, Mu Yinyun turned her head sharply to regard Wang Dafeng, who stood with her arms crossed, exuding indifference. Mu Yinyun huffed, and the air crackled with the promise of renewed conflict between the two women. Without further ado, Mu Yinyun hastened towards the prison cell, with the county magistrate leading the way, scurrying ahead. As they reached the location, Yi Feiyun sat there, startled at the sight of Mu Yinyun. His heart sank. This is disastrous. Has she lost her mind? Is she actually here to rescue me? What is she thinking? Yi Feiyun scratched his head, raising his gaze to the heavens, babbling nonsensically as he made his way to the exit. "Oh, the weather seems rather pleasant. Indeed, quite nice. Perhaps I should go fishing or something." He rambled on, not even glancing at Mu Yinyun. Mu Yinyun's face flushed with anger as she glared at Yi Feiyun, her thoughts racing. "Though I entered the prison for your sake, and I am here out of obligation, how can you treat me with such disdain?" Though Mu Yinyun felt a swell of resentment, she concealed it well. Yet her hurt was unmistakable in her eyes. Wang Dafeng, observing the tension between Yi Feiyun and Mu Yinyun, felt a sense of satisfaction and chose to sit at a nearby stone table, signaling that she had no intention of bidding farewell to Yi Feiyun. Yi Feiyun continued to gaze skyward, oblivious to Mu Yinyun's presence, as he made his way to the door. Though seething with anger, Mu Yinyun followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the county office. At this moment, Mu Yinyun, accompanied by her devoted maid, had been waiting at the entrance. A lavish royal carriage in tow. Two magnificent blue horses stood proudly at the doorway, their nostrils flaring as they whinnied. Upon catching sight of Mu Yinyun emerging, the maid promptly announced, "Princess Mu, the carriage is ready." Standing upon the stone steps, Mu Yinyun gazed silently at Yi Feiyun's retreating figure. Although Yi Feiyun had disregarded her upon his rescue from the prison, one would think he should at least join her in the carriage now that they were outside. Previously, the other party clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, but now they have chosen to ignore her. She felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, even harboring a faint longing for Yi Feiyun. In fact, she found herself nostalgically reminiscing about his nauseating love poems. When Yi Feiyun emerged, his eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings. He anxiously scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed, for he now bore the weight of 2 heads' worth of trouble. Associating himself with Mu Yinyun would undoubtedly lead to disaster. At that moment, a carriage hurriedly approached from distance. The clattering wheels rolled over the cobblestones, producing a relentless cacophony. Soon, it came to an abrupt halt. Yi Feiyun and Mu Yinyun exchanged incredulous glances, fixated on the carriage. At that instant, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing the charming face of Mu Fenfang. Upon spotting Yi Feiyun standing at the entrance, she was taken aback. "Oh, brother Feiyun, are you all right?" Mu Fenfang felt a sudden chill in her heart, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Upon seeing her, Yi Feiyun immediately slapped his thigh in astonishment, his eyes brightening as if he had encountered a savior. "Sister Fenfang, how I have missed you. At last I see you." However, Mu Fenfang, upon spotting Feiyun, hastily retreated into her carriage as if fleeing for her life, momentarily taken aback. Glancing towards the stage, she noticed Mu Yinyun standing there, then looked back at Feiyun, who was already seated comfortably in the carriage, leaving her utterly bewildered. She inhaled sharply, struggling to comprehend the circumstances. Earlier, she had heard that Feiyun had been taken away by Wang Dafeng, and upon learning of the incident, she rushed over. Yet, before she could utter a word, the situation had escalated into this chaos. Observing Mu Yinyun standing in place, her fingers tinged with anger, it seemed as though she was beginning to grasp the underlying truths. Mu Fengfang then shifted her gaze back to Feiyun, inquiring, "Brother Feiyun, will you not see off Sister Yinyun? Leave it, hurry up and go." Feiyun anxiously urged from within the carriage. He was already preoccupied with avoiding Mu Yinyun, let alone offering any parting gifts. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengfang couldn't help but smile faintly, casting a provocative glance at Mu Yinyun. Both were born into royalty. Mu Fengfang hailed from a prince's household, and she was hardly inferior to the esteemed Mu Yinyun. Since childhood, the two had vied for everything, and their rivalry was well known. Earlier, Feiyun had been overly obsequious towards Mu Yinyun, leaving Mu Fengfang feeling irked. Did it mean she was lesser in comparison? At present, Feiyun is seen anxiously avoiding Mu Yinyun, hastily getting into his car, a hint of pride subtly illuminating his demeanor. Chapter 62. Sister Fengfang. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyun's exquisite face is clouded with anger, appearing as though it might drip with water. "What is it? Is she your mother?" Certainly. These words remained unspoken by Mu Yinyun. She trembled with rage, her delicate visage clouded with extreme displeasure. In contrast, Feiyun, upon witnessing Mu Yinyun's anger, felt a flicker of hope. Observing his demeanor, Mu Yinyun was instantly incensed. Her petite face turned a shade of deep indigo, as if ready to etch the words, "You are ruthless," upon her countenance. Feiyun, interpreting her reaction as a sign of success, reveled in his delight. Unyielding, he drew closer to Mu Fengfang, leaning in with a feigned intimacy, and teasingly remarked, "Princess Mu, do not fret over this. I have someone to receive me upon my exit. It would be rather unbecoming for you to stand idly by, wouldn't it?" Imagine the implications if it were said that Mu Yinyun had become Feiyun's devoted follower. It would sound quite unflattering. He feigned exasperation as he spoke. Mu Fengfang, stifling laughter at the absurdity, refrained from responding but wore a triumphant expression as she gazed at Mu Yinyun. Having engaged in playful rivalry since childhood, she relished the sight of Mu Yinyun in distress and thus did not chastise Feiyun for his seemingly audacious behavior. Instead, she actively encouraged it. Mu Yinyun's complexion remained pallid, her lips bitten to the point of losing their color, while her dainty hands clutched tightly beneath her skirt. As Feiyun sensed the moment was ripe, he understood that it was wise to withdraw. Prolonging the encounter might lead Mu Yinyun to harbor resentment towards him, which would certainly spell trouble, given that he was entangled with the formidable dragon Aotian and his esteemed harem. Timing was crucial. It was imperative to strike a balance that was neither too much nor too little. Consequently, Feiyun relented, affectionately draping his arm around Mu Fengfang's shoulders and warmly stated, all right, Princess Mu, do not linger here any longer. I shall find time to visit you soon. Thank you very much." Feiyun chuckled heartily, playfully winking at Mu Yinyun. A sense of frustration welled up within Mu Yinyun, yet she refrained from expressing it, particularly with Mu Fengfang present. If she were to display any semblance of grievance, it would undoubtedly reveal her concern. This prompted Feiyun to cast a sidelong glance. Falling silent, observing the desired effect, Feiyun no longer hesitated, seizing Mu Fengfang and guiding her towards the carriage. A light, airy voice floated out, "Let us proceed to Mu Wangfu." The driver, momentarily taken aback by the command, soon heard Mu Fengfang's voice again, "Obey young Master Ye's instructions." Recognizing his mistress's directive, the carriage driver, albeit with a hint of apology towards the indignant Mu Yinyun standing nearby, promptly urged the horses forward. With a crisp crack of the whip, the carriage began to move, its wheels gently rolling over the ground, swaying as it traversed the uneven path towards the distant end of the street. Mu Yinyun took several deep breaths, allowing her anger to gradually dissipate. With a flourish of her embroidered robe, she pivoted, effortlessly ascending the carriage without the aid of her maid. The atmosphere returned to tranquility while at the county office. The county magistrate stood at the entrance, watching the departing carriages, finally exhaling a sigh, his palms slick with sweat. At last, those troublesome individuals have departed. Who knows what chaos might have ensued had they lingered? He appeared as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, wiping the perspiration from his brow and taking a moment to catch his breath. With that, the magistrate clasped his hands behind his back, straightened his posture, and slowly made his way back into the office. Inside the carriage, as soon as Feiyun entered, he distanced himself from Mu Fengfang, leaning against the interior corner, arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. Observing Feiyun's demeanor, Mu Fengfang furuit herberoth. How amusing it was, as if Feiyun intended to use her as a shield. However, Mu Fengfang found herself somewhat perplexed. Previously, Feiyun had devoted himself to Mu Yinyun with unwavering fervor, earning himself the reputation of being her most ardent admirer throughout the entirety of Jingqing. It was common knowledge that Feiyun was the foremost sycophant of Mu Yinyun. You might suggest that he should meet the emperor at 6 o'clock, and he might hesitate, but if instructed to meet Mu Yinyun at 5, he would likely rise at 4 in anticipation. Presently, it was evident that Mu Yinyun harbored a modicum of affection for Feiyun. As a woman herself, Mu Fengfang could easily discern the subtle emotions of Mu Yinyun. Yet, Feiyun seemed to avoid Mu Yinyun as if she were a venomous serpent. What then transpired between them? May I inquire, Feiyun, now that the person has departed, do cease your pretense and reveal your intentions? Mu Fengfang, resting her chin upon her hands, gazed at Feiyun with wide-eyed curiosity, her eyelids fluttering. Hearing the commotion, Feiyun cracked open his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the inquisitive Mu Fengfang. What could it be? He merely wished to evade entanglement with her. Feiyun refrained from voicing the truth. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengfang burst into laughter. Do you take me for a fool? Were you not just using me as a shield? Your intent was to avoid Mu Yinyun, was it not? Had I not cooperated with your charade, could you have so easily extricated yourself? She had discerned Feiyun's deliberate maneuvering. However, she bore no resentment. Despite his previous proximity being a ruse, witnessing Mu Yinyun's embarrassment brought her secret delight. Chapter 63. The shield. Perhaps the jealousy among women is a sentiment only they can comprehend. Feiyun scrutinizet Mu Fengfang, pondering. Ah, this young lady seems to be growing increasingly astute, as if she can perceive my every thought. After a laborious effort to shake off Mu Yinyun, he found himself drawing closer to Mu Fengfang. It is worth noting that this young lady is also one of Long Aotian's courtesans. Should she be discovered by him, significant trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Feiyun's mind raced, realizing that if he continued to linger with Mu Fengfang, he would assuredly be in grave peril. For Long Aotian would not show him mercy. Hence, he promptly declared, "Do not overthink. I must disembark." Upon hearing this, Mu Fengfang grew displeased, blocking his path with her hand. What is this? When you needed me, you called me Sister Fengfang, and now that you no longer do, you wish to depart. Feiyun widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Mu Fengfang. He clearly remembered that Mu Fengfang and Mu Yinyun were allies, harboring disdain for the original owner. Why then? Did it seem as though the tides had turned, and they now sought to curry favor with him? She overheard his thoughts, and with a raised chin and twitching brows, she was about to erupt in anger. However, contemplating Feiyun's mindset, she restrained her fury, eager to see what tricks he might employ. What? You are displeased with my company? Do you wish to flatter Mu Yinyun once more? The notion of Feiyun seeking to please Mu Yinyun was utterly inconceivable. He would rather flee. Yet at that moment, Mu Fengfang's tenacity only intensified. Feiyun warned, "Do not provoke me to curse you. Step aside." Furrowing her brows, she inquired, "What?" Before she could fully process his words, Feiyun seized the opportunity, slipping beneath her arm and darting away like a rabbit, leaping from the carriage and sprinting swiftly. Mu Fengfang, startled, opened her eyes, lifting the curtain to peer outside, while Feiyun dashed through the alleyways as if fleeing for his life. "Do not miss me. I am but a legend," echoed from afar. "How dare you?" Mu Fengfang exclaimed, holding the curtain, watching Feiyun vanish into the distance, infuriated. After all, she had aided him, and he scarcely exchanged a few words before fleeing. The maid by her side, witnessing Feiyun's hasty retreat, wore a perplexed expression, glancing at Mu Fengfang and hastily asked, "Your Highness, what shall we do now?" Mu Fengfang's eyes darted in agitation. Indeed. The maid quickly rose, cracking the whip. and the carriage sped away. Feiyun, gripped by anxiety, feared Mu Fengfang would pursue him. He scurried through the alleys of the capital as if a thief, meandering for an entire hour along numerous paths. Not to mention Mu Fengfang. Even the genie way of the capital would be hard-pressed to catch him. Peering out, he surveyed the bustling streets, confirming he could not see Mu Fengfang's carriage, and finally sighed in relief, patting his chest. That was close. I nearly fell into her clutches. Without sight of Mu Fengfang or Mu Yinyun, Feiyun felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. If this continued, the days of indulgent leisure as a young scion were not far off. With this thought, Feiyun felt a surge of joy, clasping his hands behind his back, lifting his chin with pride, and striding boldly down the lively street, reveling in his triumph. Passers-by observed him, some adorned in exquisite attire, others simply dressed, all intrigued by his demeanor. Feiyun's reputation in the capital was notorious. Yet, at this moment, he strode alone without servants or a carriage. His cheerful disposition suggesting fortune had smiled upon him. However, none dared to confront Feiyun, merely watching from a distance. Feiyun cast a sidelong glance, his heart swelling with delight. As he leisurely ambled, he finally arrived at the grand entrance of his residence, Yifu. The imposing gates were adorned with two magnificent lions, and the words Yifu, inscribed in an elegant script, emanated authority. A few stern servants stood guard. Just as Feiyun prepared to enter, his eyes widened in disbelief. Freezing in place. What on earth? He had spotted Mu Fengfang's carriage at the entrance. Trembling with astonishment, he thought, no, this must be an illusion. Feiyun patted his chest, furrowing his brow, convinced he had misjudged the situation. Cautiously, he proceeded towards Yifu, but before he could step inside, two servants cast him helpless glances. Feiyun's heart sank, and as he prepared to retreat, a shadow lunged at him, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. Feiyun could not evade in time and was knocked to the ground. Which scoundrel dares? He exclaimed in irritation. Upon closer inspection, he saw Mu Fengfang's radiant face, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at him. Feiyun, what a coincidence. We meet again, she chirped. Feiyun fumed. What is the meaning of this? I've worn my shoes thin traversing the capital. Why have you come again? Is this madness? Fuming, he propped himself up, eager to rise and retreat into the estate. Yet Mu Fengfang refused to relent, seizing him firmly. What do you want? He barked, twisting his head. With a pout of feigned grievance, she replied. I merely wanted a hug. A hug? You must be joking. Feiyun's anger surged. At this moment, Long Aotian could very well have escaped from the dungeons, lurking somewhere, watching him. A hug with her could only spell disaster. Mu Fengfang, sensing his reluctance, wore a triumphant smile and declared, I simply missed you. So I came to see you. Unbeknownst to her, Feiyun had waited nearly an hour at the estate's entrance for him to arrive. Now that they finally crossed paths, she would not let him go easily. Mu Fengfang clung to Feiyun, while he anxiously scanned his surroundings, wary of Long Aotian's watchful eye. Chapter 64. The Embrace, Please. Do not create a scene. Any discussions can be held within the estate. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengfang's face lit up with satisfaction. Although she was unaware of the source of Feiyun's fear regarding the individual named Long Aotian, she noted his anxious demeanor with glee. Each time Mu Yinyun and Feiyun faced misfortune, Mu Fengfang felt a sense of accomplishment that was indescribable, rivaling even the praise from the emperor himself. Bouncing along like a little rabbit, Mu Fengfang followed Feiyun into the estate. Meanwhile, her personal maid furrowed her brow, muttering to herself that her mistress was increasingly peculiar for always trailing Feiyun. Yet, she dared not linger on such thoughts, and quickly hurried to catch up. Feiyun hurriedly walked inside, traversing the stone courtyard where sunlight illuminated the wild grasses and a gentle breeze swept by. Frustrated by Mu Fengfang's persistent antics, he inquired, What exactly do you intend to do, my dear aunt? He spread his hands, gazing at Mu Fengfang. She feigned grievance and retorted, What is it with you? Are you just going to toy with me and then abandon me? Upon hearing this, Feiyun's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, Isn't this inviting trouble upon oneself? What does toying with even mean? He immediately replied, One can indulge in food indiscriminately, but words must be chosen with care, dear aunt. When have I ever mistreated you? Yet, Mu Fengfang continued to feign distress, saying, Then let me follow you. I promise not to speak out of turn. The maidservants behind them stared in astonishment. hardly recognizing their mistress in this troublesome demeanor. Feiyun, infuriated, felt as if smoke was billowing from his ears, exclaiming inwardly, "One Mu Yin and one Mu Feng," both acting as if they have lost their senses. He then demanded, "Are you certain you will follow me wherever I go?" Mu Feng affirmed, "Of course. I will go wherever you go." Feiyun gritted his teeth, his face darkened with irritation. "Fine, if that's how it is, I'm going to take a bath." "Will you come?" "Yes," Mu Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. Feiyun's anger boiled, his face reddening like liver, muttering to himself, "You certainly are bold." But he was resolute, not believing that Mu Feng, a lady of noble birth from the imperial city, would genuinely accompany him to bathe. He needed to devise a method to rid himself of this burden. He would even consider it a victory if she knelt and begged for forgiveness. He then called out loudly, "Someone, I require a bath and a change of clothes." Mu Feng and the two maidservants stared wide-eyed as the servants of the Yi residence quickly became bustling with activity. 2 rows of attendants hurriedly carried bathing supplies to Feiyun's room, while another maid rushed in with towels, fragrant basins, dried dates, and wooden tubs, transforming the Yi residence into a flurry of chaos. Feiyun's face shone with satisfaction as he observed the astonished Mu Feng, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What is it? Weren't you just quite pleased? Now that I am about to bathe, will you come?" Mu Feng's expression faltered. She had not anticipated Feiyun would be so resolute. However, recalling her earlier words, she steeled herself, thinking, "Who is afraid of whom? If you are going, then so shall I." Feiyun's eyes widened. "Good. If you don't go, who will be the lesser?" "If I don't go, who will be the lesser?" Mu Feng echoed. Feiyun flicked his sleeves and swiftly turned toward his bedroom. Without a moment's thought, Mu Feng called out to the maidservants behind her, "You wait here. Miss, please don't be so hasty." "Enough of your chatter," she retorted, hastily following Feiyun inside. One must admit, the efficiency of the Yi residence was remarkable. As soon as Feiyun had mentioned the need for a bath, a large tub was promptly prepared, filled with a delicate fragrance. An elegant screen embroidered with orchids was set in the center, and a lavishly decorated bedroom appeared even more opulent. In the distance, a massive wooden tub stood, adorned with fragrant flowers, their aroma permeating the entire room. "Don't leave," Feiyun stepped inside, with Mu Feng quietly trailing behind him. When he turned to see her small face, his heart raced. "Oh no, she really has come." Feiyun had merely intended to scare Mu Feng away with this ploy, but her entrance was unexpected, placing him in a precarious situation. If word got out that Mu Feng had witnessed him bathing, Long Aotian would undoubtedly make him pay dearly. Mu Feng observed Feiyun, a smug expression creeping on her face. She coolly remarked, "What's wrong? Weren't you just boasting about bathing openly? Go on then." Unfazed, she found a wooden chair to sit on, nonchalantly crossing her dainty legs, her charming face wearing a sly smile as she fixated her gaze on Feiyun. Feiyun, exasperated, trembled with anger. "Well, I suppose I shall undress," he declared, making a show of loosening his belt. "Let me see you undress," Mu Feng taunted, as if she had struck at Feiyun's very core. Feiyun felt utterly vexed. "Curse it, I have never felt so humiliated. If it comes to it, we'll both perish together. Who is afraid?" He contemplated a bold move. "I shall undress. Go ahead. If you don't, I will think less of you." With a furious exclamation, Feiyun reached for his belt, but a timid voice suddenly broke through the tension, filled with astonishment. "Yi Gongzi?" The unexpected sound nearly startled Feiyun out of his wits. His hand, which had been poised to loosen his belt, fell slack, filled with dread as he turned to face the source of the voice behind the screen. Mu Feng, equally startled, trembled in surprise, her expression one of bewilderment. Together, they turned toward the screen to find a delicate figure standing there. This young woman had not adorned herself with cosmetics, yet her exquisite features were breathtaking, evoking a sense of yearning. At that moment, she clutched a stack of white towels, her fair face tinged with a rosy hue. As she bowed her head to gaze at her toes, her voice barely above a whisper, "Yi Gongzi, I am here to attend to your bathing needs." Feiyun's countenance shifted dramatically. "Oh my, is that Yang Suetsue? What is she doing here, holding a change of clothes and looking so bashful? This is truly a disaster." He invoked the heavens in despair. "I am wronged." Without a second thought, he hastily tightened his belt, swallowed hard, and glanced back at Mu Feng, instinctively saying, "You must let me explain." Mu Fengfang's face turned pale, her outstretched fingers trembling in the air. Yi Feiyun, you pervert. You actually summoned a maid to assist you in bathing. I was mistaken about you. She had heard whispers of Yi Feiyun's scandalous lifestyle, filled with unsavory deeds. Now you tell me you are a gentleman? Yet you have a maiden here to serve you while bathing? This is utterly absurd. Yi Feiyun began to explain, but suddenly realized the absurdity of his situation. What was there to explain to Mu Fengfang? It would be better for her to think the worst of him. One could be alone rather than two in this predicament. At least Long Aotian was not present. The thought of him discovering that Mu Fengfang was here to attend to him would be catastrophic. Yi Feiyun's expression darkened, while Yang Cixin dared not lift her head, her eyes fixed on the floor. Yi Xiaoye, it was, Yi de Zongguan who instructed me to come. What de Zongguan? Yi Feiyun raspit, his voice rough with urgency. Yi Ding Zongguan, Yang Cixin stammered nervously. She had heard tales of Yi Feiyun's notorious reputation before entering the Yi residence. Maidservants within the estate had not escaped his advances, and she had prepared herself mentally for the worst. Yet, upon entering, she had believed him to be a gentleman, only to find herself summoned to assist him in bathing within days. What might ensue was all too clear. Despite her initial apprehension, Yang Cuizue's impression of Yi Feiyun was not entirely negative. Thus, when Yi Ding had sent her, she felt no resistance. However, the mere thought of what was to come made her cheeks flush crimson. Yet Yi Feiyun had no intention of mistreating her at all. If Yang Cuizue believed he meant her harm and reported to Long Aotian, it would certainly spell disaster for him. He had merely wished to bring her into the Yi residence for a few days of care, not to harm her in any way. Dear heavens. With Mu Fengfang trailing behind him, if Yang Cuizue were to arrive as well, he would be branded as the infamous lecher of the realm. The situation had grown so dire that even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse one's reputation. Yi Feiyun's face turned a shade of iron, leaving him speechless with indignation. In the room, both Yang Cuizue and Mu Fengfang had discerned the unspoken thoughts of Yi Feiyun. Yang Cuizue, with gratitude shining in her eyes, lifted her gaze to him, tears brimming. Previously, she had thought Yi Feiyun was merely putting on a faade of virtue, but upon hearing his heartfelt sentiments, she realized he harbored no ulterior motives towards her, while she had wrongly judged him as a man of base character. Understanding her own allure, Yang Cuizue acknowledged that many men in the capital had cast furtive glances her way. Yet, Yi Feiyun had shown her nothing but respect, which caught her off guard, leading her to question her own beauty. A flicker of disappointment surfaced in her heart, akin to the feeling of pursuing someone who looks down on you. How could I think this way? This is utterly disgraceful, she chastised herself internally. She shook her head vigorously to dispel such absurd thoughts, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue, reminiscent of the rosy glow of dawn. At that moment, Mu Fengfang appeared to have grasped Yi Feiyun's true intentions. She had previously believed him to be indulging in frivolities while alone in the Yi residence, but now she felt she had wronged him. For some inexplicable reason, she found the situation increasingly intriguing, her lips curling into a smile as she fixated her gaze on Yi Feiyun, silently pondering how he would navigate this predicament. Yi Feiyun glanced first at the charming and lovely Yang Cuizue, then at the fierce-looking Mu Fengfang. His mind whirled as he concocted a brilliant idea. Wasn't Mu Fengfang always scheming against him? If the illustrious Long Aotian sought a consort, he could conveniently suggest Yang Cuizue as a candidate, all while claiming no impropriety on his part. This way, even if Long Aotian sought to confront him, he would have no grounds to do so. After all, Long Aotian could not simply rely on his status as the protagonist to act without reason. As he delighted in this thought, he excitedly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Who can rival my intellect?" His body trembled with exhilaration as he observed the wide-eyed Mu Fengfang and the bashful Yang Cuizue, his mind racing to formulate the right words to persuade Mu Fengfang to take Yang Cuizue away. However, he remained blissfully unaware that his little machinations were clearly perceived by the two women. Yang Cuizue felt a profound sense of loss, sighing inwardly. Why was Yi Gongzi so intent on expelling her from the Yi residence? She was well-fed and well-treated, with Yi Ding not imposing any responsibilities upon her, and Yi Feiyun had shown her no inappropriate intentions. Yet, he now sought to send her away. Was she truly unworthy? The tears welled in her eyes, a testament to her confusion. Mu Fengfang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Yi Feiyun, who was rumored to spare no beauty in the capital, had no interest in the stunning Yang Suizue before him. Despite being a woman herself, she could see that Yang Suizue was extraordinarily beautiful, a rarity in the capital. Yet, here was Yi Feiyun, wanting her to take Yang Suizue away, leaving Mu Fengfeng utterly bewildered and feeling as if she were looking at a stranger. Chapter 66. Floating in ecstasy, why was he so enamored with Long Aotian? Mu Fengfeng pondered with a heart full of questions. Meanwhile, Yi Feiyun, after a moment of contemplation, wore a sly grin as he approached Yang Suizue, playfully lifting her chin with his fingers. Yang Suizue's face flushed crimson as she whispered, "Yi Gongzi." Yi Feiyun chuckled, feigning a casual demeanor. "What this? You seem so reluctant to attend to my bathing and dressing needs. I assure you, if you stay in this residence tonight, you will feel as if you were floating in ecstasy, utterly entranced." His smile was laced with mischief, all while he keenly observed Mu Fengfeng's expression, silently urging her to act swiftly and take Yang Suizue away. After all, Mu Fengfeng was known for her compassion and could not bear to witness any injustice. If she believed that Yang Suizue remained in the Yi residence, she might intervene to prevent any mischief that could befall her. Yi Feiyun thought he could feign reluctance to let Yang Suizue go, allowing Mu Fengfeng to take her away, thus eliminating two potential troubles at once. It was a perfect plan. "I am indeed a genius," he mused. However, Mu Fengfeng, aware of Yi Feiyun's intentions, furrowed her brows and watched him closely as he continued his antics. Yang Suizue, feeling utterly wronged, fought back tears, her eyes glistening as she struggled to understand why Yi Gongzi would go to such lengths to rid himself of her. Was she truly so repugnant? She could not comprehend it. Since entering the Yi residence, she had enjoyed a life of comfort, even having her clothing washed for her. Such a life was unheard of for someone from her humble beginnings. She understood the principle of value exchange. Nothing good ever fell from the sky. Yet, here was Yi Feiyun, who desired nothing but to care for her, now seeking to send her away. What could possibly be his motive? Yi Feiyun observed the two women, one on the verge of tears, the other lounging casually as if watching a performance. "Wait, can you not respect my efforts? This is an arduous act I am putting on," he lamented internally. Perhaps he needed to intensify his performance to evoke a stronger reaction. His mind raced as he devised a plan, though both women were keenly aware of his every move, watching him with smiles. "Ah, Yi Feiyun, you certainly have many tricks up your sleeve. I must see how you will escalate this situation." Yang Suizue thought, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion, ready to spill over with tears at any moment. Yi Feiyun, taken aback, wondered why she was crying when he had yet to do anything. Yet, he thought, the more she cried, the more Mu Fengfeng would perceive him as a villain, hastening to take her away. Perhaps, in the process, she would come to genuinely despise him and sever ties altogether. If word got out, it might even reach Mu Yanyan, leading to a potential cancellation of their engagement. What a brilliant scheme. Yi Feiyun was overjoyed, oblivious to the amusement bubbling within Mu Fengfeng, who had never realized how many thoughts churned in Yi Feiyun's mind. He was like a street storyteller, always spinning tales, and it seemed he had no desire to marry Mu Yanyan after all. What kind of trick is this? Nonetheless, since it has come to this, I shall not allow you to have your way. Witness my resolve. Hee. Mu Fengfeng's lips subtly curled upwards, unnoticed by anyone. Prepared for the impending drama, Yi Feiyun immediately commenced an Oscar-worthy performance, striding forward to grasp Yang Suizue's delicate hand, which felt as if it could break at any moment, and let out a sinister chuckle. "Miss Suizue, since you have been sold to our Yi family, living or dying, you are now one of us. What you wish to do or not do is no longer your decision." Yang Suizue's face flushed crimson, two rosy hues blooming on her cheeks. Yet her fragrant little hand remained still, allowing Yi Feiyun to have his way. "Young Master Yi," Yi Feiyun cast a sidelong glance, secretly observing Mu Fengfeng. This girl truly possesses remarkable composure. Even in such a situation, she remains silent. Logically, she should be shouting out against the shameless villain, slapping herself twice in indignation, and then generously providing a hefty ransom to take Yang Suizue away. Why the delay? Aren't you the one who prides herself on being righteous and cannot bear to witness injustice? Why are you merely standing there in a daze? As Yi Feiyun pondered these thoughts internally, he vocally declared, "Then I shall take you to the bath. Tonight, you shall endure great tribulations. While his words were fierce, his actions were deliberate and slow, as if he were waiting for something. Mu Funfang, who had long understood Yi Feiyun's intentions, sat elegantly on a wooden chair, her slightly protruding veins on her small feet adorned with embroidered shoes, swinging in the air. With a smile in her eyes, she watched Yi Feiyun, entirely unperturbed. She casually picked up half a teacup, gently covering the tea to shield it from the rising steam. The steam danced upward as she silently observed Yi Feiyun's performance. This was far more entertaining than the plays and the theaters of the capital. As she listened to Yi Feiyun's inner thoughts and watched him perform, she found this spectacle quite rare. After all, Yi Feiyun was the son of the Minister of Revenue, Yi Dashan. Even stepping outside, he would be regarded as a third-rank official of the Prime Minister's household, making Yi Feiyun somewhat of a second-rank official. Even Mu Funfang, born of a royal lineage, had never witnessed a second-rank official performing for himself. The more she watched, the more amused Mu Funfang became, almost ready to applaud. Yet even if Yi Feiyun were dull-witted, he sensed something was amiss. Why was she still smiling? Was she truly unafraid of him taking Yang Suitsue away? What was going on? Yi Feiyun was inwardly astonished but could not voice his thoughts, merely dragging Yang Suitsue to the edge of the tub. Yi Feiyun contemplated if perhaps he had not applied enough pressure, not enough intensity for Mu Funfang to catch on. Glancing at Yang Suitsue, whose face was nearly bleeding from embarrassment, he felt a surge of trepidation. To be frank, he was also treading carefully, for he did not dare to go too far, knowing that both women were part of Long Aotian's harem. Offending either could lead to dire consequences, and he could not risk overstepping. However, the thought that if his performance went well, Mu Funfang might rid the Yi residents of this calamity and possibly take Yang Tisue with her, steeled his resolve. Yi Feiyun gritted his teeth, disregarding the two women present, swiftly unfastening his garments until he was left in only his undergarments, and with a splash, he leaped into the tub. Water splashed everywhere as he wiped his face and cheerfully called out, "Come now, Yang, don't just stand there. Whatever needs to happen tonight must happen. So why not start early? It's still early. Come and help me wash." Yang Suitsue's charming face turned as red as a ripe apple, but she softly acquiesced, moving to attend to him. As Yi Feiyun reveled in the experience, he kept an eye on Mu Funfang, internally urging her to take action. "Hurry up. Why are you just watching? Look at me, come on." Upon hearing Yi Feiyun's thoughts, Mu Funfang could not help but chuckle. She revealed a playful smile, showcasing her little tiger teeth as she regarded him. With swift and practiced movements, Mu Funfang, clearly accustomed to hard work, soon hung the towel she had previously held on a nearby rack. Next, she gently prepared a basin of cool water, dipped a white embroidered handkerchief into it, and deftly began to wash Yi Feiyun. A satisfied sound escaped him. "Ah, delightful." "Ooh." Undeniably, Yang Suitsue's technique was excellent, truly remarkable. Coupled with her beauty, she was unmatched even in the entire capital. Were it not for Long Aotian, he might have wished to keep this enchanting beauty by his side. Yet Yi Feiyun dared not indulge, always remembering the mission bestowed upon him by the system, to survive. For the sake of a few stunning women, his life was not worth the risk. Enduring hardship was the path to greatness. He must persevere. He encouraged himself internally. Yet, a quick glance at Mu Funfang revealed her still seated, her seemingly amused expression unchanged. It appeared his actions had not yet crossed the line. Yi Feiyun frowned and called out, "Hey Mu Funfang, what are you doing? Just watching me bathe? Isn't that giving you an advantage? Come on, help me wash." As he uttered these words, his heart raced with trepidation. He was acutely aware of Mu Funfang's temperament. Should this matter reach the emperor's ears, he would surely find himself confined for months, possibly not even allowed to step outside the Yi residence. The emperor might unleash wrath upon him, leading to his downfall. Yet, the thought that perhaps by persisting he could incite Mu Funfang's anger and thus drive Yang Suitsue away made Yi Feiyun contemplate the potential gain. One must be willing to pay the price to achieve their goals. He must endure. Feigning a carefree demeanor, Yi Feiyun called out. But the response from Mu Funfang left him utterly astonished. She rose gracefully, gently setting down the teacup, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Oh, how rare to see young Master Yi so eager today. Then, I shall attend to you properly for your bath." As she spoke, she swayed her slender waist, her embroidered shoes lightly tapping on the ground, gracefully approaching the wooden tub Yang Tse had set up. She dipped a handkerchief into the cool, clear water and, with no hint of annoyance, began to wash Yi Feiyun. Yi Feiyun was taken aback. Was this truly the Mu Fengfang he knew? According to the original narrative, she had always been fierce, unable to tolerate even the slightest injustice. Yet here she was, washing him. He could hardly believe his eyes, swallowing hard, his gaze wide in astonishment as he beheld Mu Fengfang pretending to be coy, resembling a delicate woman, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Did you hear what I just said? Yi Feiyun stammered. I heard perfectly well. Did you not ask me to wash you, young Master Yi? I am merely serving you. Mu Fengfang replied, smiling as she continued to wash him. Had it been any other day, she would never have done such a thing. After all, she hailed from the Mu royal residence, and as a dignified princess of the Qian dynasty, not even her future husband could command her to wash him. At present, she observed Yi Feiyun's anxious yet feigned calm demeanor, which amused her. Thus, she resolved to play along with him to discern his intentions. Yi Feiyun was intent on provoking her anger, yet she was determined not to yield. The more he wished for her to take Yang Suitsue away, the more she chose to resist, deliberately opposing him to see how he would react. Mu Fengfang found joy in the scenario, but her grip on him tightened, eliciting an involuntary cry for help from Yi Feiyun. Ouch, that feels nice. Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in surprise, but the two women behind him remained engrossed in their task, which only heightened his unease. Suddenly, he pushed both women away, sitting upright and gasping for breath as he exclaimed, Stop, stop. Yang Suitsue, fearing she had done something wrong, immediately showed a pitiful expression and knelt, saying, I'm sorry, young Master Yi, I didn't mean it. Yi Feiyun glanced at the panicked Yang Suitsue and reassured her, It's all right, get up. It has nothing to do with you. Meanwhile, Mu Fengfang, clutching her handkerchief, mimicked Yang Suitsue's demeanor. Could it be that young Master Yi feels I am not serving you adequately? Yi Feiyun was taken aback, pinching his thigh hard, convinced he must be dreaming. Yet, the pain was all too real, confirming that this was indeed not a dream. He swallowed hard, staring at Mu Fengfang. Do you realize you are helping me bathe? I asked for your assistance. Do you comprehend my meaning? Of course, I am serving young Master Yi. Mu Fengfang feigned innocence. Finally, Yi Feiyun recognized that Mu Fengfang was deliberately trying to embarrass him. With that realization, Yi Feiyun decided to drop the pretense. Gritting his teeth as he said, Mu Fengfang, do you not think I'm being excessive? Indeed, you are excessive. Do you not consider my actions quite perverse? Quite perverse. Mu Fengfang nodded. Then do you not wish to rescue this impoverished woman who has suffered greatly, and then, in your wrath, strike me twice, never to associate with me again? Yi Feiyun cautiously inquired. Mu Fengfang replied, No, I do not wish to. Frustrated, Yi Feiyun smacked his thigh, so it was all for nothing. He continued, irked, Are you not afraid that I might ruin Yang Suitsue? She is a young maiden, such a lovely girl who honors her father. She joined my household to sell herself for her father's burial. Look at me, a complete wastrel, indulging in every vice imaginable. Perhaps even oppressing women. In time, I might grow bored of her and sell her to a brothel to serve those lecherous men. Are you not terrified? Yi Feiyun stared incredulously at Mu Fengfang. Wasn't this the norm? There are countless injustices in the world. How could he manage them all? Moreover, Yang Fei had already entered his household, so all matters were, of course, at the discretion of the young master, Yi Feiyun. Mu Fengfang, feigning distress, added, Furthermore, I am but a mere woman. What do I know of such matters? Now, young Master Yi, please lie down. Allow me to assist you with your bath. Wait. Yi Feiyun, drenched in sweat, hurriedly stopped Mu Fengfang, grasping her arm and even checking her forehead to ensure she wasn't feverish. Mu Fengfang stepped back. Young Master Yi, what are you doing? Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Feigning coyness, her cheeks flushed, she perfectly mimicked the demeanor of a girl being teased. Yi Feiyun felt a chill, not anticipating that Mu Fengfang would be so audacious as to express such words. It felt as if she were teasing him. Taking deep breaths to regain his composure, Yi Feiyun attempted to clarify his thoughts. He gritted his teeth and said then, Are you not afraid I might sell Yang Suitsue to a brothel? I have said, matters of the Yi household are for young Master Yi to decide. I need not be consulted, Mu Fengfang timidly replied. Yi Feiyun was infuriated, while Yang Suitsue, having heard Yi Feiyun's thoughts, felt greatly aggrieved. Filled with admiration for Yi Feiyun since entering the Yi household, she had always obeyed him. even when Yi Ding instructed her to serve Yi Feiyun during his bath. She did not utter a word of complaint. More importantly, she had already prepared herself for sacrifice. Even if Yi Feiyun intended to act inappropriately that night, she would silently endure. A man who pretended to be a wastrel yet was noble of heart was hard to find, even if she searched the entire capital. Few would match his character. Yi Feiyun perfectly aligned with her criteria for a partner. If she could merely follow him, even as an unnamed maid, she would be content. However, at that moment, Yi Feiyun was intent on expelling her, causing tears to fall uncontrollably from Yang Tsuetsue's eyes. She wiped her tear-stained eyes with her delicate hands. Feeling wronged. Young Master Yi, have I done something wrong to displease you? Please tell me, I will change. Just do not cast me away. Yi Feiyun was speechless. He had done so much to incite their disdain for him, to be perceived as a wicked, violent wastrel. Why was it so difficult? He could not comprehend why they seemed eager to fawn over him. What made him more appealing than Long Aotian, who was rich and skilled in the arts of healing? Surely, one needle from him could bring them immense pleasure. Why were they so fixated on him? Yi Feiyun was on the verge of losing his composure, yet he dared not voice these thoughts. Mu Fengfang, catching on to Yi Feiyun's distress, nearly broke character and laughed, but still pretended to be aggrieved. Young Master Yi, please, stop saying such things. Quickly lie down and allow me to assist you with your bath and change of clothes. Wait. Yi Feiyun, fearing for his dignity, leaped from the tub without a care to dry himself, hastily donning his clothes. Yang, terrified, knelt on the ground, her delicate forehead knocking against the floor repeatedly. Young master, it was my fault. What have I done to anger you? Please tell me, I am at fault. Observing Yang Tsuetsue's distressed expression, Mu Fengfang frowned. Young Master Yi, did you not ask me to assist you with your bath? Why do you put your clothes back on? Yi Feiyun shot Mu Fengfang a glance before helping Yang Tsuetsue up. Do not cry. I am not angry with you. It is not your fault. Upon hearing this, Yang Tsuetsue lifted her tear-filled eyes to Yi Feiyun, her feelings of affection deepening. Indeed, young Master Yi did not truly despise her. He only felt sorry for her. It was not that she had done wrong, and she still had a chance to remain by his side. Seeing the look in Yang Tsuetsue's eyes nearly made Yi Feiyun recoil. Having witnessed countless romantic encounters, he recognized the meaning behind that gaze. Yi Feiyun felt a chill run down his spine and stepped back. This situation was spiraling out of control. If it continued, both women might cling to him, and he wished to live a life of peace. Yi Feiyun forcefully rubbed his face a few times, and upon recalling the ever-watchful Long Aotian, he became so agitated that words failed him, nearly erupting in a torrent of curses. A glance at Mu Fengfang, feigning innocence, prompted him to gesture helplessly. Enough with the charade. Shall I tell you something? What does young Master Yi wish to discuss? Mu Fengfang replied, maintaining her act of delicate fragility. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feiyun lowered his voice. Enough, Mu Fengfang. I understand your intent. If you persist, I cannot guarantee my subordinates will show mercy. Mercy? Are you referring to the kind of mercy reserved for the night? Mu Fengfang teased coyly, her demeanor alluring. Yi Feiyun found himself at a loss with Mu Fengfang's antics, sighing heavily as he waved his hand dismissively. After much coaxing, he finally managed to lead her aside. What is it, Feiyun girl? Were you uncomfortable during your bath earlier? Why call me over now? Are you not planning to attend to Yang Tsuetsue this evening? Such beauties are rare in the capital, she remarked, seemingly hinting at something deeper. Yi Feiyun inhaled deeply, choosing not to engage in her banter. Shall we discuss a matter? What matter? Mu Fengfang inquired. Casting a wary glance at Yang Tsuetsue, standing at a distance, Yi Feiyun whispered, what if you took her to your Mu Wangfu? We already have enough maids here at Yifu. One less or one more makes no difference. To send her away with a few hundred taels of silver. It would be easier for you to manage her there. Mu Fengfang waved her hand dismissively. No way. How could I dare to take someone from young Master Yi? That would be tantamount to courting death. Yi Feiyun observed Mu Fengfang closely, sensing her deliberate provocation. Regaining his composure, he lowered his voice further. Just take her away. The servants here are too numerous, and I fear I might lose control one day and compromise her virtue. It would be best if you took her. He was well aware of his reputation as a notorious wastrel in the capital, and he found it hard to believe that Mu Fengfang, with her apparent lack of compassion, would not worry about the girlish honor. Yi Feiyun scrutinized Mu Fengfang, who pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, she replied. Frustration welled within Feiyun as he clapped his hands together in exasperation. Then what do you propose? How about this? I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver if you take her away. I'll provide for her meals and wages. Mu Fanfang continued to shake her head. No, this is your maid, young Master Yi. How can I just take her away? After all, she is yours. Seeing Feiyun's defeated expression brought a smile to her lips, nearly causing her to laugh aloud. Although she seemed terrified of Long Aotian. The more she witnessed Feiyun's plight, the more entertained she became. She was eager to uncover the true connection between Feiyun and Long Aotian, finding it utterly perplexing. Despite Feiyun's repeated attempts to persuade her, it became increasingly evident that Mu Fanfang was deliberately toying with him. Fine, you win this round, he conceded, his frustration boiling over. Leave. With a sly smile, Mu Fanfang turned to Yang Tsuetsue. Although Yang was undeniably attractive, Feiyun understood that he lacked the courage to act inappropriately towards her. Furthermore, being in Feiyun's company assured her a life of comfort, perhaps even more so than outside. Feeling a sense of relief, Mu Fanfang exclaimed, "Very well, if you, Feiyun, have spoken, how could I dare to stay?" With a flourish of her sleeves, she sashayed out of Yifu, satisfied with her escapades. Feiyun stood there, panting heavily, while Yang Tsue timidly approached him. "Yi Xiaoyi, it's fine. You may leave," he replied, utterly exhausted, feeling as though his spirit had been drained. Mu Fanfang's tactics were merciless, and he found himself rendered speechless by her performance. He mused over the strange sensation that Mu Fanfang seemed to know exactly what he was thinking. As he pondered, he turned to find Yang Tsue still lingering nearby, her eyes downcast, seemingly hesitant to speak. "What is it?" Feiyun inquired, with her cheeks flushed. Yang Tsuetsue appeared to be grappling with her words. "Will I still be expected to serve young Master Yi this evening?" Upon hearing this, Feiyun felt as though his mind would explode. "Good heavens, do you understand the implications of what you just said? If Long Aotian hears this, I would be in dire straits." Realizing the gravity of her words, Yang grew anxious but stifled her emotions, almost on the verge of tears. Feiyun, noticing her distress, gently placed an arm around her shoulders, speaking softly, all right, do not worry about anything. Just stay here at Yifu. Eat and drink as you please. If you need anything, tell Yiding. If he tries to make you do something, just slap him and say I ordered it. Understand?" He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might be driven mad by the antics of both Yang Tsuetsue and Mu Fanfang. After stepping outside, Feiyun found solace by the pond in the back garden, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. It felt as though an invisible hand was tightening around his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. He gazed at the still water, tossing a stone into the lake, which plopped into the depths, mirroring his own despondent mood. He yearned to unleash a primal scream into the heavens. With a resigned sigh, he propped his chin on his hands, lost in thought. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Feiyun. Startled, he jumped to his feet. "Who goes there?" He spun around, fearing it was Long Aotian come to exact revenge. To his surprise, it was Wang Hu, grinning widely as he approached. "What brings you here?" Feiyun frowned it. "Just thought I'd come chat with you." "What is wrong with that?" Wang Hu replied cheerfully, inching closer. Feiyun furrowed his brow, silently shifting away to maintain his distance. He was wary of Wang Hu's presence, not wishing to invite trouble upon himself. At that moment, Feiyun felt overwhelmed, with Mu Yinyan, Mu Fanfang, and Yang Tsuetsue all looming as potential sources of chaos in his life, each a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. He was acutely aware that the formidable Long Aotian was still imprisoned, and Wang Hu was intricately linked to this unfolding drama. He repeatedly implored Wang Hu to refrain from laying a hand on Long Aotian. Yet he turned around and led a group of Jin Wei to capture him in the tea house, now imprisoned in the dungeon, attended daily by a small whip. If Long Aotian were to emerge from this predicament, he would surely meet his demise. Meanwhile, the harem of Long Aotian appeared to have gone mad, each individual clinging to him like an adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off. Feiyun could only break into a sweat at the thought. Upon seeing Wang Hu, he curtly remarked, "Speak only when necessary, otherwise leave." Wang Hu, unfazed, leaned closer and whispered, Feiyun, tell me honestly, what did my sister do to you when she brought you to the county office today?" Feiyun furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed. There seemed to be no reason for Wang Defang to bring him to the office, if it were to accuse him. then the primary target should have been Liu Bing, yet she was not brought along. When Mu Yun came to rescue him, she merely uttered a few symbolic words before releasing him. Having experienced 2 rebirths and read countless web novels, Feiyun could not help but notice that Wang Dafeng harbored some inexplicable feelings for the original owner. Her behavior resembled that of a jealous young girl playfully vying for her beloved's attention. Feiyun pressed his brow, his memories weaving together rapidly. Wang Dafeng, indeed, was a romantic at heart. The original owner's infatuation with Mu Yun had stirred quite a commotion throughout the capital, known by all. Each morning, the original owner recited nauseating love poems before the palace. Yet Wang Dafeng appeared unperturbed, even bringing breakfast to Feiyun every day. The mere thought left him astounded. He could not comprehend this bewildering situation. Wang, who observing his silence, prodded him again. Feiyun, speak honestly. What do you think of my sister? And what exactly happened between you two? Wang, whose inquisitive demeanor was unmistakable. Feiyun frowned, contemplating. Wang, who was indeed a peculiar character. 2 years ago, when Feiyun and Wang Dafeng were still in a romantic relationship, during Wang Hu's birthday banquet, this rascal had gone to great lengths to get his sister intoxicated and then delivered her to Feiyun's bed. Feiyun held his head, relieved that the original owner had not crossed any lines, though it was evident he had taken advantage of the situation. Shaking his head, he insisted, I truly did nothing. Your sister is innocent. Feiyun struggled to suppress his impulse to bemoan his fate. What was happening in this world? Why was Long Aotian's harem so incessantly entangled with him? Was he truly so desirable? Feiyun sighed deeply, feeling helpless. All he wanted was to survive a few more days, yet it seemed exceedingly difficult. Wang Hu pressed on, so, tell me honestly, do you still have feelings for my sister? Feiyun's eyes widened in shock. He dared not utter such words. Although Long Aotian remained in the dungeon, he could not be certain of his fate. One careless word could invite trouble, and he would rather not provoke Long Aotian. In a fit of anger, he spoke ill of Wang Dafeng. Your sister has a fine figure and beauty, but her temperament is dreadful. She is more volatile than a wild boar. As he complained, he pulled at his collar, revealing a conspicuous footprint. Wang Hu's eyes widened. What is this? Who kicked you? Feiyun grimaced. Your sister dragged me to the county office the other day and even brought me to the dungeon, intending to find that effeminate fellow. As he recounted the incident, a pained expression crossed his face. Wang Hu, upon hearing this, gasped in disbelief. Is my sister truly that ruthless? Feiyun's expression was one of indignation. He had to distance himself from Wang Dafeng. He could not allow Wang Hu to harbor any notion of a relationship. He knew that Wang Hu had always attempted to introduce his sister to him, but accepting would be akin to grasping a hot potato. If he did, his future would be devoid of peace. Though Feiyun was a notorious rake, he understood well that when seeking a wife, one must not only consider beauty but also temperament. A poor disposition could lead to a tumultuous household. Most importantly, Wang Dafeng was one of Long Aotian's concubines. The first law of web literature dictates that one must never interfere with the protagonist's harem, lest one suffer dire consequences. With such experience weighing upon him, if he did not tread carefully, Long Aotian would surely seek to end him. Should he provoke him, it would be his immediate demise. He wore a look of melancholy as he vented furiously, his words flying from his mouth, even stirring ripples in the nearby pond from the sheer force of his spittle. Wang Hu listened in astonishment. Is my sister really that twisted? Suddenly, amidst his tirade, Feiyun was oblivious to a graceful figure approaching from behind. As he grew more animated in his complaints, a shadow fell beside him. Instinctively assuming it was a maid from the residence, he carelessly commanded, leave. I still have matters to discuss with this young Master Wang. Wang Hu, engrossed in Feiyun's diatribe, was oblivious, nodding along in agreement. You have no idea how temperamental my sister can be at home. She often takes it out on me. They lamented, as if finding a kindred spirit, nearly moved to tears. After what felt like an eternity of venting, Feiyun wiped his mouth, feeling somewhat satisfied. You have no idea how terrifying Wang Dafeng can be. Finally, they concluded their conversation. At that moment, Feiyun glanced back, sensing something amiss. Had the shadow truly remained on the stone? Did I not tell you to leave? He turned, but upon recognizing the figure behind him, he froze in place. This was it. He was finished. There stood Wang Dafeng, her countenance dark as if it could drip water, her fiery gaze fixed upon the two of them, seemingly ready to unleash her wrath. Feiyun recalled his earlier command for the maid to depart, realizing that Wang Dafeng had silently listened for quite some time. Meanwhile, Wang, who remained oblivious, continuing to berate his sister. "You have no idea. My sister is a tyrant at home. Even the wild boar from the neighboring village fears her." Feiyun frantically flailed his hands, trying to signal Wang Hu. Yet, Wang Hu, lost in his own thoughts, turned, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. Feiyun, find myself in an exceedingly tense situation, struggling to articulate my thoughts. Seizing a moment of distraction, Wang Hu interjects, "Fei, I recall I have matters to attend to at home. I shall take my leave now." Wang Dafeng, with a sullen countenance, fixates his gaze on Feiyun, seemingly indifferent to Wang Hu's departure. Feiyun abruptly rises, subtly retreating, almost stumbling into the pond. No. Please allow me to explain. That is, Wang Dafeng, I did not mean it in that manner. You must understand my perspective." His words tumble out in a disordered fashion as he finds himself at a loss for explanations. Wang Dafeng, visibly agitated, retorts Feiyun, "Is this truly how I am perceived in your eyes?" Her voice carries a hint of tears, evoking a pang of remorse within Feiyun. Indeed, despite Wang Dafeng's fiery temperament, she is beyond reproach in the eyes of the original Feiyun. Yet, in an attempt to sever ties with her, he had exaggerated matters slightly. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to consider his own interests, as Wang Hu persistently sought to introduce his sister to him. Feiyun, engulfit in turmoil, gazes at Wang Dafeng, rendered speechless. "No, please let me explain." However, Wang Dafeng interrupts him, unyielding. "Then tell me, what do you consider our relationship? For all those years, I have brought you breakfast daily and provided transportation to and from the palace, facilitating your attempts to curry favor with Mu Yinyan. Have you never contemplated my feelings?" Feiyun is left speechless. Truth be told, every girl deserves affection. Who would not wish to be cherished by their beloved? Yet, the original Feiyun had, in a most inconsiderate manner, allowed Wang Dafeng to escort him to the palace to please Mu Yinyan while simultaneously keeping her emotionally invested, an undeniable display of callousness. It is perplexing how Wang Dafeng endured such behavior. At this moment, Feiyun feels at a loss for words, sensing that Wang Dafeng's fury has reached its zenith. Wang Dafeng, with indignation, declares, "Fine, Feiyun, if you detest me so much, let us never meet again. I shall head to the southern city to eliminate bandits. My fate shall be of no concern to you." She storms off, her anger palpable. Earlier, she had brought Feiyun to the yamen under the pretense of capturing him, merely wishing for more time in his presence. Otherwise, she would not have dismissed Liu Bing so easily. Yet upon entering, she overheard Feiyun and her brother Wang, who disparaging her, depicting her as a villain of the worst sort. Is she truly so wicked? Now, disheartened, Wang Dafeng gazes at Feiyun. "What? You say you are going to the southern city to confront bandits?" "Indeed, I shall," she replies, flinging her sleeve as she strides toward the courtyard. Feiyun's heart races. This is dire. He recalls from the original text that Wang Dafeng encounters notorious bandits upon her arrival in the southern city, who, known for their ruthless cunning, had laid a trap for her. These formidable rogues are no match for the delicate Wang Dafeng. Despite her fiery demeanor and reputation as one of the 4 renowned constables of the capital, her combat skills are modest at best, relying heavily on her father's influence. Venturing alone into the southern city to confront bandits is tantamount to courting disaster, a veritable path to self-destruction. Moreover, Long Aotian remains imprisoned, complicating matters further. Feiyun hastens his steps, positioning himself before Wang Dafeng. "You must not go. You absolutely cannot." "Why can I not?" she retorts, still seething. Feiyun wishes to prostrate himself before her, pleading for her understanding, fearing that Long Aotian will inevitably hold him accountable. The urgency weighs heavily upon Feiyun. He bears no ill will towards Wang Dafeng. In truth, had it not been for Long Aotian, he would have been loath to harm a girl of such virtue. "Wang Dafeng, please heed my advice. Do not venture to the southern city." He earnestly tugs at her sleeve, but she dismisses him with a vigorous shake. Her face flushed with anger as she marches toward the exit, soon vanishing from sight. Feiyun stands frozen, frantic, muttering to himself about the calamity that has befallen him. Turning, he sees Wang Hu peeking from behind a red pillar, a look of relief washing over his face. "Feiyun, My sister has left. Feiyun, consumed by frustration, yearns to chastise him. You fool. Why did you not intervene? Wang Hu crestfallen responds, how could I? You know my sister's temperament all too well. Panic-stricken, Feiyun realizes that if Wang Dafeng reaches the southern city, calamity will surely follow. He calls out, Yiding. Instantly, the air fills with the sound of hurried footsteps. Yiding bursts in, his robust physique betraying his exertion. Young master, what is it? Feiyun, growing increasingly agitated, instructs, summon everyone. Bring forth all who can fight. Yiding, furrowing his brow, struggles to comprehend the urgency of the situation. Yet, Feiyun's mounting anxiety compels him to act swiftly. Wang Dafeng cannot be allowed to confront the bandits alone. Every second wasted heightens her peril, and the stakes are too great. Feiyun slaps his thigh, exclaiming, it is too late. Gather as many as you can, summon everyone capable. In truth, he is uncertain of the true prowess of the four notorious bandits from the original tale. Although Long Aotian is wicked and lustful, his martial skills are undeniably formidable. Should Feiyun fail to bring sufficient reinforcements, not only might Wang Dafeng be lost, but he could also find himself ensnared in the same fate. Yiding, without hesitation, turns to depart. Though he remains oblivious to Feiyun's intentions, he holds unwavering loyalty to his young master, whose words carry the weight of command, more compelling than any imperial decree. Feiyun strides purposefully toward the exit, while Wang Hu timidly follows, inquiring, Feiyun, what should I do? Keep up. Feiyun snaps, exasperated by Wang Hu's lack of initiative. Wang Hu, with a meek trails behind. Yiding's efficiency is remarkable. In no time, a formidable group of 40 to 50 Yi family guards, clad in black attire, stands ready outside the estate, their resolute expressions displaying their martial prowess. Yiding commands, let us greet the young master. Young master. The guards respond in unison, their booming voices resonating through the air, causing Feiyun's ears to ring. Wang Hu, taken aback, questions, what is this spectacle? Feiyun, gripping Wang Hu's collar, admonishes, Wang Hu, your sister is headed to the southern city to confront bandits. There are 4 notorious rogues there. This could lead to catastrophe. Now, immediately summon every member of the genie way you can. Do you understand? Wang Hu furrows his brow, comprehension dawning despite his confusion. Call for help. Feiyun releases Wang Hu's collar, urging, go quickly to the southern city. Hurry. At this moment, Yiding brought forth a magnificent steed for Feiyun. Without a moment's hesitation, Feiyun swiftly mounted the horse, applying pressure to its sides, prompting a resounding neigh as the horse galloped southward toward the city. A cadre of 40 to 50 well-trained servants, moving in unison, quickly followed in Feiyun's wake. Yiding, wielding a formidable broadsword upon his back, its 9 iron rings clanging rhythmically, strode ahead of Feiyun, exuding an aura of intimidation. Meanwhile, Wang Hu, observing the imposing departure of the entourage, stood in astonishment. What is happening? Call for help. Yes, summon assistance. Without a second thought, Wang Hu dashed into the city. At this juncture, Feiyun, riding the grand steed with urgency etched upon his face, scanned the bustling streets for any sign of Wang Dafeng, yet found no trace of her. He knew her well. Her fiery temperament meant she kept her word, and having declared her intention to venture alone to the southern outskirts to combat bandits, she certainly had gone. It was common knowledge that 4 notorious criminals, habitual murderers and robbers, roamed that area. If Wang Dafeng had ventured there, it could spell disaster. Feiyun slapped his forehead, regretting his earlier words. If only he had spoken more considerately. Yet, worrying would do him no good. He needed to rush to her aid. Yiding, filled with enthusiasm, marched forward, the sound of his broadsword clanging behind him. The sight of the 40 to 50 well-trained servants, appearing fierce and formidable, caused the citizens lining the streets to part ways in subdued whispers. Goodness, is that not the eldest son of the Yi family? Which unfortunate girl has fallen victim this time? Who knows? With such a large entourage, could they be heading to the palace to abduct someone? The onlookers were astounded. For Feiyun's reputation was notoriously unsavory. Even the stray dogs in the village had better renown than he. As the commotion escalated, the murmurs reached Feiyun's ears, but he remained focused solely on Wang Dafeng. Wang Dafeng, please do not come harm. If you do, what will become of me? That scoundrel Long Aotian will surely have my head. In a flurry of anxiety, Feiyun spurred his steed onward, the sound of hooves echoing against the cobblestones. The group hastened towards the city gates, where two armored soldiers, brandishing long spears, stood guard. Upon seeing Feiyun's approach, they swiftly crossed their spears, blocking his way. "What is your business?" "Dismount," one soldier demanded. Yiding abruptly drew his long blade. "What is the meaning of this? Do you not recognize the Yi family? Are you seeking death?" He glared, confronting the guards. The soldiers, having glimpsed Feiyun atop the majestic horse, immediately paled with fear. They had not realized that the esteemed young master was present. Without further hesitation, they lowered their spears, clearing the path and kneeling in reverence, repeatedly bowing their heads. Feiyun's infamous reputation preceded him. Even ordinary guards knew better than to obstruct his passage. Calmly seated atop his steed, Feiyun inquired, "Have you seen Wang Dafeng?" Wang Dafeng, one of the four renowned constables of the city, was well known throughout the realm. The soldiers exchanged glances, instinctively recalling something, and lowered their heads to answer. "She just left, looking quite hurried, with a dagger in hand." They dared not withhold the truth. Upon hearing this, Feiyun's heart raced. "Let's pursue her." With a swift motion, he urged his horse forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he galloped toward the outskirts of the city. Yiding signaled for the others to follow. The entourage hastened in the direction Feiyun had taken, while the two bewildered guards remained, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. What has happened? Did the young master go after someone? Who knows? This matter must be reported to the court. Indeed, in a dilapidated temple nestled amidst the towering trees of a desolate mountain in the southern outskirts, coarse voices echoed, laced with irritation. "These refugees are nothing but paupers. After all this looting, we've only gathered a meager fortune. What a waste of effort. If only a delicate young lady would appear, it would be quite delightful. Dream on. There aren't that many young ladies to be had." Their lewd laughter mingled with sinister undertones, emanating from within the temple. Inside, cobwebs clung to the corners, and the ground was littered with remnants of food and drink, some reduced to mere bones, creating a scene of chaos. For brutish men sat indulging in their feast, occasionally muttering complaints. Nearby, a group of rugged men clad in coarse linen sat slumped, their faces smeared with dirt, yet their eyes glimmered with a menacing ferocity. Each had an assortment of weapons by their sides, with some stained in fresh blood, exuding a palpable stench of violence. As they sat, a frantic figure burst through the door, delivering the alarming news. "It's bad, boss. It seems someone from the city has come to eradicate us." The leader's eyes widened in disbelief, and the others turned to look at him. After a moment, they erupted into laughter. "What a joke. Eradicate us? Since we established our base here in the southern outskirts, the officials have proven utterly inept. No, they can't even protect themselves. How many have come?" The leader inquired, his eyes narrowing as he tore a chicken leg and began to chew noisily, grease dripping from his mouth. The messenger replied hurriedly, "It seems there's only one person." "One person?" The leader paused, incredulous. "And it's a woman." "A woman?" He resumed chewing, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he turned to one of his companions. "Old four, it seems your luck has turned. Weren't you just wishing for a pretty girl? Looks like she's delivered right to our doorstep." "Excellent. It's been ages since I've had a taste." He bellowed, "Let her in." Meanwhile, Wang Dafeng trudged along the mountain path, her pretty face glistening with sweat. She gripped her dagger tightly, her palms slick with perspiration. Glancing up at the blazing sun, she pressed on. A gentle breeze caressed her sweat-drenched cheeks, sending a shiver through her. She was well aware of the notorious bandits lurking in the southern region, and despite numerous attempts by the local authorities to subdue them, they had yet to succeed. Wang Dafeng had come here out of frustration with Feiyun. Otherwise, she would not have ventured into such a desolate place. Yet, surrounded by wilderness, an unsettling fear crept into her heart. At this moment, she regretted coming here alone, fearing that not only would the bandits not be eliminated, but she might also end up as a casualty herself. Wang Dafeng cursed under her breath and quickened her pace. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. Wang Dafeng raised her brows in surprise, observing the surrounding area, which was eerily quiet, devoid of any human presence. According to the intelligence she had previously received, a band of ruthless bandits, numbering around 40 to 50, was said to be gathered here. Leading them were 4 notorious outlaws who had come from afar, skilled in martial arts and notorious for their violent crimes. The distressed populace had reported their misdeeds to the authorities, Yet the inept officials paid no heed, sending only a few remnants of soldiers to deal with the bandits, inevitably returning empty-handed. Wang Dafeng furrowed her brow and suddenly drew her dagger from her waist, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. Without hesitation, she stepped slowly into the ruined temple. Inside, a large Buddha statue carved from blue stone was adorned with cobwebs, and the ground was strewn with wild grass and remnants of uneaten food. It was evident that people had been here before, but where had they gone? Wang Dafeng frowned in confusion. Before long, a mocking laughter echoed from behind her. "Oh, which young lady is this? Have you perhaps taken a wrong turn and wandered into this dilapidated temple?" Wang Dafeng immediately turned around, brandishing her dagger defensively. To her surprise, a group of 40 to 50 men had silently appeared around her, wielding various weapons. At the forefront stood 4 rugged, dark-skinned men, their blades glinting ominously in the sunlight. If her information was accurate, these were indeed the notorious bandits from the south of the city. Wang Dafeng felt a wave of regret wash over her. How had she allowed her quarrel with Yi Feiyun to lead her to such a perilous situation? As she observed the ruthless bandits, her heart raced with anxiety, and she could only curse inwardly. "If I die, I hope you remember me." The bandits, seemingly uninterested in giving her a chance, approached her with sinister grins. In desperation, Wang Dafeng raised her dagger in defiance, biting her lip and threatening them. "Stay back." The leader of the bandits scoffed, a smirk crossing his face. "If I don't come closer, how can I serve this little lady?" Their laughter echoed around her, and in that moment, Wang Dafeng felt like a mere plaything in their eyes. With a fierce resolve, she swung her weapon at them. The bandits retaliated, their blades clashing against hers, sending sparks flying. In no time, her precious dagger fell to the ground. Her hands trembled, and despair filled her gaze as she stared at the brutal bandits before her. She truly did not know what to do. These men were far beyond her capability to handle. All she could do was hope for rescue. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she shook her head in defeat. She had come here alone, with only Yi Feiyun's name in her mind. But given his disdain for her, why would he come to her aid? A bitter smile crept across her lips as she resigned herself to her fate. Perhaps destined to be ensnared by love throughout her life. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling in the sunlight. Despair. As the bandits drew closer, they paused, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Moments later, their laughter grew louder. "Oh, is she planning to give up? Little girl, stand up. The more you resist, the more excited we become." Tears streamed down Wang Dafeng's cheeks, just as she prepared to accept her grim fate. A loud commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by a furious voice shouting, "Capture them all. Kill every last one. Not a single soul escapes." Panic surged through her. This girl is a trap. Run. The chaotic sounds of footsteps mixed with the bandits' curses filled the air. Wang Dafeng opened her eyes abruptly to see a striking young man atop a magnificent steed, wielding a weapon and commanding a group of loyal guards charging towards the bandits. It was none other than Yi Feiyun. He actually came to save me. Wang Dafeng's heart raced in disbelief. She had thought he would be glad to see her perish. But here he was, coming to her rescue. From atop his horse, Yi Feiyun, relieved to see Wang Dafeng unharmed, felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. That was close. Had he arrived any later, the consequences would have been dire. He shouted fiercely, "Fight! Every last one of them. One alive earns a reward of 100 taels of silver." Upon hearing this, his guards fought with renewed vigor. Though they were bandits, they were only marginally more competent than the incompetent officials of the capital. Compared to the well-trained guards, the bandits were utterly outmatched. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of the mountain bandits, their blood staining the earth. Even the 4 so-called skilled outlaws were swiftly subdued, leaving only one leader kneeling before Yi Feiyun, who glared at him with fury. "Who do you think you are?" The bandit spat. Yi Feiyun's expression darkened. "Who am I? I am Yi Feiyun of the Yi family." The bandit attempted to retort, but before he could utter another word, Yi Feiyun's guard raised his blade and swiftly decapitated him. The severed head rolled on the ground, its eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't Yi Feiyun known as a notorious playboy in the capital? What was he doing here? Yi Feiyun, noticing Wang Dafeng's frightened demeanor, quickly dismounted and rushed to her side. "Are you all right? Did they frighten you?" Wang Dafeng, overwhelmed, struggled to rise, only to find her limbs unresponsive. In a moment of imbalance, she fell into Yi Feiyun's embrace, the fragrance of him enveloping her senses. Though he instinctively wanted to push her away, Feiyun found himself captivated by the beauty resting against him, with Long Aotian absent. A brief embrace shouldn't be too scandalous, should it? He thought to himself, gazing into Wang Dafeng's doe-like eyes, and even he felt his heart soften. Did he not realize Wang Dafeng's feelings for him? Even Feiyun, despite his hardened exterior, could not bear to act cruelly in this moment. Yes, one of his guards called out, watching as his master supported Wang Dafeng while walking slowly toward the horse, a smile breaking on his rugged face. The burly man revealed a hint of tenderness. Young master is in love. As Feiyun, accompanied by his guards, made his way back, they encountered Wang Hu, flanked by dozens of Jin Wei, all clad in gleaming armor and armed with weapons, a formidable sight. Wang Hu sat astride a magnificent steed, leading the charge, while dozens of Jin Wei closely followed. Chapter 75, Return. Wang Hu cast a quick glance and spotted Feiyun. Feiyun Gu, is my sister all right? The realization struck Wang Hu. Something was amiss. The gang of ruffians in the southern part of the city had been suppressed by the authorities several times. Yet each attempt had proven futile. Hence, Wang Hu swiftly gathered the Jin Wei in the city and hastened towards the south. Feiyun let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, Wang Dafeng was seated behind Feiyun on horseback, gently wrapping his arms around Feiyun's waist. Upon hearing that his younger brother had arrived, Wang Dafeng's expression shifted. This troublemaker seemed to always be in the thick of things, utterly lacking in discretion. However, Wang Dafeng kept these thoughts to himself. Feiyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a wave of apprehension. If anything were to happen to Wang Dafeng, he would surely bear the blame. Wang Hu noticed Wang Dafeng's furious expression, yet remained oblivious to the situation, wondering if he had done something wrong. He turned to Feiyun, asking, "What's going on? Why the tension?" Feiyun, suppressing a bitter smile, chose not to respond, while Wang Hu continued to wear a pained smile, urging his horse to follow Wang Dafeng back into the city. Feiyun took a deep breath. It was a close call, and he was grateful that a disaster had been averted. Yet, the look in that young lady's eyes haunted him. What a calamity! Feiyun suddenly slapped his thigh. "Young master! Young master!" A frantic shout came from outside the door, startling Feiyun, who had been on edge, fearing an assassination from Long Aotian. He was about to close his eyes for a moment when the call nearly sent his spirit flying. He couldn't help but curse loudly. "What are you shouting for? Is it a funeral?" Sitting up abruptly, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A servant, kneeling at the door, covered in sweat, replied, "What's the fuss? Just say what you need." Feiyun sighed in relief, ready to lie back down when he heard, "Princess Mu is here?" "What?" Feiyun stumbled, nearly falling from the bed, his face turning pale as a sheet. Why was this troublemaker back again? Surely the previous encounter hadn't been insufficient? He pondered, furrowing his brow. Given Mu Yun's temperament, after being humiliated by him and Mu Fengfeng outside the county office, she would have no reason to seek him out again. He felt a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind, struggling to comprehend. Could Mu Yun be plotting something? But that didn't make sense. He had neither wealth nor charm to attract her. After all, Mu Yun was the esteemed sixth princess of the Duchian dynasty. She wouldn't hang her hopes on him alone. Feiyun's mind was in turmoil. Meanwhile, the servant, drenched in sweat, spoke in a flustered tone, "Young Master Yi, perhaps you should take a look. Princess Mu is waiting outside and seems to have brought a decree." Upon hearing this, Feiyun's body went numb. This situation might be worse than he had imagined. A decree? Could be a forced marriage? His throat tightened as he contemplated, then waved his hand, saying, "All right, stay outside for a moment and tell them I'll be right out." Before the servant could rise, a sharp voice called from outside, "What's this? Young Master Yi, are you growing quite bold? Princess Mu has come to summon you, yet you make her wait?" The indignant tone of Mu Yun echoed from outside. Before Feiyun could even get out of bed, a graceful figure wafted in. It was Mu Yun, adorned with a hint of makeup, followed closely by two maids who appeared timid, bowing deeply, their gazes towards Feiyun tinged with amusement. One maid even stifled a laugh, causing Feiyun to feel a pang of anxiety. "What is so funny, you foolish girl?" Feiyun couldn't fathom it. He then noticed Mu Yun's eyes subtly fixed on him, her gaze carrying a playful glint. Feiyun was perplexed. Why would Mu Yun, having suffered humiliation during their last encounter, approach him again? He quickly contemplated his next move. To be honest, he wished to sever any further ties with Mu Yin, longing for the farthest distance possible, even if it meant being dispatched to the frontier, guarding against the Xiongnu. Mu Yin, sensing his thoughts, felt her anger rise, her eyes nearly bulging with indignation, yet she maintained her composure. So, you're frightened of me, young Master Yi? Would you prefer to be sent off to the frontier? Mu Yun's visit was indeed at the behest of Mu Tianhao, as she had been tasked with summoning Yi Feiyun to the palace to discuss strategies regarding the Xiongnu, given the lack of progress since his initial proposal. Observing Yi Feiyun's reluctance, Mu Yin couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Yi Feiyun, do you dare defy the emperor's decree? She raised an eyebrow. Fixing her gaze on him, Yi Feiyun dared not ponder further and immediately knelt, proclaiming, Long live the emperor! I humbly receive the decree. A slight smile played on Mu Yun's lips. The imperial prison loomed like a towering wall, beside which a narrow passage had been excavated, resembling a dog hole. Nearby, a woman clad in black, with a neat ponytail and devoid of makeup, displayed striking features that hinted at a certain purity. Chapter 76. Long Aotian emerges again. Yet, the woman's demeanor was surprisingly devoid of emotion, as if she were a lifeless corpse. Her gaze fixated on the passage as she clasped her fists, respectfully greeting, I humbly welcome the young master. Shortly after, a figure emerged from the passage, his face dark, clothes tattered, and bearing bruises. It was Long Aotian, looking disheveled. As he crawled out, he cursed vehemently, damn the Ministry of Justice of the Qin dynasty. They truly know how to inflict pain. Long Aotian grumbled, having barely endured thanks to his resilient physique. Had he remained imprisoned for another couple of days, he might not have made it out alive. The woman bowed. Young master, are you unscathed? Long Aotian's expression darkened. Can't you see whether I'm fine or not? Do you still have the audacity to ask? The woman remained unperturbed, continuing to greet him respectfully. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground, her demeanor filled with reverence. Long Aotian rolled his eyes, feeling that something was off. After finally emerging from the shadows, he aimed to swiftly capture Mu Yin and Mu Funfang. Yet it felt as though an invisible force had tightened around his throat, hindering his every move. Even now, he found himself trapped in this prison, sensing an inexplicable discord. Why did all these women in the harem seem indifferent to him? Were they all mad? Was he not handsome enough? Not tall enough? Not wealthy enough? Long Aotian's brow twitched incessantly as he pondered seriously. Meanwhile, the kneeling lotus spoke tremblingly. Young master, this time Princess Mu has summoned you, claiming it is to discuss a significant matter. Long Aotian's expression suddenly brightened, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Through his connections, he had successfully established contact with Mu Yin. Of course, he did not employ his own identity, but rather presented himself as a reclusive sage. He conveyed to her that he had connected with Mu Yin through the lotus and was prepared to enter the palace to pay his respects today. Long Aotian's countenance darkened. The last time he was in the court, he had intended to leverage Mu Yun's bodyguard status to achieve his ambitions, only to be thrown into the dungeons by Mu Tianhao. After enduring several days of unspeakable torment, he finally saw the light of day again. This time, he had to succeed. Failure was not an option. He needed to earn Mu Tianhao's trust, or else his days of wielding power and influence in the Qin dynasty would be a distant dream. Long Aotian waved his hand and said, Let us go. Everything has been arranged, right? Yes, came the reply. Long Aotian exclaimed in delight. Every time he thought of Mu Yun's exquisite face, his heart ignited with fervor. Yet, seeing the beautiful maiden show no interest in him, even exuding a hint of coldness, made him grit his teeth in frustration. All the beauties in the world should rightfully belong to him. Unbidden, the name Yi Feiyun appeared in his mind. Just the thought of Yi Feiyun's dashing appearance lurking around him filled him with rage. Once I earn His Majesty Mu Tianhao's trust, I shall make you pay. He vowed. The young master shall surely succeed. Lotus chimed in. Long Aotian rolled his eyes and said, all right, stop kneeling and get to work. Yes. At this moment, Yi Feiyun was accompanying Mu Yin into the palace. Although his carriage roamed freely through the capital, he dared not drive it directly into the imperial palace. For now, he wished to play the part of a quiet and carefree young lord, indulging in music and merriment with his close companions, while teasing respectable ladies without drawing too much attention to himself, lest he attract trouble. One Long Aotian was already enough of a headache. He had no desire to provoke other adversaries. Thus, Feiyun found himself seated in Mu Yinyun's carriage. After Mu Yinyun boarded, she crossed her arms and closed her eyes, resting against the corner, showing no inclination to converse with Feiyun. He felt anxious and dared not speak, stealing glances at her from time to time. Unbeknownst to him, his inner thoughts had already been clearly perceived by Mu Yinyun. Amused, she pondered why Feiyun was so fearful of Long Aotian. She had inquired previously about Long Aotian's imprisonment, learning that he endured various tortures daily, living in unspeakable misery. Yet, despite this, Feiyun remained apprehensive. Mu Yinyun believed that with Feiyun's connections, he cannot possibly be unaware of Long Aotian's suffering in the dungeons, which piqued her interest in Long Aotian. However, she felt a flicker of anticipation. Having recently befriended a sage named Aotian, who was said to have profound insights regarding the current court affairs, she intended to introduce him to the emperor for his consideration. Peeking through her eyelids, she secretly observed Feiyun, silently chuckling at him. Interesting. Were you not just cooperating splendidly with Mu Funfong to irk me? Why do you appear so frightened now? Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken. As the carriage rocked gently, they arrived at the palace gates. The guards, recognizing Mu Yinyun's carriage, immediately made way, opening the grand gates adorned with yellow studs. The carriage slowly entered the palace, winding through corridors until they reached the imperial garden. Here, the air was filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with lush trees surrounding a vast artificial lake, where blooming lotus flowers released their delightful scent. Dressed in royal robes, Mu Tianhao stood with his back to the garden entrance, exuding an aura of royal authority that sent shivers down one's spine. Nearby, several attendants dressed as eunuchs and maidservants stood respectfully, ready to heed his commands. Mu Tianhao casually picked up a piece of fruit from the table, popping a grape into his mouth and savoring it thoughtfully. Upon seeing her father, Mu Yinyun joyfully exclaimed, "Father, your heir has arrived." Mu Tianhao turned, his face lighting up with affection as he looked at Mu Yinyun. Feiyun followed behind, his spirits dampened. According to the original account, Mu Tianhao was exceedingly fond of his sixth daughter, Mu Yinyun. Otherwise, given the stature of Yidashan as the Minister of Revenue, Mu Tianhao should have supported their union wholeheartedly. After all, the Minister of Revenue wielded significant financial power and held a high rank in the court, making him a target for Mu Tianhao's alliances. One faction was led by Yidashan, the civil officials, while the other was comprised of military generals. Though they appeared cordial, they were constantly at odds behind the scenes. Thus, it was both logical and reasonable for Mu Tianhao not to obstruct the marriage between Feiyun and Mu Yinyun. In the original narrative, the sole reason for Mu Tianhao's disapproval of this union was Feiyun's notorious reputation as a debauchee. He was utterly inept, even among the ranks of wastrels. This fellow spent his days reciting nauseating love poems in front of the palace and blocking the sixth princess's door, a behavior no emperor could tolerate. Only Feiyun's illustrious lineage allowed him such audacity. However, after Feiyun's impassioned speech in the court and his refreshing strategies for dealing with the Xiongnu, Mu Tianhao's perception of him began to shift. Later, when Mu Yinyun informed her father that these strategies were proposed by Feiyun, Mu Tianhao was taken aback. He had never imagined that the notoriously idle Feiyun could devise such plans. Previously, he had ordered Feiyun to manage the Xiongnu crisis, but after several days without progress, he commanded Mu Yinyun to bring Feiyun to the palace for clarification. "Father, your daughter has missed you dearly," Mu Yinyun said, gracefully approaching her father and taking a seat beside him. Mu Tianhao smiled and replied, "Sit, sit, do not stand on ceremony." At this moment, Mu Tianhao raised an eyebrow, noticing the nervous Feiyun beside them, momentarily startled. He recalled that Feiyun had previously been audacious, treating the court with disdain, even daring to challenge him at times. Yet, after just a few days apart, Feiyun had become so submissive. Was this truly the same Feiyun he knew? Mu Tianhao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Feiyun closely. Feiyun felt a jolt of fear and quickly averted his gaze, unable to meet Mu Tianhao's eyes. Realizing that the emperor was looking at him as a father-in-law, would regard a son-in-law. One must hasten to devise a means to annul the engagement with Mu Yinyun. If this charade continues, calamity is inevitable. You old rogue, your gaze is almost askew. Please, do not fixate upon me, and do not divulge to me that the Mu family harbors any proclivity towards Long Aotian. Yi Feiyun's heart raced with anxiety. Meanwhile, nestled in the embrace of Mu Tianhao, Mu Yinyun caught wind of Yi Feiyun's inner turmoil, causing her brows to arch in surprise. How audacious, Yi Feiyun, to utter such words! Should His Majesty hear them, he might well decree the extermination of your entire clan. Yet, Mu Yinyun remained silent, instead inching closer to Mu Tianhao, her tone imbued with feigned delicacy as she said, "Father, I have brought Yi Feiyun to you. Do take a look." "Indeed, your Majesty." Yi Feiyun quickly found a stone stool to sit upon, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect and apparent innocence. This performance left Mu Tianhao perplexed. Something was amiss, as everything seemed out of sorts. After some pleasantries, Mu Tianhao proceeded directly to the matter at hand. "Feiyun, regarding your strategy for governing the Xiongnu that you presented at court last time, I have pondered it deeply for several days and have some inquiries I wish to pose." Yi Feiyun's heart leaped. Thankfully, it was not a query concerning marriage. As long as it was not about wedding arrangements, he was open to discussing the governance of the Xiongnu. Does he truly despise me to this extent? Is he so averse to our union? Were the romantic verses once recited? Were they mere fabrications? Mu Yinyun remained silent, merely observing him. Foolish boy, who would wish to be the scapegoat in this scenario? At this juncture, to flaunt oneself before Mu Tianhao would undoubtedly invite ruin from Long Aotian. This burden must be borne by Long Aotian alone. Mu Yinyun frowned, convinced that Yi Feiyun must possess an ingenious strategy for the governance of the Xiongnu. If only he would reveal it. Her frustration mounted. How could Yi Feiyun not grasp the principle of serving the ruler with loyalty? Before Mu Yinyun could voice her thoughts, Mu Tianhao gestured dismissively, saying, "No matter, Yi Feiyun, I've already submitted your previous suggestions to the cabinet for deliberation. They will formulate relevant governance policies, and the overarching direction should be sound." Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that permissible?" At that moment, Mu Tianhao inquired, "Feiyun, I have recently heard that you accompanied that young lady from the Wang family to eradicate the bandits in the southern part of the city?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyun furrowed his brow, inwardly questioning the sudden shift in Mu Tianhao's focus. This situation was peculiar. Why would the emperor, who is preoccupied with state affairs, concern himself with such trivialities? After all, he merely assisted in the eradication of the southern bandits. He dared not acknowledge this deed, fearing that if Mu Tianhao discovered his involvement, he might, in a fit of excitement, bestow upon him some grand title, and then his fate would be sealed. The prospect of marrying Mu Yinyun would become imminent, and he certainly did not wish for his entire family to be annihilated. Yi Feiyun reflected, "How deeply you must loathe me." Her beautiful eyes scanned him, and her indignation mounted, although she suspected that Yi Feiyun was evading her. To be so frightened that he could not even admit to his actions against the bandits, fearing Mu Tianhao might betroth her to him, was beyond her comprehension. Anger coursed through her as she exclaimed, "Father, I can attest that it was indeed Yi Feiyun who led the Yi family retainers to vanquish that band of notorious bandits in the south. And it was he who saved Wang Dafeng in his moment of peril. You must reward Yi Feiyun handsomely for this." Upon hearing her words, Mu Tianhao's brows lifted, and his stern visage softened with approval as he gazed at Yi Feiyun. Previously, he had thought Yi Feiyun a mere wastrel, and his retainers, known for their bullying and mischief, were notorious in the capital. Yet now, Yi Feiyun had demonstrated ingenuity in utilizing his retainers to combat bandits, which piqued Mu Tianhao's interest. He had long been aware of the notorious bandits in the southern region, and despite several attempts by the authorities to quell them, they had all returned empty-handed. To think that Yi Feiyun could eradicate them with just a handful of retainers elevated Mu Tianhao's opinion of him. A talent indeed. The gaze of approval from Mu Tianhao sent a shiver down Yi Feiyun's spine, akin to being scrutinized by a predator. He fervently thought, "Do not look at me. I'm not unwilling, but I am left with no choice." Yi Feiyun felt anxious but dared not speak. Mu Tianhao then remarked, "This child is indeed teachable." Each word struck Yi Feiyun's heart like a hammer, leaving him enraged yet silent. With a forced smile, he quickly echoed, "Yes, indeed, your Majesty, you speak true." As he spoke, Feiyun cast a furtive glance at Mu Yinyun, thinking, this girl, does she not realize the gravity of the situation? Does she believe I am not conspicuous enough? Upon hearing Feiyun's thoughts, Mu Yinyun suppressed her amusement, relishing in his discomfort. She took pleasure in witnessing Feiyun's vexation, especially after he had allied with Mu Funfeng to irritate her. Suddenly, Mu Tianhao's brows furrowed as he turned to Mu Yinyun, softly inquiring, "Yinyun, did you not mention that a remarkable individual was to visit me today? Why has he yet to arrive?" Taken aback, Mu Yinyun replied, "Father, I understand. I shall summon him immediately." With a delicate gesture, she beckoned a nearby maid, instructing, "Princess, bring forth the esteemed individual known as Woah Aotian for his majesty to meet." "Yes, your highness," the maid responded softly, promptly retreating from the garden. Feiyun was momentarily taken aback. Woah Aotian? The name sounded strangely familiar. Something felt amiss. They had never encountered a character by that name in the narrative before. An unease settled within him as he blinked rapidly, sensing an uncanny connection between Woah Aotian and the infamous Long Aotian. Mu Yinyun, too, pondered deeply. Woah Aotian had claimed to possess knowledge of significant events about to unfold in the court, yet despite her inquiries, he had steadfastly insisted on presenting his revelations only to the Emperor Mu Tianhao. With no alternative, Mu Yinyun resolved to introduce Woah Aotian to his majesty. As Mu Tianhao inquired, she promptly complied. During the wait for the so-called Woah Aotian, Mu Tianhao, Mu Yinyun, and Feiyun engaged in casual conversation. Mu Tianhao's authoritative gaze remained fixed upon Feiyun, his expression filled with commendation, akin to a father-in-law assessing his future son-in-law, growing increasingly satisfied. Feiyun internally lamented his plight. How had he found himself entangled in this narrative? His circumstances seemed to worsen with each passing moment. Yet, having previously perished within 3 days in other stories, he had now survived for a full 7 days in this world. Perhaps this time, a glimmer of hope awaited him, and he must seize the opportunity. Soon, a eunuch's piercing voice echoed, announcing Woah Aotian is summoned to meet his majesty. Instantaneously, the gazes of Mu Tianhao, Mu Yinyun, and Feiyun turned towards the entrance of the garden, where a young man of remarkable stature appeared, clad in a flowing white robe, a precious jade pendant at his waist, his hair elegantly styled, and his complexion radiant as jade, his eyes bright and striking, with eyebrows that glimmered like swords. Observing the figure before him, one could easily mistake him for a nobleman stepping straight out of the pages of a book. The individual smiled silently as he approached swiftly. Bowing deeply before Mu Tianhao, he reverently declared, "Woah Aotian pays his respects to your majesty." Meanwhile, Mu Tianhao scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, his thick brows furrowing. Yet he remained utterly silent. In Chapter 79, the astonished Feiyun could scarcely believe his eyes. Was this Woah Aotian not merely Long Aotian in disguise? According to the original text, Long Aotian was renowned for his mastery of disguise, effortlessly transforming from one person to another. It was evident that Woah Aotian was simply Long Aotian masquerading. Feiyun trembled with shock yet dared not voice his thoughts, silently lamenting the situation. The truth was undeniable. Long Aotian had indeed recently emerged from the imperial prison. Feiyun's mind raced with the implications, wondering how he could escape the wrath of this formidable foe. Surrounded by Mu Funfeng, Mu Yinyun, and Yang Cui, who all seemed to be vying for his attention, Feiyun was consumed by anxiety, even fearing to meet the gaze of this so-called Long Aotian, desperately wishing to remain unseen. "You cannot see me, you cannot see me, Long Aotian, you cannot see me," he mentally chanted. Yet, Long Aotian's gaze swept across the room and immediately identified Feiyun, who was attempting to discreetly shift in his seat. A glint of recognition flashed in Long Aotian's eyes. "Ah, it is you again, Feiyun. My first encounter upon re-emerging into the world is marred by your presence. You previously imprisoned me, and now you dare to linger in this garden." Long Aotian's eyes darkened, reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, fixating on its prey. Feiyun felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, but remained silent, cowering in the corner. Observing this exchange, Mu Yinyun furrowed her brow, scanning the figure of Woah Aotian. "What? This Woah Aotian is Long Aotian? Was he not my former attendant? How did he escape from the prison? And why does he appear so different now?" She pondered. At that moment, Mu Tianhao broke the silence, his voice resonating with authority. I have heard from Yin that you have urgent matters to discuss regarding significant events unfolding within the court. Pray tell, what is it? His tone was commanding, evoking a sense of reverence that would make ordinary people tremble in his presence. Yet, Long Aotian showed no signs of fear, clasping his fists and boldly stating, "Your Majesty, I have conducted a thorough investigation in the capital and uncovered a pressing matter that requires your attention. Thus, I have come to report it through Princess Mu." Intrigued, Mu Tianhao leaned forward, his brow furrowing with curiosity. "What is it? Speak." The gravity of Long Aotian's words piqued Mu Yinyun's interest as well. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, eager for his next revelation. Long Aotian, with a resolute expression, proclaimed, "I have discovered that Liu Bing, the son of the Minister of War, harbors improper intentions towards Princess Mu. Moreover, he possesses a peculiar substance capable of enchanting others." The moment these words escaped his lips, Long Aotian felt a surge of pride. After all, the enticing substance belonged to him. He planned to use Liu Bing as a stepping stone to win over Mu Yinyun. However, having endured 3 days of torment in the prison, Long Aotian reconsidered his approach, contemplating whether he should instead sell Liu Bing out, adopting the identity of Hu Aotian to approach Mu Yinyun. Since Feiyun had already disrupted Long Aotian's true identity, why not simply assume a new name? By the heavens, I am truly a genius, he thought to himself, oblivious to the eerie silence enveloping the garden. Meanwhile, Mu Tianhao and his companions regarded this so-called Hu Aotian with a mix of bewilderment and skepticism. Could he possibly be a fool? Mu Tianhao pondered, recalling the incidents that had transpired during Mu Yinyun's autumn hunt, which she relayed in full detail. Consequently, Mu Tianhao's perception of Yi Feiyun had shifted dramatically. Now, this purported Hu Aotian had gone to great lengths to enter the palace merely to discuss an already resolved matter. Mu Tianhao frowned, glancing at his daughter, Mu Yinyun, whose expression was one of confusion. Clearly, Hu Aotian had assured her of the importance of his news, yet the situation had already unfolded. Although she was unaware of how Hu Aotian had learned of Liu Bing's intentions, she wondered if this matter warranted further discussion. Is he deranged? She thought. This was the so-called sage, and her expression turned grave as she sensed her father's growing displeasure. On the side, Yi Feiyun could only sigh inwardly, "Brother, surely your intelligence is flawed. This situation has already transpired. What more is there to say?" Meanwhile, Mu Tianhao's patience began to wane as he sternly inquired, "You entered the palace to discuss this trivial matter?" His usual composure faltered. He was a man of many responsibilities, with little time to spare, and the arrival of Hu Aotian with such frivolous news irritated him. Long Aotian blinked in confusion. "This cannot be right. You should be alarmed by my revelations. Do you not dote on your daughter, Mu Yinyun? Your precious daughter is in danger of being defiled by a rogue. Why are you not concerned?" He turned, catching Mu Yinyun's gaze, his heart sinking. "What is wrong with you, Mu Yinyun? Why do you look at me with such disdain? Should you not be anxious about Liu Bing's intentions?" Panic ensued in Long Aotian's mind, as he realized that his prior confinement had left him somewhat out of touch with current events. The disapproving glare from Mu Tianhao was unmistakable, reminiscent of the moment when he had been sentenced to the prison. This is a disaster, Long Aotian thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he glanced nervously at Yi Feiyun, who felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you want from me?" "This is your own doing." Desperately, Long Aotian exclaimed, "No, your Majesty, I have another matter to report." "Speak." Mu Tianhao's patience was wearing thin, while Mu Yinyun remained fixated on the so-called Hu Aotian, awaiting his next words. In Chapter 80, Mu Yinyun, though favored by her father, felt a growing unease at the prospect of presenting such an illogical individual before him. The more she considered Hu Aotian's words, the more she believed Yi Feiyun's claims regarding his true identity. How could someone so disjointed in speech and action possibly be the sage he claimed to be? "You dare deceive me, and I shall ensure your suffering," she vowed silently, remaining mute. As Long Aotian clasped his fists together, he hastily exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have heard that a notorious bandit has been troubling the good people in the southern part of the city. I possess a method to rectify this situation. Might your Majesty wish to hear the details?" His tone was filled with unwavering confidence, for he had previously learned of the eradication of the southern banditry while imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. In his eyes, those 4 so-called outlaws were nothing more than insignificant pests. He believed that with his intervention, he could undoubtedly eliminate them completely. The local authorities had repeatedly returned empty-handed, presenting Long Aotian with a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. After much contemplation, he resolved to report this matter thoroughly to Your Majesty Mu Tianhao, hoping to gain a measure of trust from him. However, upon uttering these words, Mu Tianhao's expression appeared as if he were about to squeeze out water, leading Long Aotian to wonder if something was amiss. How could he repeatedly divulge information about events that had already transpired? It was as if he existed on a mistaken timeline within the Qin dynasty. Silently, Mu Tianhao emanated an aura of hidden dragon power from his seated form, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Feiyun could only offer a wry smile, thinking, "You truly are my dear brother. Long Aotian, have you been rendered foolish by the whips of the celestial dungeon? What on earth are you thinking?" Yet, as Feiyun smiled, he quickly found no solace in his amusement. It dawned upon him that if Long Aotian were to investigate further, he might uncover that Feiyun had been the one assisting him, which would lead to dire consequences for Feiyun. Good heavens, I must save myself. With a swift change of expression, Feiyun interjected, "Your Majesty, while I find some of Aotian's claims somewhat absurd, it is evident that he cares for the common people and the state, which deserves commendation." Long Aotian furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Feiyun, unable to comprehend what he meant by absurdity. Am I not contemplating the welfare of the Qin dynasty? His confusion deepened, while Mu Yinyun's delicate features shifted slightly. She had initially perceived Aotian as a so-called sage, who had insisted on meeting the illustrious Mu Tianhao, but upon bringing him into the palace, he spoke only of trivial matters. Mu Tianhao shot a glance at Feiyun. Were it not for Feiyun's presence, he might have ordered the immediate execution of this so-called Aotian. "I am quite busy, thank you very much. Must I endure these nonsensical matters?" Long Aotian began to sense an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What was going on? Why was there no excitement or panic among them? Should they not recognize him as a loyal servant concerned for the state? With his fists still clasped, he lowered his head, unable to meet Mu Tianhao's seemingly murderous gaze. At that moment, Long Aotian felt a vague sense of foreboding. Perhaps there was an issue with his intelligence sources, and he dared not speak further. "Your Majesty, I have another matter to report." Kneeling upon the ground, Long Aotian's head trembled slightly. After all, they were within the palace. Despite his exceptional martial skills, he realized that if Mu Tianhao were to become enraged, and the Imperial Guards apprehended him, he would face a gruesome fate. He felt as though his head were precariously perched upon a loose belt, with his life in jeopardy. He knew he could not afford to hesitate, and quickly unveiled a significant revelation. Suppressing his burgeoning fury, Mu Tianhao trembled as he commanded, "Speak." Those present could distinctly perceive the ire in Mu Tianhao's voice. Though he was a wise ruler, such wisdom also bore the weight of decisive action. Long Aotian's repeated nonsensical utterances had crossed a line, and it was conceivable that at any moment, Mu Tianhao could unleash a massacre, staining the imperial palace with blood. Hearing this, Feiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Long Aotian, you have finally spoken of something substantial. If you had uttered another bizarre claim, I would have been unable to save you." Feiyun patted his chest, his expression one of having survived a calamity. Observing Feiyun's demeanor, Mu Yinyun inwardly pondered. What was amiss with Feiyun? Why did he appear so anxious about this man's predicament? It seemed that Feiyun wished to conceal his true self before the emperor. In the entire Qin dynasty, which minister did not aspire to rise in ranks? Yet Feiyun diverged from this norm, deepening Mu Yinyun's curiosity about him. The more enigmatic he became, the more intrigued she grew. "I must investigate further. I am eager to discover what schemes Feiyun, are concocting." Upon hearing Long Aotian's words, Mu Tianhao's interest was piqued. The plight of the refugees in the capital had indeed troubled him for some time, although many ministers had begun to privately open porridge kitchens to aid the displaced. The relentless drought in the north had led thousands upon thousands of refugees to converge upon the capital. As citizens of the Qin dynasty, Mu Tianhao could not simply expel them. Despite the officials' attempts to alleviate the situation, the supply was woefully insufficient, and the number of refugees continued to swell, with reports of cannibalism emerging. How could a ruler who prided himself on being benevolent tolerate such occurrences? When Long Aotian proclaimed he had a solution, Mu Tianhao was eager to learn more. What is your proposed remedy? Long Aotian stated, I have heard that the Minister of Revenue, Yi Dashan, has been embezzling funds, accumulating vast wealth in his household. I believe your majesty should thoroughly investigate Yi Dashan's assets and open the national treasury, mobilizing all resources to provide substantial aid to the refugees, enabling them to return to their homes. Yi Feiyun, who had been listening nearby, felt a wave of dread wash over him. This is it. We are truly in trouble. My father's greed has evidently become public knowledge. Indeed, Yi Dashan's insatiable avarice was astonishing, even for someone like Yi Feiyun, who had grown accustomed to the tales of corruption found in online novels. His speed of accumulating wealth was unparalleled, surpassing even the most infamous corrupt officials in history, with billions of taels of silver in his possession. This was a sum equivalent to several years' worth of the national treasury's income. If the imperial family were to seize his assets, it could indeed provide immediate relief to the refugees, perhaps even allowing them to rise anew and sing songs of joy. However, Yi Feiyun had no time to dwell on this. But how could Long Aotian's mind spin like a top? Even if I am a novice with a beginner's gift, one cannot approach matters in such a manner. The wisdom of teaching a man to fish rather than simply giving him a fish is lost on him. Even if the treasury were emptied, it would merely be a temporary fix. The drought in the north shows no signs of abating. Constant relief efforts will only draw more people to the capital, eager for handouts, regardless of whether they have suffered calamity. There will be an influx of ordinary citizens masquerading as refugees, flooding into the capital seeking aid. Yi Feiyun sighed, but refrained from voicing his objections. This was Long Aotian's moment to shine, and Yi Feiyun would not dare interrupt. He chimed in, Your Majesty, I believe this man speaks wisely. Consider this. Our Qian dynasty has always been renowned for its strong national power. If at this moment a multitude of refugees were to surge into the capital, it would undoubtedly invite much disparagement towards our Qian. Would that not imply that we are strained at the front while being overwhelmed at the rear? Such a scenario is untenable. Yi Feiyun spoke with a mature composure, while Mu Tianhao remained silent, deeply contemplating the feasibility of Hu Aotian's strategy. Beside them, Mu Yinyun cast a probing glance at Yi Feiyun, as if she wished to devour him whole. This Yi Feiyun was truly insidious. He had clearly foreseen the dire consequences of the court opening its granaries to aid the refugees, yet he still urged the emperor to do so, thus potentially ensnaring the Qian dynasty in perilous straits. Mu Yinyun felt her anger boil. She feared that her father, in a moment of impulse, might indeed order the granaries open to assist the refugees. If that happened, the capital would soon be inundated with countless refugees, feasting on the emperor's free grain, creating an utterly unmanageable situation. Moreover, one could not guarantee that, should the granaries be opened, numerous officials would not exploit the situation for their own gain. If anyone were to embezzle the grain, it would spell disaster for the entire Qian dynasty. Mu Yinyun was furious, particularly at Yi Feiyun for recognizing the ominous signs, yet refusing to voice them. He seemed intent on pushing her father toward the perilous path. Yet, Yi Feiyun remained oblivious, only sensing the intensity of Mu Yinyun's gaze upon him, pondering what her intentions might be. Why does this girl keep staring at me? Is she unwell? I have been extolling the virtues of Long Aotian. She should be echoing his sentiments, urging him to open the granaries to alleviate the people's suffering, thus making him a hero of the realm. Would she not be thrilled and proud then? After all, he would be the savior of the world. However, Yi Feiyun kept these thoughts to himself, silently lamenting. Occasionally glancing at Mu Yinyun's piercing stare, he felt a sense of trepidation, sensing that she was about to embark on some mischievous endeavor. Unexpectedly, Mu Yinyun parted her lips slightly, her red mouth curving into a subtle smile as she said, Father, I believe this course of action is utterly inadvisable. Earlier, Yi Feiyun shared with me a strategy to address the refugee crisis in the capital. Oh, is that so? Pray, enlighten us. Mu Tianhao's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to Yi Feiyun with an approving glance, eagerly anticipating Mu Yinyun's forthcoming words. Although he was unsure how Yi Feiyun had acquired such insights, it was evident that his earlier demeanor of idleness and frivolity was merely a facade. It is improbable for a seemingly aimless scion to foresee such matters and propose mature solutions. Even Mu Tianhao was taken aback, with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Mu Tianhao appraised Yi Feiyun intently, his mind racing with thoughts. Feiyun, however, was taken aback, thinking, what on earth? This old man seems to be behaving oddly. When did I ever suggest I had a plan to resolve the refugee crisis? He stared incredulously at Mu Yinyun, internally shouting, slander, slander, I am being slandered. Mu Yinyun, with a hint of a smirk, continued, Father, I believe it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Instead of opening the national granaries to feed these refugees, why not provide them with work? What do you mean by that? Mu Tianhao's interest was piqued. Mu Yinyun elaborated. Rather than distributing all the grain to the refugees, which risks officials embezzling some for personal gain, we could assign them to work on the construction projects in the north and provide them with sufficient wages. Furthermore, there are numerous vacancies in the local offices that could offer these refugees a sense of belonging and purpose. This way, we could prevent unrest in the capital and effectively address the refugee crisis while also keeping idle and scrupulous individuals from exploiting the situation. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianhao's eyes brightened. Throughout history, which dynasty had not opened granaries to relieve famine? Yet Mu Yinyun's suggestion presented an innovative approach. The concept of working to alleviate suffering was indeed brilliant. Mu Tianhao pondered the feasibility of this strategy. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he stared incredulously at Feiyun. Hey, Yinyun, are you saying this plan was devised by Feiyun? Indeed, Mu Yinyun responded promptly. Excellent. What a clever strategy. Mu Tianhao beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Feiyun was left dumbfounded, his scalp tingling and his hands trembling. He felt completely paralyzed. When did I ever discuss this with Mu Yinyun? How am I not aware of it myself? He thought nervously. Turning his head, he noticed Woah Aotian standing nearby, hands clasped respectfully, his cold gaze scrutinizing Feiyun as if he were ready to devour him whole. That glare could kill. Feiyun swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He dared not meet Long Aotian's eyes, feeling as though death was imminent. If this continued, he was bound to be undone by Mu Yinyun. What puzzled Feiyun was how it seemed she could read his thoughts. The moment he contemplated a solution for the refugee issue, she articulated it. This was troubling. Yet, now was not the time to dwell on that. He needed to mitigate this looming disaster. Otherwise, Long Aotian would not let it slide. And after repeatedly offending him, Feiyun feared that Aotian was contemplating his demise. Provoking him further would only add fuel to the fire. Suddenly, Feiyun leaped to his feet, clutching his stomach and feigning an expression of pain. What is it? Feiyun, Mu Tianhao inquired with concern. Your Majesty, I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my abdomen, as if a knife is twisting within. Feiyun feigned distress. I believe I need to rest momentarily. We cannot linger here. Mu Tianhao was taken aback. What? Do you require a physician? His concern for Feiyun's well-being was paramount. Should anything happen to him, he would deeply regret it. After all, Feiyun was regarded as the nation's pillar, the one capable of rescuing the refugees. Such brilliance must not be overlooked. Noticing Mu Tianhao's anxiety, Feiyun cast a glance at Long Aotian, whose eyes bulged with rage and inwardly cursed. Why is he so concerned about my stomachache? You should focus on Long Aotian. Mu Yinyun, judging onto Feiyun's thoughts, observed the flustered Long Aotian and felt a surge of amusement. She leisurely remarked, Father, I believe Feiyun is not suffering from abdominal pain, but rather needs to use the restroom. Mu Yinyun found joy in Feiyun's predicament, fully aware of his intentions to slip away. Yet, she would not grant him that opportunity. Upon hearing her words, Mu Tianhao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Yiching has always been in excellent health. Such a sudden ailment is unusual. There are facilities in the rear. I shall have someone escort you there. Feiyun found himself in a state of helplessness, witnessing the failure of his escape plan, and could only nod in resignation. Soon, an elderly eunuch clad in traditional garb hastily approached Feiyun, speaking in a high-pitched voice as he bowed respectfully. Young Master Yi, please follow me. As Feiyun walked, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, acutely aware of several piercing gazes fixed upon him. There was no doubt it was Mu Yinyun, Mu Tianhao, and Long Aotian, with Long Aotian's eyes being particularly chilling, as if they were daggers that sent shivers down Feiyun's spine. The eunuch led Feiyun through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a secluded corner, constructed from golden silk nanmo. The space was small yet suffused with a faint sandalwood aroma that wafted through the air, evoking a sense of exhaustion, yet also a fragrant allure. Yi Feiyun paused in astonishment. Eunuch, is this the royal restroom? The eunuch chuckled modestly, covering his mouth and nose. Young Master Yi, this is the palace's rear courtyard. If you feel unwell, you may relieve yourself quickly. With that, the eunuch turned away, no longer casting a glance at Yi Feiyun. In a moment of realization, Yi Feiyun thought to himself, the Qian dynasty truly spares no expense, even in their restrooms. However, his stomachache was feigned, and seizing the moment when the eunuch was not watching, he hastily flung open the restroom door and slipped inside. Inside, Yi Feiyun was engulfed in a frenzy of cold sweat, desperately searching for any potential escape routes. What to do? What to do? If Long Aotian finds me, I will surely meet my demise. I must think of a way to flee. To his dismay, he discovered that the only exit was beneath him. Peering down, a foul stench assaulted his senses, compelling him to cover his mouth and nose. This is a dire situation. I have no way out. Yi Feiyun cursed under his breath, his expression one of utter despair. If he wished to escape, it seemed he would have to crawl through that horrid opening. Yet the stench was so repugnant that he would prefer facing Long Aotian's wrath instead. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Although he could not burrow underground, he could ascend. The back wall of the restroom appeared low enough to climb, measuring just over 2 meters. Testing it, he found he could indeed scale it. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength, and with a swift motion, his hands propelled him up and over the wall. A smile crept onto his lips. There was indeed a way out. Without further thought, he flipped over and climbed atop the wall. However, the next moment, he nearly lost his balance in shock. Below the wall crouched a woman dressed in black. What on earth? Yi Feiyun exclaimed. Isn't that Lianhua from the Tongtian sect? His legs turned to jelly, and he tumbled down, landing awkwardly with a thud, wincing in pain. In his mind, he scolded Long Aotian, questioning his sanity. Why was Lianhua, a member of his harem, lurking by the restroom wall? Yi Feiyun never anticipated that his covert escape would lead him to encounter Lianhua, a scenario utterly absurd. Inwardly, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Long Aotian. Meanwhile, Lianhua, squatting beneath the wall, turned her gaze upward, sensing movement. Although she thought she heard something, when she looked again, it was empty. Frowning in confusion, she wondered why the young master had instructed her to remain there, saying to come closer if anything unusual occurred. Yi Feiyun, impatient, rose to his feet, exclaiming, Enough with the chatter. What could possibly be the matter? I merely slipped and fell while tending to nature's call. The eunuch, observing Yi Feiyun's nonsensical ramblings, felt uneasy. Having served in the palace for several years, he had never witnessed anyone fall out of a restroom. Nonetheless, seeing Yi Feiyun's disheveled appearance, he refrained from commenting, understanding the young man's esteemed lineage as the son of Yi Dashan, the Minister of Revenue. Very well, Yi Feiyun conceded, following the eunuch toward the rear garden. The eunuch, anxious and perspiring, urged, Young Master Yi, could you please hurry? His Majesty and the princess are waiting. What will you do if you keep them waiting? Yi Feiyun, maintaining a stern expression, replied, Why the rush? Aren't they in the rear garden? I am merely experiencing some discomfort. Unable to conjure a better excuse, he resorted to vague explanations, fearing the repercussions if Long Aotian were to catch him. Mu Yinyun was indeed a troublesome figure. Her peculiar schemes perplexed him, and he pondered how she had come to know certain things, attributing them to him, and thus inciting Long Aotian's ire. Furthermore, Mu Tianhao was no fool. He could discern the merit of her plans. Yi Feiyun was acutely aware that he often overshadowed Long Aotian, who would not easily let such a transgression pass. Arriving at the rear garden, Yi Feiyun's spirits lifted upon spotting Mu Tianhao seated regally upon a stone chair, exuding an aura of authority as he leisurely indulged in fruit. Mu Yangyun, with a blooming visage, kept her enchanting eyes trained on Yi Feiyun, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Having waited nearly an hour for him, she could not help but feel curious about his absence, even suspecting he might have fled in fear of Long Aotian. As Yi Feiyun finally appeared, she smiled brightly. Addressing her father, Father, look, Feiyun has arrived. Mu Tianhao turned his brows slightly, regarding the somewhat awkward Yi Feiyun in the garden, and smiled gently. Ah, he has arrived. Though a tad late, it is understandable. At that moment, Mu Tianhao held a favorable impression of Yi Feiyun, recognizing him as a rare talent for the Qian dynasty. After all, Yi Feiyun had long concealed his abilities, each step reminiscent of a reclusive sage. This reflection brought joy to Mu Tianhao. If his beloved daughter, Mu Yinyun, could wed Yi Feiyun, his influence over the Qin dynasty would deepen. Despite being the emperor, he found it challenging to intervene in the intrigues among officials and generals. The prospect of their marriage appeared beneficial for him. Moreover, Yi Feiyun was not a mere idler, but rather an astute individual with remarkable talents, inciting Mu Tianhao's delight. This son-in-law is quite impressive, he mused. As Yi Feiyun sensed the gazes of Mu Yinyun and Mu Tianhao upon him, he felt an unsettling chill, pondering, why did their look seem so peculiar? However, he was relieved to note that the disguised Long Aotian was nowhere to be found. As long as Long Aotian was absent, Yi Feiyun felt significantly more at ease. At least his calves were no longer cramping. Trembling, he followed the royal steward to stand beside Mu Tianhao and said, I pay my respects to your majesty. I am unwell and hope for your majesty's forgiveness. However, Mu Tianhao merely waved his sleeve dismissively, exuding an air of authority as he replied, No matter, please take a seat. Mu Yinyun, her delicate face radiant, had already sensed Yi Feiyun's thoughts. It was evident that he was deliberately avoiding them. Yet, Long Aotian had already departed earlier, as the other party had become pallid, uttering trivial matters that were inconsequential. Given Mu Tianhao's usual preoccupation with state affairs, he had little time to entertain such nonsense. The chapter titled Another Calamity found a convenient excuse to dismiss him. Long Aotian, as usual, was infuriated, his eyes nearly bulging with rage. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Yi Feiyun, had taken advantage of a pretense of illness to leave, leaving Long Aotian with a chest full of ire. Unable to vent his frustrations, and he reluctantly uttered a word of thanks before slowly departing the garden. Yi Feiyun glanced at the beaming Mu Yinyun and then at the composed Mu Tianhao, sensing something amiss. He sighed inwardly, realizing that this girl was undoubtedly going to create trouble for him again. Observing Mu Yinyun's exquisitely beautiful face smiling at him, Yi Feiyun felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had an unsettling feeling that Mu Yinyun was deliberately trying to harm him. He lamented that he must have committed some grave misdeed to have entangled himself with her. How had he ended up with such a calamity? Yi Feiyun clutched his head, feeling as if it might explode. He truly could not comprehend what the original owner of his body had been thinking. Why curry favor with anyone else when he had to appease this difficult Mu Yinyun? It was known that she was the sixth princess of the Qin dynasty. A precious flower deeply favored by Mu Tianhao. If he were to force an annulment, it was likely that his entire family would face dire consequences. Execution was certainly a possibility, and extermination of his entire clan might not be out of the question. Yi Feiyun dared not say much, only seeking ways to expedite his annulment with Mu Yinyun, but the time was not right. He would have to look for opportunities in the future. Alas, what a fateful entanglement. Mu Yinyun had heard Yi Feiyun's inner thoughts and let out a light hum, her petite nose twitching slightly. She understood his intentions of wanting to annul the engagement. Now, she found the prospect of matching wits with Yi Feiyun increasingly entertaining. How delightful! Previously, she had looked down upon Yi Feiyun, finding him utterly distasteful, but now her interest in him had grown. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Feiyun was sighing within. Under the current circumstances, he could only ponder what methods might be effective. Observing Yi Feiyun clutching his head, Mu Tianhao furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, Lord Yi, are you unwell? Yi Feiyun feigned discomfort, coughing a few times, appearing utterly ill, akin to someone suffering from tuberculosis. If he coughed any more, it seemed his lungs might come out. Yi Feiyun held two identities, one as the prince consort of the Qin dynasty, and the other as a future pillar of the realm. This was an immense disparity. To Mu Tianhao, Yi Feiyun was a treasure. Regardless of the circumstances, Mu Tianhao had to show him respect. Whether he attended court was of little consequence, as they were now family, and such matters need not be brought up again. Mu Yinyun promptly suggested, Father, may I escort Yi Feiyun out of the palace? After some contemplation, Mu Tianhao agreed. In his view, this was an excellent opportunity for Mu Yinyun and Yi Feiyun to deepen their relationship. The more he observed Yi Feiyun, the more he found him agreeable. If the two were to unite, it would be a significant boon for the Qin dynasty. A royal connection, coupled with exceptional talent, was a perfect combination. It had been ages since the dynasty had encountered such a virtuous and capable prince consort. Seeing this unfold, Yi Feiyun felt a weight in his heart. But out of respect for Mu Tianhao, he could only say, "Then I shall take my leave, wishing our emperor long life." After his departure, Yin bid farewell to Mu Tianhao and then escorted Yi Feiyun to the palace gates. Yi Feiyun lowered his head to scrutinize Mu Yun, suspecting that this young lady was intentionally toying with him, and could not help but ask, "Princess Mu, where did that Long Aotian go just now?" He was extremely anxious. The sudden disappearance of Long Aotian had left him in a state of terror, afraid to breathe too loudly as he walked. Convinced that Long Aotian harbored intentions to kill him, Mu Yin was already aware that the so-called Long Aotian was merely Long Aotian in disguise. Seeing Yi Feiyun knowingly ask yet still misname him, she found it amusing and replied, "He has been expelled from the palace by father, sentenced to the dungeons, to be executed on a chosen day." Knowing Yi Feiyun's fear of Long Aotian, she deliberately made the situation sound graver. Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in shock, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his mind buzzing as he gazed at Mu Yun, perceiving her as a terrifying demon. He thought to himself, "She is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. This little girl is certainly trying to create trouble for me." In a blink, they arrived at the palace gates, where Mu Yun escorted Yi Feiyun to the entrance and softly said, "Young Master Yi, if you have time, remember to come recite poetry in front of my palace. I shall be waiting for you." As she spoke, Mu Yun threw Yi Feiyun a flirtatious glance. "Take care. Oh no, I shall not see you off," Mu Yun said, her charming face lifted slightly, her exquisite robe trailing on the stone steps as she clasped her hands behind her back and curtsied to Yi Feiyun. To Yi Feiyun, her exquisite features appeared alarmingly fearsome. As the castle gates slowly closed, Mu Yun's figure vanished entirely from view. Turning around, Yi Feiyun saw Yi Ding waiting outside the vast palace gates with carriage. Upon seeing Yi Feiyun emerge, Yi Ding's face lit up with joy, and in a hoarse voice he exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, you are out. We thought you had encountered a major incident in the palace." He was genuinely frightened, feeling as if he were in a dream. At that moment, he could only think that Long Aotian was perhaps lurking in some corner, waiting to plot against him. The strange and terrifying sorcery of Long Aotian sent shivers down his spine just at the thought of it. Yi Feiyun glanced down, hoping that nothing would have exploded for no reason. In a state of utter urgency, Yi Feiyun urged from the carriage, "Hurry, do not dawdle." Yi Ding, not daring to delay, cracked the whip, and the chestnut-colored horse galloped away from the palace, heading into the city. Behind the palace gates, through a small crack, Mu Yun watched Yi Feiyun's anxious demeanor with amusement, her heart filled with delight. Her maidservant, however, was puzzled and could not help but whisper, "Miss, what is happening with you?" Mu Yun, in a splendid mood, waved her sleeve and strode back into the palace. The maid blinked, observing Mu Yun's exuberance, and thought to herself that the princess was becoming increasingly peculiar, alternating between laughter and tears. Could this be related to Yi Feiyun? Impossible. The princess could not possibly have taken a liking to Yi Feiyun. Shaking her head, the maid reasoned that Yi Feiyun must have done something again. She dismissed her thoughts and hurried to follow Mu Yun, maintaining her respectful demeanor. "Announced to the imperial kitchen, an extra meal for today." "Understood, Your Highness." Yi Feiyun, in a state of frantic urgency, finally arrived at the Yi residence. At the entrance, Yi Ding cautiously lifted the curtain and quietly said, "Young master, we have arrived." At this moment, Yi Feiyun huddled in the corner, tightly gripping a dagger from the western regions against his chest, his eyes darting nervously as he inquired, "Are there any suspicious individuals near the house, beside me, or at the gate?" "No, young master," replied Yi Ding, filled with confusion and pondering. Why is the young master acting so strangely today, like he has seen a ghost right after leaving the palace? Who would dare to make a move against the Yi residents in the capital? Yi Ding was extremely confident in their family's security. Not even the most notorious thief or skilled martial artist would stand a chance against him. He couldn't fathom what Yi Feiyun was truly afraid of. He patted his chest, assuring him, "Young Master Yi, you can dismount with peace of mind. No one would dare to cause trouble here." After taking a deep breath, Yi Feiyun finally stepped down from the carriage. However, before he could even reach the entrance of the estate, a shadow suddenly emerged, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Yi Feiyun's heart sank, Just as he feared, Long Aotian had arrived right after he left the palace. He raised his dagger, slicing through the air with a glint of cold light. The shadow hastily dodged and retreated a few steps, narrowly escaping Feiyun's sudden attack. Pale with fright, Feiyun stumbled back a few paces, shouting, Yi Ding, Yi Ding, help! Yi Ding, with a loud voice, called out as he rushed over, his wide eyes scanning the surroundings. Where's the assassin? Feiyun scolded, are you blind? The person is right here. Following Feiyun's pointed finger, Yi Ding looked over and saw no assassin, but rather Mu Fengfang, her face flushed with anger, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her long black hair tied back with a jade hairpin, her delicate features glaring intensely at Feiyun. Feiyun, how dare you draw your blade at me? Only then did Feiyun regain his composure. Upon recognizing her, he let out a long breath. Mu Fengfang, what madness has overtaken you? Why have you come to my residence instead of staying at home? I thought you were an assassin. He grumbled irritably and turned to leave, not wanting to entertain Mu Fengfang any longer. Feiyun stomped toward the Yi residence, feeling quite vexed, just as he had managed to escape from Mu Yinyun. Now Mu Fengfang had appeared. He had no idea what she wanted from him and was eager to distance himself from this harbinger of misfortune. Fearing Long Aotian might show up at any moment, further delay would surely spell trouble. Mu Fengfang exchanged glances with Yi Ding, instructing, wait outside. I have matters to discuss with your young master. Yes, my lady, Yi Ding acknowledged, knowing well Mu Fengfang's esteemed status was not something he could offend. So he obediently stayed outside. Mu Fengfang's maid also remained at the door, playfully nudging Yi Ding and whispering, hey, big guy, where did your young master just go? Oomph. The maid pouted, unimpressed, and muttered, if you won't tell me, then fine, I won't bother with you. The two exchanged banter, creating a lively scene outside. Meanwhile, Mu Fengfang doggedly pursued Feiyun, who hurriedly lifted his skirt and dashed away as if chased by a ghost. Feiyun, Mu Fengfang called out anxiously. Feiyun pretended not to hear and continued running. Feiyun, Mu Fengfang raised her voice. If you ignore me again, I will tell you that Long Aotian has come. Feiyun turned his head in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Mu Fengfang. How did she know about Long Aotian? He had disclosed nothing about his fears regarding Long Aotian to anyone. It seemed Mu Fengfang was using this information to frighten him. Feiyun scrutinized Mu Fengfang, sensing something was off. Mu Fengfang, recalling something, placed her hands on her hips, grinning with delight, and said loudly, "What's wrong? Weren't you running swiftly just now? Keep running." As she spoke, she gestured invitingly. With her chin raised and a sly glance cast at Feiyun, she huffed and headed toward the inner courtyard. Upon Feiyun's cordial invitation, Mu Fengfang settled into a chair made of golden silk nanmu. He had the servants present her with a fine 18-year-old by Luo Chun tea, infused with 18 precious medicinal herbs, ginseng, goji berries, and other healthful ingredients, making the teacup resemble a potion jar. Mu Fengfang's Feiyun. Feiyun, are you trying to entertain me or poison me? Feiyun chuckled, lifting his own overflowing cup of the herbal concoction, which would surely startle even the palace physician. He pretended to blow on it and took a large sip, instantly overwhelmed by the bitter taste, nearly gagging. What in the world? This is far too bitter. He cursed, his brows furrowing as if he could crush a fly. Mu Fengfang burst into laughter. Actually, no, it's bitter. I thought you feared nothing. Feiyun shot her an annoyed glance and said helplessly, Mu Fengfang, what on earth are you here for today? At this moment, Feiyun was completely exasperated with Mu Fengfang. He could not comprehend if she and Mu Yinyun were colluding to make his life difficult. Did they not realize he was under the threat of Long Aotian? Each encounter only increased his peril. He mused that if this continued, he might as well retreat to a remote village and live as a carefree wastrel, which would be far more comfortable. Mu Fengfang seemed to sense Feiyun's thoughts and covered her mouth, suppressing her laughter. Seeing her expression, Feiyun's heart sank, and he pleaded, Dear lady, what is it that brings you here today? Just tell me directly. Feiyun, now older, could hardly endure such turmoil. He genuinely felt apprehensive. With Mu Fengfang and Mu Yinyun both around, he sensed the situation was growing increasingly precarious. Mu Fengfang immediately composed her expression, regarding Feiyun with a smirk, enjoying his pitiful demeanor. Feiyun, weren't you rather arrogant before? Today, I wish to see just how capable you truly are. This is getting entertaining. She continued, Feiyun, I know you wish to meet someone today, so I have brought a skilled individual for you to meet. Yi Feiyun frowned, uncertain about what was happening. Who? With a beaming smile, Mu Fengfang replied, You'll find out shortly. Yi Feiyun, with his eyelids drooping, watched Mu Fengfang as she called out toward the door. Moments later, a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. The first to enter was the burly Yi Ding, his large eyes fixed on Yi Feiyun. Yi Feiyun, looking at the stout figure, queried, Where is he? Mu Fengfang, didn't you say you were bringing someone for me to see? Mu Fengfang, smiling, reassured, Don't worry, I brought someone. As Yi Feiyun prepared to look outside, his expression froze in shock upon recognizing the figure before him, exclaiming, What the? Standing at the door was none other than Long Aotian, his appearance resembling that of his disguise as Aotian in the palace, albeit now sporting a thin mustache that slightly altered his previous look. Yi Feiyun cursed inwardly, Damn it. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you added a mustache? Yet, he maintained an indifferent facade, feigning confusion. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Mu Fengfang, observing Yi Feiyun's act, thought to herself, Keep pretending. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed, Are you truly unaware? Take a good look. Young Master Yi. Once, Mu Fengfang unexpectedly encountered Long Aotian disguised as Aotian. He expressed a desire to seek her assistance for an introduction. Mu Fengfang immediately recognized that this so-called Aotian was indeed Long Aotian. Initially, she intended to dismiss Long Aotian, harboring no fondness for him. However, she suddenly recalled the incident where Yi Feiyun had driven her away. Feeling a surge of indignation, she decided to bring Long Aotian to the Yi residence, intending to vex Yi Feiyun thoroughly. Thus, Mu Fengfang was acutely aware that the Aotian before her was Long Aotian, and having overheard Yi Feiyun's thoughts, her suspicions were further solidified. With a serious expression, she remarked, Brother Feiyun, this gentleman is the esteemed figure I have brought to you. He mentioned he has matters to discuss with you. Would you care to meet him? Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyun was struck with fear, his legs trembling. It was evident that this was a confrontation awaiting him. He shot a fierce glare at Mu Fengfang, thinking to himself how this mischievous person relished in such chaos. However, he could not afford to reveal his apprehension and lowered his voice to say, this person appears quite remarkable, with dragon-like brows and bright eyes, a full celestial dome and a squared foundation. He is undoubtedly a person of great potential. His extravagant praise nearly embarrassed Long Aotian, who thought to himself, Am I truly that outstanding? I had no idea. Yi Feiyun smiled, but suddenly, a bold idea struck him. He recalled that Long Aotian seemed to have long coveted Yang Suitsue, despite Yang Suitsue appearing to sell herself for her father's burial. She secretly seemed to be a long-lost saint of a certain sect. In the unfolding narrative, her role would prove crucial in Long Aotian's ascent to power within the Qin dynasty. And now, Yang Suitsue was within his residence, causing Yi Feiyun to feel restless each day, unable to eat or sleep properly. Seeing that Long Aotian had been brought in by Mu Fengfang, Yi Feiyun's mind began to whirl with the idea of sending Yang Suitsue away. Mu Fengfang, overhearing Yi Feiyun's thoughts, couldn't help but murmur to herself. No wonder Yi Feiyun had been so eager to get rid of Yang Suitsue. It turned out he was worried about Long Aotian. Moreover, Yang Suitsue was a saintess, which added an intriguing layer to the situation. However, since Yi Feiyun wished for Long Aotian to take Yang Suitsue away, she resolved to thwart that plan and see what he would do. She silently plotted. Yi Feiyun cordially invited Long Aotian to sit aside. Brother Aotian, please have a seat. Earlier, he had already heard from Mu Fengfang that this individual was named Aotian, so he did not misspeak, instead using the term Brother Aotian, and they exchanged compliments. Long Aotian, faced with Yi Feiyun's warm demeanor, felt his previous anger dissipate. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. Given Yi Feiyun's generosity, he felt compelled to respond politely, saying, No need for such formality. I can manage on my own. Receiving the teacup, Long Aotian found it hot yet. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was this? Is this truly tea? This must be a potion. Can it be consumed safely? He widened his eyes, but seeing Yi Feiyun's earnest expression, he could not refuse. He took a small sip, nearly spitting it out immediately. However, observing Yi Feiyun's concerned demeanor, he steeled himself to swallow, thinking, I cannot lose face. I must maintain my composure. Yet the bitterness spread through his mouth, and he swore it was the most dreadful thing he had ever tasted. Feiyun relaxed upon seeing Long Aotian consume the potion-like beverage, relieved that it had not gone to waste. He then instructed Ding to summon Yang Tsuei to his presence. Yang Tsuei? Ding furrowed his brow in question. Yes, Yang Tsuei, the one I brought into the residence earlier. Hurry, do not make me resort to harsh words. Seeing Feiyun's urgency, Ding ceased questioning and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Feiyun continued to host Long Aotian, saying, "Please feel free to explore the residence and take anything you fancy. Do not hold back." Long Aotian frowned, finding it difficult to pinpoint any faults in Feiyun's courteousness. He had initially intended to belittle Feiyun in front of Mu Fengfang to assert his presence. However, it appeared that Feiyun was excessively obsequious. Fearing that he might inadvertently offend Feiyun with his enthusiasm, he struggled to find a reason to counteract it. Mu Fengfang observed Feiyun and grew increasingly suspicious. Feiyun had always been notoriously stingy. Even a simple breakfast invitation would cause him distress for days. Now, witnessing his cordiality towards Long Aotian, she could not help but scrutinize Long Aotian more closely, genuinely curious about what made him so different. Before long, a soft voice echoed from outside. "Is it young Master Yi who seeks me?" Yang Tsuei's melodious and graceful voice floated in, followed by her entrance into the room. The trio turned to face her, and upon seeing Yang Tse, Long Aotian's expression froze, his gaze igniting with fervor. Oh my, how beautiful, how enchanting. He swore she was the most pure and innocent girl he had ever encountered. Her face, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from water, coupled with her endearing figure, would be exceptional anywhere. Even compared to Mu Yingyun in the palace, she was not lacking. No wonder he had learned that Yang Tse was selling herself for her father's burial and had searched for her for so long. It turned out she was within the Yi residence. Surely, Feiyun had forcibly brought her into his household, though whether any unsavory deeds had occurred remained unknown. A flash of anger crossed Long Aotian's eyes as he glared at Feiyun. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Feiyun interjected, "Oh, Brother Aotian, do you find this maid appealing? Allow me to tell you, she possesses exceptional skills. Not only is she adept at serving tea and washing clothes, but her cooking is also first-rate, and her back massages are superb. If you fancy her, I can arrange for her to serve you as a maid." Feiyun preemptively interrupted, knowing that if Long Aotian took Yang Tsuei away, it would alleviate a significant concern of his. After all, she would be part of Long Aotian's harem, which would be advantageous for him. Keeping her close could only lead to trouble. Upon hearing this, Mu Fengfang widened her eyes, beginning to devise a counter-strategy. Meanwhile, Yang Tsuei, upon realizing Feiyun's intentions, nearly burst into tears. She had thought Feiyun had summoned her for tasks or to assist with bathing and changing. But now, the idea that he intended to send her away left her feeling deeply wronged, her eyes brimming with tears, threatening to spill over. Long Aotian, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. The cultivation method he practiced required a potent elixir, and Yang Tsuei was precisely what he needed. After all, with Mu Fengfang and Mu Yingyun treating him indifferently, having Yang Tsuei around would be a delightful addition. However, just as he was about to speak, "But Brother Feiyun, is this not a painful sacrifice?" Before he could finish, Yang burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably as she knelt on the ground, her fair forehead striking the floor with resounding thuds, shocking everyone present. He thought to himself, "This does not seem characteristic of our young master." He was acutely aware of the nature of Feiyun, who had previously been rendered immobile in the presence of beautiful women. Yet now, without a moment's hesitation, he intended to offer Yang Tsuei to this so-called Woah Aotian. This was indeed perplexing. Could it be that Woah Aotian had threatened the young master? Ding stared wide-eyed, his mouth covered, producing only muffled sounds, gazing at Feiyun in astonishment. Feiyun lowered his voice once more, urging him to leave quickly. Ding frowned, feeling wronged, and, much like Yang Tse, turned away indignantly, huffing as he hastily exited the residence. Mu Fengfang observed for a considerable time before finally grasping the situation. She understood that Feiyun was fearful of Long Aotian, hence his desire to send Yang Tsuei away. However, she pondered, How could she allow Yi Feiyun to have his way? Immediately, she interjected, "Young Master Yi, Yang Tsuitsue is, after all, a maid in your household, your personal maid no less. How can you so casually give her away? Wouldn't that violate the rules?" Violate the rules? Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyun felt a tremor within. He knew all too well that preserving one's life was far more crucial than adhering to petty regulations. Chapter 88. Not allowed. Did he not see Long Aotian glaring fiercely, as if he were ready to devour the young master whole? If he continued to dawdle in discussing rules, it would be akin to courting disaster. Yi Feiyun quickly waved his hand and declared, "No, I have already made my decision. Since brother Aotian desires this maid, how could I deny him?" He deliberately maintained a stern expression while occasionally glancing at Mu Fengfang's countenance. Yang Tzuwei wept even more vehemently, her tears cascading, her forehead repeatedly striking the ground with a resounding thud, on the verge of losing consciousness. She could not fathom what wrong she had committed, why young Master Yi seemed to harbor such disdain for her, eager to cast her away. This scene filled Yi Feiyun with trepidation, and a flicker of compassion surged within him. He mused, how could Yang Tsuitsue be so infatuated with him? He had not treated her in any particular manner. Yet, as he pondered further, a wave of dread washed over him. Alas, he had forgotten that Long Aotian was watching closely. Yang Tsuitsue's display seemed akin to a tragic farewell, which would surely keep Long Aotian fixated on his life. Yi Feiyun turned his head to see the imposing figure of Hu Aotian seated, his piercing gaze fixed upon him. His countenance was fierce, and the ends of his thick mustache quivered slightly, as if he were poised to devour him whole. Yi Feiyun's heart sank, despite his burgeoning compassion. He could not afford to delay any longer. He shouted decisively, "Enough, I have made my decision. Young Juichui, you shall accompany brother Aotian today, and shall never set foot in my Yi residence again." Yang Tsuitsue let out a piercing scream, her tears flowing profusely as she nearly fainted. Hu Aotian displayed a triumphant expression, as if he reveled in the outcome. At that moment, Mu Fengfang could no longer contain herself, exclaiming loudly, "Yi Feiyun, come here." Yi Feiyun immediately turned to Mu Fengfang, noticing her mischievous eyes fixed upon him, as if she had something to convey. He frowned, hastily assuring Hu Aotian, "Brother Aotian, please hold on a moment. I shall return shortly." Hu Aotian waved his hand dismissively, his expression tinged with impatience. Yi Feiyun followed Mu Fengfang to a secluded area behind a curtain, where they began to converse in hushed tones. Yi Feiyun was in a state of anxiety. Recognizing that this was a crucial moment for Long Aotian to take Yang Tsuitsue away. Why did Mu Fengfang choose this moment to meddle? Were it not for the fear of her speaking out of turn, he would have ignored her entirely. However, since she had called him, he had no choice but to comply, lowering his voice to ask, "Mu Fengfang, what on earth do you intend to do? Can't you see how urgent this matter is?" As he spoke, he scratched his head, casting glances outside. He saw Long Aotian leering at Yang Tsuitsue, and his heart raced, fearing that something disastrous might unfold while he was away. Mu Fengfang adopted a serious demeanor, sensing Yi Feiyun's apprehensions, and felt a hint of dissatisfaction. She thought, "Yi Feiyun, you are a man. Why are you so timid and fearful? What makes Long Aotian so formidable that you are reduced to this state?" Yet, she kept these thoughts to herself, simply stating, "Yi Feiyun, I must insist that you do not allow Yang Tsuitsue to accompany Long Aotian." Yi Feiyun, in a state of agitation, protested vehemently. However, Mu Fengfang remained impassive, continuing, "No, I say no. You have no authority here." Yi Feiyun, exasperated, raised his voice in response. Outside, Long Aotian immediately furrowed his brow, casting a menacing glance in their direction, issuing a silent warning to Yi Feiyun. Yi Feiyun quickly plastered a smile on his face. Long Aotian mused, "Tsuitsue and Mu Fengfang are both destined to be mine. You dare raise your voice, and I shall find a way to deal with you later." Unaware of Long Aotian's thoughts, Yi Feiyun tugged at Mu Fengfang's sleeve, speaking in a flustered manner, "Enough. My lady, please do not complicate matters. I intend to send Yang Tsuitsue away today. Is that acceptable?" He nearly begged. Mu Fengfang raised her chin defiantly. "No. Why not?" Yi Feiyun was utterly bewildered. He thought to himself, why was she always present to disrupt his plans? It was not as though Yang Tsuitsue was her maid. Why was she meddling? He wished to persuade her further, but Mu Funfang articulated her point succinctly. If you dare to send Yang Tsuisui to Long Aotian, I will reveal that you summoned us for your bathing and dressing. Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in alarm. He sensed that Mu Funfang had uncovered his secret. It seemed she was well aware of his fear of Long Aotian discovering the entanglements between them. His gaze flickered as he scrutinized Mu Funfang, his mind racing with speculation about her intentions. No, she seemed to grasp my innermost thoughts. Hearing Yi Feiyun's internal turmoil, Mu Funfang scoffed. If I cannot deal with you, then I am unworthy of being a princess of the Deqian dynasty. Then she inquired, so, young Master Yi, do you still intend to give Yang Tsuisui to Long Aotian? Yi Feiyun's heart raced with anxiety. Yet he realized that Yang Tsuisui could not remain in his residence any longer. He lamented, indeed, our Yi household is so impoverished that we can hardly afford to eat. Have you not noticed that even Yi Ding, who used to stand nearly 2 meters tall, has now shrunk to just over 1 meter 80? If one more person were to join us, it would be untenable. He began to speak nonsensically, thinking if Long Aotian did not take Yang Tsuisui away, considering the humiliation he had suffered alongside Mu Yinyun in the palace garden, who knew what reckless actions Long Aotian might undertake. He had to ensure that Yang Tsuisui was sent away today. There was no alternative. Mu Funfang interjected again. Oh, if that is the case, I would not hesitate to inform Long Aotian about the bathing incident where you had us assist you with scrubbing and massaging. As she spoke, she playfully threatened him. Chapter 89. Guess what I told him? Mu Funfang's cheeks flushed slightly, feigning shyness as a rosy hue crept up her face. She lowered her head, her toes lightly tapping the ground, and timidly said, you even mentioned wanting me to come serve you at night. Stop, Yi Feiyun exclaimed, furrowing his brow at Mu Funfang. This was utter nonsense. How could she fabricate such tales? My lady, you would be remiss not to pursue a career in novel writing. Nonsense is not mere absurdity. It is not frivolous banter. Every word spoken here is enough to make the arrogant Long Aotian wish to tear himself apart. It is utterly absurd. Yi Feiyun could never have anticipated that the seemingly innocent Mu Funfang would utter such shameless words, which is genuinely astonishing. He merely wished to send Yang Tsuisui away. Yet why must it be such a daunting task? With a stern expression, Mu Funfang inquired, what are your thoughts now, young Master Yi? Do you still wish to send Yang Tsuisui away? At this moment, she found the situation increasingly amusing. She had just gleaned Yi Feiyun's thoughts and understood that if Yang Tsuisui were to fall into Long Aotian's hands, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. More importantly, it seemed that Long Aotian harbored ulterior motives towards her, making it even more imperative for her to prevent Yang Tsuisui from falling into his clutches. Although Yang Tsuisui's reputation was not favorable while accompanying the debauched Yi Feiyun in the Yi residence, it was still preferable to being by Long Aotian's side, where at least her life would be secure, and her purity would remain untarnished. This was the reason for Mu Funfang's firm stance. Yi Feiyun sikit havidi, his mind racing through various solutions, yet he ultimately concluded that there was no resolution. It was clear that if Mu Funfang divulged her previous words to Long Aotian, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of fury upon him, possibly sending his brain matter flying several meters away. Yi Feiyun dared not take such a risk. Meanwhile, Yang Tsuisui, despite being in his residence, was on the verge of fainting from her tears. Long Aotian, akin to a character from a web novel who perceives himself as the protagonist, acted with arrogance and brutality, bullying the antagonist without remorse. However, he should still possess some semblance of decency. If Yang Tsuisui was unwilling and he did not relent, it was likely that Long Aotian would feel embarrassed to forcibly take her away. If worst came to worst, he could always seek another opportunity to send Yang Tsuisui to Long Aotian later. Yi Feiyun contemplated thus. At present, he needed to resolve the troublesome matter of Mu Funfang swiftly. With that, he clapped his hands and replied, all right, I agree to your terms. But do not speak of this outside. Have you agreed so quickly? Weren't you quite adamant just now, young Master Yi? Mu Funfang covered her mouth and laughed, finding it increasingly amusing to manipulate Yi Feiyun. Yi Feiyun, feeling helpless, sighed, fine, you win, you win. Moments later, he took Mu Funfang by the hand and stepped out from behind the curtain. Long Aotian appeared to be growing impatient, his countenance dark. as he slammed his palm heavily against the nearby table, glaring at Feiyun with a predatory gaze. Feiyun forced a smile as he led Mu Feng to the table. Mu Feng then went to support Yang Chui, saying, "Enough, enough. Do not cry any longer, Miss Chui. Your master has assured you that you will not be expelled from the Yi residence." Yang Chui sobs abruptly ceased, her tear-streaked face suddenly revealing a flicker of clarity. The image of her nearly crying herself to death vanished without a trace. Feiyun widened his eyes in disbelief. "Good heavens! So you have been playing a game of deception with me, waiting here all along." Feiyun's expression darkened with anger. Upon hearing this, Long Aotian became furious, slamming the table once more. What? Was it not agreed that Yang Chui would be given to me? Why the sudden change of heart? Are you? Long Aotian glared at Feiyun. However, Feiyun felt a surge of anger rising within him, an overwhelming sense of displeasure. He thought to himself, "I intended to give Yang Chui to you, but now I refuse. Do you think you can bully me?" Feiyun suppressed his fury and spoke politely. "Brother Aotian, your actions are somewhat inappropriate. After all, Yang Chui is a maid in my household. She was unwilling, and I did not consent. Forcing her away like this is rather improper, don't you think?" Feiyun's anger surged. Was Long Aotian truly so shameless? Yang Chui had clearly refused, yet he dared to make a forceful claim, truly believing the Yi residence to be a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. But the audacity of his continued oppression made Feiyun realize he could not remain passive. The blood of a man surged within him, and he could no longer contain it. Long Aotian widened his eyes in disbelief. "What did you say?" He never expected Feiyun to dare oppose him. After being sent down the mountain by his master, he had intended to sweep away all opposition and gather a harem. How could a mere insignificant figure like Feiyun dare throw him out? Before he could finish his thought, Feiyun shouted loudly, "Yi Ding!" Suddenly, the formidable Yi Ding stumbled in from outside, his fierce gaze scanning the room, exuding an aura of intimidation. Feiyun gesturet grandly. "Drag him away and throw him out. If he does not comply, beat him until he is senseless." Feiyun himself was taken aback by his sudden audacity, shouting with such fervor. Even though Long Aotian possessed formidable skills, he was caught off guard by this unexpected assault, unable to defend himself. "Ye dink snidit. Let us go, kid." He had long harbored disdain for Long Aotian, and with Feiyun's command, he was more than eager to drag Long Aotian out the door. Long Aotian's anguished cries echoed from outside. Feiyun, you wait for me. Feiyun, you wait for me." His limbs flailed helplessly in the air as Yi Ding roughly pulled him out like a chick. At last, tranquility returned to the world. Feiyun turned to see Yang Chui's frail form slumped against the stone steps, weeping bitterly, her shoulders shaking, as if she might faint at any moment. Feiyun's brow furrowed in concern as he called out, "Someone!" Thudding footsteps followed as several servants dressed as house attendants rushed in, their faces filled with respect. "Young Master Yi," they exclaimed. "Let's help Miss Yang Chui to her room to rest. Remember, do not neglect her in any way. If she needs anything, let her speak freely." Upon hearing Feiyun's instructions, the servants exchanged worried glances at Yang Chui, who was on the brink of losing consciousness. Knowing how serious the situation was, they dared not be careless, and one of them cautiously assisted Yang Chui as they moved towards the door. As his anger dissipated, Feiyun's keen intellect regained its dominance. "I was taken aback when I inadvertently drove Long Aotian away. This surely spells disaster." Feiyun clicked his tongue, feeling as if an unseen gaze was fixated upon him, which left him perplexed. Turning his head, he caught sight of Mu Feng, who was staring at him in astonishment, her eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. "What are you doing?" Feiyun instinctively felt a tightness in his chest and quickly inquired. "In nothing, just observing you," Mu Feng replied, her tone markedly different from usual, imbued with a hint of girlish shyness. How striking he was! When had she ever seen Feiyun exude such a formidable and commanding presence? Previously, he resembled a mouse confronted by a cat whenever he encountered Long Aotian. Yet now, Feiyun seemed unfazed by Long Aotian's authority, boldly protecting Yang Chui and ordering Yi Ding to expel Long Aotian, thus crafting an image of a true hero in her eyes. observing Mu Funfang, who appeared utterly enamored, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Feiyun felt a pang of anxiety and hastily waved his hand, saying, stop it, let us discuss this outside. He wasn't ready to sacrifice himself. This was the longest he had survived since his arrival, and he yearned to live on. He had no desire to jeopardize his own life. Half an hour later, Feiyun's presence had vanished from Yi Manor, having gone into hiding. Regret washed over him after impulsively allowing Yi Ding to throw Long Aotian out. If this continued, Long Aotian would undoubtedly seek retribution against his entire family, and merely contemplating this filled Yi Feiyun with dread. At that moment, by a serene lake on the outskirts of the capital, Yi Feiyun and Mu Funfang strolled along the water's edge, engaged in philosophical musings about life and aspirations for the future. A furrow of worry marred Yi Feiyun's brow. Had Mu Funfang not provocatively taunted him, he would not have acted so recklessly. If only I had slapped myself back then, he mused. I should never have allowed Yi Ding to eject Long Aotian. The mere thought made his head feel heavier than ever. Beside him, Mu Funfang occasionally glanced at the lake and then at Yi Feiyun, her beautiful eyes twinkling with unspoken thoughts. As they walked, Yi Feiyun leaned in and quietly asked, "Tell me, did you do that on purpose?" "Huh?" Mu Funfang looked up at him in surprise. Previously, when she had seen Yi Feiyun insist on giving Yang Chui Chui to Long Aotian, she had indeed acted deliberately. However, his unexpected question now made her feel guilty, prompting her to laugh nervously and deflect. "Nonsense. I merely thought Yang Chui Chui was kind-hearted and didn't want her to fall into Long Aotian's clutches." At that moment, Yi Feiyun's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze intently on Mu Funfang. "Why do you look at me like that?" she stammered, flustered as she averted her eyes. "What did you just call him?" "Long Aotian. You know his name? You know he is not Hu Aotian?" Yi Feiyun's tone turned anxious, realizing that Mu Funfang was clearly trying to ensnare him in a trap. This was a ploy. She was fully aware that Hu Aotian was merely Long Aotian in disguise, and she had intentionally brought him to the manor to vex him. With swift steps, Mu Funfang darted away, disappearing from sight in no time. Yi Feiyun smacked his thigh in frustration. "I can't believe I fell for that." Sitting by the lakeside, he watched the rushing water, splashes dancing upon the surface. A few children played joyfully in the distance. Yi Feiyun's mind was increasingly muddled. The more he attempted to distance himself from Long Aotian, the more entangled he seemed to become with him. Why did it feel like the more he tried to avoid him, the more he surfaced? Just then a melodious female voice reached his ears. "Yi Fei here. This is for you." Turning his head, he was met with a string of Tonghulu, candied hawthorn skewers, almost thrust into his face. The Tonghulu, glistening and transparent, was coated with vibrant red sugar, exuding an enticingly sweet aroma. Yi Feiyun wrinkled his nose. It smelled delightful. In the flourishing Qin dynasty, such snacks were ubiquitous in the capital, so it was not surprising. What was surprising, however, was that Mu Funfang had purchased them. With a skewer in hand, she munched on the Tonghulu, the sugar coating crunching audibly as she chewed. Her eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Yi Feiyun, asking, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat?" Yi Feiyun frowned, wary that this mischievous girl might have poisoned the treat. He recalled how she had previously brought Long Aotian to his manor, leaving him with a lingering sense of danger. He suspected she harbored ill intentions, and Yang Chui Chui in his home resembled a ticking time bomb. Though he had pleaded with Mu Funfang to take Yang Chui Chui away, she had staunchly refused. Now, she presented him with Tonghulu. What could her true intentions be? Surely, she hadn't laced it with something sinister. Noticing his apprehension, Mu Funfang huffed playfully. "Oh, Yi Feiyun, refusing to eat Tonghulu? Fine, then I'll give his skewer to Long Aotian and say it was a gift from you." Wait. Yi Feiyun quickly rose and snatched the Tonghulu from her grasp. This could not end well. If Mu Funfang told Long Aotian that he had bought this Tonghulu, given Long Aotian's vindictive nature, he might misconstrue it as evidence of an improper relationship between himself and Long Aotian's harem. He could easily find himself in dire straits, possibly facing retaliation in various forms. To avert disaster, he thought, "I'll eat it." Consuming a skewer of Tonghulu was hardly a monumental issue. If it were poisoned, so be it. In that moment, he felt an urge to resign himself to fate. Having traversed into the Daqian dynasty, although he felt no significant events had transpired, nothing seemed to go his way. He found himself drifting further from his original goals, which included maintaining a safe distance from Long Aotian and his harem, living a carefree life as a playboy. How splendid that would have been. Yet now, Long Aotian despised him, Mu Tian how had taken interest in him, and Mu Fengfang and Mu Yinyun followed him like shadows, ignoring Long Aotian entirely. Yi Feiyun sighed, pondering his predicament. He bit into the tong holu, the sugary coating melting in his mouth, the sweetness blossoming on his palate, truly delightful. His eyes lit up, and he took several more bites, his cheeks bulging like a little rodent. Mu Fengfang chuckled at his antics. So how does it taste? After chatting for a while, she suddenly suggested, Feiyun, why don't we take a stroll by the riverbank? Yi Feiyun did not even notice the change in how she addressed him. Without giving it much thought, he stood up and replied, let us go then. As they walked along the path, a gentle breeze whispered past them, their contrasting heights casting a harmonious silhouette together. The river surged nearby, waves crashing against the shore, creating white ripples. Willow trees swayed in the wind, and, on the pebble-laden path, their figures resembled a couple in love from a bygone era. Mu Fengfang remained silent, while Yi Feiyun busied himself with the tong holu, almost as if he were venting his frustrations regarding Long Aotian through it. Before long, the tong holu was devoured, and he let out a satisfied burp. Gazing longingly at the bamboo skewer, just as he was about to lick it, Mu Fengfang suddenly spoke. Yi Feiyun, what do you think of me? What? Yi Feiyun was caught off guard, staring at Mu Fengfang in bewilderment. Her delicate face flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture, as if she dared not meet Yi Feiyun's gaze directly. Her elegant eyebrows arched gently, and her once pearly complexion now bore a trace of rosy hue, rendering her appearance somewhat bashful. Yi Feiyun was taken aback. Having lived through countless novels, how could he not recognize such a demeanor? This shy disposition was familiar to him, and it was evident that Mu Fengfang was speaking to a man she admired. However, something felt amiss. A jolt surged through him as he stared wide-eyed at Mu Fengfang. Mu Fengfang remarked, I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf? Although her words retained their usual sharpness, the tone had transformed entirely, reminiscent of a little girl playfully teasing a man. Yi Feiyun furrowed his brow deeper, at a loss for words. Just then, Mu Fengfang made a startling inquiry. Yi Feiyun, do you truly have feelings for Mu Yinyun? If possible, could you suggest to His Majesty that we give a try? Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him. Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw. Can I just return this tong holu to you? He wore a bitter expression. Mu Fengfang, upon hearing his response, raised her eyebrows in indignation. Humph, go to hell. With that, she swung her hand towards him, and Yi Feiyun quickly dodged, narrowly escaping her slap. Furious, Mu Fengfang hastily departed, her figure soon disappearing from view. Yi Feiyun stood rooted in place, scratching his head, his thoughts in disarray as he muttered to himself. It's over, it's over. I'm doomed. Mu Fengfang just confessed to me. He was utterly stunned. It was imperative to resolve matters with Mu Yinyun first. Yet now Mu Fengfang had declared her feelings for him. What was he to do? He smacked his thigh and cried out, this is a calamity. At that moment, a maid, her face flushed with indignation, interjected, Miss, if you feel wronged, tell me, and I will confront them. Mu Fengfang's expression darkened, and her maid's words only added to her frustration as she snapped, be quiet. The maid reluctantly fell silent, her wide eyes filled with curiosity as she observed Mu Fengfang. Hesitant to speak further, during their conversation at the Yi residence, the maid had found Yi Feiyun's fierce retorts towards Long Aotian quite handsome. Having grown up alongside him, she noticed how he had seemingly shed his former frivolous nature, displaying genuine concern for the common folk and worry over Yang Tsuetsue's affairs, embodying the qualities of a true gentleman. Chapter 92. How did they arrive at home? Although Yi Feiyun had been deliberately portraying a wayward persona and seemed eager to distance himself from the man named Long Aotian, Mu Fengfang could discern that this was not his true self. The term incongruity perfectly encapsulated this man. Strangely, she felt a budding affection towards Yi Feiyun, despite her earlier embarrassment at having spoken such shameless words. To her astonishment, Yi Feiyun had rejected her. The maid continued to observe Mu Fengfang intently. With a lift of her brow, their eyes met, and she said irritably, "What are you staring at? Focus on driving the carriage." "Yes, miss," the maid quickly complied, closing the curtain and steering the carriage ahead. As the carriage rocked, Mu Fanfang's thoughts swirled chaotically. Just moments ago, she had shared her feelings with Yi Feiyun, only for him to suggest returning the Tonghalu. How infuriating! She felt a surge of anger, ready to throw the unfinished Tonghalu out of the carriage. But as she lifted the curtain, a flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes. "Yi Feiyun," a feminine voice called from the carriage, though the meaning was lost on her. The situation with Mu Yanyan remained unresolved, and now there was the emergence of Wang Dafang. Yi Feiyun sighed helplessly, but as he entered the courtyard, an unsettling premonition gripped him. The two guards stationed at the entrance averted their gazes, as if concealing something from him. Their expressions betrayed a sense of trepidation. "Nothing is wrong, young master," they stammered, but Yi Feiyun furrowed his brow, noticing that they had turned their heads away, bowing deeply. They seemed preoccupied with staring at their feet, remaining silent. A chill ran down Yi Feiyun's spine, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Something was amiss. His instincts were usually reliable, and he felt certain that trouble was brewing. As he ventured further inside, he heard a woman's voice echoing from the distant hall, accompanied by the unmistakable laughter of his father. "Ha ha!" The sound drifted from the inner courtyard, lingering in the air for some time before dissipating. "Ah, Miss Wang, it has been years since we last met, and you have grown even more beautiful," his mother's voice chimed in. The name resonated in Yi Feiyun's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wang Dafang. A sudden realization struck him. Why was Wang Dafang visiting his residence at this time? Could it be related to the earlier incident involving Liu Bing? The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, and he felt an urgent need to escape. After all, he had no desire to be embroiled in this matter, especially since the issues with Mu Yanyan and Mu Fanfang remained unresolved. As for Wang Dafang, he wished to keep as much distance as possible. He sensed that she harbored some feelings for him as well. "Dear heavens, please spare me from the harem of Long Aotian. I can hardly endure it." Just as Yi Feiyun was stealthily preparing to slip away, a thunderous voice called from behind. "Yi Feiyun, where do you think you're going?" He turned to see his father, his belly protruding, stroking his beard with a serious expression. I just need to rest for a moment. Rest my foot. Miss Wang is here, and you don't even bother to greet her before running off?" Yi Dashi fumed. Yi Feiyun forced a sheepish smile. Turning again, he caught sight of Wang Dafang, sitting quietly at the square table, a steaming cup of tea before her. Dressed in elegant red attire, she appeared both dignified and graceful, as if she had taken great care in her appearance today. Yi Feiyun managed a strained smile and waved at her. "Wang. Miss Wang, what brings you here?" "Hello." Yi Feiyun felt a surge of anxiety, his eyes darting around. Surely Wang Dafang would not have come to his residence, especially after their previous encounter where he had not treated her kindly. Given her fiery temper, it seemed unlikely she would come to the Yi residence without cause. Could it be that another crisis was at hand? Was it possible that his father's corruption case had resurfaced and been discovered by Mu Tianhao? Yi Feiyun's mind raced with thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Yi Feiyun's heart skipped a beat, his gaze flitting around as though searching for something. Good heavens! The way Wang Dafang spoke to him was akin to a wife greeting her long-absent husband. If Long Aotian were to witness this, it would spell disaster. "You are part of Long Aotian's harem. Have some self-respect." "Feiyun, what are you staring at? Miss Wang has arrived. Why aren't you greeting her properly instead of gawking around?" Yi Feiyun's father, losing his temper, seized Yi Feiyun's ear and dragged him before Wang Dafang. "Miss Wang, it has been a while," Yi Feiyun said, a pained smile gracing his face as he faced Wang Dafang. "Weren't we just together yesterday? What do you mean by it has been a while?" Wang Dafang replied with a smile that held a hint of sharpness. She continued, "Uncle Yi, there's no need for such formalities. I only came to have a few words with Yi Feiyun." "A few words?" Yi Feiyun's eyes widened. What could we possibly have to discuss? Their prior entanglement had been the talk of the town, a source of great scandal. Yi Feiyun felt as though he owed Wang Dafang a debt. Though Yi Dashi remained courteous, his gaze at his son was filled with frustration. Yet, one cannot help but sigh in admiration. Indeed, she is of my own blood, having chased him all the way home. Although Mu Tianhao has long since betrothed Mu Yanyan to Yi Feiyun, it is evident that the Yi family is making remarkable strides. Can the Wang family simply overlook this? Wang Hu and his father, Wang Dafang, are the commanders of the capital's armed guards. interacting daily with officials of varying ranks within the palace. Which family does not require assistance at some point? The Wang family wields considerable influence in the capital. If they could also bring this young lady from the Wang family into the Yi residence, it would surely be a splendid affair. Chapter 93. What are you up to now? Merely contemplating this brings a delightful thrill, does it not? Yi Dacian and Yi Mu departed hastily, vanishing in no time, leaving Yi Feiyun and Wang Dafeng standing awkwardly together. Wang Dafeng's complexion was flushed, as if she were deep in thought, her gaze occasionally darting toward Yi Feiyun. Yi Feiyun felt a tightening in his chest. Surely, this girl is not concocting some scheme against me again? Wang Dafeng's temperament is quite different from Mu Yinyan's. While Mu Yinyan may simply harbor resentment and covertly resist, Wang Dafeng is fiery and prone to stirring trouble at the slightest provocation. Having grown up alongside Wang Hu, they are lifelong friends, and naturally, he has spent many years with Wang Dafeng as well. In their childhood games, she would wield real knives and sword against him, and surviving those encounters was a testament to Yi Feiyun's resilience. With this in mind, he regarded Wang Dafeng with a tense expression. Wang Dafeng, her face slightly flushed, looked at Yi Feiyun and asked, Yi Feiyun, did you save me last time out of genuine intent? She fidgeted with her hands beneath her skirt, seemingly embarrassed to voice the question, unable to meet Yi Feiyun's eyes, resembling a bashful young girl. Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized Wang Dafeng. Initially, he had assumed that her arrival at the Yi residence was to confront him regarding Liu Bing, especially after he had previously beaten her mercilessly with a group of ruffians. It was plausible that Wang Dafeng sought revenge. However, the current situation felt distinctly off. He blinked, pondering quietly, upon noticing Yi Feiyun's prolonged silence. Wang Dafeng's face flushed with irritation, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, Yi Feiyun, I am speaking to you. Are you listening? Yi Feiyun, feeling embarrassed, responded with an awkward smile. Miss Wang, you misunderstand. My visit to the southern part of the city to rescue you was purely coincidental. Wang Dafeng blinked, her skepticism evident. Yi Feiyun hastily clarified, indeed, Miss Wang, I happened to pass by and saw you in a scuffle, so I had no choice but to intervene. Please do not misunderstand. There was no ulterior motive. Yi Feiyun's mind raced with anxiety. Goodness, could this girl be about to confess her feelings like Mu Fengfang did? That would spell disaster. He merely wished to ensure his own safety, not to entangle himself in further complications. Mu Yinyan was already troublesome enough. If Wang Dafeng were to become similarly unclear, he would surely be in dire straits. Wang Dafeng's expression shifted in surprise. She could hear Yi Feiyun's thoughts, and the notion of Mu Fengfang confessing to him left her utterly stunned. Wang Dafeng's eyes flitted about as she scrutinized Yi Feiyun, clearly contemplating something. Yi Feiyun, equally conflicted, dared not speculate on her thoughts, wishing only to extricate himself from this predicament. Upon sensing Yi Feiyun's internal musings, Wang Dafeng's expression turned fierce as she retorted, Yi Feiyun, if you do not harbor feelings for me, then why did you save me last time? You rescued me and now act this way. What does it mean? Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this possibly be my fault? She came here of her own accord. Did I invite her? And yet, she entered my home as if she were the mistress. Anyone unaware would think I had wandered into the wrong house. However, while these thoughts remained unspoken, they were clearly conveyed to Wang Dafeng, inciting her anger. Before he could respond, a commotion erupted outside. Young master, something is amiss. Yi Feiyun turned, disregarding Wang Dafeng. Seeing the flustered Yi Ding, he felt a surge of annoyance. Had it not been for Yi Ding's loyalty, he would have long since kicked him out of the Yi residence. Nevertheless, Yi Ding was a loyal retainer of the original owner, and Yi Feiyun could not bring himself to dismiss him. Irritated, he demanded, what is it? Speak quickly. If there's an issue, say it. Can't you see I'm conversing with Miss Wang? With Wang Dafeng present, Yi Feiyun felt overwhelmed. The interruption from Yi Ding was infuriating. Panting, Yi Ding leaned against the doorframe, gasping, it's bad. Wang was gone to the Yihong courtyard. The Yihong courtyard? Yi Feiyun was taken aback, quickly turning his head. Wang Dafeng's face froze, her beauty marred by a hint of anger. Her brother, who spends his days in frivolity, has now wandered off to the Yihong courtyard. Yi Ding looked up, suddenly realizing Wang Dafeng was still present, and in a moment of unease, reiterated, young Master Yi, young Master Wang has gone to the Yihong courtyard. The Yihong courtyard? Is that unusual? Yi Feiyun's expression reflected his astonishment. To him, it was odd for Wang Hu to refrain from visiting the Yihong courtyard. He might as well be their most frequent patron. It was likely that out of 365 days, he spent 364 there, and the remaining day was merely for a holiday. Yi Feiyun waved his hand dismissively. Do not bother me with such trivial matters. Jiding Fitty explained. No. This time young Master Wang went to the Yihong courtyard because Liu Bing summoned him. I sensed something was off. It seems Liu Bing has laid many traps. Our spies discovered this, so I felt compelled to inform you. What? Yi Feiyun shouted. Soudain rejalink kuruşul détails. Long Aotian colluded with Liu Bing. After Yi Feiyun had nearly beaten Liu Bing to death at the autumn hunt, the drug in Liu Bing's possession was given by Long Aotian. With their combined efforts, they plotted against Yi Feiyun. Wang Hu, being Yi Feiyun's closest confidant and loyal supporter, was well known throughout the capital. Chapter 94. Trouble is brewing. Liu Bing targeted Wang Hu, intending to use the pretext of Wang Hu, a court official, indulging in debauchery at the Yihong courtyard, to have him executed on the spot. In the original text, Wang Dafeng investigated for a long time without results, ultimately concluding that her brother had instigated violence and was subsequently killed in retaliation. Yi Feiyun quickly pieced together the sinister plot. It was undoubtedly Long Aotian's doing. Long Aotian, filled with hatred for Yi Feiyun, could not strike at him directly due to Liu Bing's thwarted ambitions. Instead, he set his sights on Wang Hu. Yi Feiyun's heart raced with urgency as he hastened to leave, exclaiming, "This is bad. Trouble is brewing." Wang Dafeng, having not yet finished her thoughts, was furious to see Yi Feiyun turning to flee. "Stop, Yi Feiyun," she shouted. Yi Feiyun turned around, remembering that there was indeed still a troublesome matter at hand. "Miss Wang, please do not linger. Your brother is in imminent danger. Do you understand? In danger? What could possibly happen?" Wang Dafeng furrowed her brow, her face a mask of confusion. In her eyes, while Wang Hu may indulge in frivolities at Yihong Yuan, squandering money and neglecting his duties, he could only be deemed a wayward soul. In her mind, the notion of something grave occurring was unfathomable. Could her brother truly be in peril? Yi Feiyun, unaware of Wang Dafeng's musings, suddenly had a bright idea. After all, Wang Dafeng was one of the renowned 4 great captains of the capital. With her presence, neither Liu Bing nor Long Aotian would dare to harm Wang Hu. He was oblivious to the number of henchmen Liu Bing had dispatched to Wang Hu's side, recklessly charging and could very well ensnare him as well. Thus, bringing Wang Dafeng along seemed the most prudent course of action. After all, Wang Hu was one of his closest allies, fiercely loyal, and he could not abandon him in his time of need. Without hesitation, Yi Feiyun gestured, "Come on, Wang Dafeng. We must leave at once. The situation is dire." Grasped by his hand, she fell silent. Yi Ding, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in confusion. But with the urgency of the situation weighing on him, he quickly followed suit. Outside, a lavishly adorned carriage awaited. Without a moment's thought, Yi Feiyun pulled Wang Dafeng aboard, with Yi Ding hastily joining them. Cracking the whip, the carriage surged forward through the streets of the capital, causing citizens to scatter in panic, shouting in alarm. "Who is that? Stop talking nonsense. Can't you see that's the Yi family's carriage? Are you courting death? How dare you speak?" A warning rang out, and the earlier speaker promptly fell silent, chastened. The carriage barreled through to the entrance of Yihong Yuan. There, a throng of elegantly dressed young women were soliciting patrons, and an older matron with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth immediately recognized Yi Feiyun's carriage, smiling broadly. "Ah, Master Yi, your presence is an honor. I regret not welcoming you properly. Where's Wang Hu?" Yi Feiyun inquired, pulling aside the carriage curtain. "Master Wang is upstairs indulging himself. What is the matter?" At that moment, Wang Dafeng stepped out of the carriage. The matron's expression faltered, her demeanor shifting as if a mouse had spotted a cat. She stood frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. Everyone knew that Wang Dafeng was one of the 4 great captains of the capital. While Yihong Yuan may not be illegal in the eyes of the Deqian dynasty, it certainly dabbled in gray areas. The mere presence of Wang Dafeng here was enough to instill anxiety in those who frequented such establishments. Wang Dafeng, observing the haze and debauchery surrounding her, frowned, her displeasure evident. "Yi Feiyun, what is the meaning of bringing me here?" Yi Feiyun, lacking time for an explanation, urged, "Sister, please hurry. Your brother Wang, who is in grave danger." Upon hearing this, the matron's hair stood on end as she quickly interjected, "Master Yi, you mustn't speak so carelessly." With no time to spare, Yi Feiyun tugged Wang Dafang into Yi Hongyuan. Wang Dafang's heart raced, despite Yi Feiyun's penchant for recklessness. Surely he would not fabricate such a dire scenario. If anything were to happen to her brother Wang Hu, it would indeed spell calamity. However, a nagging feeling of unease crept in her mind. They were not the most prominent family in the capital, certainly overshadowed by the likes of the Yi family. But the Wang family possessed a measure of influence. Who would dare endanger Wang Hu? As they entered Yi Hongyuan, the vibrant atmosphere was palpable, with a motley assortment of characters milling about. Upon catching sight of Wang Dafang's pure and delicate beauty, one man brazenly called out, "What a stunning girl! Come, share a drink with me, and I'll reward you handsomely." Yi Feiyun shot a fierce glare at the drunken provocateur, yet he remained unfazed. Wang Dafang, taken aback, swiftly revealed a golden badge from her waist, emblazoned with a striking emblem of justice, sending a ripple of shock through the crowd. "By heavens, it's the Ministry of Justice." Instantly, those who had been the loudest turned away, feigning disinterest. Yi Feiyun grasped Wang Dafang's hand and ascended the stairs, the sound of their footsteps echoing. Having already inquired about Wang Hu's whereabouts, they rushed toward the designated room. As they approached, Wang Hu's voice could be heard wailing, "Oh no, please don't." A series of pained cries ensued, and Yi Feiyun's eyes lit up. He had arrived just in time, as Wang Hu had not yet crossed the threshold of disaster. With a forceful shove, he flung open the door, and Wang Dafang's heart raced in tandem. Though her brother was indeed a bit of a rogue, he was nonetheless their father's cherished child. Growing up together, their bond was profound. If Wang Hu were in peril, she would never stand idly by. With a crash, the door swung open, revealing the startled figures of partially clad women scrambling to cover themselves. Yi Feiyun froze in shock, while Wang Dafang's face flushed with anger. Her body trembling as she gritted her teeth, each word punctuated with fury. "Yi Feiyun, is this what you meant by my brother being in danger?" At that moment, Wang Hu lay sprawled across a sumptuous bed, clad only in his trousers, basking in the comforts of indulgence, his face flushed with pleasure. Chapter 95, The Pinnacle of Indulgence. Several disheveled women cowered in the corner, their eyes wide with terror, the crimson flush on their cheeks betraying the events that had transpired within those four walls. Wang Hu abruptly lifted his head, spotting Yi Feiyun and exclaiming, "Hey Feiyun, what brings you here? Come quickly, you must see these girls. They are truly exquisite." Yi Feiyun's face darkened, his anger boiling as he gazed at Wang Hu, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He had rushed to save him, only to find him engaged in such ignoble acts. Yi Feiyun's temples throbbed with indignation. Yet, a thought struck him. According to the original narrative, Wang Hu had been lured here by Liu Bing, who had orchestrated a deadly plot while he was inebriated. Had he perhaps arrived too early? Yi Feiyun's eyes darted about, assessing the surroundings. Meanwhile, Wang Dafang's expression was stormy. Her brother's reckless behavior was no surprise, but she had often turned a blind eye to his escapades. Now, however, Yi Feiyun had brought her here, claiming her brother's life was in jeopardy. Was this a peculiar quirk of his? Her face burned with rage as she glared at Yi Feiyun, her eyes seemingly ready to kill. Yi Feiyun hurriedly attempted to clarify. No, sister. Please let me explain. It is not what you think." As he pleaded, he shot a menacing look at Wang Hu, who remained bewildered, utterly unaware of the chaos unfolding around him. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, filled with mirth. "Gather around. I want to see if Wang Hu is as tough as they say. Today, I shall not believe he can escape." Upon hearing those words, Yi Feiyun immediately slapped his thigh, his expression brightening with joy. Finally, it has arrived. Meanwhile, Wang Dafang's delicate face froze as she turned to gaze outside. She understood the implication behind the words. They truly intended to harm her brother, Wang Hu. Just then, as the voice faded, two figures swaggered in, their expressions brimming with arrogance. Liu Bing's countenance darkened, while Long Aotian revealed his true nature as he entered the Yihong courtyard. Behind them followed a throng of servants, brandishing gleaming swords, their faces ashen, effectively sealing off the room. Liu Bing and Long Aotian had already conspired. At present, Yi Feiyun was an impediment in the Dacian dynasty. Liu Bing sought vengeance for past grievances and thus allied with Long Aotian, planning to eliminate Wang Hu, Yi Feiyun's top lackey, within the Yi home courtyard. They intended to shift the blame onto Yi Feiyun, anticipating that the emperor's wrath would lead to Yi Feiyun's imprisonment in the dungeons. Their intentions were perfectly aligned. Pursuing Mu Fengfang, the other party treated her with disdain. Pursuing Mu Yinyun, their focus remained solely on Yi Feiyun. Yet, no matter the circumstance, it seemed that Yi Feiyun always stole the spotlight. More critically, during the last visit to the Yi residence, Yang Tsuitsue had stubbornly refused to leave with her, as if determined to cling to the Yi family. Frustrated, Long Aotian resolved to eliminate Wang Hu alongside Liu Bing. "Listen up, everyone. Wang Hu must not escape today," Liu Bing declared, her gaze sweeping the room until it landed on Yi Feiyun and Wang Dafang. The two froze in astonishment. "What is happening?" Yi Feiyun pondered anxiously. Long Aotian, thumping his chest, remained oblivious to Yi Feiyun and Wang Dafang's presence. "Rest assured, leave this to me. If I don't eliminate Wang Hu today, I won't believe myself to be Long." He then added, "By the way, once this is settled, you must fulfill your promise of those 10 lovely girls." As Long Aotian spoke, he too caught sight of Yi Feiyun and Wang Dafang. His body trembled, disbelief flickering across his brow, his expression filled with dread. How could Yi Feiyun possibly be in this room? Long Aotian couldn't comprehend. Wang Dafang, having overheard their entire conversation, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "What are you two planning to do in the capital? Who do you intend to harm?" Her eyes sparkled with fury. As one of the 4 renowned detectives in the capital, she despised lawlessness and the disregard for justice. Today, Liu Bing and Long Aotian dared to conspire against her brother right before her eyes. How could this not ignite her wrath? Liu Bing was thrown into disarray. Upon seeing Wang Dafang, Long Aotian was momentarily shaken. He was aware of her background. Her father was the captain of the blade-bearing guards in the capital. Her connections were formidable, and she was one of the potential candidates in his harem. How could she appear here? Did she overhear what I just said? Anxiety surged within Long Aotian as he hastily attempted to smooth things over. "Ah, Miss Wang, what brings you here?" "I was merely—" He abruptly nudged Liu Bing, seemingly oblivious. Liu Bing quickly suggested, "Long, why don't we just eliminate all 3? If we're going to do it, let us do it right." Her face glinted with malice. Initially, she had only intended to deal with Wang Hu, but with Yi Feiyun and Wang Dafang present, all 3 posed significant obstacles in her pursuit of Mu Yinyun. Therefore, it would be more efficient to eliminate them all at once. However, in response, Liu Bing received a resounding slap, spinning her around before she collapsed to the ground, covering her face in shock as she gazed at Long Aotian. "Oh, Long, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Long Aotian declared with righteous indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know that the laws of the Dacian dynasty prioritize justice?" "Cease your chatter." Chapter 96. What nonsense are you talking? I am a good person. Long Aotian scolded vehemently, having initially intended to stage a heroic rescue before Wang Dafang. If he aligned himself with Liu Bing now, what would he become? If Wang Dafang were to perceive any misstep, Long Aotian's standing in the Dacian dynasty would be irreparably damaged. Liu Bing's face was filled with grievance. "No, that's not it, Long. We had agreed to eliminate Wang Hu first." "Be quiet," Long Aotian shouted, fearing Liu Bing might reveal too much. He then unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches upon Liu Bing, who cried out in agony. Yi Feiyun and Wang Dafang watched in shock, their hearts racing. Thankfully, the blows did not land on them. Long Aotian was merciless, targeting the most vulnerable spots. Yi Feiyun was astonished, swallowing hard. Long Aotian grew increasingly frantic, hastening his assault upon Liu Bing, fearful that she might accidentally betray their plans. Before long, Liu Bing was left gasping for breath, her face bruised and speech slurred, resembling a beaten dog on the floor, her voice weak. The servants behind them exchanged bewildered glances. Frozen in place. What was happening? Hadn't their young master just reached an agreement with Long Aotian? Why was Long Aotian now assaulting him? Was this a feigned act of cruelty? The servants were anxious, unsure of how to proceed. After all, their master had explicitly instructed them to heed Long Aotian's commands upon entering. Yet now, Long Aotian was attacking their master. Should they intervene? What was the situation? As everyone stood there in stunned silence, Yi Feiyun seized the moment, his eyes lighting up. Long Aotian had come to the Yi home courtyard specifically for Wang Hu. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyun and Mu Fenfong were unaware of his circumstances. If he could arrange for Wang Dafeng and Long Aotian to join forces, perhaps Long Aotian would harbor less resentment towards him. His mind raced as he formulated a plan. Miss Wan, look, Long Aotian is truly a youthful hero. Huh? Long Aotian was taken aback. Was there someone who praised him so suddenly? Wang Dafeng was equally surprised. What was happening? Yi Feiyun's thoughts seemed to contradict his words entirely. Why the sudden praise for him? Lu Bing groaned, ow, 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 as Long Aotian delivered another blow, causing her to faint. Enough chatter. Yi Feiyun strode towards Long Aotian, who stared wide-eyed in confusion. Wang Dafeng, observing the exchange, felt a surge of anxiety. She had sensed Yi Feiyun's thoughts, realizing he appeared fearful of Long Aotian, and it seemed he was subtly aligning himself with him. Had he truly intended to offer her to Long Aotian? This detestable Yi Feiyun. Was this truly her worth in his eyes? Wang Dafeng felt a surge of anger rising within her, but just as she was about to unleash it, a brilliant idea struck her. Since Yi Feiyun was apprehensive about Long Aotian and planned to offer herself to him, it was evident that she feared the implications of any relationship between them. Therefore, if Yi Feiyun approached Long Aotian, showering him with extravagant praise, Brother Aotian, I perceive you to be the epitome of celestial grace, perfectly balanced and exceptional in every aspect, a true prodigy of heaven and earth. Long Aotian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that he was truly this remarkable? Yi Feiyun continued his enthusiastic flattery. Look at Lu Bing, that incorrigible scoundrel. You gave him a sound thrashing. Such parasites of the Qian dynasty certainly deserve a stern reprimand. We must not show leniency. Indeed, for every one of such individuals, I advocate for a direct confrontation. Long Aotian began to find Yi Feiyun increasingly agreeable. It was clear that his efforts were aimed at impressing Wang Dafeng, hoping to stage a heroic rescue to win her admiration. With Lu Bing's threats against his brother Wang, who now neutralized, the plan seemed to be unfolding perfectly. What a clever strategy, a true stroke of genius. Long Aotian felt a rush of excitement as he observed Wang Dafeng, sensing her growing affection. However, he was startled to find that she appeared oblivious to his intentions. Frowning, he was suddenly interrupted by Wang Dafeng, who, glancing around with admiration, exclaimed, Brother Aotian, I suddenly find you quite impressive. Her demeanor was shy and demure, reminiscent of a bashful maiden. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke in a sweet, lilting tone. Yi Feiyun was left utterly astonished. Slapping his thigh in realization, he thought, finally, the narrative is aligning with my intentions. At last, one of the heroines is joining Long Aotian's harem. Long Aotian, buoyed by the moment, feigned nonchalance. Sister Wang Dafeng, do not fret. As long as you express your desires, I shall ensure that all your wishes are fulfilled. Just tell me, apart from Lu Bing, who else should I deal with? He boasted shamelessly, while Yi Feiyun inwardly reveled in the situation, contemplating how he might discreetly exit, leaving Wang Dafeng to pursue her romance with the protagonist. The thought of enjoying his carefree life while they indulged in their affection was utterly delightful. Yet, unexpectedly, Wang Dafeng hesitated, appearing as if she wished to speak, but was too shy to articulate her thoughts. Long Aotian, sensing her unease, reassured her, Sister Wang Dafeng, rest assured. Whatever it is you wish to discuss, I shall handle it for you. Yi Feiyun, however, was filled with suspicion. Lu Bing had been dealt with. Could there be another antagonist lurking? Was there anyone Long Aotian could not subdue? Despite his notorious reputation, Long Aotian was undeniably skilled, possessing formidable martial prowess. Yi Feiyun could not dismiss this. Suddenly, Wang Dafeng raised her hand, pointing directly at Yi Feiyun. Yes, there's him. Help me deal with him. She tugged at Long Aotian's sleeve. What? Yi Feiyun exclaimed, a bitter smile forming on his lips as he turned to face Long Aotian. Chapter 97. Accompany me to admire the flowers. Long Aotian's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as if he were ready to kill. This was disastrous. Yi Feiyun stared incredulously at Wang Dafeng, unable to comprehend how she could betray him in such a manner. They had no prior enmity. So why was she playing this game? This was beyond comprehension. Yi Feiyun was stunned, never anticipating such a turn of events. Wait! Yi Feiyun abruptly raised his hand, blocking Long Aotian, who seemed poised to attack. Long Aotian's expression was grim, his eyes ablaze with fury. Brother Aotian, grant me a few moments to clarify the situation. Long Aotian remained silent, while Wang Dafeng, with an air of nonchalance, crossed her arms, seemingly amused. Yi Feiyun, with a serious demeanor, pulled Wang Dafeng to the side. Lowering his voice, Wang Dafeng, what are you doing? Are you trying to get me killed? She pouted, responding with a teasing tone. What's the matter? Didn't you say you would hand me over to Long Aotian? If I become his woman, wouldn't it be entirely normal for me to deal with you? Yi Feiyun clenched his jaw, incredulous at her malicious intent. How could a woman's heart be so wicked? Truly, the ancient spoke wisely. Realizing that Long Aotian was watching intently, Yi Feiyun understood that rejecting Wang Dafeng would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Despite having summoned Yi Ding, who was as strong as an ox, he was no match for Long Aotian. If a confrontation arose, even with Wang Hu included, they would scarcely last a few exchanges. At this critical juncture, he needed to placate this lady. What will it take for you to spare me? Yi Feiyun asked, frustration evident in his tone. Given the pressing circumstances, he had no choice but to concede. Wang Dafeng's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, All right, if you want me to let you off, then you must accompany me to the outskirts of the city to admire the flowers. Admire flowers? What flowers? Yi Feiyun was bewildered. Cherry blossoms, what else? Wang Dafeng teased, playfully tapping his forehead. Yi Feiyun swallowed hard. Are you truly unwilling to relent? What do you find appealing about me? Long Aotian is neither tall nor handsome, and his martial skills are hardly exceptional. Should Long Aotian discover this, would he even survive another 2 chapters? Yet Wang Dafeng seemed disinclined to negotiate, adopting a firm stance. Well, think it over. If you don't, I'll simply tell Long Aotian that you bullied me. Let us see how he handles you. Yi Feiyun felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. If that were to happen, he would likely not escape this brothel alive. In frustration, he finally relented. Fine. I'll go. It's just admiring flowers, after all. How bad can it be? It's better than being beaten to death by Long Aotian. Yi Feiyun had no choice but to endure the humiliation, for he had come to this place to rescue Wang Hu. If Wang Dafeng were to act recklessly and speak carelessly around Long Aotian, he would surely meet a tragic end today. In this narrative, it seemed it would not be Wang Hu who perished, but rather Yi Feiyun himself. With a sudden clap, Wang Dafeng exclaimed, Great. She shyly pulled Yi Feiyun from the room. Meanwhile, Long Aotian had been waiting impatiently, scanning Yi Feiyun's awkward expression as he inquired, Sister Wang Dafeng, will you deal with him or not? No need. I still wish to take this Yi Feiyun out for a meal later. Shall we leave? Wang Dafeng hesitated. Long Aotian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the shift. Just moments ago, she had been calling him Brother Aotian so affectionately. Yet now she intended to dine with Yi Feiyun? What about us, Sister Wang Dafeng? Long Aotian pressed. Wang Dafeng waved her hand dismissively. Brother Aotian, let us discuss it another time. I have matters to attend to. I'm leaving now. Wang Dafeng quickly pulled Yi Feiyun out of the room, leaving behind Lu Bing, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. The household servants, observing Wang Dafeng dragging Yi Feiyun away, promptly parted to make way. For Wang Dafeng was one of the 4 renowned captains of the capital, and none dared to challenge her. At present, Long Aotian remained silent. If they rashly acted, it would be sheer folly. Meanwhile, the true decision-maker, Lu Bing, lay on the ground, her condition precarious, teetering on the brink of salvation. Long Aotian was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. Did Wang Dafeng just express some affection towards me? She referred to me as brother, yet now she is left with this Yi Feiyun? Long Aotian's thoughts were muddled as he propped his chin with his hand, pondering the unfolding narrative. This was not how it was supposed to be, was it? An unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. Long Aotian lifted his gaze, and there was Yi Feiyun, rushing in with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Ah, Brother Aotian, I'm sorry, I forgot someone. Long Aotian watched as Yi Feiyun brought out Wang Hu, who was merely draped in a simple robe. This is my brother. He is Wang Dafeng's sibling. I'll bring her along too. And just like that, Yi Feiyun vanished without a trace. The room was left with only Lu Bing and a few frightened maidens from Yihong courtyard, trembling in the corner, gazing at Long Aotian in terror. This was not right. Meanwhile, Wang Dafeng had already escorted Yi Feiyun outside. Seeing that the coast was clear, Yi Feiyun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The situation had not spiraled into chaos, and at least he had preserved his life. Glancing at Wang Hu, who was dressed in a simple robe and looking quite content, Yi Feiyun rolled his eyes. Could you refrain from coming to places like this? It's dangerous. Wang Hu pouted but quickly silenced himself, remembering that his sister, Wang Dafeng, was nearby. If she weren't here, he would have lectured Yi Feiyun about this. With his appearance and background, where else could he flaunt his charm if not at Yihong Courtyard? Engaging with these young maidens surely had its allure. Wang Dafeng then adressed Yi Feiyun. Yi Feiyun. We have plans to go flower viewing outside the city in a few days. You must not go back on your word. Yi Feiyun felt as if he had been caught in a vulnerable position. If he refused, Wang Dafeng would undoubtedly make his life difficult, perhaps even reporting him to Long Aotian. He gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Wang Dafeng smiled quietly and departed. Meanwhile, Wang Hu, clad in a plain robe, lounged comfortably in Yi Feiyun's carriage. Yi Feiyun delivered a swift slap to Wang Hu's face. Why did you hit me? Wang Hu asked, looking aggrieved. If I hadn't tea, you would have been dead by now. From now on, stay put at home, understand? Watching his sister stride away with such vivacity, he blinked in disbelief, momentarily frozen. Long Aotian sat on the stone steps, contemplating the complexities of life. Something felt off. Why did all his predetermined consorts seem indifferent towards him, instead showing fondness for Yi Feiyun? Was it possible that he had approached this the wrong way? Long Aotian began to doubt his existence. Beside him stood a graceful figure clad in black, Lianhua. She respectfully clasped her fists and inquired, Young master, everything has been arranged. What shall we do next? What should they do next? Long Aotian pondered deeply, finding the question perplexing. He had not the slightest idea. Frustrated, he realized that he had been used. He had been thoroughly manipulated, merely a pawn discarded after use. This situation was intolerable. Long Aotian's expression darkened as he abruptly rose, waving his hand. Let us go. I refuse to be defeated by this. At that moment, Lianhua hurriedly followed him, exclaiming, Young master, what should we do now? What to do? I have no idea. Long Aotian cursed under his breath, then suddenly recalled something. Right? I remember we have someone in the Ministry of Justice, don't we? Lianhua nodded eagerly. Yes, we previously placed a woman named Yu Piaoqui there, and she's currently investigating the embezzlement case of Yi Dashan. Upon hearing this, Long Aotian instructed, Today, we will tackle this from both ends. Have the Ministry of Justice investigate Yi Dashan's embezzlement while sending Yu Piaoqui to seduce Yi Feiyun. We must ensure that Mu Yinyun sees Yi Feiyun's true colors. I will not be outdone. If I cannot conquer you, I will ruin you. Long Aotian commanded fiercely, and Lianhua responded promptly, Understood, young master. Long Aotian clenched his fists, a dark expression crossing his face as he smiled ominously. Yi Feiyun, let us see how you contend with me. Once I annul your engagement with Mu Yinyun, I shall ensure that the Yi family never holds their head high in the capital again. In that brief moment, Long Aotian had grasped the crux of the matter. Among Mu Fenfeng, Mu Yinyun, and Wang Dafeng, the pivotal element was undoubtedly Mu Yinyun. She was the sixth princess, cherished by the current emperor Mu Tianhao, a veritable jewel of the realm. If Long Aotian wished to establish a solid foothold in the Qin dynasty, he must secure Mu Yinyun's affections. Previously, the emperor had decreed that Mu Yinyun would marry Yi Feiyun in a month. This was an outcome he could not allow. If Mu Yinyun vid Yi Feiyun, all hope would be lost. He decided to leverage the embezzlement case, as he already possessed various intelligence regarding it. Yi Dashan's corruption alone could lead to the downfall of the entire Yi family. This time, he would ensure Yi Feiyun's demise. Lianhua acknowledged his command. Long Aotian and Lianhua gradually departed, fading into the shadows of the dimly lit streets, their figures vanishing without a trace. Long Aotian was indeed a formidable opponent. His presence felt everywhere, like a haunting specter that could not be shaken off. This was unbearable. Just then, Yi Ding rushed back in, flustered and breathless. Young master, it's bad news. The moment Yi Feiyun heard Yi Ding's alarming tone, his blood pressure spiked. What's wrong? What now? Yi Feiyun felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the calamity brought upon them by Long Aotian had returned. Yi Ding, panting heavily, leaned against the door frame and exclaimed, The Ministry of Justice has sent someone. The Ministry of Justice? Yi Feiyun furrowed his brow, as understanding dawned upon him. He was acutely aware of how his father, Yi Dashan, had amassed wealth over the years, pilfering from the coffers of the Qin dynasty. The sums involved could easily reach hundreds of millions. equivalent to a decade's worth of the Empire's revenue. Now, with Yi Dacian in trouble, the arrival of the Ministry of Justice was indeed a precarious situation. Yi Feiyun inquired, "Who is the person from the Xingbu?" Yi Qiding shook his head, bewildered, and replied, "Young master, I haven't heard of him. It seems to be someone named Yu Piaokui." Yu Piaokui? Yi Fei's heart jolted as he quickly contemplated this name. He recalled that in the original narrative, she was part of the Tongtian sect behind Long Aotian. Chapter 99, a major case. At this moment, she had infiltrated the Qian dynasty, and he had encountered her several times. One couldn't help but marvel. This woman was a natural seductress. Every man who had laid eyes on her was utterly enchanted. Now, Long Aotian had actually sent Yu Piaokui out. Yi Fei furrowed his brow and promptly said, "All right, have her come in for a look." Yi Ding hurriedly dashed outside. Meanwhile, Yi Fei pondered, needing to discern Yu Piaokui's true intentions. Knowing oneself and the enemy is essential for victory in every battle. It appeared he must swiftly address matters concerning his father. Otherwise, it would surely lead to significant trouble. He felt a wave of anxiety. Yi Feiyun slapped his thigh and sighed. With Yi Ding leading the way, Yu Piaokui, dressed in flowing robes, moved with a seductive grace, resembling a captivating fox spirit, her waist swaying as she entered the Yi residence. She elegantly seated herself at the square stone table, casting a bewitching glance with her glistening eyes, seemingly capable of ensnaring a man's soul. Even several servants of the Yi household couldn't help but steal glances at this stunning woman. Even Yi Ding, a rough man who had long forsaken thoughts of women and solely focused on martial arts, found himself involuntarily glancing at her, swallowing hard. If his young master were to see such a woman, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. She was simply too beautiful. Moreover, the alluring aura she exuded was exceptional. Merely a single glance could leave one entranced, utterly forgetting to eat or drink. Not long after, Yi Feiyun emerged from his room in a clean outfit. Upon seeing Yu Piaokui, he immediately clasped his fists and greeted her with a smile. "Ah, Master Yu, it is an honor to have you grace our Yi residence. My apologies for the lack of proper welcome." "You are too kind," Yu Piaokui replied, her gaze lingering on Yi Feiyun, deliberately adopting an alluring posture. As her eyes roamed up and down Yi Feiyun, it seemed as though she was silently appraising him. Yi Feiyun, noticing this, swallowed hard. Yu Piaokui was simply too beautiful, truly a natural enchantress. It was no wonder that men lost control in the presence of such a woman. What more could they desire? Yet he understood he must not fall in her trap. One must recognize that a woman's waist could be a deadly weapon. He must not find himself in a predicament he could not escape. Do not gaze inappropriately. Do not gaze inappropriately. Yi Feiyun silently chanted, barely managing to avert his gaze. Avoiding direct eye contact, he then clasped his fists and sat opposite Yu Piaokui. Raising his head to gaze at the sky, he fell silent, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Yu Piaokui was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes blinking, her alluring red lips poised as if to speak, but hesitating. How peculiar. She had encountered thousands of men, yet this was the first time one had directly looked away from her, staring at the sky. What sort of behavior was this? Bewildering. After a considerable pause, perhaps feeling the awkwardness, Yu Piaokui finally spoke. "Young Master Yi, are you aware that the Xingbu is currently handling a significant case?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyun immediately understood. She was referring to his father's matter. The Xingbu had previously commenced an investigation into Yi Dacian's embezzlement case, and after such a long time, there had been no updates. Now, with Yu Piaokui's sudden visit, it was evident that something major was about to unfold. Yi Feiyun contemplated for a moment, smiling as he replied, "Yes, I believe I have heard something about it." Presently, lacking clarity on the specifics, he could only feign ignorance. Yu Piaokui, while speaking with intention, slowly lifted her skirt, revealing a fair thigh swaying beneath the table, even playfully brushing Yi Feiyun's foot with her own. Yi Feiyun's heart raced, his body trembled, and he sat up straight, incredulously staring at Yu Piaokui before him. Internally, he thought, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, this woman intends to ensnare me. Just a moment ago, in my moment of distraction, I nearly fell into her trap." It must be said, had it not been for Yi Feiyun's meticulous nature and prior preparations, he might have already succumbed. No, no, Yi Feiyun, you must maintain your composure and not let a woman lead you by the nose. A chill ran through his heart as he forced a smile, suggesting, "Well then, master you, shall we head to the Xingbu to see what is happening?" Feiyun abruptly stood up, forgetting to pull out his chair, nearly stumbling as he hurriedly made his way toward the front door. Yi Ding, wide-eyed, had witnessed the entire scene. This ethereal beauty, Yu Piaokui, seemed intent on seducing his young master, yet his young master showed no reaction. What was happening? This was not like his young master at all. If it were any other day, Yi Feiyun might have already subdued her and taken her into the house. Yu Piaokui's expression darkened, her demeanor becoming increasingly displeased. She spoke through gritted teeth, having mastered the art of seduction from the Tongtian sect, a skill she had never failed at before. Yet Yi Feiyun, after only a few words, seemed to be deliberately avoiding her. Could he have sensed something? This was unexpected. Yu Piaokui was confident in her abilities, never having believed any man could escape her grasp. Was it possible that her previous attempts were insufficient? She pondered as she observed Yi Feiyun fleeing the Yi residence, as if in a desperate escape. With a roll of her eyes, Yu Piaokui immediately pursued him. Despite her numerous attempts to invite Yi Feiyun to share a carriage with her, he refused vehemently, insisting on taking his own carriage. Yu Piaokui, exasperated, rolled her eyes several times, attempting to force the issue, but Yi Feiyun remained resolute in his stance. Reluctantly, the two made their way to the Xingbu, one after the other. Upon entering, they were both astounded by the scene before them. The Xingbu was in complete disarray. Officials in court attire bustling about with various documents in hand, creating an atmosphere of intense activity. Yi Feiyun's heart sank at the sight. This was bad. Something significant must have occurred. What other case could cause such chaos in the Xingbu besides his father's embezzlement scandal? This was disastrous. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed Yu Piaokui gliding toward him like a specter, casting him a flirtatious glance. "Young Master Yi, what do you think is happening here?" Chapter 100, The Embezzlement Scandal. Yi Feiyun, upon observing the chaos, felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood that the commotion within the Xingbu was undoubtedly linked to his father's embezzlement case. However, what should he do now? Many present at the Xingbu had seen Yi Feiyun in the court before, yet they were taken aback by the arrival of this calamity named Yi Feiyun. It was known that Yi Dashan was currently the head of the 6 ministries in the Qin dynasty. Although they were investigating his case, it was far from resolved, and Yi Dashan remained a formidable figure in the Qin dynasty. They did not dare to disrespect Yi Feiyun, hastily clasping their fists and greeting him with, "Young Master Yi, young Master Yi." Yi Feiyun's face turned ashen. He could sense that this was merely their last vestige of courtesy. Such insincerity is easily discernible through mere contemplation. This is quite peculiar. In the past, whenever these officials from the XNGB encountered me, they were invariably courteous, speaking with utmost reverence, often kneeling before me before finishing their sentences. Yet now, they exhibit such casualness? Feiyun could not help but furrow his brow. He immediately approached an elder, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, donned in the official garb of the XNGB, holding a hefty dossier as he made his way into the building. With a slight smile, Feiyun inquired, "Old sir, may I ask whose case you are investigating?" The elder, seemingly avoiding him like a plague, glanced at Feiyun, his expression shifting dramatically. "Oh, young Master Y, I did not know," he stammered, nearly dropping the dossier in his haste, and hurriedly fled without finishing his words. Feiyun stood there in shock. It was evident that they were investigating the case of YDSHN. Just as he pondered what to do, Yu Piaokui gracefully approached him, exuding a faint blue fragrance, and said languidly, "Young Master Y, you can see the current situation. Why not come with me? I have something to discuss." Feiyun frowned, scrutinizing Yu Piaokui. Though she was undeniably beautiful, he was acutely aware of her venomous nature. With his father embroiled in such trouble, could she be seeking to manipulate him? A flicker of realization crossed Feiyun's mind, and he decided to follow her to a quieter spot. Yu Piaokui smiled slightly and proposed, "How about we join forces to suppress this matter? I can assure you that no dossier from the XNGB will leave this door." As she spoke, she drew closer to Feiyun, her alluring fragrance enveloping him. Feiyun's eyes widened. Yu Piaokui feigned charm, revealing her delicate shoulder, which was as fair and smooth as a pearl. Slightly blushing, Feiyun found himself captivated, swallowing hard. He had not anticipated that Pai Okyu would still resort to using her allure to tempt him. However, just as his gaze became heated, he suddenly shivered. No, he must not succumb. He needed to clear his thoughts. It was evident that she was a pawn of Long Aotian, and if he became too entangled with her, he might not know how he would meet his demise. Seeing Feiyun silent, Pai Okyu assumed he was ensnared. She was well aware of the seductive arts of the TNGO and had never encountered a man who remained indifferent to her charms. Giggling softly, her eyes fixed on Feiyun, her beautiful gaze made his heart race. This woman, the more enchanting she was, the more unsettling she became, akin to a venomous serpent ready to strike at any moment. Feiyun dared not dwell on it and wave his hand, saying, "Very well. I will consider this matter." His mind raced, and he realized he could only proceed in this manner for now. After all, his father was implicated in a grand corruption case, and he had yet to devise an appropriate strategy. He needed to secure Pai Okyu's cooperation first. Although he was oblivious to how Long Aotian had maneuvered Pai Okyu into the XNGB, it was undeniable that they were indeed investigating his father's case. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. "The sixth princess has arrived." Both Feiyun and Pai Okyu turned their gazes towards the source, their expressions darkening in alarm. Feiyun furrowed his brow, feeling a tightening in his chest. How curious that New York Inn would come to the XNGB at this hour. All the officials immediately knelt, respectfully proclaiming, "We welcome Princess M." The officials of the XNGB pay their respects. Dressed in a shimmering robe, adorned with a green jade hairpin, New York Inn entered gracefully, her demeanor exuding authority. "Rise," she commanded, her expression composed, while her ever-loyal maid followed closely behind, appearing serene. Ni es délicate brow furrowed slightly. She was well aware of the investigation into YDSH's corruption case. Her father had repeatedly cautioned her to proceed with utmost caution. After all, YDSHN had held significant power in the court for many years, wielding influence and commanding numerous followers. Acting impulsively could lead to a considerable uproar, potentially jeopardizing the foundation of the Qin dynasty built over centuries. Moreover, although the court appeared calm on the surface, a storm brewed beneath. Mismanagement of this situation could lead to dire consequences. Exercise utmost caution, were the exact words of MTNHO. Hence, it was with concern that New York Inn found herself here. Epan signe MY ni en arrive, YFY and instinctively sauf tout retreat. But as he took a couple of steps, a thought struck him. If he fled, what would become of his father's case? Ignoring it would mean awaiting certain doom for his entire family. Yet confronting it was equally daunting, as he wished to avoid any excessive interaction with New York Inn. Long Aotian loomed over him like a landmine, constantly watching, ready to explode at any moment. What to do? Alas, there was no other option. Observing Feiyun in a state of panic, Pai Okyu whispered reassuringly, "Young Master Y, you need not worry. With me, Pai Okyu here, your esteemed father will be just fine." Feiyun felt like cursing. This troublesome individual believed he was oblivious to her intentions. If he genuinely trusted her, his entire family would be in peril, with life and death resting on Long Aotian's whims. He had to devise a plan for self-preservation. Fleeing was no longer an option. He would have to grit his teeth and confront New York Inn. Feiyun steeled himself and exited from the back of the XNGB. Upon seeing New York Inn, he involuntarily knelt, declaring, Feiyun, greet Princess M. New York Inn's brow arched as she caught sight of Feiyun, who was bent over on the stone steps, his posture quite comical. What is Feiyun doing here? She thought, but there was no time for further inquiries. Pai Okyu, aware of the history between Feiyun and New York Inn, recalled Long Aotian's earlier instructions to create a rift between them. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Perhaps her master would reward her with an inner Dan later. Such a splendid chance must not be squandered. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she approached Feiyun, leaning close, and asked innocently, "Young Master Y, did you come to the XNGB to find me?" Feiyun was taken aback, his thoughts racing. What a shameless green TBTCH. If he could not see through Woah Okyu's deliberate attempt to provoke My New York in, then his years of experience had been in vain. He had read countless novels for nothing. Just moments ago, she had not acted in such a manner. Yet, as he contemplated, he realized that while he wanted to make My New York angry, he truly could not afford to do so now. After all, numerous officials were observing, and being seen with Woah Okyu could indeed provoke My New York in. But what about the massive corruption case involving his father? If word reached MTNHO, the emperor might unleash his wrath and obliterate the Y family. It was true that there was still a tenuous connection between him and My New York in, given the engagement that binds him. Even if Mu Tianhao desired to take action against his own father, he must weigh his options. At this moment, Yi Feiyun was deep in thought, gazing at Mu Yinyan. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyan perceptively grasped the unspoken words of Yi Feiyun. How cunning of you, Yi Feiyun, to engage with me merely to protect your family's interests. Anger surged within Mu Yinyan, her petite fists tightly clenched beneath her sleeves, her teeth grinding audibly. Yet, Yi Feiyun remained oblivious, only to be startled by the sight of Yu Piaokui gazing at him with affectionate eyes. This sight further fueled Mu Yinyan's ire. How could she not recognize Yu Piaokui for what she was, a natural seductress? Presently, she shamelessly lingered by Yi Feiyun's side. What was the nature of their relationship? The more Mu Yinyan pondered, the more infuriated she became, even wishing to strike Yi Feiyun. But suddenly, a crisp sound of slap echoed throughout the Ministry of Justice, drawing the attention of many who stared in disbelief. Yu Piaokui stood there, hand to her face, a vivid red handprint stark against her fair skin, incredulously gazing at Yi Feiyun. Had her earlier attempts at seduction failed, resulting in this slap? Mu Yinyan blinked, momentarily taken aback. Yi Feiyun furrowed his brow and said, "Miss Yu, please conduct yourself with dignity." I, Yi Feiyun, am not so easily swayed. He surveyed the surrounding officials, exchanging glances with them. Not only did he require Mu Yinyan's assistance, but he was also acutely aware of the many officials present. To engage with Yu Piaokui would surely spell disaster. Behind her stood Long Aotian, likely harboring all manner of vile schemes. Thus, this slap was merely a mild rebuke. Yi Feiyun then recollected something and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, regarding today's matter, I am aware that you are investigating my father's case. There is no need for concealment." Yi Ping, reflecting upon the situation, spoke directly and candidly. Upon hearing this, the courtyard fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Even Mu Yinyan's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Yi Feiyun. The rumors surrounding this case had long circulated throughout the Qin dynasty, alleging that Yi Dashin had embezzled billions of taels over the years, accumulating wealth far surpassing that of the national treasury. Now, knowing that the ministry was investigating his father, one would expect him to avoid the topic. Why then did he bring it up so openly? This seemed amiss to Mu Yinyan, who awaited his next words. Yi Feiyun cleared his throat and continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, the actions of the Yi family are solely accountable to the Yi family. I have come to the ministry today to inform you that you are welcome to investigate these records. The Yi family will not intervene. However, I wish to announce that from this day forth, the Yi residents will generously provide aid to the refugees in the capital, covering all their living expenses, as well as the wages for laborers constructing defensive works in the north." Yi Feiyun gestured broadly. It was well known that Yi Dashin had amassed considerable wealth during his tenure in the Qin dynasty, and now was the time to return that wealth to the people. Wealth is dispersed among the populace. If he were to hoard it now, it would not merely result in the loss of silver, but potentially his very life. A choice had to be made, necessitating Yi Feiyun's decisive action to deplete the family coffers. He would first assume responsibility for the living expenses of all displaced refugees in the capital, followed by covering the wages for laborers involved in constructing the northern defenses. This would likely drain the Yi family's resources significantly. In doing so, even if His Majesty Mu Tianhao were to learn of this, he would have no grounds to act against him, thus resolving the scandal surrounding Yi Dashin's corruption. Yi Feiyun pondered this course of action. Mu Yinyan, absorbing Yi Feiyun's declarations, found her thoughts racing. The embezzlement scandal involving Yi Dashin was nearly a foregone conclusion, and she was caught in a dilemma regarding her relationship with Yi Feiyun. Chapter 102. I donated everything. Yet Yi Feiyun, without hesitation, had boldly pledged the entirety of the Yi family's fortune. This was the Ministry of Justice. Could Yi Feiyun truly be so reckless? Would His Majesty Mu Tianhao so easily forgive him? Mu Yinyun blinked in astonishment, momentarily unable to recognize the Yi Feiyun she once knew. Was this truly the same debauched youth she had encountered before? Yu Piaokui, too, sat in disbelief, her strikingly beautiful face etched with astonishment, her eyes quivering as they fixed on Yi Feiyun. This was not how it was supposed to be. According to the information provided by her master, Yi Feiyun should have been obsessed with wealth and prone to lust. She had attempted to use her beauty to entice him, yet he remained utterly unmoved. Now, having agreed to assist him with the investigation into Yi Dashan's corruption, he had dismissed her entirely, opting instead to donate the family's entire fortune. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. In an instant, she began to question whether she had misjudged him. Yi Feiyun, with an air of righteous resolve, reflected on the correctness of his decision. Long Aotian had been relentlessly pursuing him, likely due to his impending marriage to Mu Yinyun and the coveted position of head of the Ministry of Revenue that his father held. The position of head of the 6 ministries was a conspicuous target. Once the Yi family had exhausted their resources, he would compel his father to resign and return to their hometown. He could hardly believe that Long Aotian would continue to pursue him thereafter. Should he persist, Yi Feiyun would have no choice but to regard him as a lunatic. With neither wealth nor power, what could Long Aotian possibly want from him? Yi Feiyun contemplated this for a moment. Very well, this might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Moreover, he remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous implications of his actions. The scandal surrounding Yi Dashan had indeed sent shockwaves through the court. His father, Mu Tianhao, had dispatched her to the Ministry of Justice to conduct a covert investigation into the matter. Yet, before she could utter a word, Yi Feiyun had proactively donated the entirety of the Yi family's assets. More importantly, the ongoing plight of the refugees in the capital had kept Mu Tianhao awake at night. Deeply troubled, Yi Feiyun not only took it upon himself to shoulder this burden, but also volunteered to cover all wages for laborers involved in the northern defensive works. This sequence of events, even if Yi Dashan had embezzled a fortune, would likely cost him far more than he had taken. At this moment, Mu Yinyun was utterly perplexed by Yi Feiyun's motivations. Yi Feiyun had no time to linger in the presence of the 2 women. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he declared, "Princess Mu, Lord Yu, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, Yi Feiyun turned and hurriedly departed. He could not afford to let any complications arise while he was preoccupied with resolving this situation. The urgency was palpable, and there was no room for error. Carrying 10 billion taels in silver felt akin to bearing a death sentence, as it could explode at any moment. After all, Yi Feiyun understood all too well the adage that serving a king is akin to walking with tiger. As long as he remained a subject within the court, he would always be the fish while others wielded the knife. He had grasped the principle that an innocent man can be accused simply for possessing something others desire since he was 3 years old. He must not provide Mu Tianhao with any leverage to annihilate the Yi family. More critically, if this matter was not resolved swiftly, Long Aotian might very well turn his attention back to him. Yi Feiyun hurried away, his footsteps echoing as he swiftly disappeared from sight. Within the halls of the Xingbu, officials of various ranks exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss, profoundly shaken by Yi Feiyun's earlier proclamation. The Yi residence was to take the lead in disaster relief, pledging an astonishing amount of silver. The crowd swallowed hard, their thoughts unspoken. Meanwhile, Mu Yinyun and Yu Piaokui's eyes inadvertently met, and both let out a disdainful huff. Without hesitation, Mu Yinyun swiftly departed, seemingly unwilling to linger. This girl was clearly no virtuous individual. Her previous flirtation with Yi Feiyun was infuriating to behold. Yu Piaokui, equally discontent, let out a delicate snort and rose, hastily making her way into the main hall of the Xingbu. This matter needed to be reported to the young master without delay. "Yi Ding, where's my father?" Yi Feiyun exclaimed, swiftly shaking off his sleeves as he hurried toward Yi Dashan's study, brimming with impatience. Yi Ding, observing the flustered Yi Feiyun, wore a troubled expression. What a mystery this young master's actions had become. Earlier, in the presence of the enchanting Yu Piaokui, who even he found captivating, Yi Feiyun had not spared her a glance. Typically, Yi Feiyun avoided Yi Dashan like a cat would a mouse, eager to say as little as possible. Yet now, he was actively seeking out Yi Dashan. The behavior of his young master was truly perplexing. Yi Ding shook his head, resigned to follow whatever commands the young master issued. For he was the chief lackey of the family. In the study, Yi Dashin held a hefty ingot of shimmering silver in his hand, his eyes sparkling with delight, his countenance radiating warmth. "Oh, my precious!" he exclaimed joyfully. He adhered to a singular philosophy. Money could make even the devil dance. To him, this gleaming silver was akin to lifeblood. The only thing he valued more than this was perhaps his only son, Yi Feiyun. Over the years, he had amassed considerable wealth. As for the recent rumors circulating in the court, he had heard them, but felt no fear. The money was already in his pocket. How could it be easily relinquished? Yi Dashin chuckled to himself. Just as he was about to place the silver on the table, the wooden doors suddenly creaked open, and Yi Feiyun rushed in, breathless and urgent. "Father, we are in grave trouble." Yi Dashin, upon seeing his son in such a disheveled state, felt a surge of irritation and reprimanded him. "What is the rush? Why can't you knock before entering? You are no longer a child. How many times have I reminded you?" Yi Feiyun, having no time for his father's scolding, interrupted, "Father, this is serious. Do not concern yourself with the silver in your hands." His gaze fell upon the heavy ingot, and he spoke with urgency. "Father, our Yi residence is under scrutiny." "Under scrutiny? What do you mean?" Yi Dashin asked, confusion etched on his face. Yi Feiyun hurriedly recounted the events at the Xingbu. After listening, Yi Dashin remained unfazed, stroking his beard lightly as he replied, "Yinner, I have told you before. Do not rush into a panic when faced with difficulties. Our Yi residence has encountered such situations countless times." Yi Dashin spoke matter-of-factly, as the allegations of corruption had been a long-standing issue. He assumed his son was simply reacting to idle gossip. However, Yi Feiyun, aware of his father's thoughts, retorted, "Father, this is not the case. His Majesty Mu Tianhao has already begun investigating our Yi residence. Today, I declared at the Xingbu that we would donate all the tens of billions of taels of silver and bear the costs of the northern defensive works." Yi Dashin was taken aback, his brows furrowing, his plump face trembling in disbelief. What? What did you say?" After years of hard work, he had finally built a fortune for his son, only to see Yi Feiyun propose to donate it all. Yi Feiyun grasped Yi Dashin's shoulders, shaking him slightly. "Father, we must be alert. A crisis is brewing. If we do not submit this money soon, both of us will be finished. This situation cannot be delayed. The silver must not remain in our possession, or we will surely face dire consequences." Yi Feiyun spoke urgently, enumerating the stakes, though he sensed something amiss. Why is Yi Dashin silent? Yi Feiyun thought as he looked up, only to find his father's plump visage turning pale, his eyes rolling back as he appeared on the verge of fainting. "Father, please do not collapse." In the imperial palace of the capital, beside the lushly adorned garden, vibrant flowers bloomed, their scents wafting through the air, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Nearby, a deep blue pond rippled gently under the sunlight. In the distance, within an ancient pavilion, Emperor Mu Tianhao, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, sat intrigued, listening intently to Mu Yenyun, his brows slightly furrowed, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. "Is it true that Yi Feiyun intends to donate all the silver and undertake the expenses for the northern defenses?" Mu Yenyun nodded, her gaze profound as she elaborated on her analysis. Upon hearing her words, Mu Tianhao's brow furrowed further, his dignified visage revealing a newfound resolve as he pondered deeply. The situation appeared to diverge significantly from his expectations. Recently, he had received numerous confidential reports, all detailing evidence of Yi Dashin's embezzlement of state funds, with irrefutable and shocking proof. Although he had heard rumors of Yi Dashin's misappropriations, he had chosen to overlook them, believing that a completely clean slate would yield no fish. However, the evidence suggested that within a mere decade, Yi Dashin had amassed nearly tens of billions of taels of silver for the Yi residence. How much was the annual revenue of the Qin dynasty's treasury? The wealth of the Yi residence could rival that of the imperial treasury over a decade. Thus, Mu Tianhao resolved to take action against Yi Dashin. Yet, he had not anticipated that upon sending his daughter Mu Yenyun to investigate, such a situation would arise. Mu Tianhao found himself contemplating deeply, eventually speaking slowly. "Yenyun, what do you believe is the Yi family's true intention?" Mu Yenyun pondered, equally buffeted. She felt as though Yi Feiyun had transformed completely in the past fortnight, to the point where she scarcely recognized him. The strategy that had stripped the Yi family's wealth clean left her perplexed. Reflecting on Yi Feiyun's recent behavior, she remarked, "Father, I sense that the Yi family is concealing their true capabilities." Concealing their capabilities? What do you mean by that? Mu Qianghao inquired. Mu Yanyun, her gaze steady upon her father, her delicate features now serious, responded, "Father, have you heard the principle that the small hides in the wilderness, the medium in the marketplace, and the great in the court?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qianghao felt as though struck by lightning, his broad frame stiffening momentarily. A new realization dawning upon him. The esteemed monarch, who has held a prominent position in the Qin dynasty for several decades and is well known for his decisive and formidable demeanor, found himself ensnared in profound contemplation at this moment. After an extended silence, he exhaled deeply, his expression grave and imbued with solemnity. "Are you suggesting that Yi Dacian and Yi Feiyun are using themselves as bait to stir the political waters in the court solely to rescue our Qin dynasty from peril at this very moment?" Mu Qianghao was engulfed in profound shock. If this interpretation holds true, then everything falls into place as if a sudden understanding had been reached. All matters converge upon a singular point. This is to say that the Yi family, from top to bottom, is entirely devoted to the nation and its people, even stepping forward to aid in times of dire need. Yi Dacian may have embezzled funds for personal gain, while Yi Feiyun has been extravagantly reckless. Yet one provides resources when the national treasury is depleted, while the other seeks to alleviate conflicts within the court and draw attention away from themselves. Chapter 104. The pillar of a nation, such a heart for the country and its people, cannot possibly be that of treacherous ministers or parasites. They are clearly the pillars of a nation. Mu Qianghao felt a surge of astonishment, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes, while Mu Yanyun's delicate face also bore a serious expression, her gaze fixed intently upon her father. The father and daughter seemed to share an unspoken understanding, both engaged in deep thought. Moments later, Mu Qianghao waved his hand, and a voice filled with imperial authority resonated throughout the entire back garden. "Summon someone. I wish to draft an edict." "Yes, your majesty." At this moment, within the Yi family estate, Yi Dacian lay upon his bed, his complexion ashen. A golden silk embroidered handkerchief draped upon his forehead. His once rosy visage had lost all color, and the eloquent mouth that had previously been so articulate now trembled slightly, filled with anguish as he gazed at the kneeling Yi Feiyun, his lips quivering. "Yunner, have you truly donated all of our family's wealth and taken on all the provisions for the northern defenses?" Yi Dacian could hardly believe it, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream. After decades of toil to amass this modest fortune, Yi Feiyun had given it all away in an instant, a reality he found difficult to accept. The crux of the matter was that it was simply unfathomable. He could not comprehend Yi Feiyun's motivations. They say that one who does not act for oneself invites heavenly retribution. This entire operation was nothing short of astonishing. They speak of serving the nation and its citizens. Yet for decades, how could he have failed to see that Yi Feiyun was such a person? Yi Feiyun sighed, his expression heavy. He recognized that it was natural for Yi Dacian to struggle with acceptance. Yet he needed to make it clear that keeping this money would only serve as a hot potato. Moreover, the best course of action would be for Yi Dacian to retire and return home, which would ensure their safety, at least from the incessant scrutiny of Long Aotian. He and Yi Dacian could then lead a tranquil life, for being under the relentless gaze of a lingering specter like Long Aotian was an unbearable experience. Yi Feiyun had even begun to formulate his next plan. He spoke urgently. "Father, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. This money must be donated immediately. I visited the Ministry of Justice today, and now the entire department is watching our Yi family closely. If we do not donate, His Majesty will continue to scrutinize us. Father, you should know how much you have profited over the years." Yi Dacian's heart sank at these words, his brow furrowing in anxiety as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Feiyun. Indeed, the wealth he had acquired was sufficient to cost the heads of all within the Yi family. Yet seeing Yi Feiyun adopt such a noble demeanor stirred a warmth within him. However, the thought of his hard-earned savings being squandered by Yi Feiyun sent a pang of pain through him, and he instinctively placed a hand over his chest, revealing signs of distress. "Father, father." Yi Feiyun grew anxious, shaking Yi Dacian urgently. despite this portly and greedy man harboring countless schemes. He genuinely cared for Yi Feiyun and would even bare his heart for him. This moved Yi Feiyun deeply, were it not for the pressing circumstances. He would not wish to act in such a manner. Without the donation, the Yi family would remain in turmoil. It was truly a dilemma. After hearing this, Yi Dacian fixed a piercing gaze upon Yi Feiyun, scrutinizing him for a long while before finally speaking earnestly. Feiyun, if this is truly your desire, then it can be arranged. However, from this point forward, you must rely on yourself. Yi Dacian gently patted Yi Feiyun's shoulder with his large hand, as though imparting a significant responsibility. Yi Feiyun's expression darkened as he nodded. Father, as long as we preserve the Green Mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. Let us first navigate this crisis, and in the future, we shall have the opportunity to rise again. Yi Feiyun's brow quivered slightly. Yi Dacian's gaze flickered, and after a long pause, he remained speechless. Yi Feiyun, however, was optimistic. After all, wealth can be regained. The Yi family has been managing affairs for many years, and many officials in the court are former students of my father. A simple investigation will reveal significant connections to the Yi family. Establishing a foothold in the Qian dynasty should not be too difficult. At worst, we can find a remote place to develop slowly and prepare gradually. He believed that within a decade or 5 years, he could restore the family's former glory. Yi Dacian regarded Yi Feiyun, and after a lengthy sigh, he finally conceded, "If this is your wish, then I shall not oppose it. You are my son, and whatever you say shall be accepted. Just know that you may face hardships ahead." Yi Dacian's tone was choked with emotion. Yi Feiyun silently nodded, his expression grim as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Father, do not worry. Once this matter passes, I will ensure you have a comfortable retirement." A peculiar light flickered in Yi Dacian's eyes. His son had finally matured. In the past, Yi Feiyun had only known indulgence, squandering wealth like snowflakes, never sparing a thought for the future. Now he spoke of providing for his father in his old age, stirring deep emotions within Yi Dacian akin to that of a sentimental child. If this were the case, then even if he were to disperse all his wealth, it would be worth it. As he gazed at Yi Dacian, nearly moved to tears, Yi Feiyun could not help but feel a surge of anger. Long Aotian was pressing him too hard. He had already made numerous concessions, yet the other party continued to pursue him relentlessly, aggressive and unyielding. At this moment, Yi Feiyun felt a sudden impulse. They were all born of the same parents, with 2 arms and legs each. If it came to it, he could confront them head-on. Did they truly believe they were invincible? He was still Yi Feiyun, having traversed through time, and he was not afraid. Just as Yi Feiyun was lost in thought, a sharp voice rang out from outside. "The imperial edict has arrived." With a loud clang, the door to Yi Feiyun's room swung open, and a flustered Yi Ding rushed in, announcing, "Young master, the emperor's edict has arrived." Startled, Yi Feiyun sprang to his feet. Yi Dacian quickly rose as well, disregarding the betting on him, and hastily knelt upon the ground, with Yi Feiyun following suit to receive the edict. Shortly after, an elderly eunuch clad in imperial attire entered, holding a golden imperial edict. Casting a glance at Yi Feiyun and Yi Dacian, he proclaimed, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. His Majesty has declared that, in light of the contributions made by the Yi father and son to the Qian state, their voluntary assumption of the responsibility for aiding the refugees in the capital, as well as their commitment to the provisions for the construction of the northern defenses, Yi Feiyun is hereby conferred the title of Duke of National Defense." Thus decreed. Upon finishing, the eunuch surveyed Yi Feiyun and the kneeling Yi Dacian with a gaze that held a hint of depth. Chapter 105. What brings you here? It is worth noting that Yi Dacian already held the esteemed position of head of the Ministry of Revenue, with numerous disciples under his tutelage. Moreover, not long ago, Yi Feiyun had wed the emperor's most cherished 6th princess, Mu Yenyun, and the emperor had bestowed upon them a marriage contract, with their wedding imminent. Now, Yi Feiyun has once again been bestowed the title of Woah, and Yi Dacian's influence in the court has undoubtedly ascended to new heights. It is no exaggeration to say that he can command the winds and clouds, casting a shadow over all. Such a royal relative is not someone a mere eunuch can easily manipulate. The eunuch, with a beaming smile, looked at Yi Feiyun as he carefully tucked away the imperial edict. With a delicate gesture, he said, "Lord Yi, young master Yi, why are you still kneeling? Please rise. I am merely here to convey an imperial decree, No need for such formality. Ha ha ha, young Master Yi, you have become even more distinguished. Yet, the atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Yi Daxian's gaze was fixated on the edict in the eunuch's hand. Yi Feiyun appeared as if he had lost his soul, staring blankly at the document before him, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? This was absurd. Had he not exhausted every means to dissipate his family's wealth and voluntarily taken on the expenses for the northern defensive fortifications to extricate himself from court affairs? How could Mu Tianhao possibly grant him the title of Woah? It should be noted that according to the feudal hierarchy of the Daqian dynasty, the marquisate ranks just below the dukedom. Since the establishment of the Daqian dynasty, dukes have been exceedingly rare, and there are but a handful of marquises. Had he saved Mu Tianhao's father? Was this lavish bestowal on him a mistake? How absurd. If Long Aotian found out, would he not be like a cat drawn to fishy smells, relying on him every day? Yi Feiyun was stunned. He never anticipated that Mu Tianhao's decree would arrive so inexplicably. What was this situation? Yet, he had no time to ponder further. He still had to observe the proper courtesies. He hurriedly assisted his father, Yi Daxian, and respectfully addressed the eunuch. Your Excellency, I apologize. My father is unwell today and cannot properly receive you. No trouble at all, the eunuch replied, already discerning that Yi Feiyun was a person of significance destined for greatness. He continued politely, then I shall take my leave. Please rest well, father and son of the Yi family. Farewell, Your Excellency. Surrounded by a throng of servants, the eunuch gradually departed from the Yi residence, and tranquility returned to the space. Yi Feiyun and Yi Daxian remained frozen in place. Yi Daxian furrowed his brow. Trembling slightly as he spoke, Yi Daxian finds this perplexing. They relinquished their fortune to evade the grave sin of corruption. Yet why did His Majesty not only refrain from punishment, but also bestow a title upon his son? Could it be that this is a case of striking with a stick to give a date? In a sense, Yi Feiyun's current position was even higher than his father's. However, Yi Feiyun was oblivious to these circumstances. He was solely focused on resolving this monumental predicament. He was desperate to understand what had transpired. This was not an imperial decree, but a death warrant. He pounded his thigh and exclaimed, Father, do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall head to the palace. What? Yi Daxian was taken aback. Yi Feiyun stumbled as he rushed out, moving with great urgency. Slow down, Yi Daxian urged. Understood, father. Yi Feiyun's voice echoed from outside. Yi Daxian gazed in the direction Yi Feiyun had departed, his eyes filled with affection. After a while, he sighed heavily, my son. It is now up to you. Upon exiting the Yi residence, Yi Feiyun spotted Yi Ding squatting by the roadside, cradling his head in confusion. Yi Feiyun kicked him on the backside, commanding, Get up, hurry, to the palace. To the palace again? Young Master Yi, what are we going there for? Yi Ding was utterly bewildered, as a succession of recent events had left his mind in disarray, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Yi Feiyun exhaled, I do not know. We shall figure it out once we enter. He too was eager to understand what had occurred. Wasn't he supposed to have expended his entire fortune to atone for his sins? Had his missteps not only failed to extricate him from Long Aotian, but also brought him closer to death? Yi Feiyun had no time to engage in idle chatter with Yi Ding and barked, Hurry up. If you waste my time, I shall make you the first to pay. Yes, yes. Yi Ding had never encountered such a demeanor before. He quickly summoned a carriage, and Yi Feiyun hurriedly climbed inside, yanking aside the curtain. To the palace. Without hesitation, the carriage sped towards the palace, only to encounter an old acquaintance at the gates. Oh, Yi Feiyun, why are you back at the palace? Are you here to recite love poems to your dream girl, Princess Mu? A boisterous female voice rang out, laced with a hint of mockery. Within the carriage, Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in recognition. He knew the owner of that voice. Mu Fengfang. How could this troublemaker also be here? It seemed that misfortunes came in pairs. Cursing under his breath, Yi Feiyun flung open the carriage door and poked his head out. Not far away, Mu Fengfang sat atop a magnificent steed. Clad in a shimmering purple gown, her hair adorned with a jade hairpin, glimmering in the sunlight with an air of elegance. Her charming face wore a playful expression, seemingly waiting for something. Princess Mu, it has been a while. Yi Feiyun greeted with feigned cordiality. Humph, enough with the pleasantries, Mu Fengfang retorted, raising her riding crop towards Yi Feiyun. What brings you here? Are you here to recite love poems to Mu Yingyun again? Though she scolded him, She was already aware that Feiyun had recently announced his intention to shoulder all expenses for the city's refugees and even take on the provisions for the entire northern defensive works. After all, the Mu residents had numerous spies in the capital, so it was hardly surprising they had learned of this news. However, what puzzled her was whether Feiyun had truly turned over a new leaf. This series of actions was no small matter. Even the treasury of the Qian dynasty would feel the strain. Was Feiyun intending to sell out his own father? Mu Fengfang was filled with doubt, prompting her to rush to the palace for clarification, only to unexpectedly encounter Feiyun. Feiyun, I'm asking you a question, she exclaimed, sensing something amiss. However, upon lifting her gaze, she was taken aback. Where is he? Chapter 106, A Matter of Urgency. Feiyun. Mu Fengfang's face flushed crimson, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her hair flying about. At that moment, she wished she could devour Feiyun whole. Just moments ago, they were engaged in conversation, and now he had vanished without a trace. What was the meaning of this? A nearby maid also turned red, whispering, Miss, young master, ye has entered the palace. I know, Mu Fengfang replied with a huff, causing the maid to shudder and fall silent. Mu Fengfang's expression hardened, her silver teeth gently biting down as her watery eyes glared fiercely at the distant palace gates. Trembling, she said, let us enter the palace. I wish to see what tricks Feiyun is up to. Yes, yes, the maid quickly responded, and the two graceful figures entered the palace one after the other. Meanwhile, Feiyun was in a state of agitation as he left Yi Ding outside the palace, rushing inside in a frenzy. He had inexplicably been conferred the title of Woah. Had he inadvertently made a misstep in a grand scheme? Feiyun was sweating profusely, feeling like an ant on a hot pan, darting about in a frenzy. Initially, he had intended to squander his entire fortune and then approach His Majesty Mu Tianhao to atone for his sins, allowing his father Yi Dacian to retire from service. Over the years, Yi Dacian had amassed considerable wealth, yet he had dutifully assisted Mu Tianhao in managing numerous affairs, toiling for the Qian dynasty. Even if he had not earned merit, he certainly had endured hardship. He believed that Mu Tianhao, considering their past relationship, would never completely annihilate the Yi family. Yet, to his astonishment, he was granted the title of Guardian Duke. What nonsense was this? What kind of Guardian Duke was he? This turn of events left Feiyun utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was he losing his mind? Was that girl Mu Yinyan insane? Could it be that Mu Tianhao was also not in his right mind? Without further contemplation, Feiyun hastened his steps towards the back garden of the palace. Occasionally, passing eunuchs or palace maids greeted the visibly anxious Feiyun, nodding in acknowledgement. Yi Gongzi, Yi Gongzi. Feiyun had no time to respond to them, his focus solely on reaching the back garden. He replied absent-mindedly. Feiyun's slight figure contrasted starkly with the grandeur of the palace, his silhouette growing ever more distant. His anxiety felt almost tangible. A few palace maids, witnessing the flustered Feiyun, exchanged bewildered glances. What was this Yi Gongzi up to? Why was he in such a hurry? I wonder if he's looking for Princess Mu? They speculated. Never mind. Let us not gossip. This matter doesn't concern us. We don't want to attract trouble. The maids and eunuchs whispered amongst themselves, careful not to say anything that might provoke Feiyun's ire. It was well known that Feiyun had a notorious reputation in the capital. The number of servants who had perished at his hands was no fewer than 800, perhaps even nearing 1,000. Their idle chatter about Feiyun was akin to inviting disaster upon themselves. Thus, they quickly silenced their tongues. As Feiyun hurried into the back garden, he unexpectedly collided with Mu Yinyan, dressed in a flowing willow-green robe that cascaded to the ground. Adorned with a golden hairpin and shimmering jade, she stood before the palace gates, her charming eyes and delicate brows framed by a radiant smile. Everything about her was perfectly poised. She cast a bright glance his way. Feiyun? Upon hearing his name, Feiyun looked up, only to find Mu Yinyan regarding him with a mischievous grin. Every time she looked at him with such peculiar eyes, he felt a shiver run down his spine, his nerves on edge. He forced a smile and approached her, greeting softly, Princess Mu. Was this girl concocting another wicked scheme? Why was she looking at him like that? Could it be that this bestowal of the Guardian Duke title was part of a conspiracy to ensnare the entire Yi family? Oh, you Mu Yinyan, how cruel you are? Feiyun mentally lamented, yet he maintained an impassive facade, his expression still adorned with a smile. It has been a long time. The weather today is truly delightful, he babbled awkwardly. Upon hearing his internal thoughts, Mu Yinyan couldn't help but smirk, her lips curling into a smile. She was not angry. In fact, a hint of delight flickered in her eyes. It seemed Yi Feiyun had misunderstood her father's intentions. The grant of the Guardian Duke title was a reward for their contributions to the Qian dynasty. Of course, Mu Yinyan had also played a significant role in this. For reasons unknown, she felt an unusual affection for Yi Feiyun at that moment, an impulse to be drawn closer to him. Thus, she found his bewildered demeanor amusing and endearing. Feigning anger, Mu Yinyan lowered her gaze and admonished, "Do you not realize this is the palace? How dare you wander about recklessly? Do not think that my father's betrothal of you to me grants you the liberty to disregard palace rules." With her eyes fixed intently on him, a hint of chill in her demeanor, she reprimanded him. Yi Feiyun smirked slightly. "Sister, at such a critical time, are you still concerned about this? If I do not act boldly, if I do not enter the palace, will my entire family not be in peril? They've already given up their wealth and prepared for my father to resign. What more do you wish for? You are driving us to the brink." Yi Feiyun's heart screamed. He swallowed hard and, mustering his courage, said, "Princess Mu, I mean no harm. I simply wish to see His Majesty." "Where might he be?" "His Majesty is likely unavailable," Mu Yinyan replied with a straight face, extending her hands behind her and turning away, refusing to look at Yi Feiyun. "Oh, unavailable?" Yi Feiyun's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily regaining his composure. What game was this girl playing? Nevertheless, he said, "Princess Mu, I, Yi Feiyun, have come with urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty. I hope you might grant me this favor." Yi Feiyun could see that Mu Yinyan was deliberately making things difficult for him. If he did not escalate the seriousness of the situation, he might not even get the chance to meet His Majesty Mu Tianhao today. Chapter 107. Annulment of engagement. If this continued, it would surely lead to disaster. His father had finally exhausted himself trying to persuade him to donate all their wealth. If this matter did not reach a resolution soon, and unforeseen circumstances arose, his father would be in serious trouble. Should he change his mind, there would be no one to persuade him otherwise. Yi Dashan's greed was notorious, and if he were to retract his decision, whom would Yi Feiyun turn to for justification? This situation needed clarification, urgently. Yet upon hearing Yi Feiyun's words, Mu Yinyan's eyes widened in surprise, revealing a look of confusion. "Really? You need to speak with my father about something important?" "Absolutely," Yi Feiyun confidently affirmed, thumping his chest. After pondering for a moment, Mu Yinyan recalled that Yi Feiyun had frequently proposed sound strategies for the Qian dynasty. Although she did not know why he feared someone named Long Aotian so much, if he claimed the need to speak with her father about urgent matters, she could not obstruct him. The stability of the kingdom was paramount. After some deliberation, Mu Yinyan waved her hand. "Very well, then follow me." "Thank you, princess." Yi Feiyun nearly bowed down in gratitude. Meanwhile, Mu Tianhao was in the imperial study, pen in hand, surrounded by exquisite stationery. He grasped a brush crafted from the finest materials, delicately inscribing characters on the paper before him, his strokes vigorous and elegant. This was a calligraphy piece he intended to present as a gift, inscribed with the words "Pillars of the Nation," signed by Mu Tianhao. As he admired his work, a satisfied smile graced his face, nodding slightly. He planned to bestow this piece upon the Yi family. Having realized after conversing with his daughter that the Yi father and son had sacrificed immensely for the Qian dynasty, even risking their reputations for the sake of the realm. In this critical time of need, they had gone so far as to sacrifice their entire wealth to save the Qian dynasty from peril. He had misjudged them before. Indeed, Mu Tianhao felt an inkling of desire to identify and confront those who had submitted numerous memorials slandering Yi Dashan. How could they be so malicious? Such treachery deserved severe retribution. Deeply moved, he had previously conferred the title of Guardian Duke. Now, he was preparing to present this calligraphy as a gift to the Yi family, ensuring their legacy would endure through the ages. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. "Your Majesty, your daughter Mu Yinyan and Yi Feiyun seek an audience." Mu Tianhao's expression brightened, and he whispered, "Admit them." At the same time, he carefully blew on the ink of his calligraphy, gently rolled it up, and tucked it into his sleeve. Before long, within the majestic Longwan Hall of the imperial study, Mu Tianhao, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe, radiated magnificence as he sat upon the dragon throne, his hawk-like gaze sweeping the room. Meanwhile, Feiyun knelt on the ground, his expression one of utmost reverence. Mu Yenyun stood respectfully to the side, her demeanor exuding deference. "Feiyun, what brings you to the palace this time?" Mu Tianhao inquired, his countenance grave yet softened by a warm, affectionate glimmer when he looked at Feiyun. Previously, he had harbored some reservations regarding Feiyun, but after Mu Yenyun's insightful guidance, he realized he had misjudged the Yi family. They were, in fact, steadfastly loyal and virtuous. A sense of guilt welled up within him, compelling him to make amends with Feiyun and Dashan, recognizing them as pillars of the nation and talents essential for the stability of the realm. To treat them poorly would indeed risk alienating the hearts of the people. Upon hearing this, Feiyun's heart raced anxiously, his throat constricting as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Something felt amiss. Why was Mu Tianhao behaving in such an unexpected manner? Did he truly not care about his father's embezzlement of billions of taels? That sum could rival 10 years of the Qian dynasty's treasury income. How could he remain unperturbed? Despite a whirlwind of confusion in his mind, Feiyun struggled to articulate his thoughts, desperate for clarity. Sensing his turmoil, Mu Yenyun seized the opportunity to speak. "Father, Feiyun has come to discuss a matter of great importance." "Oh, a matter of great importance?" Mu Tianhao's interest was piqued, his gaze now fixed upon Feiyun, filled with kindness. The more he observed Feiyun, the more he appreciated him, setting aside the familial connection. Every strategy proposed by Feiyun seemed unprecedented and imbued with innovation, warranting the title of a genius of the Qian. How could such a talent seeking him for an important discussion not command his attention? "Feiyun, I presume you have devised another brilliant strategy to propose?" Mu Tianhao ventured. Feiyun, bewildered, lifted his eyes, blinking in disbelief at the old man. Was he truly in his right mind? What strategy? Nevertheless, for the sake of his and Dashan's lives, he gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a few words, saying, "Your Majesty, I, Feiyun, have come to request a cancellation of the engagement. I hope for your gracious approval." As he spoke, his forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud, leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. The imperial study fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Beside him, Mu Yenyun and the eunuchs displayed expressions of sheer horror, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Feiyun's audacity to enter the imperial study only to seek a cancellation of their engagement incited her ire, her beautiful eyes seeming to blaze with fury. Yet, with Mu Tianhao present, she refrained from unleashing her wrath, fixing a fierce glare upon Feiyun instead. Mu Tianhao, taken aback by Feiyun's declaration, straightened in his seat, his brows knitting together, an aura of regal authority emanating from him. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with an imposing pressure. Though Mu Tianhao had not reigned long, he was already recognized as a wise ruler of the Qian dynasty, decisive in judgment and fair in reward and punishment. How dare Feiyun publicly seek to annul the engagement? It was known that Dashan had previously beseeched the emperor for this union. To now seek to retract, it was akin to inviting ruin upon oneself. The eunuchs and palace maids gasped in shock, hurriedly kneeling, quaking in fear, pleading for the emperor's mercy. Mu Tianhao's silence spoke volumes, his resolute expression betraying a brewing storm. Feiyun sensed the mounting pressure and repeated, "I humbly implore your majesty for your approval." In Mu Tianhao's eyes, a glint of coldness emerged. Previously, it had been Dashan who sought the marriage, and now, Feiyun had the audacity to come forth to request an annulment? Did he not consider the implications for the royal family's dignity? Did he believe this was mere child's play? A surge of righteous anger emanated from Mu Tianhao, the weight of his royal status palpable, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. Feiyun knelt there, drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of the perilous nature of his actions. Unbeknownst to him, while the Yi family wielded considerable influence, it was ultimately rooted in the foundation of Mu Tianhao's authority. Should the emperor choose to turn against the Yi family, even 10 Dashans would not suffice to avert catastrophe. "Your Majesty, I am aware of the gravity of my offense and seek your forgiveness," he implored, though his heart was heavy with the burden of necessity. The situation left him no choice. The scandal surrounding Dashan's corruption had sent shockwaves throughout the court, implicating thousands. The only course of action was to relinquish all family assets and withdraw from the engagement with Mu Yenyun, both as a safeguard against Mu Tianhao and against Long Aotian. Each of these threats loomed over him like a sword poised to fall. Were either to materialize, Feiyun would find himself utterly undone. This was a matter of utmost seriousness. Very well, Mu Tianhao declared, his voice laced with restrained fury, the pressure mounting to an unbearable tension. Even Mu Yenyun, typically favored, was rendered mute, understanding her father's temperament all too well. She had never anticipated Feiyun would dare utter such audacious words. Desperately signaling to Feiyun, she found him unresponsive, as he had already resolved his course of action. Your Majesty, that was not my intention. I wish to distribute my family's wealth and then serve at the borders, defending against the Xiongnu for the sake of the nation. What? Mu Tianhao's expression softened slightly, his tone unyielding as he responded, indeed. Feiyun's mind swirled with frustration. With Long Aotian's pressure mounting and the ever-watchful gaze of Yu Piaron upon him, he had to devise a way to extricate himself from this predicament. He thought to himself, whoever wishes to deal with this mess in the capital can do so. I certainly do not wish to be involved any longer. Once the family assets are distributed, the Yi family will own nothing to the Mu family. After all these years, my father, despite his lack of merit, has endured hardships. Surely, they cannot pursue total annihilation? As for Mu Yenyun, he wished she would cease regarding him with that accusatory gaze. He had no other options left. After her marriage to Long Aotian, she would find herself as one of his concubines, and then they could discuss life in detail later. With a sigh, Feiyun resigned himself to the unfolding events. Mu Yenyun blinked rapidly, having grasped his thoughts, her surprise evident as she gasped, "What?" I initially thought Feiyun merely sought to annul the engagement. But he harbors such intentions? He wishes to withdraw from our engagement solely out of fear of Long Aotian, and he plans to defend the borders? In that moment, her feelings toward Feiyun began to shift, as he appeared to be acting solely for the sake of her and the Qian dynasty. How could she not empathize with him? Father, I believe Feiyun possesses unspoken difficulties, which is why he has acted thus. I am willing to annul our engagement and accompany him to the borders of the Qian to defend against the Xiongnu. What? Mu Tianhao widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at her, utterly perplexed by Mu Yenyun's intentions. At this moment, he was filled with astonishment. Although Mu Yenyun had agreed to wed Feiyun, the matter was not yet finalized, and her reputation was at stake. This was indeed a significant issue in the Grand Qian dynasty. Moreover, Mu Yenyun had never shown any interest in Feiyun, yet now she did not despise him, and even seemed to advocate for him. How curious! Mu Tianhao furrowed his thick brows, casting a glance at both Mu Yenyun and Feiyun, suppressing his inner fury without uttering a word. Feiyun had his own unspoken troubles and hoped for his father's understanding. What could those troubles be? Feiyun was utterly bewildered, staring incredulously at Mu Yenyun with wide eyes. This cannot be right. The situation was not supposed to unfold this way, was it? He had requested to annul the engagement. She should either agree or refuse. Although he was already accustomed to the myriad of perplexing antics from Mu Yenyun, which had left him utterly flabbergasted, he was still able to empathize with his own predicament. What kind of maneuvering was this? I have no unspoken troubles. Hurry and agree to the marriage, and join the ranks of the dragon's harem, and stop tormenting me. Unexpectedly, Mu Yenyun, oblivious to Feiyun's inner turmoil, continued her monologue. Feiyun had previously told me that a true man should stand between heaven and earth, prioritizing the nation and its people, dedicated to saving lives and guarding the borders. He worried for my safety while I was alone in the capital, even as Mu Yenyun wept inconsolably, her tears like falling pear blossoms, stammering through her sobs. He feared that he might return home wrapped in a shroud, which was why he engaged in this marriage contract with me. Mu Yenyun's performance was so poignant that it moved all who heard it to tears, leaving Feiyun utterly astonished. Did I ever say such words? How was I unaware? Turning to glance at Mu Tianhao, he noticed a shift in his gaze, now imbued with a newfound respect. The respect from his majesty of the Grand Qian dynasty. What a concept! Mu Tianhao took a deep breath, gradually sitting up straighter, nearly moved to applause. He had never anticipated that Feiyun was such a pillar of the nation. At all times, he considered the welfare of the Grand Qian Empire, and he had been keenly aware of how much Feiyun valued his daughter, Mu Yenyun. The sacrifices made by Yi Feiyun were indeed profound. How could he not be moved? What a remarkable pillar of the nation. Excellent, Mu Tianhao suddenly exclaimed, startling Yi Feiyun, who immediately trembled and fell to the ground, drenched in sweat. Madness. Absolute madness. This father and daughter duo must surely be out of their minds. I'm attempting to annul the engagement, and one is concocting excuses for me while the other cheers loudly. Father, I have another request.